All right, welcome to coverage for Battle Hardened Atlanta, sponsored by TheCardGuyz and brought to you by Savage Feats, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy. Nick, we're here, Atlanta, ready to go. Battle Hardened, the last hurrah for Dromai.
Goodbye, Dromai. Yeah.
Goodbye, Dromai.
It's an exciting weekend. Dromai's been around for, I think, almost 2 years now, and this is going to be her, assuming she wins any amount of pro quests.
It would be very funny if we do the whole Goodbye Dromai tour and then she just doesn't pick up a single pro quest win or exactly one pro quest win. But I feel like it would be a little bit unreasonable, especially with so many players actually bringing out the dragon for one last hurrah. It's got to happen. And as we looked around the room, though, I did see a good amount of Dromai. I saw some Kayo, some Prism. You know, obviously a lot of Warriors. We are, in the Atlanta, Alabama area. There's a lot of Card Guyz influence around here, Josh Lau.
Yeah.
Well, he's not here. The Warriors are here.
The Warriors are here in spirit for Josh Lau. But yeah, it's definitely a diverse meta, but I think Dragon Lady is definitely the target. I know a lot of people are on ninjas too.
Yeah, a lot of Katsu around. I think another one of the TheCardGuyz, Sebastiano, he was on Katsu, and then I know Taylor Crawford, also from the Alabama area, has been getting a lot of these locals to play Katsu. So there should be a good insurgence of Katsu coming up through in Battle Hardened Atlanta. So all the Dromais do have to watch out for that. That matchup can sometimes be a little bit difficult.
That can be a difficult matchup, but Dromai, it's really hard to evaluate allies, I think, in the context of Flesh and Blood. It's so hard to say how much value they get. Sometimes dragons get 15 value because you played a turn 1 and never died. So it is an interesting thing that's going to be leaving the format. There's not really any other decks other than Kassai and Blasphemous that are happening.
Prism, but it's a very different way in the way those work with them all having wards. So
yeah, it'll be an interesting weekend seeing how many people decided to try to be the one to really put the nail in the coffin for Dromai, and also to see if she even ends up taking the event. Like we saw Battle Hardened or calling Phuket.
Yeah.
I don't think we had any we had some Dromai in the top 8, but it didn't convert, right?
Yeah, it did not convert. Yeah. We ended up, having Kid Wonder take it down on Azalea. Brodie Spurlock, who is here as well. He's made the flight from Phuket down to Atlanta and is going to try and continue this streak, I guess, here at the Battle Hardened. Yeah. I think I saw that he is going to be on Azalea as well. So that is, hey, he took it down in Phuket. Maybe he'll do it here.
Yeah, I think probably just a larger amount of Dromai in the room. I didn't see many Prisms. I don't know if he'll have to deal with that.
I saw
one of the harder.
I saw 2 Prisms, but there could be more. Sure. I saw 2 myself.
Yeah, so that's definitely a harder matchup, but Brodie proved that maybe not so bad.
He got it done. It's not what I would have expected when we got to that final. It did feel like Vespa was just running away with it, but end of the day, right? Brodie gets it done. Shadow of the World wins.
The ham sandwich is really
the power coming through. But we are just waiting for round 1 to start here. We'll see what we can get on stream. It is going to be one of the TheCardGuyz. I'm not sure which one we will have to start the day. We will be having we got the word. It is going to be William Bradshaw. Going to be on Azalea going up against the Kayo. So that's going to be, just a solid classic matchup that we've been seeing quite a bit of. The Azalea has been a little bit less popular, but the on-hits can be very good into the Kayo. The nice thing about Kayo is the flexibility, though, is because he can do the go wide turn, he can do the go tall turn, but we are still looking for, fatigue shot, shut down the big go tall turns, and looking for red in the ledger to stop the go wide.
Yeah, also sleep dart. Your
sleep dart's
5s are not 6s anymore, so definitely a lot of tools in the Azalea kit that can be hard for Kayo, but Brutes have Fridge. Fridge is real nice against Azalea.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Having that extra Fridge is going to make a big difference, and especially because the flesh bag can do a lot in the matchup still. Anytime they try and do more than just one big arrow, it can shut it down. So the threat of that makes it so a lot of those Bolton shots get a lot less powerful.
Also super huge when they have one in hand, and it's the Codex, and you just snipe it when they attack with the arrow with the flesh bag. So yeah, this will be an interesting matchup, but I believe we're going to cut it to a brief break really quick, and then we'll be back for round 1.
All right.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it. Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. We're still waiting a little bit for the deck list collection. Wow,
There it is. Yeah.
we got there. It's early in the morning here, but they're getting all the decks ready, and so we're just got a little bit of time where we can talk a bit about the CardGuyz, who've kind of been able to sponsor this stream and make sure that we've got the coverage for Battle Hardened Atlanta. And just to kick things off, right, we got Kyle Jones, the owner. He's been walking around helping us a bunch. This guy's an absolute beast. I absolutely love Kyle.
Yeah, he's great. Super nice dude. He's not playing today, but favorite hero Katsu. One of my favorites.
Yeah,
Great
and
deck.
at least he's got a little help with that, because Sebastiano will be on that Katsu, throughout the day, and so at least there's a little bit of Katsu rep in the CardGuyz. But yeah, Sebastiano has been an absolute beast throughout this. As we've got Josh Lau not here, notably. A lot of Warriors here, not Josh Lau.
Josh Lau.
He ended up doing really well in the Pro Tour, made the top 8, and then took a trip off to Hong Kong, and he's not back yet. But I love the favorite card route, because isn't Josh Lau? He's the guy who's got
the marker on it.
Marker on it.
Yeah.
Everybody signs it when they lose to that route. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I'm also a favorite hero Dorinthia, so Warrior, one of my favorite classes, and Josh Lau actually the only USA person to be in the top 8 of Pro Tour, which is like really impressive.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disappointment at LA. NA is struggling a bit. Well,
USA.
no, we had a Canadian.
I like that.
Yeah. There we go. North America still coming in clutch.
Yeah.
Josh having a very good showing, but Nathan Crawford, another one. His Pro Tour wasn't as great, but he did quite well in the calling. He was on Victor. It was very funny at the calling. He had some struggles on Victor, but he did find a win against Majin Bei's Kano in Constructed, which is the worst matchup, and he's able to actually take it down. I believe he's on Victor today, but his favorite hero, of course, Briar. He's talked about how much he misses her. He's got the picture. It's the Wolverine meme. He's just hoping that Briar comes back.
I got the picture of her. Yeah. Also love Briar. Favorite card, Rights of Punishment. Very interesting. Not the card I would think of as like, oh, what's my favorite card in Flesh and Blood?
No, not really. Yeah.
I mean, good card if you're trying to like loop on not getting fatigued. That's really what that card does. But
I guess that's what it's telling us: is he loves Briar and he doesn't like getting fatigued.
He doesn't like getting fatigued. That's what we're seeing here.
That's what we're getting with Nathan Crawford. And well, we got Ed Knight. That's going to be our other Victor player today out of the CardGuyz. Of course, favorite hero Bravo, but on kind of I guess the better Guardian in the current meta. As far as it seems that Victor's doing a lot better.
Yeah, from the last time I was listening to Brian Gottlieb talk, apparently like internally LSS they think Bravo is the better Guardian, but it seems like the player base thinks Victor is the better Guardian, so it's interesting.
I mean, hey, look, I can believe it with just the power of Crippling Crush and just being able to, dominate some of these big crush effects. It's very powerful. Bravo does have those high rolls, but end of the day, Victor, the consistent numbers have just felt very, very good.
Yeah, it's like the trade-off between numbers and disruption. Like, what's better? Is it better numbers, or is it having disruption against decks? And right now, it seems like just having better numbers than other decks, especially with these like mid-range value warriors running around. It seems like Victor, especially when he's winning clashes against every warrior deck, essentially, is doing really well. So good pick.
All right, and we teased him a little bit, but this is going to be our Katsu player of the day, Sebastiano Cavallo. Is going to be playing his favorite hero is Chains. It's been a while since he's been able to play that. And then favorite card become the Arknight. So a little loving the Rune Blades, but not really having a Rune Blade that he wants to be on at the moment. So going to be on the ninjas.
Two of our card guys loving favorite heroes are gone.
Yeah.
Living legend in the Hall of Fame of Flesh and Blood. Become the Arknight, interesting choice for favorite card. I mean, Inviscerai, definitely cool card, and it's really one of the only cards in the game that can basically search anything. Like, you can search basically any card in your class, which is really cool. You kind of go neg 1, but you also get a rune chant out of it most likely. So really cool card. I love Viscerai, my favorite hero personally. So
yeah, it's a card. I know Brodie Spurlock had mentioned this as being one of his favorite cards when he was helping to design that card for the Celebrational when he ended up winning. He loves tutor effects, and so
crazy card,
and so Become the Arknight was like kind of the old favorite, and then now he's trying to get another tutor effect that he can play in other decks instead of just being stuck in Viscerai.
I gotta say, Nick, I did not know your favorite hero was Viscerai.
Yeah, no, it
I
was
can
my
no
first
longer
hero.
hire you for these broadcasts. Nick. You don't understand. Oh.
Oops.
Yeah, okay. Ethan, we're figuring out the matchup. Ethan, he'll get his tangent and get to come after you about Viscerai later. We'll figure that out.
Oh no.
William Bradshaw, this is who we're gonna be having on stream to kick things off. He is gonna be on Azalea today, and his favorite hero, OG Prism. So not liking the new Prism as much, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to talk him about it later, I guess.
Yeah,
see if he wants to move to that, but it's Azalea for now.
Starting at 32 life is rough. I mean, the wards make up for it probably, but I think the matchup into Dromai, maybe people don't love playing it as the new Prism. Maybe we'll see Will on it after Dromai is Goodbai, but I only know Will as a Ninja and Prism player, so it's interesting to see him on Azalea.
Yeah, it would be. I think maybe there's a little hype after a calling victory with the deck, but Will last year PTI Atlanta ends up taking first.
Yeah.
Atlanta got the hometown buff here. You're gonna be able to just see if he can pop off once again, get the Battle Hardened this time.
Yeah.
Or if he scrubs out, then you got to watch out for him in the PTI tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe he has the blessing of Irina on him from the light heroes that he loves. So
yeah, there it is. Yeah, he's got the spirit of Irina.
Spirit
there
with
he
him,
is.
yes.
Yeah, spirit is with him.
Yeah, the spirit of Irina and Josh Lau are with Will today. So.
Yeah, the spirit of Irina and Josh Lau. Absolutely. But with that, let's go ahead and take a look at this Azalea versus Kayo to start things off. Willy Bradshaw on the Azalea and Josh Byers over there on the Kayo.
Yeah, I think if you're Will, you're probably pretty happy that this is your round 1 of your Battle Hardened run because Azalea into KO. KO does have a fridge, but they're not going to be blocking you very well, and they can't do much about Dominate other than their armor.
Yeah, it is actually the big thing with just brutes in general into Azalea is like while they have the fridge, like Levi's got a massive fridge, KO's got a good fridge in general, Reiner as well. At the end of the day, you don't deal with the Dominate very well. You don't run a lot of defense reacts, so even though you've got fridge, if the Dominate's like 12, like okay, good luck.
Yeah.
Right? You block 3 and then you throw the whole fridge in front of it, and maybe you can cover it.
Right, but
maybe
that's
not.
the only time in the game you can do that. So yeah, you have to like pick your spots where you want to use the fridge, and also basically every on-hit effect from Azalea matters.
Yeah.
Brutes.
They all matter, but they all matter on different hands. So that's the big thing to like look out for is what does Josh have in hand? Because if it is a go wide turn, right? If it's a wild ride or something like that, then suddenly Red in the Ledger is the worst thing he can ever see.
Right.
But if it is just like a single big attack, then suddenly it's like a swing big. Like he wants to block with 2 cards through a swing big.
Right.
Fatigue shot is now like the scariest thing to look at. And you called it out earlier, Sleep Dart, another one you have to watch out for when you've got a card, a handful of 5s that you need to look for the discard on.
Right. And I think we are in the game now. So we see KO, our one-armed brute with the nice Altart Claw. Very nice.
It's beautiful. It's on the wrong side, though.
Wrong side.
Come on. Please. You got to move that over.
But it just grabs the sharp part of it and just hits with the blunt part of it.
Oh, there we go. That actually makes sense. But it is going to be a Heart and Cross Trap as the choice. So looking to go a little bit, have one big, faster turn instead of looking for a long game with the Tunic, which into Azalea makes a lot of sense. But on the side, of course, it's going to be Tunic for Azalea.
Makes a lot of sense. And we see KO going first here, and we're just going to see a Savage Feast. Maybe not what you super want to see, but you are going to get to set up a Might at least. And talking about disruption, Kayo does have some disruption options available to him with CNCs with the Might. 7 is real hard. Azalea is not doing much about that with their armor, and they want to keep their arsenal.
Yep, exactly. CNC for 7, send packing for 7. It's all arsenal disruption. It is pretty much all you've got as far as disruption goes, but it's quite good.
Yep.
And we do see picked up a Bear Fangs, which is going to be a great arsenal target because you're sitting on that beast within. That does not go in the arsenal.
Nope.
You do not want it there.
3 for 6, not where you want to be.
Exactly. So instead, being able to find this Bear Fangs, that's kind of a perfect target, especially if he can get an agility online. So maybe a Clash of Agility draw up would be fantastic to find.
Yeah. And here we go with Will's turn, taking up our Tunic. I think he has a Cold Foil Snapdragons, just to point that out. Very, very nice.
Oh, sweet.
Pretty sure that's Cold Foil, so.
It kind of looks like it. Yeah.
And we see a Codex in hand already.
Yep, Codex, couple pumps, Sink and Destroy, laced with Blood Rot.
And a Bolton Shot.
Yeah.
So not a bad hand. We might pitch this Codex, actually. Oh.
Pitching the Bolton Shot into the draw.
No effects. We just pitching for no effect, buff, and then we're going to use our Codex to grab the Infecting Shot we discarded, or blocked with.
You don't have to do anything because you already have an arsenal. I'm gonna grab Infect.
Will letting him know you don't have to do anything. Just hope he remembers his tokens. And here we go. So we have our Frailty going over to Josh that he's maybe not super not happy with, because even if he plays the Bear Fangs, the Might kind of cancels it out, so it's okay.
Skullbound.
Okay, then we're going to opt. This is a really cool thing you can do with Codex because it comes in face down. You can use your cross trap if you haven't yet.
It's another Codex on top.
That's
There's an arsenal face down. Yeah.
amazing. So we might see another Codex turn, and we'll see if he decides to put it on the bottom.
Yeah,
Interesting
'cause
decision.
You can just leave it, and with the Ponder, you just get to put Codex and Arsenal,
Right.
which is not, I mean, always exactly what he's wanting to do, but it feels like he can just recur this Infecting Shot if he's able to find a couple of pumps for it.
Right. Yeah. And
11.
damage is damage, but I mean, this is 11 on hit, 2 more, and get rid of your arsenal, and another 2 more. So this is actually 15 with on hit, you lose your arsenal at the end of your turn. So pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always like consideration when you have turns like this. Is like, okay, do I just want to cover this up entirely? I lose my might, but I don't actually have to deal with the frailty -1, so it ends up just kind of canceling out. It's about the same,
Right.
and you're not taking the extra damage. And yeah, he's just gonna
Wow.
lay down the entire hand. I think that this is pretty reasonable because
Yep.
outside of that, you are just throwing a single Bear Fangs, ripping a card off the top, discarding it. It's most likely going to be a 6. It should be fine, but you're taking a lot of damage to trade maybe a middling turn when you could just potentially have this Bear Fangs turn into a much better turn when you get an agility later.
Yeah, and sometimes laying down your hand isn't always the best because then you give your opponent tempo. But one thing with Azalea is sometimes they do have these hands where they drew 4 arrows. Like they're not doing too much with that hand. So honestly, not a bad play to just block with everything. The frailty didn't affect you, and we're still at 40.
Yeah, I saw a Fatigue Shot in hand, or is that Hamstring Shot? Actually, I missed it. We'll see. But there's an arrow for sure, and then I saw what looked to be a Rain Razors.
Yeah, we
couple
have
of pumps.
Read the Glide Path, Knock, Rain, and the red
Yep,
hamstring.
there it is.
Bottom left.
So we are showing the Codex flip. Here we could play Read and then play the Knock and then use Azalea to put our Codex down and then get Dominate. And we also have Rain to buff it up even further. So we'll see if Will takes that line or decides maybe he wants to cast the Codex, but I don't think there's a way to not clear your hand.
Yeah. And on the other side, we see Blood Rush Bellows Clash of Agility. So that is something you are looking to be able to set up, is get that agility. Agility with Blood Rush is insane.
Yeah.
Can be, if you block only with the Clash of Agility, if there's an extra blue in there, it could actually be a pretty reasonable turn to just kind of send that
Oh, yeah.
as a 3 card, because you do have Heart and Cross Strap, and that would be a fine turn to even break it. You don't mind using it very early on in this matchup. It's all about just getting that damage through to get Azalea to the point where she actually has to put cards in front of you and block.
Right. So we see the second Codex of the game. This is one of those cards that I think is contentious in the with the players.
And we will just
Oh,
fire it off.
and just to show some new information, we see at the top middle, 147 players.
One hit
That's
reload.
really huge
Yeah.
for Battle Hardened in
First week of ProQuest,
ProQuest,
right?
yeah.
That's a big Battle Hardened. I honestly expected it to be a little bit smaller, but the convention center is quite full.
Yeah.
A lot of players going right now, so seeing 147 players, and I can't wait when we eventually get a meta breakdown and get to actually see what's going on there.
Yeah. And we see that Will actually chose the line of playing the Bolton Shot off the Codex, discarding a buff. And right now, this is not going to have go again, but he has the Rain. So Rain Razor instant speed is going to buff this, which then gives Bolt and Shot go again.
Yep, and that's the Clash of Agility that we were talking about from Josh. It was a red, so it wasn't actually his blue in hand.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he has blue, to be fair, but it wasn't the resource card, so easy to just make that block decision. Gets the agility, and so far there's no on-hits that are too terrifying. Like, of course, having a frailty on your go-off turn is not ideal.
Sure.
But if that's what it has to be, that's what it has to be. And getting a look, it is going to be send packing, swing big, and that is going to be Blood Rush, so no blue in hand for this. But of course, Hardened Cross Trap can always make those hands work.
That's true. And he does have a yellow pitch, knowing he's going to draw another yellow, and we have the swing big. So claw swing big is pretty good. Not bad. And we see here we have a take aim into a
10.
hamstring shot. As far as, I don't think as a brute you're going to get away from disruption from Azalea, but as far as disruption is concerned, this isn't really that bad.
Yeah, it actually does make the lack of blue hurt a little bit more, though, because I feel like he's got enough resources with, like, Hardened that if it's a blue and he knows it's a yellow on top, then pretty reasonably you can kind of just send it and you feel pretty comfortable that you'll have enough resources to get through the turn. But I wonder if Hamstring Shot actually can mess up the math on that, because it makes these 2s cost 3 instead, and the ideal is that you're throwing, you know, 2 2s and Claw, so 6 resources, but now it has to be 7, and Hardened Cross Trap makes it 5, but you're not starting with a blue.
Yeah, because ideally it would be something like swing big with the agility, then claw that has go again because you discarded something off of the blood rush, and then you end your turn with another.
Yep.
So we're actually just going to block for 6, take 4, and now we are hampered by the hamstring. So we might just see pitch.
Is this just a... Is he going to pass? Because now if he's...
Oh yeah, he doesn't have enough
can't
resources.
afford the Bear Fangs.
Unless he breaks his Hardened, but I don't know that that's the move.
Yeah, break Hardened to still pitch.
Still pitch, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
I don't know that I love that.
agility pops, and yeah, I think you're right. He's just gonna take what we call a IP penalty, where you basically give yourself an intellect penalty where you didn't utilize all the cards in your hand.
Yeah, so the other side of this, though, is now he's drawn into Blood Rush with Beast Within.
Right, that is
and
really
he
strong.
didn't know that that was going to happen.
Yeah.
So there's potential that Josh is just looking for like an even bigger turn, but he's lost his agility, which was one of the ways to make this turn so incredibly huge.
Right.
Now, look, once again, Clash of Agility in hand.
Yeah.
I want to see, when he lifts his hand up again, let's try and take a look and see if he's got a blue to go alongside that.
Yeah, because it might have been Blood Rush 3 reds, and Josh's face doesn't look too happy, so maybe maybe that is the case, but we'll see. We see another Rain on Will's side with a Bolton shot, which is exactly what you want to see with that card.
A couple of arrows on the left side of that hand as well, and then just one pump. So not everything that you want to see, but it is still a pretty solid setup, and can look to just go for the Azalea and swap something in.
Yep. So giving up the yellow Bolton shot, deciding whatever is on top is better. And, oh, interesting.
Okay.
Oh, was this a blind Azalea?
Looks like it was.
Okay. So
It was.
knock isn't going to really do much other than reload here for you. I don't know that this is exactly what you wanted to see.
It could end up just being a Snap's turn, just because he's got this Endless Arrow as well.
Yeah.
And you knock, you put something on top.
We'll grab red in the ledger.
Red on top. Are we going to reload or not? Maybe not reload, then draw. Yeah, I'm not sure how you get 2 arrows in Arsenal right now. I guess you could use Bullseye Bracer after you draw it off the
Yeah, because
Death Dealer.
this would require both Bullseye and Snaps on this turn to actually make a big turn happen, which is completely reasonable to do. If you're
Yeah.
popping equipment to just get so much value, not letting Josh actually play the game, like, that works.
Yeah.
You get a massive life lead, and you just can finish it off from there.
So we are seeing the reload activated.
Azalea.
Uh,
Wait, I've already Azalea this turn.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
Will didn't remember that he
Second
already
Azalea.
Azalea'd. So I think he didn't want to reload there. That's really
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, he said, that's fine. I like the
Surely it's
positive
fine.
outlook.
No,
yeah,
it's
it's fine.
great. It's totally okay.
Endless Arrow, not really what you want. So I think we might see the snap here just to
Oh.
kind of undo the blunder that we've
Yeah,
found ourselves.
it did feel like this was going to be a Snaps turn regardless, right? Because he still has the Death Dealer up, and I think he would have wanted to draw that red in the ledger, though.
Yep.
And it probably should have been a Snaps and Bullseye's turn to play one of these arrows out, and then also go for the red in the ledger. And by keeping the extra cards in hand, you kind of insulate yourself from Fleshbag actually stopping the turn.
Yeah, yeah. I think the ideal line, if Will had remembered that he had Azalea'd, is to not reload and then use your Death Dealer to load the fatigue shot or something, snap that, and then use your Bullseye for the the red in the ledger if you are looking to do something bigger as far as disruption.
Okay, and then Tunic. It's a death dealer because you do actually still have to pitch for the fatigue shot.
Fire off fatigue
Yep.
shot.
Okay, and then you keep an
Yeah.
arsenal. All right, yeah, okay, it works out.
It works.
It's just snaps for. It's still a very good turn, right?
Yeah.
This is
Inertia,
this
your
is
first
10.
10 on hit fatigue shot effect, which is huge. Having the first attack against the brute is big, and then on hit inertia too. And Joss is at 27. Like this is basically half your life.
He's taking a ton of damage. He can take this. I mean, you don't love to take fatigue shot, but do you also want to block 10? Not really.
Yeah,
So-
I think Josh in hand does have a blue. I think it's a blue Smash Instinct, the Blood Rush, and the Beast Within, which is a perfect hand.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants to see. Very happy to see that red in the ledger go in the pitch zone instead of on the combat chain this time around.
Absolutely.
Because Josh really wants to make this work, and he does. This clash is so important. If he flips something, all right,
Yep.
perfect.
We win.
Wins the clash, gets the agility, and now he gets to Blood Rush on a Beast Within. He gets to draw the extra cards, has the agility, has the Bear Fangs in arsenal.
Yeah,
And if he
fatigue
can
shot,
go wide enough on this turn, there's a chance to start to bring this back. And ideally, you can use all the resources so the inertia doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah. Notably, though, he is still fatigued. So his first
Yeah.
attack action is going to be halved, which on a Blood Rush turn, it's still impactful. Will is saving
Yeah.
like 4 life, 5 life there.
Luckily, it's base power, so the Blood Rush and the
Yes.
Might are going to offset this.
Sure.
So it's just going to be a baseline attack as it would normally be because you get +3 and they're all 6s. So
Yeah.
it ends up being okay, but of course, you'd love to have that extra 3 damage.
Yep. Definitely would. So there's that blue pitch. We discard the exact card we want to be discarding. That's what this card's in the deck for, is to be discarded. So we're going to resolve our Beast Within. So we're going to banish some cards and probably going to hit immediately.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we already knew what it was because we clashed. So there's that blue Assault and Battery.
23.
Yep. So extra resources
Yep.
as he did need.
And we have the Arsenal Bear Fangs, which is perfect. We want another blue here. So this is great. And then we're going to draw 2 cards. So if we have another 2 for 6 or something, which
It's
CNC.
CNC. It's not the one you want to.
not buffed by Blood Rush, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's tough. It's 2 blues in CNC, so it actually kind of has to be one of your attacking cards this turn.
It does.
And
Bear
actually,
Fangs-
it's 2 blues. You could just rip Bear Fangs first and see if you get a new option.
Yep.
And honestly, in this situation, that's what I would do. I would rip the Bear Fangs first,
Yep.
see if you get a new option off the top, and then it might give you another 2 for 6 Brute card that actually gets the buff. But instead, it's just going to be CNC for 4.
Or, which is
It's a
not
break
bad.
point.
Yeah, it's a break
it's actually
point.
fine.
And Azalea doesn't really have armor for the most part, so this is difficult to block for sure. And now we've gotten around the fatigued.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it actually makes the fatigue shot, I guess, not hurt as much in the sense that this is still potentially getting +3 value because you don't want to actually block it out, so you lose the arsenal. It actually finds a way to still deal the damage that's necessary, even though it doesn't get the buff from this Blood Rush.
Yep.
And you can definitely, with 2 blues in hand, get Claw Bear Fangs through.
Yep, and Will just deciding, there's no armor I'm going to block with right now, and I'm fine. I don't think Endless Arrow is really the most impactful
Yeah.
arrow anyways, so makes sense. We see a knock in hand, which is also great for his next turn. And then we're going to pitch for our Claw. This is for 5 go again.
Yep, 5 go again, and then the last one should be 10 unless you get unlucky off the top. It's pretty rare, but it can happen for Kayo.
Yeah.
And so that's a pretty solid turn, right? 19.
mean, yeah,
He spent
19.
a lot of life to set it up, to
He
be
did.
fair, but he does
He-
get there and get 19 damage through.
Yeah, and with disruption, so you got rid of a card
Yep.
from the arsenal, got some extra value, and to be fatigued and still do 19. Pretty impressive.
And this inertia is not going to do anything, right?
Nope.
This is draw a discard here.
One time.
Yep, and just Will hoping that he hits a non-attack.
There it is.
It is a 6. Technically a 7 in KO, and that is going to be 10 damage, which is just damage, but also a lot.
Yeah,
And
10 damage. I mean, even the life totals, if Will just decides to take this, yes, he'd keep a 4-card hand, and he can try and go off a little bit, but looks like at least considering just putting 1 card in front of it, maybe just looking for something like this Lace with Inertia into Endless Arrow,
Yeah.
and keep the extra card off the draw for Arsenal.
Yeah, I think Will might decide, just to take it all. I think your way to win this matchup is disruption, and if he was to block with the knock the Death Whistle, your turn is basically a buffed Endless Arrow, which
Yep.
isn't really what you want to be doing
If I'm
against.
KO, I say, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
I'll take it.
Send me that bill, please.
All right.
Yeah, so I think this makes total sense just to knock, load the Endless Arrow maybe. We're actually going to
Hello.
Death Dealer first. Makes sense.
Sorry.
See what we draw, see if it's another buff, or maybe
And endless arrow. Draw.
Something else we're happy with, it's a Spire Sniping.
Yeah, it's not the best hand. Really looking for some more buffs here.
Yeah, so I think, we knock. We put, what do you think is the best arrow against KO?
If you think KO's not going to block this at all, he might just need to do red. But other than that, it is going to be, in my opinion, the fatigue shot.
There it is. Yep.
And yeah, it's just against Brute, like all of your attacks are going to be 6. So you're at least getting 3 value out of the fatigue shot.
Right, it's guaranteed value for sure.
And it's just always good.
Yep, I agree. Unless their turn is specifically Claw Pass, which you're happy with that anyways.
Yeah, that's also great.
Yeah.
I think end of the day, it's just like always better to, when you're selecting the one, to go fatigue over red because of the fact that if you throw red, KO has the choice to block 2 cards, throw 1 attack. Whereas with this case, even if you have a wide turn, if you have a small turn, fatigue shot always hurts.
Always does something, yeah. The other one I could see would be infecting shot. You're guaranteed to also get some value probably, unless they're fully blocking it. But I think fatigue is always like highest number value. And yeah, even if they were redded, Josh could just attack with the swing big. They're still swinging with 8. So yeah, I agree with fatigue shot. So this is 8 on hits, fatigue, and inertia. We see a repeat from last turn.
yeah, and the inertia likely to not matter too much because Josh can just block more if he's worried about that at all.
Well, this has dominate, so.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, he actually can't block more. Yeah, that does make the inertia and seek effects so much scarier when you're able to dominate them.
Josh has to keep 3 cards and probably can't use them all. So.
Yeah, so this worked out because he actually had the Clash of Agility, so he will be able to use all the cards. At the very least, you just pitch into Claw with one of the cards.
This is interesting. We don't usually see yellow Clash of Agility. It's not a typical card I've seen in KO decks. I'm used to seeing mostly like 3 reds, and that's about it. But yellow, KO still sees it as a 6. So
yeah, I saw quite a few players on the Pro Tour list had actually started to include it. I think a lot of people probably from there have been like, oh, that actually looks good. A lot of people top 8'd with this yellow Clash of Agility, and I think it's very powerful. Exactly what Josh has been able to do with it, especially when you have an arsenal, is to just block 3, and then you have the agility for the turn.
Yeah. No, I mean, we have an agility now. A CNC 7 go again. Exactly what we want to see. Oh, yeah. 4 go again because we are fatigued. But still, same thing, right? Like, it's still hard for Azalea to do anything about this.
Yeah, the breakpoint's there again. So you actually, if you want to keep what's in arsenal, you're just going to have to deal with it. It's the Spire sniping there, so definitely was looking to have the mega oft.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think you're probably fine with just having this popped, especially with his hand. 2 buffs and a drill shot. It's fine. You can pitch one of the drill shots for the other, but we might see a 6 block, which is interesting here.
Yeah, going to use the Spire sniping to just assume that your opt is finding you an arrow, is potentially take the risk on it.
Yeah, and so you're hoping Azalea is getting you a better arrow than a drill shot. Yeah, that's definitely a thought. We might see a block with one of them. He's not going to have a 2-nick turn, so...
Yeah. You can also pretty much assume that this next swing is going to be Claw as well, unless Josh wants to break Heart and Cross Trap, so you can feel kind of okay with blocking 6 on this, even though you lose some value of block overall.
Right. Yeah, and we don't have the 1 for 5 yet from the KO starter deck out.
No, not yet. And we haven't even discarded this turn. So
yeah, that's true. We can't even play it.
Which that card is insane.
It's so good.
Blue Graveling.
Oh, Blue Graveling is amazing.
For KO. So it's a 6 instead of a... It's great.
But yeah, that's not out yet. I think we're going to give up our Tunic. Really valuing keeping the Spire sniping here.
I think realizing that this game is actually accelerating so quickly that with 2 more turns needed to get that Tunic to 3, it's very likely that it's not going to become too relevant in this game. You're punching through enough damage on each of these turns that unless Josh tries to pivot to full blocking, which is a losing strategy, then you're probably not going to get too much value out of this Tunic.
No, makes sense. So giving up our Tunic, we got at least 1 tick out of it, so it did its job. In this matchup, you're probably getting that much anyways. So Will at 18, Josh at 18. We're even now, but Will having some amounts of tempo here. Josh not on an arsenal.
Okay. Skullbone, revealing Spire sniping.
So
and there's the Spire sniping. So we're gonna have a quick look at the top of our deck.
Little peek. So we're gonna opt 2 here with the Spire sniping.
Okay.
So I see we're on the amplifying arrow. I saw Brodie playing this. This is a kind of a newer Azalea thing that we saw at Phuket. I don't know if a lot of Azaleas were playing it before then, but really interesting. It can be a pretty thick arrow, and also being a yellow 0 cost is kind of good for the deck.
Yeah,
Yellow
yeah,
pitch
really
is
solid.
really good for Azalea.
Yeah, you don't like we've seen what was it? Brodie's list had just like 1 blue or 3 blues or something like
Yeah.
that. I think a lot of Azaleas have really been dropping down on blues, and amplifying arrow is a great way to still have some resource base where the arrow can actually get crazy. And here's a spot where amplifying arrow is actually going to do quite a bit of damage, right? Because it's going to gain an additional 1 from each of these.
Yeah, so this will be 0 for 10.
Yeah, exactly.
good.
Hey, that's 0 for 10's kind of good. Yeah,
Love it,
again,
yeah.
I like that.
So we see amplifying arrow on hit, inertia. The read doesn't do anything, but 10's a lot when you're at 18.
Off of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know,
Hit inertia.
just not being able to keep on Arsenal pretty much the entire
Yep.
game due to the fact that, you know, we've just consistently had these inertia effects going on the stack. This
dominate.
is dominate as well, right?
Yeah.
So you can't even full block this, and there's no agility this time. We've seen a lot of these Clash of Agilities already come out for blocks. It has not been able to be repeated, and we see in hand that's a runner. It looks like a Mighty Windup, Savage Feast.
Cast bones as well.
And, yeah, so I mean, you can't even block 3 cards, play Cast Bones, which would be honestly like the
That's-
most ideal thing to do that I'm seeing out of this hand.
Right. Yeah.
You can't Arsenal it. It's not a good card to pitch.
I actually don't know what I would do with this hand. Like, I think that's
There's a
what Josh
windup.
is
So windup it definitely is getting discarded. But
Okay.
it's also the blue pitch. So
So we're giving up to give the buff, but we don't have any disruption. So this is just for
interesting.
damage. So we might roll scabs, play runner, and cast bones. Hope that works.
I think you're right. I'm looking at this. How do you win this game?
Yeah, right.
I don't actually see a good path to victory without making that scabs play here.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because if not, you actually can't just discard the Mighty Windup because it's the blue and
your
you have
blue,
2 reds. And
Right.
it was 3 reds. I don't think not blocking was an option there to play a very middling turn.
Yep.
So I would love to see scabs. I think scabs has to be the play.
Yeah, I agree. I think, okay, yep, here's the scab skins. I think
Yeah.
it's the only way to make this turn something that's not just a attack for 6.
Yeah, it's a great line. Let's see what happened.
Yes,
It's a
we
4, 2 action points.
Yes!
Gosh.
This turn's insane now. So you do the runner for 7, go again, and then cast bones. The inertia does nothing to you, and you probably, hopefully, have a agility and hopefully 6 mites too.
And if we look at the hand, I'm seeing quite a few arrows over here for Will, so this is not a scary turn overall. He's going to try and make it the best, right? He's got this bullseye's bracers, but he does not actually have snaps to guarantee the go again. He does, you know, he's got, I think that is a bolt in there. Yeah, it looks like a bolt and shot alongside the drill shot and the red in the ledger. So at least he's got a way to try and pump this up, get the go again, try and get multiple arrows through, because I would say you're just eating 7 and you're trying to make it so Josh does not get to use his future turn. He rolled scabs. I think Will has to smell that
You
this
have
is
to
a
know that
cast
that's
bones,
it, yeah.
right?
Oh, not getting the agility. Not
Oh,
he's
no!
playing
He's
Tear
playing
Limb from
Tear
Limb.
Limb.
Wow, that's not a card you see in KO. So we're gonna see 4 mites.
Yeah, but he misses, right? Only 4,
Yeah.
no agility. Which, to be
A
fair,
0
you're
for
going to have to
4?
block on this turn.
You
guaranteed.
So cast bones was a 0 for 4, not the worst, but it's not what you want from that card. Tear Limb from Limb is so interesting in KO. Not a card you typically see.
Yeah, and that means there's another cast bones, which is not a card you want to see at this point in the game, right? This first one, great with the rolled scabs. You don't want to see another one right now,
Right.
and you know it's going to be in the top 6 cards. It's also 4 reds and 2 blues. There's a chance that this hand is awful.
Yeah, those cards did not look amazing. We don't have the agility, so the runner that was revealed, not amazing. The other cast bones, we drew 2
Ooh.
runners. So.
You wanted the Bear Fangs. There was 1 Bear Fangs in there. That's the exact card you needed right now. You want to keep the blue in the Bear Fangs and just block with everything else.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see a runner for 10 on Josh's turn. If
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
It's ideally you block with cast bones and runner on this turn because you know this is going to be, I mean, fatigue shot is going to be what's swapped in by Azalea.
So runner for 7, actually, if we get fatigued here.
Okay, interesting. So it's actually not going to be the biggest turn ever, but it is a dominated era.
It is, yeah. And Will is taking a pretty hefty IP penalty here. Because this is all you can do this turn.
Yeah, he has no snaps. He can't give this go again.
Right, and probably just going to Arsenal that Bolton shot.
Fatigue shot for 8, dominate.
8 dominate, on hit, seek and destroy.
Threatening seek and fatigue.
So probably block with runner. Okay, so we could see another scab skin.
Yeah,
we
it's
could
actually
see the exact same turn.
It's actually the exact same. It's a runner buffed up by might into
a cast
a
bones.
cast bones. And it almost feels like it has to be correct because you can only block with 1 card here. You're going to
Yep.
take 5. You're going to be fatigue shot. You're not going to do enough damage to put Will on the back foot, and you're too low.
Yep.
So you have to do something to make it so even if you block out, you still have the mice. You still have the ability to have just 1 card. Even if it's a claw, even if you keep 1 card
card
and you
and
claw,
attack claw, yep.
and just swing for 9, that can keep you in this game.
Yeah.
It feels like Scabs is being forced by the pressure that Will is putting on.
If we see him hit it again, that'd just be amazing.
Oh, absolutely. And
Interesting.
just trying to cover more. It doesn't actually do anything as far as a go wide turn.
Right, because like there's unless he's playing Razor Reflex, I don't know that you're playing around anything here.
I think that you need to save this flesh bag because you are probably giving Will at least one more 4 to 5 card hand.
Yeah.
And this is your prevention method to stopping going wide with the bolt shots.
Yeah, and also there's still a codex left, so the flesh bag's so good at sniping out codexes.
All right, let's roll.
Yeah, you have to
Let's
roll
roll,
here.
baby.
You're under Seek and Destroy. I mean, you could just swing the runner to take the guaranteed value. It's only for 7 though. That's not lethal. I think you have to roll Scabs.
Yeah, we're rolling. Come on.
Please roll.
Yep.
Come on, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna roll again. I like the cup that he uses. It makes it even more climactic.
Oh, he's got it again. This is
Two
insane.
hits. Oh my goodness. No emotion from Josh is crazy. I'd be so hyped right now.
Oh, wow. All right, so it's going to be just the 7.
It's actually the same exact turn because it was 7 last time. Oh no, I
No. You got hit by fatigue shot, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's 7.
Sorry, this is coming in for.
He's got it.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
okay,
got
there
it.
we go.
He's got it.
Yep. Our player's remembering, so this is 7, and then with the extra action point, cast bones again. This is amazing.
It's
I mean,
perfect that it's exactly runner too. It's not just like any 2 for
No.
6. It's not a runner
had to
for
be, yeah.
7 into cast bones every time.
Wow.
And this time you've got a couple of your misses out of the deck, right?
Right.
You're not actually going to be hitting another cast bones.
yeah, hopefully not another tear limb from limb either.
Yeah, I would be interested if this is multiple tear limbs in the
Right.
deck and it's not like a one of kind of setup.
It is interesting, yeah. Hopefully it's just a one of, and we've already seen a Blood Rush and 2 cast bones now, so it's very likely that we're going to see maybe full value out of this cast bones, which would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, because, I mean, usually you only want to run like the 6 non-6s, right? It's usually
Yeah.
like, at max, it's like
Yeah.
3 cast bones, 3 blood rush, so.
We've seen some people cut cast bones. Like, people are just
Exactly,
like, I want yellow bear fangs instead.
Here we
and
go.
That's
4.
4.
Oh,
Oh, no. 5.
missed again.
So 5 mites, I mean, a 0 for 5
be
is good,
fair.
but we're not getting the agility again, which is pretty rough.
To be fair, I doubt the agility is going to be usable on many
That's
of these
true.
turns, so we'll be seeing just the mites coming through.
Yep. So we're going to see maybe a claw for 8 at worst on Josh's turn through some disruption, because it gets around fatigue shot, that gets around red in the ledger, you can still do that. So Josh at least going to be able to use these mites for the most part if he can keep 1 card.
Shots.
All right, and here's a Bolton.
Oh, like the top, we liked our Peaky, so we're going to use Azalea here maybe. Face with Frailty.
Knock the death whistle as well in hand. And that's a Spire sniping, it looks like.
Yeah, so maybe we just play this knock. We don't have a buff, which is unfortunate. Maybe that's why he was considering Azaleaing. But then the knock doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, because then you're just getting a buff for what, Spire sniping? You just load
Yeah.
the Spire sniping, fire it off.
So I think it's just knock and play some sort of disruptive arrow. But not a great turn for Will. Interesting he blocked with the 2 red in the ledgers.
I guess that kind of explains why, though, because it's pretty much like a full hand of arrows, so now you just use the knock. I mean, I like the idea of just knock, you get an arrow that you actually want to try and present the disruption, because now there's no armor block left. So you can, whatever disruption you want to get, you're getting.
You're getting, for sure, yeah. Like 5 dominate is enough right now.
He's played, I think he's played 3 fatigue shots now.
I think all fatigue shots are gone, and that's at least 2 reds in the grave because you just blocked with 2.
Yeah.
Azalea. Bottom.
1 codex, or 2 codexes used, I believe. He played both, I think. So we are going to Azalea, the lace with frailty,
Yeah.
to then pitch our, okay, yep.
Two, loading.
Pitch this
Fire,
for the Spire sniping.
Draw, then look.
Well, he wants a buff off the top.
So draw first, then look.
That was hamstring shot, I think.
Yeah, so not really. He was hoping for a buff there for sure. So this turn is Spire sniping for 6.
Off for 7.
7.
7. That's really rough.
Yeah.
Frailty.
Josh might just say, send me the bill. If his hand...
Does he have go? He has blood rush.
Yeah, he has Blood Rush and E-Strike. So,
I
I
only have
mean...
a yellow, and I don't actually remember how many blues were in that when he flipped through.
Yeah, so
it's-
the next 2 cards are 2 blues.
2 blues. Okay, that's
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, you just send this. What? Frailty? Who cares?
Yeah, right. I think.
7, you can. He's at 10. You're killing him with a blood rush in 5 mites.
Oh, that's right. The 5 mites are still here. Yeah, this is nothing. You just take this.
No block.
Take 7.
Yeah. The double
No
scab
block.
roll is making a huge difference in this game, keeping Josh in it. And now Will finally finds a hand that just misses. It's just all arrows, nothing he can do.
Azalea, a really strong deck, but sometimes you just have these hands, and this do happen sometimes. So we'll see Will Arsenal and pass, and Josh is probably going to pitch his yellow and start off with Blood Rush and draw 2 blues, and we go from there.
5 mites are going to block.
I think you want to discard the E-Strike here because you want to keep that Bear Fangs.
Blood rush spell.
So hoping we discard the E-Strike here. Let's see. If Josh is the luck master we've seen from the last 2 rolls, let's see him discard this E-Strike.
Even odd.
Yeah, I'm curious. I almost like.
Even.
There it is. Yeah.
Woo!
That. Perfect. Perfect.
Might.
So we're drawing 2 blues here, so we can do Claw into Bear Fangs at the worst. And we also have Hardened Cross Trap, so we might.
Taxi +2.
I guess we don't have agility, so that's
Yeah, no,
probably gonna
usually
be
you'd
it.
have to roll.
You'd have to roll.
So
Yeah.
that would have been the only positive of potentially hitting the Bear Fangs instead. Is it lets you actually play out E-Strike go again, but I guess you still actually don't get it. You don't get the turn. It doesn't actually come together.
Yeah.
So it is just going to be the 2 swings, but with 5 mites, I mean, this is going to be 9 go again with this frailty, and then we've got 1 big swing coming afterwards with the Bear Fangs.
Yeah, 9 go again into 10.
5 minus 1.
So 9.
I mean, a 19 damage turn. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's at 10, so I guess he can live.
He can live.
But it is going to put him squarely on the back foot. And it comes down
Yeah.
to what does Josh find off the top at that point. And considering, you know, he's playing Kayo, I think that you're going to find damage.
You're going to always damage, for sure. And Will's arsenal right now is the hamstring shot, so he has to at least keep a card to pitch because we're not on Tunic anymore. So
Take 6 unless you got something.
take in 6, unless you have something. Currently nothing that buffs a claw.
Yeah, yeah.
So taking 6 at 4, and then we're just going to see probably a swing for 10.
Bear Fangs.
And if we discard one of the blues, we might have drawn a card that might be good for Arsenal. So this is, it was looking really Will favored, but it's not looking great for our boy right now. Discard the
Discards the
blue,
blue.
which is what you want. This is for 10 damage.
It's 7, 8, 9, 10.
Looks like that's a couple of 2 blocks as well.
Yeah.
And he's got the amplifying arrow, so that can at least block 3.
So I think he has 8 block in hand, so Will has to give his whole hand.
Unless I missed it, and one of those is an additional 3 block. But even then, if you block 6, you're dead. So you actually you either have to give cross wrap or you have to give the entire hand.
I think Will is saying that he needs at least to do something on his turn because the hamstring shot is lethal. So, well, Josh doesn't have armor, so I think you have to do this play.
I fully agree. Oh, it was Spire Sniping Yellow, not a buff. So it is 2, 3 blocks here.
Block for 7.
Block for 7, take 3, go to 1. You're in reckless swing range, not where you want to be, but sometimes
you have no choice,
You have
right?
no
So
choice.
you have to actually throw something back. But considering how many non-6s we've seen from Josh, I think it's possible that Reckless is not in the base.
Yeah, that's true.
Just there was, you know, you're already running Tear Limb from Limb. You're running Cast Bones, so you need to have it be as low as possible on non-6s.
Right. Yeah, so maybe he put in Tail Limb for them over Reckless. Maybe that's
possible.
his switch. So,
The glide path.
yeah,
See the
we see-
hand.
Oh, is his arsenal a 0 cost? I thought it was a hamstring shot. I could be.
Oh, just Azalea. Because Read the Glide Path lets you opt.
Interesting to
We
not
found
just
a
take.
pump, and he's just conceding.
He didn't take the guaranteed pitch for arrow
Wow.
play.
Do you have a halfway decent hand?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Surprising. Just decides that it's not enough. We look at the hand here. It was Wild Ride, Bare
Yeah.
Fangs,
And we'll play.
Blue and
Right.
Pass Bones. But interesting from Will to not go for the guaranteed damage. I think it at least gives a chance.
A chance
to
of-
stay in the
yeah.
game, right?
So we see our card guy going down from the blind Azalea, getting second place in our stream match.
Yeah, second place on
Thank you,
stream.
Ethan.
The winner in second place. He went top 2.
He did get top 2 on our stream match, so I
That's top
mean,
2.
still impressive. 0-1, not super where you want to be in an event, but it is 8 rounds today, so just win out, Will, and we'll see you later on stream.
Look, and I mean, it is the power of scab skins, right? It is, you know, being able to get those extra 2 cast bones, absolutely massive to be able to get those 2 action points, and I think really solid to set up that big Blood Rush to actually bring himself back into the game, because Josh was really out of it until that Blood Rush Beast Within that he had put together that still actually was able to present, you know, that 19 damage and actually bring things back.
I think it was like 40 to 28 at one point. Like, it didn't look super good for our KO player, but showing the power of scab skins, like, I think Josh not hitting either or both of those, you probably lose the game. Like,
yeah, he might have needed both. Definitely needed one.
Definitely needed one of them. Yeah. So hitting a 3, 2, or 1 on both of those, you probably are out of that game. So action points are good.
Action points are quite good. Yeah. I know people complain about scabs quite a bit. You know, card's been around forever. It's how it goes. It's what happens sometimes. Azalea gets to dominate massive on-hit effects, and KO does a lot of damage and gets to roll scabs.
Yeah, and sometimes gets extra action points. Sometimes they end their own turn. So
exactly.
Yeah, it's a give and take for sure. But really cool round 1. It's really awesome to see two of the more highly represented decks, one of them winning the calling recently on Azalea. And then KO being this deck that's mostly damage, and I think a lot of people have gotten off it. It was like a pretty low conversion deck at PT. Like during the CC rounds, I think it was like only like a 50% conversion or like 50% win rate or something. Like not very high, but people still sold on the deck. I mean, you at least have good numbers.
Yeah, I think part of it is just like everyone brings the deck, right? Like there's so many players that are bringing the deck. And because of that, so many people are trying to tech for it, right? You see Balance of Justice in just about every single list. And it's a lot of KO. We see Hold the Line is up to like $25 on TCG Player because people also want to play that direct. And there's a lot of, these are good ways to answer KO. And it can give a lot of percentage points to a lot of decks that already have good matchups.
Right.
And so I can see the deck, even though it's so consistent, finding some issues to be consistent for everyone all the time.
Right. Especially because not super easy to clear dragons either, and Dromai's still here. So you do have poppers, but it's hard to clear the allies if you don't have a popper, because KO does have a lot of 5s, and those aren't poppers when you block with them. KO's ability is only when you reveal them or discard them with their 6s. So the Dromai matchup, not super free like a lot of brutes might think. So we actually are going to have Will get on. We'll have a little interview with him, and we'll console him about the blind Azalea at the end of the game there. But we're going to go to a brief break, and then we'll have Will on.
Sweet.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm here with Will Bradshaw of TheCardGuyz. Tough round one, but
round one.
overall, I'm wondering how are the Card Guyz feeling coming into Battle Hardened Atlanta? You know, kind of home turf, right? You got to defend it.
We are feeling great. It is fantastic to have everybody here in town. Some of the coolest cats I know in the world of Flesh and Blood. This is our home turf, and it's honestly a wonderful city. You can't really do wrong in the city of ATL. Please come and visit, play some cards.
Perfect. I mean, we got the turnout, right? 147 people for this Battle Hardened is pretty sweet during
Not too
PQ
shabby.
season, right?
Not too shabby.
And so I want to ask you a bit about the prep for the team coming in, because you guys are on, you know, quite a variation of decks, right? And if Josh was here, I'm sure he'd be on another unique one with Dory. But we got a couple victors. You're on Azalea, and we got Katsu. So what kind of led to picking Azalea for yourself?
Well, Azalea has honestly just felt very good for a while now. My interest was piqued after Outsiders when she first got the boost to her arsenal, so to speak. But it just seems like with all the innovations from other players, it's just gotten better and better. And honestly, I have a ton of fun with her, so why not play the deck I have fun with?
All right, yeah, fair enough. Of course. You got to play what's fun. That's the most important thing in Flesh and Blood. That's why we play this game. But looking at the card guys that are here, right? We got Nathan, Ed, Sebastiano, and yourself. Who do you kind of got your money on? Who do you feel like is, you know, the best bet to take this down?
Well, I had the money on myself, but then a few scab skin rolls didn't go my way, so I'm going to move that over to Nathan. Nathan is a fantastic card player. He's been just a big name in the scene for a while now, or a big enough name, I should say. A wonderful guy, wonderful player. I'd really like to see him kick some butt today.
All right. Well, I want to ask you a little bit about the game, because we got to the end of the game and there was the blind Azalea, and I was just wondering kind of what your thought process was that led to needing blind Azalea there. Was it just feeling like you had to win on that turn?
Well, my other option was just to shoot I believe it was a hamstring shot for 5,
Right.
which is fine. He'd have to give me a card at least, probably 2 cards, I would guess. But he was at 3, and I kind of wanted to go for the gusto. I was hoping for that blind Azalea to just snap him out of the game. Maybe it wasn't right. Who knows? But hey, we call it a kickflip in the Azalea community. When you go for a blind Azalea and you land it, it's a kickflip. There, I've tripped and scratched up my knee.
but it makes sense, right? Because there's no guarantee that you can survive whatever turn he's got off of just playing the turn out with just 5 damage, and then just going into, hey, maybe you just win off the top and just get it done right away. So I get that. I definitely feel that makes sense. But as we're going forward, you know, the Card Guyz, how's the team dynamic been for the group? You know, with the prep and getting everything ready to go.
Fantastic. We are we work hard, we play hard, but we are not exactly a results-oriented, gotta do the best no matter what style team. We kind of play with a more casual attitude. We have more fun, and we do play very competitively, but we're not looking to be the absolute best. We're just looking to be pretty darn good. So keep an eye out.
Pretty darn good. Could be good enough for sure.
Look good while doing it.
Yeah,
Just gotta
right.
start looking at that jersey. Sheesh.
The jerseys are great. Absolutely love them. I mean, are there any big shout-outs that you want to make? You know.
Who do I want to shout out? Well, honestly, got to shout out all the Card Guyz. Got to shout out all the lovely wives of the Card Guyz. Not that I have one, but everyone who does. The Card Wives really support everybody on the team. They are wonderful. Every once in a while, they force us to wedge a Disney trip into a tournament weekend, but that's fine. That's fun.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, you're on Azalea. Are there any decks that you're looking out there that you think are, you know, maybe the best deck in the format that you have to really
nobody
watch
in
out for?
chat is going to believe this, but when Dromai goes away, keep your eyes peeled. There's a certain ranger that's going to rise to the top, and he's fat and, well, I shouldn't say ugly, but he has an acquired taste.
All right, well, thank you, Will. I mean, we're gonna send it off to a break, but thanks for talking to me, and we'll catch you guys for the next round.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Just wanted to hop on, even though I'm not camera ready, to talk to everyone real quick in the lovely chat. Oh, let's see. There's a poll for us. Who shall we vote for? Okay, it actually doesn't let me vote because I guess I created it. We'll end that poll. Anyway, hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. This is going to be a pretty fun event. I think the casters are bringing in a lot of high energy for the day. Honestly, an expectation of... I mean, I actually thought like we needed a lot of energy going into this event because maybe it would be a small turnout. It's ProQuest weekend after all. It's the same meta. Dromai's still here. I was kind of expecting maybe like 90-ish players, like on the smaller end of the Battle Hardened. But in actuality, this is massive. Massive. We're at 147 people, as you can see above, at this Battle Hardened in Atlanta. Everyone is just such a good vibe here. So we're going to have a lot of good personalities, a lot of good games coming to the stream throughout the day. Just an update. We do have a backup game, but I didn't cut to it because we only had about 2 minutes left in the round. However, a couple games have gone significantly over time, so that's why there's a little bit of an extra bumper here. But we generally will be able to swap to a backup game round by round. There's only the two-person casting team because this is the Battle Hardened level. It's more of a skeleton crew. So we probably won't do that throughout the entire day. Got to give them some time to breathe for sure. But there you go. That's kind of the plan for the day. As you can see, we're on the Card Guyz YouTube channel because they have jumped in to actually sponsor the entire event. I wasn't totally sure that I was going to come out to this event. You know, it's a whole flight, and that can be pretty tough for the Battle Hardens. I generally go when it's drivable. But the Card Guyz jumped in and said, hey, well, actually, to be fair, I reached out to them. We collabed on this idea of trying to give them a unique opportunity, get all their teammates on camera, make sure that, you know, with the diverse team that they are, we show off all the different heroes, all the different players throughout the day. So hopefully one of them we can at least start to follow towards top 8. You know, there's 4 very good players here. Unfortunately, Will did lose, but I think Nathan won. He's going to be our next feature. And so we're just going to follow them throughout the day onto their top 8 journey. The whole theme of this is not only Goodbai Dromai, hashtag, but to go ahead and give the Card Guyz some of the spotlight because they are fantastic community members. And I think, I mean, if you're on this channel, you already know how much they do for the community with their consistent streams. I think it's one of the coolest things in the Flesh and Blood community is this diverse streaming troupe that they've like built up. They're not just a competitive team, but every day of the week, almost every day, a different teammate actually streams and shows off their different skills and thought processes, and I just absolutely love that. So I've been a huge fan of the Card Guyz on the content front, also good friends with them across the board. So I'm pretty excited for the day. Anyway, just checking in with everybody to let you know kind of the differences that we're going to be going through with the coverage today. It's not as fancy. It's not all the crazy camera actions. It's not the full-fledged casting team that you're going to see at, of course, stuff like Callings and Pro Tours, but we're still going to try to put on a pretty fun show for you this weekend. So good luck in all of your Pro Quests. You know, hopefully as you play your Pro Quests, you've got maybe tell your LGS to go ahead, throw the coverage on, right? Just turn on the TV, throw the coverage on in the background, and hey, have fun. Flesh and Blood is a freaking fantastic game. I think that's been proved by the absolute rally of the Southern community to show up and present 147 players, unfortunately making this an 8-round Swiss event, but 147 players on a ProQuest weekend in a meta that is literally like the last weekend of this meta. You know, I don't want to call it stale. It's a very fun meta, but it's just crazy to me that we had the turnout that we did. So anyway, hope you all enjoy. Unfortunately, still we don't have the next round paired yet just because of a couple games that went to time. But there we go. We'll be back momentarily, people, and I will try to avoid longer breaks like this in the future with that backup game. I see everyone in chat. Tudor, how many Card Guyz are playing today? We've got 4. The only person who's not here is Josh. Josh is still gallivanting around. I don't think he's in Hong Kong anymore, but he flew to Hong Kong right after the Pro Tour, and I saw him in Phuket. So I don't know where he went after Phuket, but just a few days ago when I was in Thailand, I did see Josh. So don't know where he's at, but he's not here this weekend. So instead we've got Sebastiano Cavallo, on Katsu. Really excited to see him. Hopefully he does well. Nathan Crawford on Victor. I absolutely love watching Nathan play. He's really funny as well, so those hot mics will hopefully do him justice. We had Will Bradshaw on Azalea, and then Ed Knight is also on Victor. So not insane diversity. I do wish Ed was on Bravo or something, but there we go. We'll be following those players throughout the day, and we'll see what matchups they get. Yeah, a lot of locals in the Huntsville area didn't come out to the Battle Hardened due to 2 PQs locally this weekend. Penrose, I totally understand that. That's why I really thought this turnout would be like maybe half. Josh went on his own little world tour. Yeah, he's loving it. That's the right way to celebrate doing well at a tournament, right? Get that tournament money and just hit the road and go. If I won the next big event I win, that isn't just, what did I win last? A Super Army. A Super Army can't pay for my ticket to South America, but next time I win something big, I'm probably going to go hit up Chile. But there we go. That's it. Quick break. I think the next round, people are starting to mingle. We'll get the next round coming in just a second. See ya in a bit.
right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. We got the stream sponsored by TheCardGuyz and brought to you by Savage Feeds, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy. We're getting ready for round 2. We're going to be following Nathan Crawford for this one. He's playing Victor, and we know he's going up against the Dromai.
Yes, I was lied to on Nathan Crawford's last stream where he said he was going to play Viserai. But I talked to him after last round. He did win. He's playing Victor. That he decided to pivot last minute because he's played a lot of Victor, so he's used to it. But he was worried about the strays he would get from people playing Warmongers after Azalea did really well recently. So on Victor, and we're going to see that gameplay as we move into our round 2 now.
Yep, let's take it in and see what he's got. It's the horse versus the dragon.
Yes, we have the gold main itself, the horse with its nameless rider, and then we have Dromai on the other side. So nice to see some Dromai before she's likely gone this weekend.
Yeah, it's very Jaime Lannister versus Daenerys on the other side. Very Game of Thrones matchup.
Wow, we do have the Game of Thrones matchup right now. This is, I think it used to be Guardians had like a hard time getting through Dromai, but I think Victor actually has the tools to do enough pressure with things like E-Strike and the Zealous, and people even playing out muscle now, like having so many go again options, so where you can clear like the Uvia and still pressure, or just pressure 12 or 15 at the Dromai. And Golden Sun is a card. Yeah,
Golden Sun is absolutely insane. That card is beastly. Basically, like, one of the big game plans of Victor is just resolve 3 Golden Suns in the game, and the games where you resolve 3 Golden Suns a lot of times are just the ones that you're winning.
You're probably winning that game.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly Outmuscle I think has been a really huge card for some of these matchups that have been harder for Guardian in the past. In fact, you know, I was memeing about him beating a Kano, right? He beat Majin Bay in the Pro Tour, but one of the big things was just every turn having go again. Every single turn having an Outmuscle or a Rouse or an E-Strike, so that you can actually present that much damage. And if you're doing that every single turn, suddenly, you know, the Kano has to blow you up immediately, right? Or the Dromai, in this case, has to, you know, actually be able to try and construct a board while you're still being able to clear everything with the go again. Right. And there's enough sources that the deck actually makes it work, right? It's like 9 sources of go again.
Right. Like, the problem before with Guardians is, like, for the most part, it was, I have to kill your dragon, so I'm using my hammer at dragon, then I'm passing, and I'm just doing this over and over. And the Dromai has enough time to build up a board state with Dust and the gloves and Ghostly Visit and all that stuff. But now with all this go again, like, the Dromai doesn't have the life as a resource really to, like, stay alive long enough to make that a reality.
All right, and we'll see if Nathan still has kind of those out muscles. I know some lists were running them, some cut them. I'm actually very curious to see like how much go again Nathan actually ends up bringing this time around, right? I've even seen E-Strikes phase out of certain decks, right? It's like, it's definitely, the Victors are kind of experimenting a lot still, because this deck, I think, still has room to kind of move around. It feels like a very tight deck. It feels like the spaces are very slim, but you know, the players are continuing to innovate as this seems to be the favored Guardian at this point. And we even saw, you know, that new Victor card looking pretty spicy.
Yeah, we were talking about the new Victor card. Really interesting. I mean, like we said, at worst, it's a 1-cost Gorganian tome, and at its best, it's a Nimblism that replaced itself, and yeah, really good card.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest part of it is just the Victor effect of drawing a card after making a gold. So your effect, you know, you make the gold for the 1, but you're actually getting a gold, getting a card, and then if you have three might, it becomes a very powerful blue.
Yeah.
When it actually has everything online.
And then you have gold, so if you have a Golden Sun next turn, it's 13 overpower, not
That's true.
Not 10 overpower.
And that's terrifying.
Yeah, it's
13 overpower is pretty good.
You might need that.
So we see that Nathan is a Tunic believer. I know a lot of people are just always on the tectonic plating, but the Tunic turns on things like, I don't know if you ever heard of it, CNC Pummel.
Oh, yeah. I think that's happened to me 1 or 2 times in this game. Never excited about it. But I also want to talk about Anothos being used by Nathan Crawford here. This is something that's actually phased out of a couple of Victor decks. I know a lot of the blue pitch players actually played just Titan's Fist as the other option alongside the Miller's Grindstone, and always played Shield.
That's so interesting, yeah, because I think in this matchup, I think it is correct to have a weapon that does 6 damage, because if not, clearing Uvia is really difficult, and that's one of the dragons that you definitely want to be getting rid of.
And we're just going to start things off with 7 Dominate with the Terra Sunder. Unfortunately, the discard is not going to really matter at all, but it is extra damage, right? The Dominate effect is quite good.
Yeah, you play this because of Dominate right now. You want to get some free life damage while you can, so this is going to leak 3 damage because we have the Seeker's Mitch, which will prevent 1 damage, and Davis gets to have an Ash, which is great. So Davis thinking,
Discard 2.
Oh, he can sand cover, actually. He can use the Ash he just created to sand cover and take nothing. That actually might be Ah.
it's valuing the ash more.
Yeah.
It feels almost worthwhile though, because generally you're going to be able to generate the ash easy enough anyways. But I suppose it is possible that you drop a whole hand that actually just doesn't even let you generate ash at all.
Yeah. Like during the top 8 of Pro Tour, we did see some hands from the Dromai player that won, where it was just 4 dragons, and we had to see some IP penalties happen. So maybe just scared of that happening, where you have no ash and some dragons.
I might have missed the extra card, but could he not have played Sand Cover and then doesn't that activate Furnace? So he could actually pitch into Furnace and actually recreate the ash?
I think his last card was a blue Dust Up, so his last card in hand was not a red.
That would explain it.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
That would have
makes
been
sense.
amazing.
Yeah, because I was like, I'm not the biggest Dromai player, but I was like, that feels like a very
really
good
good
thing
play.
that could have been done there. But no, a blue, that absolutely makes sense.
Yeah.
And that makes the decision, I think, a little bit more understanding, making sure that you have an ash on this next turn.
Yeah, and here's the dragon we were talking about. Here is Uvia resolving. So we have 2 ash now because we pitched 2 reds, and this is a dragon that Nathan almost certainly wants to hit with an Othos next turn. And this is such a good turn
rush
for Davis. I mean, you have 2 things that Nathan wants to clear, and you can't clear both unless he has some sort of method of go again into Uvia that's 6 power.
Yeah, and instead, Nathan has, I believe, CNC Pummel.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
it's Pummel in the arsenal, or CNC in the arsenal, and he just drew up a Pummel. I actually wonder if well, there's actually no arsenal here for
Yeah.
Davis, or else I was like, do you ever just like, fire that off? But with no arsenal, you actually probably want to hold off on it, try and find a way to actually just clear Uvia. But the problem with Tunic versus Tech Plate in a matchup like this, where you want to clear Uvia, is you can't actually just make the Seismic and Swing Hammer for 6. And I think that's actually why we've seen a lot of players go off of an Othos with this, because they actually just run Tunic. They don't run Tectonic Plating.
This is interesting. The Buckling Blow at face, not deciding to kill Uvia because this would, but you get to put a -1 counter on something like Crown of Providence or the Furnace, which is 2 value.
Yep, and I mean, this is guaranteed to crush pretty much. I mean, the Pummel is sitting in hand. There's no way Davis is actually just blocking over for a Pummel. So this is happening. The -1 counter is going to exist.
Because we see Davis does have an Oasis. He could pitch an Oasis if he does block 6, but I don't think we're going to see a 6 block here. It makes sense to block 3 because you're not getting crushed unless he has Pummel specifically, in which case you're getting crushed anyways.
So, yeah, I mean, this is pretty much saying I have Pummel because this is 6 attack and there's an Uvi on board.
Yep.
So like,
this
is always Pummel.
Yeah, unless you're on like Sigil, but yeah, there's no way. This is you're not gonna IP yourself here. So
the
certainly
question
Pummel.
just becomes: do you want to try and cover Pummel?
Ooh,
Break the Embers. Usually, you kind of want to play those out versus Guardian.
Yeah, that's so interesting. So we're gonna see him play the Oasis here.
Oh, and then it's a Sigil.
4, 5, 6.
Just play it.
True.
So no discard here. The Buckling Blow, does it happen still? This is 10 to 7? No. Or it does still happen. Yeah, 6 block to 10. So he still gets crushed, but he doesn't have to discard.
It's 7% prevention, right? Oasis is
4, and that's a 2 block in Rake.
Oh, Rake is a 2 block?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So are we not going to resolve the crush effect?
I missed 5 rune chance.
Oh, okay.
That's so interesting because, like,
yeah, I didn't know Rake was a 2 block.
Yeah, so that's 4 prevention. Maybe the healing maybe confused them, but I think resolving your crush effect there on the Furnace would have been amazing.
And I'm going to swing that Ashwing for 1, no Phantasm.
So Uvia is going to swing. I see, yeah. So because the life didn't change, because they just shortcutted the gaining and the taking of damage, I think they forgot the crush effect.
Yeah, but if he's taking 4 damage, then he actually should be at 36 because the heals would resolve before the damage, right? Because you have to resolve the instant speed unless you can respond to the Pummel trigger.
You can. You can respond to the Pummel
trigger. Respond to the Pummel trigger, so you could take the damage first and then heal. Okay.
Yep. Because the Oasis would
heal immediately,
and then he can do the Sigil whenever he wants to.
Okay, cool. Then the 37 would be correct.
Yeah. So Davis here just making an Ashwing off of Uvia does not have Phantasm because of passing Mirage. So we're just going to block it. Nathan doesn't want to IP himself or take damage. And Davis not going to attack the Uvia makes total sense because you don't want to...
Yeah, don't let it get popped.
Yeah.
It's +6 life on your board right now because Nathan does have to clear this at some point.
Yep. And Davis again off Arsenal, and Nathan I think is just waiting to resolve the CNC that he's put into Arsenal.
Passing.
killing passing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Steal this, turn on your poppers.
Yeah, I think the must kills are passing and Mirror Guy, so it makes sense. So we'll see if Davis decides to turn another Ash into Dragon, which we are. The mommy dragon here in Uvia just constantly making babies.
I guess also if you have passing Uvia on board, blocking with Rake the Embers can make a little bit more sense, just because like you're already going to be creating so many Ashwings.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think he probably didn't realize the crush was still going to happen, and they both forgot. This is interesting. So Davis, I think a lot of people who play Dromai are on. A lot of people are on like the red line Dromai version, but it looks like Davis is on Big Dragon, which typically plays more blues, like we saw the blue dust up. Yeah, we see Vincerica, and he pitched a Dracona Optimi, not a dragon you see very often in Dromai because it costs 6.
To be honest, I've never seen that card in my life.
Okay,
I don't even know what it is.
So it's like there's 3 big dragons. There's the 4 cost that rips a card.
Yeah, of
the
course.
5 cost that Tomultai that destroys armor, and then here's Dracona Optimi. It reveals the top 3 cards of your deck, and then you do Arcane to twice the number of reds. If you reveal 3 reds, it's 6 Arcane and 6 physical. This card's insane.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it costs 6, so it's really hard to resolve.
Never seen this card in my life.
Yeah, it's so good. So I think it's really cool that Davis on Dromai is likely last weekend is deciding to play all the dragons we can play.
Yeah, I got 2. Okay. Yeah. I overpitched. Yeah.
So overpitch here.
Yeah.
All right, so it takes out Uvia.
Yep.
Now there's still Necria to contend with on the board.
Necria, a really good dragon, yeah. I don't think Davis is ever going to have an Ash problem here.
No, probably not for the whole game. And this is where Rake ends up getting a lot scarier as well, right?
Yep. So yeah, playing blue sweeping blows, this definitely, if I'm Nathan, I think you realize if you saw the Dracona Optimi being pitched and you see all these blues, this is Big Dragon, which I think is actually better into Guardians if you're playing like the Dusts and stuff, because you have these dragons that if you do have no Phantasm on a Dracona Optimi or a Tomultai, it's like really hard to do anything about them other than give cards and hope to kill them on your turn.
Yeah, you have to deal with it and then deal 6. It's such a pain.
Yeah, and we do see Nathan correctly on No Rune Boots. That's definitely what you should be running against a Dromai, because arcane damage can kill you from the Burn Them All and also the Azalea.
Oh yeah, AB1 great against Dromai.
Yeah, people even used to play AB2 when Tomultai was running around even more, because Tomultai was guaranteed to probably kill one of your ABs. So we see Nathan popping a couple dragons, including a Chromai, and then popping an Ashwing as well.
Target you.
So now that we're on a on an arsenal, we see Davis being hit with that CNC, and
yeah, surely it's pummel.
Surely. You can't really play around it. If they have the pummel, they have it. You can't do too much about it unless you do have a stand cover or an Oasis.
Yeah, and it just depends if you want your arsenal. Really, you just block 6, and you're like, all right, please don't.
please
don't pummel me. I'd rather if you didn't pummel me.
Yeah.
Great.
And we've seen 1 pummel go already. That was used earlier. And a lot of victors are on 2 pummel. So it's possible maybe there's not that many left. I think he actually does have the pummel. I think it is the pummel. So Nathan drawing them, great times.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, with the CNC drawing it early, and then that's what you want. You want to play these 2 cards together, right?
Final block.
Oh. Is his arsenal sigil, so he doesn't care?
No reactions. Oh my gosh.
Rough.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, one great thing about CNC is it
34?
does not care about reactions.
You can just arsenal this if he wants.
Yeah.
Because, you already got the arsenal, the extra 4 damage in a card. It can be worth it, but you could also just wait for your next CNC, or you can wait for just a crush effect that you really want to get through.
No, I think this is really good to be patient with it. We see another Uvia being resolved. Another one of those must-kill dragons. We have 2 big dragons now on board that...
Not going to convert.
So we're not going to convert one to Ashwing. He wants to keep 2 Ash up, which makes sense.
I mean, Nathan's played very patient. He's still at 40 life. He's been able to chip Davis down just a little bit here. He's dealt with 1 Uvia, 1 more on the board that he's got to deal with, and he's getting through some of these dragons that can be a pain for the deck. And there's not just like a flood of Ashwings yet. There's 2 of them, but it's not like a board state that he can't continue to come back from.
Right. Oh, we see Nathan on Humble. Not a card that you see that often, but it is a popper, and there are a lot of heroes that care about their hero abilities. So definitely a cool card. And I do like Nathan being patient with the pummel, especially if it's his last one. If he's like some victors that are only on 2, it makes sense to want to hold it when it's going to be more impactful. So kill the Uvia makes sense. That's definitely one of the ones you want to get rid of. And we see Oh, he
Ooh,
is
there's
on
the third. Yeah.
He is on 3 pummels. So draw CNC pummel again. This is a
Oh,
dragon.
It's the third CNC, third pummel.
Yeah, it is. Maybe earlier than you want to see him, but if Davis ends up this turn on an Arsenal, maybe something that Nathan will do. But now with Mirror Guy out, you really have to clear that.
Yeah, it actually makes it very rough because now you're sitting with pummel and Arsenal, pummel in hand, and you need to kill Mirror Guy. So you actually aren't able to really go for a pummel turn.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Necessarily here. The exception maybe could be if Davis Arsenals, and you have enough resources to go CNC pummel, and just try and take the turn. And then if Davis can't do anything on his turn anyway, you get your next turn to kill Mirror Guy. It's just a way to try and like fix this hand state that's maybe not the best. And if he's on exactly blue CNC pummel, that's enough resources.
That is enough, yeah. So we see a red dust up ending the turn here after swinging with Necria. Nathan takes the Necria damage because it has no Phantasm. It's for vanilla damage. And then dust up here, maybe something you don't want to give him the hit trigger for. It's just another Ashwing that you could pop, but we'll see what Nathan decides to do. It is another 4 damage.
Yeah, I mean, the question just becomes with these pummels, right? Like, what do you want to do with them?
Yeah.
And he's holding on to the CNC considering a block. So that would take away kind of that idea of just playing this double pummel out and going for it that way.
Yeah, I mean, we could still see a CNC pummel. It's likely Davis is going to end the turn here on an Arsenal because this does not have go again. And we gave up the crown for a 1 block, not wanting to give him the Ashwing, which is interesting.
So I'm really interested in what Nathan's turn is. Oh, it was an out muscle.
Out muscle.
Pummel. Okay, we thought the pummel was there. It was an out muscle instead. That makes a lot more sense then, right?
Yes.
This turn cycle is a lot more clear. You can out muscle through the Mirror Guy, and then you can actually still just those for 6.
Yep,
that's really solid.
Makes sense. And now you get to Arsenal the pummel. So now that is certainly an Arsenal pummel that is going to happen here. But he is on the out muscle, like we were talking about earlier. This is one of those cards that, on top of Zealous and on top of E-Strike, you have probably 9 cards that allow you to do go again, which is a lot. So doing overkill on the Mirror Guy, but you gotta get rid of that.
Yeah, but that's what out muscle's in here for anyway, right? It's
clear stuff.
You just play the red because it's better in any other matchup that you're actually going to play this out muscle in.
Right. And it looks like Davis actually might give cards here to the Anathos for 6. Oh, there's the other one of the trio. There's Dominia.
Yeah, I know that one.
There you go. Definitely one of the more popular ones. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
To use the Oasis on a hammer. He must have a card he wants to get in Arsenal, so he wanted to use that. And Davis also healing another life, so we've healed 5 life so far. And on our turn, I think one of our cards was a Rabble, so we're going to start with that. Does reveal a red. Rabble a little bit more risky when you're playing more blues. I used to play Big Dragon Dromai, and the number of times I flipped that blue dust up, blue sweeping blow, man. But we do hit the red, so 4 go again. And this does not have Phantasm, so Nathan gonna have to either block this or take some damage here.
Yeah, a lot of times you end up just being cool taking the vanilla damage against these decks because you just I want to block with I want to block when it's popping. I want to block when it's getting something done, and it just depends more on what's in the hand. And we see a Golden Sun, but no gold yet. And
yeah, we haven't seen any clash.
Not running the shield, right?
Yeah, right. And we don't see any clash cards. We see a Wallop, a Debilitate.
It's an out muscle.
And out muscle, and then the Golden Sun, yeah.
And you're on Tunic, so this can, if you actually get to keep the whole hand, you get to go out muscle, and then you can use the Tunic resource with the extra blue and just Golden Sun.
Yeah.
It's a pretty solid turn.
So we're going to play the Burn Them All. So I find it interesting that he used the Oasis from Arsenal last turn. It was just on a hammer, and we're not arsenaling a card, but now we're doing an Ashwing for 1 Arcane, which Nathan either has to take our Picture Hole card for, or use the Tunic for, which might be the move.
Oh, AB1,
Okay, so this means he's going to pop by using the Tunic. It means he doesn't want to keep the play of out muscle into Golden Sun. So instead, just going to have out muscle into an Othos, which is 1 damage less, and you save the Tunic counter for something else, so block all the damage.
Yep, yeah. From a numbers perspective, definitely makes sense. Your Tunic is going to tick up now anyways, and you can still do 12 damage this turn. You can clear the Necria, and then go face again for 6. So Davis will actually have no dragons left on board. And I assume that's what we're going to see here. We do know the Arsenal is a pummel, but I don't think it's happening on this.
No, yeah. This turn's definitely just 2 attacks. Out muscle just makes that so.
I mean, 3 card 12. It's really good. We like those numbers. Interesting Nathan is tanking on this. I feel like out muscle at dragon, hammer at face is probably the move.
Yeah, we saw him check the arsenal as well, like thinking about this pummel. So is he gonna pummel a Nothos and just arsenal out muscle?
Yeah, so yeah, because I guess he doesn't care too much about Necri, especially since there does have Phantasm now. So this is that
How many cards?
cheeky Anathos go from 4 to 10 play.
How many cards?
Yeah.
Because once you pitch the other card for the pummel, it then moves from 4 to 6 to 10. So
A lot more than 60 or just close to 60? I'll be honest. I don't know. It's probably going to be more than 60.
Okay.
He's asking for cards in deck. Yeah, asking for cards in deck.
so Davis said he's not 100% sure,
No,
but
yeah, I just need to know if it's like close to 60 or like 70.
and Nathan wanting to know number of cards.
He's thinking about
Sure,
fatigue.
you're good.
He's thinking about fatigue, big
Right.
dragon. This matchup can push towards
you're
fatigue.
good. Here.
Yeah, no, this is
There's more cards.
Guardian Dromai matchup. Definitely can be one of those that go long.
Wait, can I just say, I love that answer.
It's
I
like,
don't know. Honestly, I'm going to use
don't
that every
know.
time. How many cards do you present? Actually, I don't know.
A lot of them. I put them all in there.
It could have been 30. It could have been 30. It could have been 60. I didn't really.
Oh, it's actually a blitz deck, man.
Wait, have I had the wrong Battle Hardened? So yeah, we're seeing Davis think about this block here. I think this is a pretty telegraph pummel. There's no way that you're just gonna keep 2 cards in hand here and not do something.
Yeah, I guess you would have like pitched, right? Like
Yeah.
why use your tunic resource if you're not utilizing the hand? It feels like it's
Yes,
better to
you would've
save
just picked
it.
the card, yeah, 100%.
This is like pretty interesting to me, right? Because you're giving up pummels like on hit to just make it damage, valuing that out muscle so much, and valuing potentially just like third Uvia, or just another one of those dragons that you really need to deal with out muscle specifically.
Yeah.
And just being like, okay, I'm down to just attack your life total here instead, which was interesting asking about cards in deck, right? Because thinking about fatigue, thinking about that plan, whereas this play is very much trying to bring down that life total.
Right. And I think Davis has 3 dragons in hand, so we could see a. Can we see? Yeah, we can see a double dragon turn, which is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's Chromai Miragai as well, which is really, really scary.
Yeah, is Davis thinking on a discard right now? Because this.
It was the CNC. CNC, you took 3 from 30.
I think they're just discussing what the current life total should be right now.
Yeah. So, it gets good. So then
I
minus
think-
7 would be 27. Okay.
I
This
think
was just-
he should be 1 life lower, so there it is.
No, it's good.
And-
No discard because it's on the hammer. Oh, okay.
Yep, and so Nathan reminding him when pummel is on a weapon, it does not
just
have a
so.
discard effect.
It's fine. Everything is okay right now.
So now we go to Davis's turn, where I assume we're going to see Miragai Chromai, or Chromai
Yeah,
Miragai.
yeah, of course. We get the extra action points, but all the Ashwings are gone, so there's not like a lot of extra pokes coming through with the extra AP. Now, of course, Chromai being protected, this ends up being a turn that, hey, that out muscle is going to look very good because Nathan has the ability to just take care of Miragai if that hits the board with the out muscle, and then if he wants, he can either threaten life total or just deal with Chromai because it just get rid of all the threatening dragons.
Very interesting to me that
Wow,
Davis didn't play
okay.
Miragai, then swing with
Just
Chromai.
swinging with Chromai.
Yeah, just swings with Chromai, and now playing the Kyloria, which
Okay.
I think just eats another popper.
Yeah, if it swings, I mean, it's just going to get popped again.
Well, Nathan's hand actually only has 1 popper, maybe 0 poppers. Because one of them is a...
Yeah, we see Rouse and Zealous Belting, and then I'm trying to catch that third.
Oh,
is
no,
it
he has
third
no
pummel?
popper.
He actually has no popper.
Pummel.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, I would say this is maybe not ideally what you would do with this hand, but Davis correctly playing the Kyloria on the no popper. Like, sometimes it just works out. So I think they might have forgotten the Arcane Ping on the
The one.
first dragon.
Yeah, on the
attack.
first dragon for Burn Them All, but
Yep.
I
think,
suppose
yeah, it'll
happening
happen
that it
now.
doesn't really change anything.
yeah, it'll happen now.
Attacked with.
It was my attack with,
It wasn't the Ashwing, right?
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it was something else. So that means it didn't. You didn't banish last turn.
Oh, I didn't banish last
Yeah,
time?
yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
I can, if you want me to get rid of it. That's fine.
I think because we're on stream, I think we have to roll it. Right.
Yep. So Nathan
So I'm
just
just gonna block.
to correct the board state because Davis did not
I knew
pay
I did
cost
that.
for his burn them
Nice.
all last turn. It's just gonna end up
Run two
going
names.
away.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
not
Nathan
like
giving
this
2
round,
cards to the
honestly.
Kyloria. Kyloria sticks around, but now we're just gonna hammer that Kyloria.
Yeah, that's a bit rough to lose a Burn Them All. But there's another one in hand now for Davis, so
Yeah.
we'll see if you can just reestablish Burn Them All and get that Arcane rolling once again.
It'll be interesting to see if Davis is on any Ash. We haven't seen any of the Dust cards. I think you probably need some amount of those to have like a Guardian end board, end state of the game. Like the Dromai Ash is insane. Vincerikai Ash is super good. So we haven't seen any yet. Maybe he is on some.
Yeah, the Vincerikai Ash can be so annoying because it's like 1 health dragon. It's like, do I really? Do I have to swing at this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna attack this thing. You're telling me I have to hit this?
So we see a Kyloria popped, and then we're just gonna sigil, go to 30. And this is why Nathan asked for cards in deck, because
yeah, I mean this game it's gonna go long. It's the way that this works, and a lot of times that's why you see that ghostly touch brought in by the Dromai, because the game just goes so long. It ends up attacking for like 20, 25, and then you just save a passing barrage.
Here's a card you don't see.
It's a way to win.
Not often, but this is like you mentioned, having these like ways of winning the game is he has a time snap potion in hand. So that's not a card you see that often, but it can be one of those ways of getting around the fact that stuff's going to get popped. You have 2 action points.
Yep, and also adding to the blue base, a lot of different classes are adding time snap to the blue base for Prism.
Yep, the
And
ALS.
So, for the ALS loop. I don't know. I guess that's still kind of relevant in Dromai as well to be able to get around the ALS loop.
Yeah, because Dromai doesn't really have a way of generating. I mean, I guess you have.
Take 3.
I guess that wouldn't even work either. You have Dromai, but that
Dromai doesn't. He doesn't gen the action point, right? Because it's the attack doesn't even happen. So yeah, I mean it could be Prism tech, but also there's other ways that this actually works in Dromai.
Right.
In other matchups, like even in this Guardian matchup where there's a lot of poppers.
Right. So we're going to see pitch a Fate for Scene. We're going to play Yendrai. This can be one of the dragons that's a little bit stickier because of the endurance counter, but one nice thing is that an Anothos for 6 still kills the Yendrai, because the endurance counter only stops 3 damage and it has 3 life. We are going to play the time snap. So we have some sort of
I never know where to put
end board that we're looking for to finish this game that maybe relies on some extra action points.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of go again in this hand. The test of strength actually still in the deck to be able to block some of the attack action. Sometimes against Dromai, we see all of the kind of clashes sided out just because of the fact that you can't actually clash versus dragons. But at the end of the day, test of strength is still a 4 block. So more likely, like, take Trounce out as a 3 block that doesn't do that much. But test of strength, it blocks 4. It's still a good card.
Yeah, no, test of strength makes sense, because if you are blocking an attack action, it replaces itself, because you're probably going to win that clash. They have a lot of non-attacks in their deck, and you have a gold for your Golden Sun, so it makes sense to keep this in here. And like you mentioned, it's a 4 block, so you can stop a Kyloria with 1 card.
And most of their attack actions attack for 4, so it's actually, it kind of lines up perfectly.
Yeah. So this is a red Debilitate. This is one of those kind of flex spots for Victor where people put different. Sometimes it's red Disable, it costs more, but in Victor sometimes you do have leftover cards anyways. Like Nathan actually might be left over with the card here. We do have the Pummel in Arsenal. We do know about that. So this could be pitch and Pummel on this Debilitate. And the first attack gets -2. So the one nice thing about Debilitate is it's cheap. It only costs 4. And if you pitch 2 blues, you always have 2 floating for the Pummel. And if you're playing the chess piece, you can, with a Seismic Surge, just play this with 1 card.
Yeah, and if not, every 3 turns, Tunic, you just play with a blue.
Yeah, right.
1 blue, and you get to throw it out. So on this turn, that was, possible, but with the pitch and having so many extra cards, you don't actually need to use it. So this Tunic actually, Nathan's been able to keep a Tunic at 3 floating for a lot of this game, right? He did use one earlier for AB, and I think a lot of times we actually will see this used for AB, but being able to kind of hold on to that and have it threatening is really, really solid.
Yeah, so we are going to see,
there
pitch
it is. Red with a
and Tunic for the Pummel.
Yellow Pummel?
Oh, he's on yellow Pummel. That is yellow Pummel. So Nathan's saying, I know some people only play 2 reds. I'm going to play more than 3 reds.
4, 5, probably 4. There's no way it's like multiple yellow Pummels, right? It's got to be one.
It's got to be the one. I can't imagine. But I mean, Pummel's a good card.
It is great. It's a fantastic card. And hey, people talk about how Bravo, like, crush effects are not as good on Victor because you actually don't have the evasion, right?
Yep.
So just add more Pummels. And then you can actually get the crush effect
you just
and the discard.
You have Bravo's ability, kind of. You have Disruption. I can't play Crippling Crush, but I just have a lot of Pummels.
I'll just play more Pummels.
Yeah.
The endurance counter.
So fixing the board state, Yendrai does come in with the endurance counter, and that is a mandatory trigger, so just fixing that.
Yep.
Playing a Passing Mirage and passing, and Nathan has a hand of blues.
More go again, though. I mean, he's got the ability to just go Zealous Belting and then Hammer, and he can still put an Arsenal down. off of that. But just going to hammer the Passing Barrage and Arsenal. I believe the Zell is up-belting because the other thing was a Thunderquake, and that's probably not being put there unless you're heaving it there.
So we do see a dust in hand. This is the Vincerakai one, the Red Desert.
Yep.
So this is the one that will be really helpful with... one great thing about Time Snap Potion is you can crack the Time Snap, play a passing, and then play some sort of or attack with your dragons, or you can play a dust and then resolve that dragon onto the dust immediately. So because the dust do not have go again. Yeah. So Time Snap kind of a cool tech with the big dragon deck.
Swing into right.
This game is going slow enough that I feel like Davis can still, he has the time to just develop the dust naturally and be able to look for Vincerakai. We saw him pitch one away earlier, so we'll see when he actually finds the next one.
And Dracona Optimi actually is a win condition. Like if you pitch deck that with some blues afterwards, card's really good.
It was pitched next to 2 reds, but I assume he might have been able to pitch. I actually don't remember if he was able to pitch blues to follow it, but it is something to look out for when that comes back around, because we should be getting the second cycle in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And he could draw it with reds and then Arsenal and then draw some blues and then resolve it. So we have seen a lot of the Arsenal hate gone. So I think we've seen 2 CNCs gone.
We've seen all 3.
All 3 CNCs. Yeah. So we are playing out our dust from the Red Desert here. So this is the Vincerakai one. And Vincerakai, really good dragon when it doesn't have Phantasm. I mean, even by default, it's really good. But without Phantasm, super strong. So like this dust says here, while it's under a permanent other than Vincerakai, it has Phantasm. Basically saying if Vincerakai is on this, it doesn't have Phantasm. So we're going to Zealous into the Mirror Guy, which you got to kill that card. And then we might see a hammer into the Yendurai just to get rid of it, or a hammer at face.
Yeah, I always hate throwing damage at Yendurai when I'm playing a deck with so many poppers because, like, I'll just pop it. Yeah. Like, it requires 2, it's kind of like a lot of damage to try and get through, whereas, you can usually just pop, but it is still 6 damage, so it just clears it in 1 hit instead of having to go multiple hits through it.
Yeah, and Davis's end board state is something with multiple dragons, so just, like, starting him from scratch again is pretty good, too. Oh, Nathan's hand
a lot of reds.
Heavy. Is there a blue in there? No. Is it 4 reds?
It looks like blue chokeslam.
Is it blue chokeslam? Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like it. Looks to be the case.
So
See him shuffling through.
Double spinal, blue chokeslam, and the test of strength. Okay.
And Tunic will be ticking up, notably. Yeah. So Spinal will be playable with 1 red, 1 blue.
1 red, 1 blue, and Tunic, yep. So...
And hey, he threw it out there.
Down.
He said, I need get this out of my hand.
He said, "Excuse me, is that an attack action card?" Yeah, I'm gonna test it. So we win, which I mean,
of course,
no surprise.
And it's a blue macho. So now the hand is a lot easier to use.
Yep. So we're gonna resolve a rake, probably for full effect here.
I'm going to make an ash.
This is the 3rd rake. 1 was blocked, and
transform.
1 got played for 2 ash wings. So this is the last one, unless Davis is playing Remembrance that we're gonna see. And we do see a pitch Tumultai.
So all of them are here. Yep. All the big dragons.
The family is all here. So Tumultai might come back around. Again, if it can blow up the boots really strong to get rid of...
with the Burn Them All that's been pitched.
Yep. And Dracona Optimi, again, being able to do like 4 to 6 arcane damage probably, or at least 2. So just getting rid of all AB prevention is also, or arcane prevention also pretty good. And we see the last Sigil Plate, I believe. I think that's the 3rd one. So Davis having gained... 11 health this game. 2 Oasis, and Oasis Respites, and then 3 Sigil of Solace.
1 floating.
1 floating.
Yeah, so a lot of healing coming through. It's just going to be Spinal. Stop the go again. But also just throwing 9 right now. Nathan just trying to continue to get cards out of Davis's hand.
Yep.
Feels like damage is not necessarily the condition. So we've seen Nathan be able to use Hammer a lot. Yep. We've seen Hammer taking care of a lot of these dragons. He's gone through a good amount of his go again. But Rouses have notably been mostly pitched back into the deck.
3 reds and 1 yellow.
Okay.
So Rouse still in. Nathan's saying 3 reds and 1 yellow.
Those are the pummels that have been used.
I blocked with 1 of the reds.
Yeah, blocked with 1, played 2 reds, and played a yellow. And notably, getting cards out of Davis's hand means getting cards out of his deck in his 60 however many cards deck that we're playing. Because this game might go into deck out. So that's a great reason to have a weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
Weapon against the no weapon deck is good.
And that's where I think Nathan has grinded out a lot of value with Anothos this game. So he's definitely going to be ahead on card count, unless there's 80 cards in this deck, but you need equipment too. So it's
So this is interesting. We're going to block 11 on a Spinal Crush. You could have blocked 7 and sunk the Fate if you wanted to not have it, but just not deciding not to take any damage here, over blocking the Spinal. And then we're going to move into Davis's turn with 1 in hand.
Another pummel, by the way. He just,
on-
wait, what color? Is
It
it
has
yellow
to be.
again or is it blue?
If it's blue, that's crazy.
It's yellow.
He's on 5 pummel at least. What is this deck?
Oh, my.
So we're already putting the Vinny on the dust. Usually this is something that you would do like towards the end of the game once you have some sort of like inevitability with your dragons, but this does mean Nathan has to take a turn off to attack the Vinserikai, or at least do a go again attack into it. And from a blocking perspective, I mean, it's 6 damage.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
Yeah.
rough. It's 9 damage at you every time this thing swings
Right.
with the 3 arcane.
Yeah, if you're not giving 2 cards, you're still taking 6 if you only give 1. So card's really good. And I think we're actually going to see armor given here because Nathan is looking to block with the pummel. Yeah.
Yeah, has to save the poppers, try and just end the turn, but also needs enough to deal with Vinserikai, which I guess you don't need much.
Yeah.
There's 1 health. You just 1 blue, and you can deal with Vinserikai, but that's going to be the turn cycle, right? Try and pop with this Humble. You got the blue.
Yep.
Hammer into Vinserikai. It makes it really easy.
It does. So we're going to use our turn to kill Vinserikai. You have to because it's on dust. And we see
That's it.
Nathan notably also blocked with a red disable. So that's another one of these like flex spots for Victor. So Nathan on a different variant from Victor that I've seen with 5 at least pummels and red disables and debilitates.
Yeah, and he's also on the out muscles, right? It's just
Yeah.
like it's like all of these kind of bonus attacks, not so much the normal Guardian suite that you're seeing, but
Right.
instead, out muscles. You have Zealous, you have Rouse, so he's running all of the go again, and then having 5 pummels on top of that. I mean, I don't know how he's fitting.
Yeah, I don't know how he has
actually.
the
There's
space
so
for all
many
this.
cards.
Yeah, it's usually the Victor decks have like these 50 cards that are pretty static, and then you're slotting in maybe a red Guardian attack like Debilitate or Disable, but being able to be on both and extra pummels and all of the go again cards is really interesting.
It makes me think he's on only Balance of Justice, only Tunic, and only the 1 arm piece. I think
Yeah.
the arm piece is pretty normal for it to only be that, but some people play multiple helmets or multiple chest pieces, and I
Right.
think it's very likely that Nathan's only on those 2, only on the 1 shield, and probably one of the one-handed hammers instead of both.
Yeah, it's saving some slots. Davis also, we are probably getting close to pitch stack at this point. We haven't seen any. Okay, yeah. So we haven't seen any tomes, which in Big Dragon, tome maybe is one of those spots that you're not putting that card in, but some of the Imperial Flame, really good card. And we haven't seen it in Davis's deck, which that's true. He does have to be royal, so either just not playing the helmet or just not playing it in this matchup, which makes sense to want more armor into Guardian as well.
Yeah. A lot of times with the Big Dragon, they just don't go for it because they want to play the extra blues, and
Yep.
makes Tome a lot worse of a card. But we are definitely going to see this kind of ripping towards fatigue, and we've seen Nathan playing very quickly, trying to make sure, because the timer, it's ticking down, right? 16 minutes left. The decks are starting to shrink. We're getting towards that pitch stack around here at turn 15.
Yep. When I saw Davis put his pitch under and draw 4 cards, his deck did look pretty thin.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, yeah. And in the hand cam over there, we can see compared to Graveyard, there's probably 40 cards in Grave and 20 cards in deck, something like that.
Yeah, but he did say he didn't know, but probably more than 60.
Probably
So-
more than
so
60, yes.
Yep.
Anywhere from 0 to 60 or 70 cards.
Yeah, and he still has a lot of these defensive options coming out, right? We see another Sink Below in hand. Just saw another Sand Cover go out.
Yeah.
And so he's defending his life total quite a bit, but he needs to be able to present enough damage to Nathan, and it doesn't feel like we're getting there. So Burn Them All is going to start doing that, but Nathan has been able to keep extra cards pretty much every turn. I feel like pitching to AB is not going to be an issue.
No, I don't think so. And especially with this Tunic, just being able to soak up that one source of Arcane right now, or I guess there's 2, but you could pitch a blue here, which we're probably going to see from Nathan, and then probably use a popper here.
AB.
We don't have an action point, so it looks like the Sink Below just going to go into Arsenal.
On to both the arcanes.
So pitch for both Arcane, 1 floating, and then we're just
And
going to
pop. Yeah.
pop with the old thunk. Yeah, I think this game might go to deck damage more than
Yep.
You have to remember
Yeah,
damage.
yeah, go ahead.
trigger.
Yep, go ahead.
So Davis saying, I will never let my burn them all trigger miss again. So we are banishing an Azalea, and then we're going to draw up. And then Nathan killing Kylori, and we're back to Davis's turn.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan, every single turn just being very quick here, just getting rid of the dragons. Davis is, at this point, it's really Davis has to figure out how to defeat Nathan before he runs out of cards, because Nathan is able to defend very easily here and has hammer to just keep dealing with board state. And once you're out of dragons, all right, hammer, 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 hammer. All right, you're done.
Yeah.
There's the rest of your HP.
So I think we are on pitch stack now, turn 16. So we're seeing some of the things that we were pitched earlier, including the Dracona Optimi right now. It is not playable at the moment. He has a blue and 2 other reds in his hand, so I think we're just going to see a Vincerikai played here. And it looks like he might overpitch for it.
It looks like just, setting up the Optimi again, because you can't actually arsenal it because you have this sync.
Yep. Okay. So pitch, 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 2 floating, generate 2 ash and use 1, so go to 3.
And that does put a blue, notably, next to that Dracona Optima.
Yep. And that could be a win condition, but I don't think Nathan is low enough for a Dracona Optimi to get there just yet.
No, not really. I mean, yes, sure, 6 Arcane, that's great. You'd only AB 1 of it, so you're taking 5, but you're at 29.
You're at 29 life.
You need 6 attacks to actually do that.
He did forget Burn Them All again. Is Nathan going to let him do it?
Yeah. It looks like they caught it right away, so they're just...
Yeah. They're picking up the pace here. Nathan just quickly killing the dragons with his Anothos. The turns really have just been Davis plays a dragon, Nathan kills it, and we're just kind of doing that back and forth. Eventually, Davis will run out of dragons. We did not see Remembrance. Looks like it's not in the deck.
No, yeah, it can't be, right? We've already made it through the cycle. No Remembrance.
So we're just going to block for 3 on the Rabble, take 1. Makes sense.
Yep.
We're going to play a Yendurai. Yep. And I think Nathan feels pretty comfortably in the driver's seat here. You have a lot of life, and you know that your opponent's deck is getting pretty low. I mean, if we look at it now, his deck looks pretty tiny.
Yeah.
I would say that's like 12 cards, maybe?
It's very low. I mean, we'll be able to see that Dracona Optima come back very quickly here.
Very quickly, yep. So we're just going to block the Dust Up here with a card and the Last of Our Gloves. Nathan just doesn't want him to have any Ash Wings, any dragons, so we are remembering our Burn Them All here, just banishing 3 more cards.
6 in the Indra.
Yeah.
Nathan knows his game plan now.
All right, kill the dragon. I mean, running out of cards. That's actually a pretty still sizable deck left for Nathan.
Yep. It looks like his Grave and deck are pretty close in size. The Hammer just doing a lot to save cards. And Davis drawing 2 D-Reacts and having or at least 1 D-React and 1 in Arsenal. So not super what you want to see when you're getting low and you don't have a weapon.
Yeah, and there's only 1 dragon to be able to get out. Yes, he can, utilize the Burn Them All here, but if he doesn't find a dragon on the next turn, then suddenly, he has 2 Burn Them Alls burning away the deck without actually doing anything.
Yep. So we play the Mirror Guy and attack with the Mirror Guy.
Yeah, and then you pitch AB and take 2, I guess.
And then kill the Mirror Guy, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know that Davis has many dragons left. I think it's just the big ones now.
Yeah, because this is Rouse in hand in a lot of blues, right? So you're actually just able to pitch 1 into the AB. You take 2 from Mirror Guy because who cares? And then you're able to just go 7 face and clear the
Mirror Guy, yeah.
Mirror Guy.
So I think that's probably the route Nathan will take. Or Nathan could just preserve life total completely.
Yeah, he can still just block the 2. He could just
because I think you have a solid win condition right now.
Sure.
Oh, he's just gonna pass. So I think Davis recognizing that he has to do something different than what he's currently doing in order to win. But this gives Nathan the ability to rouse and then hammer at face, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah. You could even rouse disable with Tunic.
Yeah, that's true.
Just want to present more.
It does give Davis the ability to utilize some of these D-Reacts. We have a Fate in hand and a Sync in Arsenal, so you can block 3. Oh, blocking with Tumultai, no.
I feel like you need that.
I think you have to have these big dragons. Like, using Time Snap and playing Passing and then resolving Tumultai or something can be really strong, but...
Yeah, because the only way you're actually getting through this, get rid of the AB, get a couple of pings here with Burn Them All, and then
Dracona,
the big boy comes out. Throw 6.
Yep. And I think having Ghostly Touch in this game would have been like also pretty big. Like Time Snap, make your Passing Mirage, then swing with your
Ghostly on 1 turn. Yeah, that's actually huge.
But not having that as like a finisher of this game, because Nathan's popped so many times, so it would be at a lot of counters.
Yep.
So Davis just going to take all 6. I think life at this point doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, and Nathan just holding on to resources, just holds that extra card, throws hammer instead.
Yep.
Be extra 3 damage to throw it, but instead you keep your tunic counter for AB, I guess, if you want it, and then you still are just able, like, insulated with even more poppers.
So we have a sweeping glow. This does not have Phantasm. It's just 3 go again. And then Davis just going to Arsenal, and we're just going to keep ticking these, burn them alls up. But I don't know that we have any dragons other than the Dracona Optimi, maybe? I think the deck might be like some blues and Dracona.
Yeah, I mean, that looked incredibly thin as you set that down.
Okay, so there's a Azalea.
We got Passing Mirage in hand as well.
2 Azaleas. So he's pitched 2 Azaleas. Maybe that was intentional to have a lot of Arcane as like a win condition.
But then getting rid of blocking with Tumultai, I mean, that kind of gets rid of that concept as being the win condition, right? Because that would be the idea. I actually like pitching a lot of AB to your late game.
Right.
And then once you can Tumultai the actual AB, then suddenly you're drawing into Azalea and being able to pitch, play that alongside your Burn the Mauls, and you're actually shredding a lot of HP at that point.
Right. Yeah, so Nathan not going to lose his boots here. And Davis not on the other. There's a Draconic card that melts armor. I don't think anyone plays that card, but there is another way of getting rid of armor, but definitely not playing that card. So Davis deciding what he wants to do here. So going to utilize some armor. I think he needs to clear the Sweeping Blow from the combat chain. We're going to block 4 on a, I think this is 9. Yeah, it's 9.
Take 5. Right,
Wait.
So Arsenal goes to the bottom.
Yeah, Crush by Disable. I guess just not caring about that Arsenal.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, he's just going to crown. So it's going to the...
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to swap it out with his crown. And I think it was a D-React, so just deciding to take the damage and get an extra card. So here's the Dracona Optimi. I believe we have the ability to pay for it.
Invoke Azalea.
So we're going to cast Azalea.
Yeah, I mean, this is still... you've got Time Snap to get your action point back, but you know that Nathan's deck is entirely poppers. I mean, he's been all his blues are poppers as well. So he's just pitching these blues. He's drawing more poppers.
Invoke Azalea.
Yep.
Another Azalea. I think Davis's deck has about 7 cards in it from when he just counted. So
2 Ash now, right?
down to 2 Ash, and we can play the Dracona Oh no, we can't. We have an Oasis in hand, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Oasis, Passing Mirage.
Oh, does he not have Dracona yet? It must be like the next cards.
I'll AB1, take 2, and pop.
AB1, take 2, Arcane, and then
26. I mean, it's still very safe.
Yep.
Arsenal.
So Davis is going to Arsenal. So I think ideally you keep passing 2 blues and Dracona because you want to be able to crack your Time Snap, play Passing Mirage, pitch 2 blues for Dracona, and then swing with the Dracona Optimi. But I actually don't know that Davis has 3 reds to reveal from Dracona Optimi at this point in his deck either.
Yeah, you get to the point where you can't even reveal cards in your deck. There's none. Revealing nothing.
Cards. There's nothing to reveal, so.
And then it's just an Anothos on a dragon.
Yep. So we are going to draw blue Sweeping Blow, and I think that's Dracona Optimi. Yeah, so we have...
You have enough Terrace under Anothos.
Oh, no!
All right, well...
So he draws the final, like the 3 blues and Dracona that he wanted, and now this.
He's got Oasis in Arsenal, but he has to block.
Yep.
He has Oasis. He can cover it up, but
he can cover. He has to give one of the blues and then pitch your Dracona probably for the Oasis.
Yeah, I suppose.
And then just try to do it again, but I don't know that it's gonna work at this point.
Yeah, and look at how many cards are left for Nathan.
Oh yeah.
We've seen him just neglect, not ever want to cast a card.
Yeah, no.
We'll see him IP himself an extra, because it's not really an IP because you couldn't have even used it on defense because he already pops, but like just holding an extra card to just hammer instead.
Yep. So we're gonna pitch the Dracona, we're gonna heal a life, and this will cover up everything. That is the last Oasis. We've healed 12 life this game. And Davis now has passing blue dust up. I think he might just Arsenal passing. And
swing 3 arcane.
3 arcane, 2 physical, which is going to get popped most likely, and then just Arsenal passing Mirage. It's pretty likely. Interesting to be playing Snapdragon Scalers. I also think Big Dragon is often on the Mage Master boots because you can do this same play where you like
for
play
passing,
the passing on the same turn that you are playing a dragon and attacking with it. But interesting to see him on Snapdragons. I actually don't know other than Dust Up what his targets have been. Because Rabble already has Go again, and then Sweeping Blow already has Go again. So I guess it's
actually just Dust Up.
Dust Up, yeah.
I wonder if this is like. Well, it doesn't feel like this is like a Big Dragon sideboard, right? This feels very like this is a Big Dragon deck. This isn't like a flexible deck that's like normally playing Royal and playing around,
And
you
then
know,
swapping.
Stage and everything and
Yeah.
swapping in cards. I just don't think it's enough board space and everything to do that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Davis's deck has 2 cards in it. I think it's Dracona Optimi and a blue or something.
Yep.
Op 1. Oh boy.
He said, "Oh boy."
Oh boy, off one. I get to see what this one is.
So we can play the Vincerakai.
Missed my burn them all triggers.
Oh, he missed both burn them all triggers.
Well, good.
But I just don't think there's 26 damage left
That it?
in deck at this point.
No, no.
So, yeah.
There wasn't 26 damage left in those burn them alls. So it is.
there's not. Yeah, if he kept the burn them alls around, 26 damage. But because he missed the triggers,
Oh no.
yes.
Oh no, I can't do 26 with these burn them
Yeah,
alls.
only 24 damage now available. So crack time snap,
Passing Mirage.
play passing, play Vincerakai. So you're doing the mini.
Doing the thing.
Yeah, not Dracona Optimi, not what we wanted, but it's what we got.
Block 6.
Block 6. I will kill it with my Anothos on my turn, and then you have no cards in deck. So this is
Kill, passing.
kill
How
passing.
many
yeah.
cards does Nathan have left? His deck is blues and hammer. Is what he's played this whole
Yeah,
game.
100%.
It's
just block
just been
cards.
hammers.
Yeah.
Oh, Karagi.
Oh, we got the mirror guy coming out, and then
All right,
swing
big.
with Vincerakai again.
Block 6.
Now you kill the mirror guy. And he has 2 cards in hand.
Into Mirror Guy.
Oh, he had the go again
He
card.
had both. Yeah, I mean, he's been sitting on that Zealous for like 8 turns.
Yeah, for forever. So we're on turn 24 now. Davis can't even cast the Dracona Optimi. He does not have.
Blue Dust Up. Snap it.
Davis
Snap
is just
it.
doing whatever he can. Oh, use the snaps.
Snap
Come
it.
on. Get the value from the snaps.
Snap it. Swing in with your Santa guy for 0.
I think I'll take 6.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to take 6. Oh, no. First attack's going to get -2.
I like to look at my pretty card.
There you go.
So Dracona Optimi. So Davis actually has no game actions he can take.
Yep.
Nothing I can possibly do right here.
Yep.
This will be game.
Then 8.
Oh, Fate Foreseen.
Oh.
So Davis is going to
Skill.
make Nathan kill him.
Activate the flame scale.
Yeah. Oh, he's taking all of his legal game actions.
Oh.
He's making an Ash.
Oh, utilizing the furnace. Unbelievable. Nathan's just laughing like, what?
Yeah.
He would have got there if he snaps the Dust Up for
Yeah.
1.
They got Dust Up. This might have been game.
We'll take for 8.
Okay, now we.
There we go.
on the
There we
handshake.
go.
Good game. So we see Nathan Crawford going to 2-0. Davis being second place of our stream match.
Yeah,
So
I
going to
was
1-1.
I was out.
So we have an undefeated.
I didn't even notice it until like
Card
a little
Guyz
bit later than you.
player.
Yeah, and that's still a lot of deck that was left there
Oh,
at the
yeah.
end of the game for Nathan Crawford there.
I
Just
saw the
playing
helmet.
20
masterfully around the Anothos. Very, very powerful for this matchup. Maybe we'll see a lot more victors actually cutting it once Dromai's gone because it was already
Yeah.
on its way out. But as far as, having at least one more tournament for Dromai makes it happen. And Nathan's able to get there pretty easily, able to fatigue the Big Dragon, it seems.
Yeah, I think 95% of Nathan's turns were kill this dragon with
Kill
my
the
hammer.
dragon with my hammer. All right.
Yeah. That was a fun game. It's cool to see Dromai on her last weekend, and it's cool to see Big Dragon variant. That's my favorite variant, and we're not going to see these dragons for a while, it seems like.
No, it's great to be introduced to a new dragon. She's on her way out. Like, never.
What is that one?
I was like, what is that dragon? I've never seen that thing before.
Yeah, the other two were definitely played really frequently. But Dracona Optimi, just 6 cost it's a lot.
And honestly, most of my experience was a lot of the royal stuff because, I came back to the game at the end of Dusk Till Dawn, and so there was, a bit of the big dragon meta was before that, and then it started coming back, but there was so much royal that I was running into.
Yeah, the royal is, I think, probably the most common variant. It's probably mostly what's out here. Like, I know Guy Cohen is here, and he's big Dromai fan, and when that card first came out, Tome of the Imperial Flame, he actually didn't like it. He was not playing in his deck, but now sold on it.
Come around.
Yeah, he's come around. The card's insane, so it makes sense to play it. And
Mara Ferris is here, probably also going to be on that version of Dromai.
Oh, 100%. She's a Redline Stan, the Rabbles, the Blaze Hedgehogs, the Tome of the Imperial Flame. So maybe we'll see one of the card guys play against one of them and be able to see Dromai at least one more time, maybe in our top 8 too.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a bit more today. I imagine there's a good amount of people in the room on that deck, and yeah, I mean, look, I always love to see the dragons. I think it's a fun deck to watch. I think it's very pretty, and we got the marble dragons.
Marble dragons.
So, gonna be missed. But this is why we got Goodbai Dromai in the top corner there.
Goodbai Dromai. Yeah, I think people have mixed feelings about Dromai leaving. I think some people don't like fighting against allies. It's hard to really evaluate a game plan into Dromai if you don't have a lot of go again attacks. But some people also happy to see her go and be able to play other decks that maybe they weren't able to play, like Riptide.
Sometimes you just play a deck with 40 to 50 poppers, and you just pop the entire deck.
Just kill everything, yeah,
exactly.
pop everything.
Yeah, Victor definitely being able to handle that deck pretty well. I've seen it kind of go both ways, though. I know the matchup, Victors tend to like it, but there's also, there's always the ghostly touch that we were talking about. There's a lot of ways for Dromai to actually get around.
Yeah, I think Dromai has to have a specific game plan to beat a fatigue strategy where they're popping and killing everything as soon as they can. And I think we sort of saw a strategy start to form where we have the Dust to put the Vincerakai on, we have the Dracona Optimi with the passing Mirage turn.
Yeah, the time stop potion there as well, right? Yeah. Tumultai is able to take out the AB. There's actually a way for that to go the other way, and the Burn Them Alls, there's a lot of AB that was being pitched in as well. So
yeah, we just didn't see it go Dromai's way. But we actually are going to have Nathan on camera here. We're going to do a winner's interview, so we'll take a brief break, and we'll be right back with Nathan.
We're back here at Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm joined by Nathan Crawford, who's just able to pick up his second win of the tournament in the matchup against Dromai. Playing some whack-a-mole there with the hammer. I mean, how are you feeling about the day so far?
I mean, first round was a Kano, so that's a rough one.
But you got there.
We found a way.
Yeah.
Go again, out muscle, or jacked off, if you want to call it that. Basically, it does some work. It does some work if you have enough go again.
I mean, it's your stream, Nathan. Say whatever you want.
Yeah,
This is the Card Guyz stream.
Yeah, you're welcome to it. Absolutely, yeah. No, I had actually heard Majinfe telling me the story about and you taking him down there, taking down the Kanos. You've been slaying Kanos on Victor, making it happen. I mean, why have we gone to Victor? I know historically Runeblade player, but now at this point with Briar gone, you kind of just play what you think is good. And, clearly you think Victor is a good enough deck to be bringing to these events. It's the second event you brought Victor to kind of in a row. So what are we feeling about it?
Victor's kind of good enough. I don't feel very confident in the deck selection. There's actually way more Kano here than I thought. So for this particular tournament, it's probably not the best pick if we're being honest. But with that being said, I think that it does some powerful things. And it's got a good warrior matchup, I think. I'm familiar enough with the Hatchets matchup. I've played it for about a year and a half. So I'm very familiar on how to navigate that one, and that's one that a lot of Victor players kind of struggle into.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we asked Will earlier kind of who he thought of the CardGuyz was kind of the best bet to look out for throughout the Battle Hardened today, and he said that with him losing his first round, he's like, well, now it's Nathan. And I was wondering, for you, do you feel like you've been really confident in your game recently, and you feel like you have a good shot? I know with the Kanos in the room, that gets a little bit scarier, but if not you, is there anyone else that from the CardGuyz that you think is really well positioned to take the tournament?
I mean, Ed's on Victor too, but I mean the field's rough, so hopefully Seb can do some work on Katsu. That's what we're kind of hoping on as well. But I mean, we'll see. It's the format right now. I don't want to say it's all gym lottery, but there's a lot of impact in what matchups you get for a lot of decks. So we'll see how it turns out.
That's completely fair. And I mean, looking at the team, right, we've got a Katsu and Azalea, 2 Victors. If Josh was here, we'd have a Warrior as well.
Of course.
Do you guys all kind of usually just play the things that you love versus actually kind of sticking to a single team deck that we'll see out of a lot of other teams?
Yeah, if we both land on the same thing, we'll work together on it, of course. But we do have a lot of specialists on the team.
Right.
So Josh, if we need reps against Warrior, we go to Josh. But I'm not going to go to Josh to build a Katsu deck.
Yeah,
right?
of course. Yeah.
That's just not how it's going to work. But but he does provide an extreme value in regards to like fundamentals. Like he's the one who really taught me a lot of the fundamentals of the game, and I'm forever indebted for that.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, I guess it helps when you're swapping between a bunch of different decks.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So with that, I mean, you got a round to run to on round 3, so we're going to send it to break. But thanks for coming through, Nathan, and we'll probably talk to you later.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
All right.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabtcg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabtcg and level up your game. Ta-da!
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy. We're going to be jumping in with another card guy, Sebastiano. We haven't checked in on him yet. He's going to be on that Katsu. You know, he's 1-1 currently, and he's going to be matching up against an Azalea here in round 3.
Yeah, maybe not what you want to see when you're on Katsu. A lot of on-hit effects that matter, including a card called Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, Red in the Ledger is really, really tough. You know, we talked about it with the Azalea earlier because, you know, Will was on it playing against a Kayo and how the different kind of on-hits can affect that matchup. But in this one, really Red and getting Red looped by something like Codex ends up being the most terrifying thing that can happen as a Katsu.
It's very scary, and also frailty kind of matters.
Yeah.
I guess it depends what kind of Katsu Sebastiano's on. If he's on Mask of Momentum, which I think probably isn't super likely into Azalea. Yeah, I think you're probably playing Links, but frailties can matter against your Kodachis, building up like Salt the Wound turns. But I believe our players are ready, so let's hop into the game.
Let's jump on board. Sebastiano Cavallo versus Jason Irons. It's going to be Katsu versus Azalea. Certainly not the matchup that Sebastiano wanted to see going into this. I know earlier he lost to a Victor. It was not a matchup he was super wanting to see. But, you know, he had mentioned to me that he had a chance to find the win when the Victor was at 20 life. He ended up being forced into playing a triple Art of War turn, looking for some resources, looking for something that actually worked and just couldn't quite find it. You know, you got to the point probably after the second one where you're just digging for something to make the turn work, and he felt like he could have gotten there, but just didn't get the right cards.
Man, triple Art of War, I haven't resolved that in a long time. That's really sick. But yeah, Victor, hard matchup. Basically decks that have these like disruption effects that matter against you. Disable, Spinal Crushes, things that are disrupting what you want to be doing on 4 to 5 card hands. And Azalea is just chock full of them. So we'll see if Jason's able to string together enough disruption, but stuff like Hamstring Shot or sometimes even a Sleep Dart doesn't really matter if you already have the natural line. So
yeah, that's true, right? And Sleep Dart, it's another on hit that can matter for Katsu, but as you said, if you've got the natural line, then it's not going to matter whatsoever. And the big positive, I guess, from this matchup for Katsu is that Azalea doesn't really block that well either. There's no good armor pieces, right? And a lot of 2 blocks in the deck. So there's a lot of ways for you to actually just get the on-hit and just kind of explode the Azalea before anything happens. And so it really comes down to these first few hands and what Jason is able to find. If he's able to find that Red in the Ledger, if he's able to find and knock the Death Whistle to make it happen, then things can get very difficult for Sebastiano. But if not, and Sebastiano has some good enough, you know, early turns, he should be able to put enough offense out that Jason runs into a lot of trouble here on the Azalea.
Yeah. As Katsu, like we mentioned, Sebastiano not being probably too excited to see Azalea across from him. You want to see decks like Kayo and Rhinar, these decks that are just like numbers value, like even some of the mid-range warrior stuff, like just having an explosive turn that's like 20, 30 damage that wasn't disrupted, that even blocks can't really get around. That's really what you're looking for, but decks that have all of this disruption, really hard to do what you want to be doing as a Katsu player.
All right, and they're just getting ready to go here. Looking at the equip, we can at least see the side of Azalea. Already got the Perch Grapplers.
Perch Grapplers, so
extra block.
Yeah, I think some people in this matchup might do the Snapdragons to be able to do more disruption, but a 2-block can be really important.
Yep, helps them early break points, try and stop, you know, I don't know, a Whelming from drawing a card or something like that. At least in the middle of the combo. You're not going to be able to stop everything, but being able to stop a little bit.
That's basically the text of Perch Grapplers. It says it blocks too. That is the text of that card. I think someone actually recently resolved it on one of the streams for effects in the Calling Phuket, but very rarely does that actually happen because it does cost 2, but basically it's a block 2. And we do see links on the side of Sebastiano and Heart and Cross Trap.
All right, and Jason's going to be on the play. And there's a Red in the Ledger on top of the deck.
This is worst case scenario.
You know,
Swift 4 on that.
Turn 0, Red in the Ledger, dominate is what you want.
Yep, we mentioned that, you know, first couple of hands, he has to find a red, and then, you know, being able to recur it is the way to find victory. And, yeah, it is the 5th card of the deck for Jason.
Yeah, notably, I don't know if he'll be able to play it because if he does use Death Dealer, he's going to draw it. So he can't currently Azalea. He doesn't have a card that says Reload in his hand. I don't think he has a Take Aim. So Might not actually be able to play it, but it is
Boom.
coming.
Bullseye reload. Into Azalea.
Break my perch grapplers.
Turn 0. Take him out.
We
No,
are.
but the thing is you're still going to draw into it right now, right? So Katsu has 1 turn that you're not going to just be able to red him.
Before you get redded, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we see Ancestral Harmony in Sebastiano's hand, along with Ancestral Empowerment. We see both Ancestrals.
And then Salt the Wound, which you actually don't ever want in your hand. You want it in your deck. This is one of your targets for Mask of the Bouncing Links.
I think he actually might resolve this Ancestral Harmony just to try to get a better card, because this hand actually doesn't do much.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's a blue whelming as well, right? So it's like actually...
Yeah, I mean, I could see him just doing Karachi Whelming just to have another target in his discard, but I don't know.
Because he has a Descendant in the discard already, which is quite good.
It's quite good. So he also has Spinning Wheel Kick, a lot of 2 blocks. So he is going to resolve it.
I like it though.
Oh no.
Ooh.
And it's also gone.
It's red surging in Vanish.
No. And you have to banish it. You can't choose. That's so rough.
Yeah, that's might be worst case scenario, because like missing is bad, but this is also red surging that you would have drawn on your next turn.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe arsenaling the Whelming this turn might have been the play.
I don't know. I still feel like going for it. You need to put pressure. You know this
You have
red
to
is
do
coming.
something,
You have to
yeah.
actually like make a turn. I feel like Kadachi Salt the Wound for 4
I think
is
that's
like
what's happening here.
not
Yeah.
a good turn.
This might be Salt for 5. We might just play the Ancestral so we have a different arsenal.
Yeah, I guess so.
But it is just a random card, so...
We're not friends.
I guess Arsenal Ancestral's not bad though. It's pretty good.
Azalea's probably not blocking you much either way. So
That's
I
true.
think it is better than random card though, because Katsu does have a lot of these like zero cost blue cards. This is interesting.
It's good.
To
That was,
use your boots.
Arsenal you blocked for? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Wrong one.
Oh, he had another one in hand. He blocked with his arsenal.
It's the same card. Yeah.
Sebastiano is so
Hey, I
funny.
get it, man. I get it.
You're blocking with your arsenal? So we are going to arsenal the Ancestral. I mean, Sebastiano didn't have a good turn, to be honest, but he's happy to get the boots out of the way. Like, that's the best case scenario, honestly.
Yeah, it's not going to cover any on hits later. We're just going to have the opt from the crossbone. It's really just going to be a red in the ledger this turn, right? I mean, you're playing against Katsu. You're just you shoot this arrow as many times as you can shoot it in the game. That is your game plan.
Oh, 100%. Katsu can essentially do nothing on 1 action point. So we're going to...
Kadachi for 1?
Yeah. Real strong. Surging Pest. So we're going to see pitch to load the red in the ledger. I don't know if he has another buff, but this is at least a red for 8. And I think that's what is that, a Codex on top?
That is a Codex.
Yeah.
Oh, God. This is a red into draw Codex.
That as well.
He's going to bottom the Codex.
No. Really?
I feel like you
I'm
want
surprised.
that card. Well,
I feel like you want that card.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Okay.
Pitch. 3 float.
So pitch, I guess he doesn't... Okay. I guess he really wants to draw another buff here. Maybe that's the
Yeah,
reasoning.
just deal more damage.
He draws a Sleep Dart. So not exactly what you want to see. This is probably just swing for 8. Oh, he did have another buff, so...
Okay, I mean, it's still 2 buffs. It's still a terrifying...
This is 11
red
damage.
ledger.
Yeah. 11 on hit, destroy your arsenal at the end of your turn.
Here's my hand.
Threatening super inertia and red.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just block 12. I mean, you're Katsu. What are you doing if this hits you? You're
right.
just losing your arsenal.
I think you want to keep your arsenal around and just block.
Block.
Oh, all the 2 blocks,
2
really.
blocks.
These go to 11.
Yeah, his hand only
That
blocked
sucks.
for 10.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
Hand blocked for 10. Have to block with the breaking scale. So, like, you want to block with them because you want to use them, like, relatively early-ish. I mean, you're just trying to fight through, find a big combo. But at least the Codex isn't on top, because that would have sucked a lot.
Yeah, interesting that Jason did decide to get rid of the Codex. I guess not being on snaps, it's maybe a little bit harder to resolve it without having to discard, but I don't know. Codex is one of those cards that might be one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the red in the ledger down early, then your Codex just reads copy 4 through 6 of red in the ledger.
Yes.
it's pretty good.
Yeah. We see Sleep Dart and Arsenal right now. This is another card that Katsu might care about, but at least doesn't stop him from doing things like red in the ledger does.
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Warmongers.
Oh, he's
in
on
Sebastiano's
Warmongers.
hand.
Sorry.
So if he can actually block 9 play Warmongers, it should insulate him to have a turn.
Yeah.
Like, he actually gets a turn on the follow-up.
Warmonger is super good into Azalea. So we did get the Dominate with Azalea. This is Remorseless.
Also sucks for Katsu.
Yep. They are trying to do a lot of actions, and that's a lot of life they might lose. And then Blood Rot is even more life.
But looking at the hand for Sebastiano, I actually really like. Look, if this is a big arrow, I guess you can't block more. It's
So
dominated.
much.
You're right. Yeah.
This is
actually,
so
never mind.
insane. Sleep or Remorseless on hit, Blood Rot, and Inertia, and Sebastiano's gonna have to keep a hand, and you're gonna want to play out cards, and you're gonna take life. It's a lot.
And it's like you actually really want to play this Warmongers, but then you look at the rest of the hand, it is the pitch card.
Yep.
11.
And I actually don't think he has a discard for Katsu with his hand, so you might just block with Bonds and then cast your Warmongers. I'm not sure.
Just to get a Bonds there. Can you? I guess you can at least spinning wheel kick first. It has natural go again, right?
It does, yeah.
And then play it. So you pitch the yellow surging.
You pitch the Surging for the spinning wheel kick, then play Warmongers.
Play Warmongers.
That uses the whole hand.
It's
yeah.
not a good hand, but it's a hand. Oh, and you have an inertia effect, so you actually have to play.
You have to play something to at least
the
play the Ancestral.
Yeah, but then you draw a card.
And then you have to get rid of it. Yeah. Maybe
it's a card that you can pitch into Kadachi's.
Or a card.
Kadachi's.
Yeah.
Remorseless is
Actions, I believe.
Is it actions or action cards? I think it's cards. Weapons don't hurt you with remorseless,
No,
right?
Remorseless
I'm pretty sure.
I think it's action cards.
Yeah, so you can still get the Kadachi's out.
Whenever they play an action card, they lose one
Yeah,
life.
so like you play the reaction instead, right?
Yep.
And then you hope you draw something that you can pitch for Kadachi's.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastiano might just take the bill for the Remorseless and try to use the whole hand, because right now he doesn't have a discard for Katsu to get the middle. But if the reaction, Ancestral Empowerment, draws him into a 0 cost, he then has the Bonds.
Yeah. Does it have to be a ninja card, or can you discard Warmongers?
Any 0 cost. You could, but that's...
Okay. I'm looking at Azalea across the table. I don't want to discard Warmongers.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to pitch it for the Surging unless you use Cross Trap. So you'd either have to use Cross Trap, and that's his discard card, or he has to pitch it and hope he draws.
Okay, I mean he is just taking it. So I'm
yeah.
very interested into what the line is that Sebastiano sees that he actually wants to go for, because we've just talked about like 6 different things that you can do with his hand.
Yep.
There's probably even more, and it also is augmented by the draw off of Ancestral Empowerment.
Right. So there's an unknown here happening. So maybe Sebastiano just really hoping that he can draw that, or he is going to break the Hardened Cross Trap, which makes sense.
So keeping the Warmongers, which look, please play Warmongers this turn. I think Sebastiano is also very happy that he's got this Warmongers. He just has to find a way to make this happen.
He might play it, or he just might try to go as wide as possible and just take a bunch of damage from Remorseless.
Yeah.
Because he has the Bond. So start on Surging. This is 4. He searches for, let's say, a red Whelming or the other Gust Wave, Descendant Gust Wave for a 5 go again. Then he already has the yellow Bonds, so then he banishes some sort of target from his grave and can keep going. And he can also pounce, Mask the Pouncing Links for the Salt if he has a second copy or something else.
Yeah, it can be like Tenacity, but I don't know that you play that into Azalea. I don't know that Azalea is going to block you very much.
Yeah. I do wonder if he's on the 1 copy of Tenacity, 1 copy of Salt, because Salt is gone, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's what we see, I feel like, most of the time, because you're just tutoring them with links, so you actually don't even want to see the card ever.
No, that was unfortunate that he did see one, but he did draw 0 cost, so he could potentially discard the Be Like Water he just drew, and then keep the Warmongers to do at the end of his chain.
So I'm going.
Yeah, I feel like chain and Warmongers has to be it, right? And we are going to see the Katsu activation.
Katsu. Okay.
Yeah, the Warmongers could end the turn or be a pitch card, but he is keeping it to do something with it. And then I assume we're going to get Descendant Gust Wave. Oh, interesting. He's going to get Whelming, it looks like. Whelming does draw you a card, but I don't know if you'll be able to use it. Yeah, so red Whelming. This will be 4 go again. Sebastiano also is incentivized to use every single card this turn and not have an arsenal because of the inertia token. So I think he wants...
We'll see how big this chain could get, right?
Yeah. That's why I didn't know if he was going to go with the Whelming, just because he might draw a card he can't use. I guess you could always think it into Kadachi's potentially, but...
From Remorseless.
This is going to be another Ping of Life from Remorseless. And this is 4 go again. Jason thinking about blocking, but you do have to play around breaking scales if you are thinking about blocking this.
Yeah, and this Remorseless, it hit for 11, right? So this is already 13 damage from Remorseless.
And then the Blood Rot, he's probably not going to pitch for that.
We'll keep counting, because there's actions to be had on this turn.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing damage, but it definitely is offset by the fact he keeps taking 1. Interesting, Jason's thinking about blocking. Can't really tell exactly what's in his hand.
This is where I'd see like a card and perch grapplers, right? You just stop the draw.
Yeah. Definitely stops the draw. Also stops if there's another salt and extra damage. So we are going to see a 2-card block here. Might be 2 extra arrows he doesn't need.
All right, and the rest of the hand right now we got bonds, spinning wheel kick, and then
That's good.
Yep.
okay,
And we'll play
bonds.
So Bond's searching for... He doesn't have a Fluster Fist, I don't believe, in Grave, so I don't know that you have a great target. Spinning wheel kick, so we actually might see him pitch the blue to do like Kodachi spinning wheel kick, which is pretty good.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And then he doesn't have any cards for the inertia. And then spinning wheel kick does have natural go again, so he could pouncing links if he does have another copy of salt.
Yeah, I was trying to quickly look while he was looking through his deck. I did not see another salt, but it was a quick search, so it's possible that I missed it.
It's so unfortunate Sebastiano had to attack with it. So we're gonna see.
Spinning wheel kick, play the spinning wheel kick, take 1.
Oh, he's.
Oh, I like this
gonna
actually
play.
better. Play the Warmongers.
Play the Warmongers, yeah. It's less damage, but also it does stop Jason from pumping.
Yeah, just damage. Go again.
It is interesting though because Jason already gave up multiple cards, so I don't know that Warmonger's getting a lot of value. Because normally you want to be like, oh, I'm going to stop your 3 buff turn, but now it's like I'm stopping your 1
Yeah,
buff.
but this also makes it awful if
Yeah,
Jason
yeah.
kept buffs. If
he
he
did
held
two
on to
buffs,
buffs and then
yeah.
he's got an arrow here, then he's like not actually going to get to do anything.
Yep.
Then I'll Warmonger.
I mean, we'll Warmongers.
Take 1 off of Remorseless.
Take another one from Remorseless. So that Remorseless did.
5 extra damage, so 16 plus the Blood Rot.
So that was a 18 damage arrow
Hey, that's pretty good.
with inertia. That's crazy.
I have no Blood Rot deals 2 to me.
Yep. So he's at 22. And then Jason, I assume, chose War. If his arsenal is an arrow, he can still shoot.
But it does, Sebastiano did take Jason's turn.
Yep.
And he's at 22 to 29. 29 still doable if these next few hands are good.
Oh, that is not a
Looks
very
like
forgiving hand on
Double
Sebastiano's side.
surging, no heart and cross strap.
Yeah, double surging, be like water, and I don't know what the last card was, but not
Um,
looking amazing.
Equipment? No.
Okay, just making sure.
But if you want to call a judge, we can
No,
absolutely do
we're
that.
Good, we're good.
I think he was asking if Warmongers turns off equipment use.
I'm set for that.
You can only play or activate weapon and attack actions if you chose War, so you actually would not be able to utilize Tunic.
Sleep dart for 5.
Yeah, I think this is not a legal play.
To use the instant on Tunic, I think it's just...
Oh, it's an instant,
Yeah.
so it's not an action. Okay, right. Tunic is an instant. So they may play or activate only actions on weapons or
Yeah,
attack
yeah, it's
actions.
the only actions that they can play.
Yeah,
So instant
but
attack
instant-
reactions as well. Actually, yeah, I remember running into this because I was like, oh, couldn't Warmongers be a good card into like Dorinthia?
Ah.
It's not really because
No.
they just play the reactions, right? It's a
Yeah.
lot better.
I mean, it does stop stuff like
It just
Warrior's
it does
Valor and
some
stuff.
things,
Yeah, yeah.
right? But overall, they're primarily attack reactions.
So his hand is Fluster Fist. Oh, that's a Descendant. Never mind, this hand's great. You don't have a discard though, but it is 10 damage.
Yep. Which is exactly why I think he said sleep dart. Cool.
I haven't been
Yep,
doing
don't
it.
need.
He's not activating Katsu this
Yeah.
turn. It's not gonna happen.
So I think it's just 10 vanilla damage and then a Kodachi probably, unless we crack Mask to get a blue Bonds, which is potential. Most people play 6 to 8 copies of Bonds, so
Well, yeah, I mean, especially with Salted Wounds being gone
Yep.
and Tenacity not being a real card in this matchup, I don't think.
No.
So, you might just be able to look for how can I use this Pouncing Links to get the most value, and that might just be, hey, this is the turn. Go get bonds, make it happen.
Yep.
And there you go. Thinking about Pouncing Links.
I think this is grab blue Bonds, and then that Bonds will banish the spinning wheel kick for the 3rd copy, because we do have 1 floating. So it's going to be Surging, Descendant, then the Bonds, then the spinning wheel kick, I'm pretty sure.
See what you do.
Oh,
He just
so
says
he's gonna
thinking on
wait.
it, declines the trigger.
Yep. 5.
Yep. So Links always does trigger when you hit, and you can choose to decline it. Katsu has been missed now, so Katsu cannot happen. He doesn't have a 0 cost, doesn't matter.
He's also sleep darted, so he's not even
Oh,
Katsu.
yeah, right.
He's
sleep
not even
darted.
Katsu.
He's not even Katsu right now.
Katsu's not here right now.
He's sleep. Yeah, he's sleep.
Yeah, of course.
So Jason thinking about maybe blocking here. It's like a difficult block because Sebastiano could very likely just already have the Bonds in hand. So, so this turn will be, if he does crack the Links, it would be 5, 5, 2, 4.
+2, yeah.
Pretty good.
16 damage, pretty good.
Yeah.
Only on his
+6 from Mask.
points right now.
Yeah.
Definitely worthwhile.
6 value on your armor is what you're looking for. So Jason, thinking about a block here. He might have extra arrows he's not looking to utilize.
Is that red he's on right now?
Block's taking
I think
5.
that was a red in the ledger.
Yeah, there's a red in hand. So he's just taking it all.
About that pouncing links.
So I think you use pouncing links here. Unless, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess the question is just, does he have a better setup for it later? And that would really depend on, does he actually have an extra Salt the Wound, right? Like, I could be wrong. I looked when he was looking through his deck
Sure,
trying to
yeah.
catch it. I might have missed it, right? If he's got another one, it could be worth saving.
Yeah, 2 salt seems maybe unlikely. I feel like you just
Yeah.
want the 1 search target. So, wow. Just going to end the turn on the Kodachi, choosing to pass on the Mask. It can be a savior for consistency. Like, you don't have the middle piece, but you hit with the surging, so you search for the yellow
Right.
Descendant or something. So maybe just choosing to value the consistency because he is arsenaling a red surging strike to know that he's going to have the combo line with the link. So a more disciplined play rather than just like guaranteed 6 damage here.
Yeah, part of it is maybe, Sebastian saying, I am going to try and kill next turn. The next time I have a real turn, I'm going to try and actually finish the game, and that might be the way to make it happen.
Right. Having the links up is definitely useful. I think this red in the ledger might be damper on that plan, and this is so interesting.
That works.
So block the Kodachi, I just, I don't know. But he blocked the Kodachi. I think
Could be
this
used to
happens-
playing against Mask of Momentum.
This happens sometimes
Yeah.
where like the existence of Mask of Momentum just makes people play weird against ninjas.
Yep.
Even though Kodachi wouldn't have drawn, but maybe he just didn't want to keep the chain going. But Jason probably was going to use that card anyways. We have a red in Arsenal and a red in hand. And that is a lace on top of the deck, which you'd like to draw off Death Dealer, but you don't have a way of clearing your Arsenal unless...
Could activate Azalea,
unless
because you have another red.
Yep. So you have to Azalea, play the buff, then pitch a card to load the other red in the ledger, and then draw another card.
Which I think is pretty reasonable here. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the idea is you want to play the strongest red in the ledger that you can, and that's likely the best way to do it. I'm not quite catching the rest of
His hand is
hand,
premeditate. Is that
pre-med.
Rain Razors? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a lot of buffs.
Ooh. So it actually might be good to Azalea and then pitch the Rain, because then you have a red in the ledger for 11. So we're just gonna play it.
Okay.
Arsenal the Rain, sure.
For a good 8.
This is for 8 on hit Ponder, which doesn't do that much for you right now, but most importantly, it's red in the ledger.
Yeah, I guess you were always bottoming one of the red in the ledgers.
Oh, this hand is not amazing.
Bruiser Boots do they block one
They
or
block
two?
for 1.
They block one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough.
So you could do a defensive Art of War, which I'm not a big fan of doing. But I guess you can't do too much if you are red in the ledger. So we are going to do at least one defensive Art of War.
Pick. Banish 1 to +1 and
So
Draw 2.
draw 2.
Draw 2 makes sense. Banish this Descendant.
1 floating.
1 floating for a potential second Art of War.
Double
Really
defensive Art of War
bad.
would be
Not what you want to be doing.
tragic.
Oh, double blue Flusterfist. This would block 8,
Yeah, you
however.
can just block 8.
Yeah, of course.
And then you can just pitch a yellow to Kodachi pass. Pitch your other
That's
Art of War.
So you basically got red in the ledger, but you just take the damage. You didn't take the damage though.
It's red in the ledger with extra step, yeah, with less damage.
It's still like worth blocking, but that is the worst part about this card in
Yeah.
matchups where it's good, is you either get red in the ledger,
Or you get red in
or
the
you get red in the ledger. You don't actually ever get to play
If you
multiple
block 12
actions.
on the red in the ledger, you got red in the ledger.
You got red in the ledger.
Yeah, so he might just be. I mean, this does finally
But
put
this is good.
Fluster.
This is good. This is actually like a solid usage of this Art of War to just stop the damage in a hand where you got 2. Never mind, you take the damage. But
Oh, so we can Art of
Oh,
War
wow.
here to buff them
Okay.
both again by 1. So it does
I-
fully cover it up.
you know what? I like
That's hilarious,
this,
yeah.
because the turn is either I take this 2 and then I throw 1 at you,
Right.
or I get rid of this non-block in my deck
Take nothing.
against a deck that I can't keep full hands against,
Yep.
and I take no damage.
And
Yeah,
deny the
that
Ponder.
works. Yeah,
so
that's
he did not get the Ponder from Premeditate, which Jason was definitely counting on, not thinking there was something in reaction there. So honestly, kind of a wash. Definitely pretty okay for Sebastiano. And he draws the third Art of War. So you really only
this game
want to
looks
see.
crazy, doesn't it? Wait,
He has a blue. He has an Art of War. I couldn't see the other cards, but
there was a Bonds. I think it was red Bonds.
And then we see a Tar Pit Trap, which is actually, if he keeps this somehow for Arsenal, this card is so obnoxious for Katsu to have to deal with because it stops the on-hit trigger.
Oh, okay. So it's Dishonor, Yellow Bonds, and then Ancestral and Art of War. So it's not as it's functional with the surging. You can make something happen, but yeah, it's not as crazy.
The Art of War opens up the ability to hopefully draw into another piece. So we're gonna see Lace with Inertia. We actually haven't seen any codexes from Jason's side. I wonder if he's not running it or just been. Or we saw him bottom one. He bottom one. Yeah. Okay. He's just been unlucky to not see the other two in the last 3 turns.
And we know that the last Red Lighter is on the bottom of the deck.
That's right. So unless he codexes another one, we might not see.
It's knock or codex.
Yep.
No blocks.
So we're not going to block. We're going to take
10.
7. I think Sebastiano thinks he has game.
Yeah. I think, and that's what we talked about with holding on to Mask, is you're trying to kill. From 20, that's very reasonable for Katsu to do, especially into a deck that doesn't defend that well.
Doesn't
like
have armor,
Azalea.
really. Yep.
And this is an Inertia. Cool. Whatever. I'll take it.
I'll play my cards. That's fine. So Tar Pit Trap will be frustrating, though. It does stop Katsu from triggering when you hit the first time, and sometimes you need that first one to have the on-hit for Katsu. So, like, if he Tar Pits the surging, Katsu will not trigger. So that will be a little bit frustrating for Sebastiano. We'll see if it matters. He might just draw into the second piece anyways.
Yeah, I mean, this Art of War is going to be big. This is the big thing to look at, right?
Coming in for 5.
So for 5, this Tar Pit Trap in Arsenal definitely will matter. I think we're going to see in reactions the Ancestral played, and then based on what he draws, then maybe play the Art of War, hoping he doesn't have to banish the bonds. Because right now that's his only banished target for the Art of War.
Yep.
So Jason in the tank on this block here, because you could give a card and then Tar Pit, because Tar Pit stops the next time something would have an on-hit effect, so it would stop the Whelming Gust Wave from drawing or something like that. So
I got more.
For 6, then Art of War, and we can banish this Surging that he just drew, which is
doesn't
perfect.
need it. Who needs this yellow Surging?
Nope.
Get it out of my hand.
I'm going to try to win right now, so I don't need another Surging Strike.
So this
is now for 7. Tar Pit Trap will still affect the Katsu trigger here, though, if Jason decides to play it right now. Oh, not what we want to be drawing.
Ooh, that is rough.
So
Double
we need the Katsu trigger. Oh, Jason is not going to use the Tar Pit Trap.
Before I get hit myself.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to take 7, right?
Yeah, you're going to take 7.
No, Jason, please play the Tar Pit Trap. Play the Tar Pit Trap. No.
play it out.
Oh, that would have ruined Sebastiano's turn. He doesn't have the middle piece, so ruining the on-hit effect would have been huge here.
Everything I can
Tar Pit Trap, basically, if the card has go again, then it stops the next on-hit, which would have stopped Katsu. Oh, that's so huge that Jason did not play it there. So Sebastiano getting the Katsu trigger, which gives him the middle piece, and then he has the bonds already.
Yeah, and Mask's still up. I mean, 12 more damage to go. I think he's got at least 20 damage left in the tank for this turn.
This could be game. We're going to break the boots without ever blocking with them, which is okay. We're going to discard this Ancestral Harmony, which doesn't do anything for us. So we're going to bonds with Katsu, and then with the links, I think we're going to get another Descendant. Likely a yellow Descendant.
Yeah, so you got the full chain. There are Descendants in there. We've seen a couple.
Oh, maybe it's just a blue Whelming. I don't think he's on yellow, so that would be the only other choice. Because you can Whelming right now, play your bonds, then play if he has another piece.
Descending.
Okay, yeah, you have to get Descendant here. Yep.
Oh, sorry, I gotta get yellow. My bad.
Yep. Mask cannot get red.
But yeah, we saw him block with the yellow Descending earlier, so I figured he at least.
I'm gonna do some more searching.
Yeah.
So
some of that.
So you Descendant right now, then you play the bonds. Bonds will banish another Descendant or Whelming. And then you play the bonds from your hand, banish the Fluster Fist, and then play the Fluster Fist. So this turn is pretty crazy.
5.
So this is 5 because it's 4 plus 1 from Art of War. 2 base, which is why you can search it off of Mask. But then it buffs +2 because Surging was before it.
I didn't have to pitch.
So
+1 from Art of War. There's the 5, and this is gonna go a couple War Chain links here. We're not done yet.
And what's crazy is Tar Pit Trap would have absolutely stopped this.
Yep. Had the answer in the arsenal. It's still there.
Yep, had the answer. We're gonna see a block with Judge, Jury, Executioner, which I've actually never seen this card resolved. Super cool card. A new legendary. Oh, and now we're gonna Tar Pit, which would stop.
Yeah, would have stopped everything. Now it stops nothing.
Yeah, now it stops nothing.
Now it stops nothing. It's all been done.
Yeah, it's all been done. So this is that card that we were talking about. When this defends an attack with Go again, the next time an attack action card hits, effects don't trigger. So not just the card hitting, but also any effects don't trigger. So Katsu wouldn't have triggered on that surging. So this is a super good card. For the surging right now, it just is blocking damage. And this is a bonds for 5 go again.
Yeah, I do want to say in defense of Jason, I think his thought might be to use it on the whelming.
Yeah.
If you see surging coming up, then
use it
Tar
on
Pit stops the block without having to give 2 cards.
Yeah.
That might have been what he was
Probably
thinking
the
about.
thought process, right?
Sure.
You deny the draw, try and stop, the
Yeah.
turn in his tracks there. And of course, there's no way he would have known that this brick draw of double blue
Right.
showed up for Sebastiano.
Especially after he drew cards. Like, he would assume he has the middle piece already. A lot of people, their stance for Katsu is like, I'll always take the surging, then I'll just block the next one.
Yep.
So Jason might have been thinking the same thing. It's just us seeing all information. It's like, man, that Tar Pit would have been so crazy.
Oh, you didn't block
No,
that?
no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Sorry. You're good.
So we're going to...
Okay, 5.
Sorry, I was just looking at.
Oh, no, you're so
it,
good.
It was 5.
Yes, because
Okay.
of Art of War.
So Jason's going to take the 5 on the bonds.
Gotcha.
And then we're going to play the Whelming for 4. This doesn't have an on-hit effect. It just has go again because of Breeze Rider Boots. And then after this will be the yellow
Is
bonds.
that another bonds? Yeah, it's another
Yep.
bonds.
Yellow bonds in hand, which will come in for 4 because of Artivore. And then we'll probably end with Flusterfist, which is 5 because of
5.
Artivore.
Yep.
So we have 4 and 5 after this. So 9 more after this.
Hey, that's a lot of damage.
It's a ton of
Hey,
damage.
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good turn.
This is so good. Double bonds turns feel so unfair. And they feel so good as the Katsu player. It's
Look,
just like,
I think Azalea should have at least 3 more red in the ledgers because you need to stop this.
yeah,
right?
I think to make it fair.
Make it fair.
No, Azalea is certainly one of those decks that
Yeah.
playing against it can be frustrating for sure because you're getting taxed so often. So, I mean, Katsu being able to do its own strong things is certainly important.
Oh, yeah, it's great. I mean, Katsu basically had 2 very strong turns this game, and then the rest of the time was shut down by the
Yep.
Azalea. And those 2 turns have been enough to get it done because it's against a class that doesn't block very well. So what Azalea does is disrupts you, and if she can't disrupt you every turn, you have to be able to find those windows, and Sebastiano has been able to find those windows.
Oh, this is so gross. He does have the extra card for the
resources for Kodachi.
Kodachis.
Yeah.
So he broke the breaking scales to get him to 2. So the second Kodachi threatens lethal. After the Tunic is blocked here, so you then go to
Yeah,
1.
Have to block one of them with Tunic.
And then this takes the rest of your hand.
Block 4.
Good game.
Oh, he only had 4
we only
block.
had 4 block.
That's
It's 5 on the Flusterfist with the Art of War. Actually gets there over the top at the end. Yeah, because they didn't take it down. One Kodachi,
one Kodachi
blocked
hits.
by the blocked by the Tunic. 1 more takes it down to
He's
1.
at 1, and then he doesn't have enough block. Wow. Sebastiano
Actually
getting
gets
there. Wow.
Hey, and keeping that mask available so that he actually had the kill on the next time he's able to pop off was worthwhile. Actually made it happen. Really, really well done by Sebastiano. And Jason, I think, still having a lot of really disruptive turns here.
Yep.
Just needed a little bit more to get there. And I think maybe got a little too in his head about maybe the whelming and didn't think about the full play there. And still, at the end of the day, really good showing for Jason.
Yeah, no, Jason played that super well. Arsenaling this Hard Pit Trap was 100% the play. That card is great against Katsu. You can't know if it's best to play it on the surging or not. We of course knew that was would have been insane. So definitely saving it so like you can stop maybe a draw, which extra cards are good. So makes sense to have kept it. But man, from our perspective, it's just it would have been so much.
How much you could have done knowing what that Art of War drew into, especially just being only the blues, making it happen. But still, Sebastiano being able to hold the card guys, having a strong showing here. 2-1, started off with a rough day as well. He and William both went 0-1 to start. But, now surging back. Surging with all those strikes.
Yes.
2-1 on his way back into this.
Surging with those strikes, having the ancestral empowerment of his brother, Josh Lau, who's not here at the moment. Yeah, going 2-1. Going 0-1, not really what you want to do, but just keep winning.
Yeah, just keep winning. Just keep winning. Just keep having pop-off turns like that. Double Art of War on defense.
Just do that. Yeah, that's crazy.
That was sick. I always love to see that, but we are going to get to talk to Sebastiano, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have him over in just a second so we can get his thoughts on the day so far.
And welcome back. Really quick break. We got Sebastiano here, our winner of round 3, beating the second place of our stream match on Azalea. So how did that game go for you?
It went well. You know, I luckily used 2 Art of Wars defensively, and then I got the 3rd Art of War to like close out the game. Yeah, so that was like super good. The start was a little rough. He revealed a Rend the Ledger turn 0. I was like worried he's going to break his bullseye bracers and then like flip that on the top and then just immediately dominate me out of the game from turn 0. I didn't have a Command and Conquer of Warmongers to punish that play. Yeah, so it was weird with that. My first turn was a little weak. I played that Harmony out just to like, I'm like, just try something. I didn't want to IP myself basically because I still got to Kadachi, Salt the Wound, and then Arsenal the Ancestral Empowerment, which, you know, led to other things in the game. So, but it was definitely a fun one. Definitely, it's always scary against Azalea. Even though as Katsu, I feel like you like that matchup. They can always just, you know, the same way you can high roll, they can high roll back and just lock you out multiple turns in a row, and there's nothing you can do about it. So
yeah, I feel like it can be kind of a coin flip.
Yeah. Same thing with Kano. You're good into Kano, like you're 50%, but like the 50% you lose is just like they just blow you out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, games where I've done defensive Art of Wars, I feel like I don't often win them because it's not what you want to do with the card. But just having the perfect block and also the reaction to the Rain Razors was amazing.
Yeah, because I'm like, I want him to not have a Ponder and not have an arsenal of the Rain Razors if he knows about it. And that led to him not being able to look on the top, dominate something like another Remorseless. That was another big decision.
He took a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was like, I think I just take it because like I'm like, I see the line where I do the full combo, and then if he says no blocks to the entire thing, Warmongers at the end completely blow him out. So he was smart, blocked a little bit to try to prevent some of it, so the Warmongers wasn't a complete blowout, but it definitely helps that you can play that card for no cost, like, you know, 3 slots in your deck, but you know, there's no downside of playing that.
No, Warmongers I think is such a good card. Like, I think Azalea is on the rise, especially with it having won
absolutely
2 of the last bigger events. And so just having it as like, you can discard off Katsu, pitches for Kodachis, and it's a 3 block at worst.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good card.
Yeah, for the Pro Tour, I actually brought Warmongers over the Mugenshi line. It didn't work out on the Pro Tour, but I did like, because I didn't face any Azaleas, I played 2 Dromais who fatigued me. So, but now I'm like, okay, now I need both.
I need to have both.
I need both.
So are you doing the Time Snap Mugenshi Lord of Wind for fatigue, or?
Not Time Snap Mugenshi, but just kind of just the Mugenshi line in the deck with the 3 Lord of Winds, just in case Dromai, you have to play, in my list, I'm playing Mask Momentum. So they can play a very defensive game, have you kill their dragons, like 1 dragon, then they play another one, and it kind of spirals. So sometimes you're, especially when you're not dealing damage to them, dealing damage to dragons, searching your deck for, you know, sometimes you have to discard a Flusterfist just to search one out with the bonds. And, you know, it's like a 0 for 4, trading for a 0 for 4, but at the same time, it's like, you know, that's one less card in your deck that you have damage. So it's good to have that deck damage to be able to just like, you know, have the Mugenshi in there and put some stuff back in.
No, that makes sense. And you can like hit with the Whelming on a dragon so they can't like block it out, so you can search for them. So
you can definitely do things. It's just kind of another thing is like, since they're playing so defensive, you have to have like a big turn to really push through damage. But since you're not playing links, it's harder to do the triple bonds because you kind of have to just naturally draw into it, like off an Art of War or something like that. It's not so much you can just search out the combo piece you need, whether it's Whelming or bonds, to, you know, have that huge extension with Mask of Momentum.
That's one thing I want to ask you. Like, I think in Phi, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is essentially just, when I can get 7 value, I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
But it seems like in Katsu, you're using it as like a consistency piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also just kind of sometimes just the threat of it. That's also like a thing I had to learn about Katsu is you're playing your opponent as well, and you're trying to figure out how they're responding to the situations, and sometimes just having the mask up there, even if you might not you lose 1 value on it later in the game, maybe it opens up a spot where, you know, they had to respect it, and then you got some extra value off that. That's like the poker value. That's not really the implied value of just math.
Because I thought you were going to use it the turn before on a bond just to get 6 more damage. It looked like you were thinking about it, but I guess you decided like...
Oh, I was just doing that to make him think. So, yeah. So that's, you know, with Katsu, you know, even if you hit and you're not going to do it, you still like... I like to just still think. You know, like, you know, have them play 2 games. You're playing 2 games. You're playing the poker, and then you're playing the actual deck with numbers and stuff.
So you were always going to take the 3-card 11 and just arsenal the surging, but you wanted him to think that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, makes sense. What? Obviously, Dromai is going to be a big deck at this event. People want to be like the one to make it leave the meta. So I know there's a lot of Dromai in the room right now. Is that part of the reason you brought Katsu, or do you just think even regardless of Dromai, it's just a really good deck?
Part of the reason I brought Katsu is because of Dromai. Also, I just like his matchup spread. The 3 decks that are really hard that basically every other deck has an auto loss to in some way is Dromai, Azalea, or Kano.
Yep.
Right? Those are the 3 big decks that you can't beat all of them with one deck except for Katsu. He has a reasonable matchup into all 3 of those heroes.
Yeah.
So it's like you lose the Victor round 1 loss was to Victor, and it just didn't go my way because you kind of just have to high roll that one.
Yep.
But I just like having that matchup spread because there's always going to be like, the few Kano players, the Dromais that show up, the Azaleas that show up. And it's like if you play, some other hero, you're going to usually take a loss to one of those. I just like it that you have a 50-50 into all of those with Katsu.
Yeah, and I mean, those are highly represented decks.
Exactly.
Those are, I know there's, I think like 15 Kanos here or something, which is like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a lot.
I know there's like, 5 201s going into this round.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know there's a lot of Kano in the room, and there's certain decks like I think Kassai and Victor. You sit down against Kenny, you're like, oh, okay, do I just take the lunch break or
or do you actually play it out?
Yeah, do I try? So yeah, I think it makes sense. Katsu definitely having such a high ceiling, probably like one of the highest ceilings.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the great thing. It's like even though it's like an 80-20 for Victor, you can still just like accidentally just like draw 3 Art of Wars or like Ancestral Harmony for like. Oh, I had the surging, the descending, and I just hit the bonds. Oh, that's awesome. And then I have an Art of War. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
You can still win that, which is always good. That I like that because it reminded me of Chain in the sense of you're never out until you're dead. If you have Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, you can always, even if your opponent's at like 25, 30 life, you're like, I got Art of War. Maybe I can try to present your life total here. So
even if it's like 20-1, if you're still alive, you can maybe
exactly. There's definitely I love the comeback aspect of the deck, especially against like decks like Kayo, where you're usually at like sub 10 life. Okay.
Cool. Well, yeah. Thank you, Sebastiano. I think we have a backup match that we're going to cut to, but
absolutely.
Good luck being 2-1. And
thank you so much.
And the rest, yeah.
All right, we're jumping immediately into a backup match that we have here. It's Uzuri versus Dash.io, both, in the 20s in life here. So this is still got some game left. And immediately we're looking at this combat chain. That's a heist. So this is a card that's been pretty neat in the Dash.io list to actually present an on-hit outside of boom grenades that is extremely threatening because it can give you an extra action point. It can put a lot of scary stuff back in. But as we're looking at the decks here, we do see the Dash.io list is getting a little bit dwindled. So Uzuri with the game plan of trying to fatigue the mech, it's looking like so far it's doing a pretty good job.
That seems to be the assassin game plan in a lot of matchups. You just block out, take your value plans, and you can play your 1-card codexes for the value that you can. Leave No Witnesses is a heck of a card. Where you see a penetration script coming down from the Dash.io player, which is a great card. This makes that strategy a little bit more difficult because it means when they block with an attack action, it gets -1.
Yeah, I'm wondering, was this
that's a fuel
on
injector
the board, or did that show up from? Okay, it was burns for the Foundry Heart.
Oh, burns for the Foundry Heart makes sense. Okay, so not on the board, but on the board now is a fuel injector, which I haven't seen a lot of. I think I've seen Tyler Horspool playing this recently, and it is a interesting card that you can bottom it to gain a resource.
Yeah, the way that he's described it, Tyler Horspool has described it, is this is basically just 2 damage for free, right? Like you pay 1 resource to put it on the board. It gives you 2 damage on your gun, and then you get 1 resource back, and it goes in the bottom of your deck. And it just kind of infinitely has that cycle. So it's a solid way. It can always, like, if you have it on the board for a while, it can always just pay for the item off the top without you having to pitch a card from hand, which is pretty nice. So
yeah, that's really cool.
Nice
on your opponent's turn, you can play like a not mini force field, the other one, for free because you just gain the resource.
Right. You just take it off. And then it lets you go into your turn when you actually want to be pitching like a blue, and then you still can get an item off the top there. So it has some really cool uses in that way. But we're just going to see another heist. This certainly will just get blocked out. We see one block put in front. I imagine a defense reaction is there, and
There
it
it
is.
is.
Safe for seeing.
Yeah, I was going to say, got to put something else in front of this. So we do see the Uzuri on Mask of Perdition. So a card that basically just, if my contract is going to hit, I'm going to banish another card from your deck. And with when your game plan is going to be, yeah, I know you're boosting and you're getting rid of your deck, and I want to get rid of your deck too, it just makes it go faster.
Yeah, this is I think Assassin actually might be the worst matchup for Dash.io. When I think about the Guardians can be tough, right? Because they're just trying to block you out, but you have ways to set up big turns and go over them. You can bring in 70 cards, play some setup turns, and then just have your big pop off turns. But Assassin, if you're trying to do a setup turn, they're like, okay, I'm gonna banish cards from your deck.
Yep.
And you run out of threat density very quickly.
And it looks like Nate only has 9 cards in deck on top of the cards in his hand and arsenal right now. So I think like 14 cards total available to him, which I don't know if there's 17 damage left in the deck.
So it depends if he's been trying to pitch stack a huge combo at the bottom, which is not the most common way to play Dash.io. A lot of time it's more about like setting items and setting up an arsenal and getting some good things that way, instead of setting up a full pitch stack. Now it's possible and you can play that way into fatigue lists, but if he hasn't pitch stacked like a very big max V or high octane turn, trying to push 17 past the blocks is going to be pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. And we can see that Evan's game plan truly is just, I don't need to do damage, I want to deck out, because we've already seen Flick Knives gone. Like, we never flicked a dagger, but just blocked with it for the 1 block. And Tunic's still there, but that can probably go sometime soon too. Oh, we see the Cold Foil Teklo Core is one of my favorite Cold Foils. Looks real nice in that
really
pitch.
Good.
Oh, wow, I've never actually seen one before.
Oh, really?
What was that from, a skirmish?
Yeah, skirmish.
Skirmish season, yeah.
That's why I've never seen them either, but they're very cool.
I don't play Blitz.
I don't know. I've played maybe 2 games of Blitz in my Flesh and Blood career.
Yeah, I played a lot of Blitz during like the first few skirmish seasons, but not very recently. But yeah, really cool prizing. And we see another fuel injector coming down after the zipper hit, which was fully blocked, so Evan just not taking any damage. And that might be one of the last few red boost cards left in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, boosted away this like red T-bone, but that's not exactly enough power, right? That's one of the weaker ones. You like that early game, try and pull some of the armor block away and then make room for your bigger attacks to come through.
Right. And so we'll see. I think the gun only has 1 counter on it right now. I think he just got one from the fuel injector. So even a high octane turn where it's like, I'm going to shoot my gun 5 times to you, I don't know that that's even going to be a strategy here.
Yeah, not having that. A lot of the time in fatigue matchups when I've played Dash.io, I've either ended the game on 0 counters or like 5 because I'm trying to set up one more big high octane turn, and if it just doesn't happen, then you end up like losing with extra counters on your gun. That feels bad because you didn't get the value, but you kind of need them all to just like fire off on a single turn in these matchups that are actively trying to fatigue you.
Yeah, I think needing the option is definitely why. And we see a blue throttle, I think. So this is going to take an Oasis that he used a tuna counter for. Great value. And we see Uzuri also playing a young Uzuri. So starting at 20, really just kidding. Obviously just a token. So that is the Cold Foil Uzuri from the pre-release event for Outsiders.
Wow, these are just 2 20 health players.
Yeah,
one plays Blitz, one plays pre-release.
Yeah. So that being completely covered up, and Evan also healing a life. So even more life to try to get through now from the Dash.io player.
Yeah, I mean, another zipper hit.
Is that a Mage Master Boots? Am I wrong?
Yeah. So Mage Master, this is what Tyler Horswell plays as well.
Okay.
I know a lot of people are still on the other bits, but I love Mage Masters. I think it's great. I think being able to just pay 2 for the tome and it just always working as your first action in the turn is also important. Instead of like boost, break the chain, and then do it, instead you just get to do it first, heal more, and then actually have your full turn after.
Sure.
And it lines up really well with Teklo Core. You have Teklo Core out, it's just 2 resources, and then you can just start the turn immediately with
break in and play it.
Yep.
So then you
heal
also
6.
heal the most.
Yeah.
That is pretty good. I guess you like can't do the like sometimes you break the boots just to shoot one more time with gun for something. So
yeah, you lose
some
that
flexibility, but it also heals more life, and you can start your turn with it.
And you gain some with you can also just use it for like an item. There's the ability to just like have that flexibility of like, hey, I need to get this item out of my hand, like a Teklo Core or Pounder in fatigue matchups, or there's some other spicy tech out there.
Yeah. You could like play Pounder and then play like a 1-cost item, like a Force Field or something. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So there's a lot more like modularity with it, and that's why I like it a lot more personally. I don't know if it makes any sense at all, but I am a Levia main that also plays like Dash-I on the side. It's like the other deck that I like a lot.
Yeah, I think those are decks that like operate on completely different axes than a lot of decks.
They're not
so
very similar,
yeah.
but I like them both a lot.
No, those are really cool decks. I think Dash-I is kind of underrepresented. I know Evan, who got second place at Nationals, super sold on the deck right now.
Yeah.
He's currently playing it at the Battle Hardened. He's 1-1. I don't know how his current match went, but I know he's super sold on Dash.io. Thinks the deck is crazy. He compared it to Chain, that you have like extra cards available to you. So, I mean, the deck is good. You start at 36, but the defensive items are really strong.
The consistency issues are like the main reason that I'm scared to like bring it to a big event or something, right? Like I say this as a Levia man. Like it's like she's dropped off a lot of the inconsistency though, and I think Dash.io still has a lot of it.
Yeah. Not only is Evan our finalist from national season, he's also my bedmate.
Oh, there you go.
I'm the same.
Hey, there you go.
Let's go.
Yeah, we got to the room last night. Ethan was already sleeping and just woke up to Evan being next to him.
See, that's the same thing with Ethan's bed and my bed. Is there's a Dash.io player and a Levia player in the bed, but in my bed it's just me.
And then in his, there's both.
There's two people.
So we see Nate in the tank a little bit. We're going to shoot with the gun, so decided to finally remove one of the 2 counters, I think, on his gun. So he has 1 counter left on that gun. Evan just given a card, not wanting to take damage. Fatigue is certainly the strategy here, and Nate's just going to keep 2 cards in hand and pass.
I think Evan's got there. I mean, there's got to be, unless Nate pitch stacked an absolute heater, but he's out of cards to boost, right? He's got exactly 3. It would have to be this hand is a max V turn with some other like gas on top of it.
Yep. This
to make it happen.
Banish 2, boost, banish your last card, then play the max V, and even then I don't know.
And it's have the extra resources to Mage Masters a Boom Grenade in.
And then also block the CNC.
And block the CNC, yeah.
Pitching the Codex of Frailty Marvel, which are some of the most unique looking cards in this game.
Yeah, that card is sweet.
So
if you wanted your Codexes, your playset to cost more than $300, there's the Marvel.
Yep.
Playset's already crazy.
The regular playset certainly is really crazy right now. So Nate just saying life doesn't really matter, so I'm just going to take it. Destroy my arsenal is fine, and now he has a 4-card hand. Going to try to put together some sort of, I think it'd have to be like 30 damage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he can get there, especially losing the arsenal. I think that this deck can do that much damage on a 5-card hand, but usually that 5-card hand involves drawing more cards, and then you also have to boost. And so having only 3 cards in deck, I don't know that you can actually get that 30 damage turn that you'd normally be looking for. And it looks like a lot of these are just the blue items that have been pitched to the bottom, and they're not actually something that was pitch stacked, which makes sense. When you're at this few cards, it's actually, there's not even a way to like pitch stack that. There's no cards left.
So we saw the Mage Master pop to play a core and then play a fuel injector to get more counters on the gun, but the deck is now gone.
Yeah.
And Evan has a full hand. So if we can present disruption here or just pass, I think it might be okay.
The good news is Nate has infinite bullets. Yeah.
The fuel injectors do go to the bottom when they are cracked, but these are items that don't block for anything, so it would just be blues to pitch for things. So there are technically cards that can go back in deck, but
yeah, infinite bullets.
Yeah,
you pop it, gun, goes in deck, you draw it, you play it, creates a counter, you pop the resource, goes back in deck.
It goes to the bottom and top of your deck. So you play
bottom and top of the exactly. Yeah, it's true, exactly. It pays for itself.
And here is a shakedown, which I don't think is going to have the effect, but this is still damage.
Yeah. Actually is such a funny interaction. It is the bottom and the top, so you pop this, you get the resource at instant speed, it goes to the top of your deck, you play it. You use the resource to pay for it and put it on. Infinite value.
Yeah. If only they gave you an action point every time you play them, you would actually have a loop with gun. To
yeah, true. It'd be a loop that you actively just do every game on accident.
Yeah. That'd be insane. If they had crank on them or something, that'd be wild.
Yep.
So we're going to see the Tekla core take down. We're going to use our fuel injectors to go to 4 resources, get some cards back in deck. We are not decked out, baby.
Now you can boost.
Now we can boost. The fuel injector is going to be some fuel for our boosts.
Yeah, this match was really tough, though. This is like, I think this is, it's funny, like Arachne is also as hard, if not harder sometimes, because like Arachne is always just playing all of the contracts to banish your cards, whereas like Uzuri sometimes doesn't banish that many of your cards.
Sure. Yeah, just like when they're trying to block you out and they're presenting disruption, it can be hard to do your 20, 30 damage turn. So we're going to boost one of our fuel injectors for a blue or yellow 0 to 60.
But yeah, when you decide to play at Dash.io, this is exactly the the class that you want to dodge the entire day.
Yeah, and Uzuri right now, at least before Dromai goes, not super represented. I think once Dromai is gone, I think
be a lot more.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more of it. But running into one, definitely happy for the Uzuri player.
They're they're like, oh, Dash IO, really? Oh,
perfect.
sick.
Yeah, any boost plan, like certainly I'm fine with that.
I'm down.
Yeah. So we see a yellow zipper hit, so we did have some power boost cards left. And time is potentially going to be an issue. Nate, it's on Nate's turn, and we have 30 seconds left. So if it does get called during Nate's turn, Nate would be turn 0, Evan would be turn 1, and Nate would be turn 2. So Evan would have to either kill Nate on his turn, or Nate would have to concede when time is called in 15 seconds.
Yep, has to represent lethal, which I think is like likely. I think there's probably still an item left here.
Okay, I think Evan is making him aware, and I think Nate just passed. Or they're talking.
Oh, there's time.
Yep, so time is called, and if it was on Evan's turn, then Evan would have 2 turns to finish the game, so he's turn 0 right now. So we're going to block 3 on a 5 go again, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, E-Strike this is certainly a way that Evan can actually find lethal here, right? There's only 2 cards left, I think, for Nate.
Yep, I think he has 2 cards in hand and nothing in deck. Yeah, already dead.
6.
Is Nate already dead?
Is one of them, do they both block, or is one an item? That's a big question here.
I think one, spark and an item. Yep,
spark and an item. There it is.
He is already dead.
Evan gets there, already dead.
So already dead taking it, just a 2 for 6, but good enough. And Evan takes it going up 2-1 on Uzuri. I think as Uzuri, you probably are happy to be playing this deck unless you see Dromai. I think Dromai is like really, truly your hardest matchup.
And you know there's going to be like a lot of Dromai, but the thing is like Uzuri has won Callings and Battle Hardens when Dromai exists, right? This is like a deck that still finds a way to get the wins, and I know that it's still a playable matchup. You do have like a solid amount of poppers. Right. It's just very difficult, right? You don't want to be using your poppers to pop.
Yeah.
A lot of times that's the card you want to keep in hand. You want to keep a stealth card in hand, and then you play it that way, and the rest of the stuff blocks. But against Dromai, you have to block with kind of your big power cards, and because of that, it ends up being a really difficult matchup. But sometimes that's just not how it happens. And I think a lot of times, specifically against Royal Dromai, the more aggressive one, the matchup is actually a little bit better. Big Dragon is awful. But the ones where it's like you actually have non-dragons to just like block and have turns, it works a lot better.
Yeah, especially if they're only resolving like 1 dragon a turn, or not always resolving a dragon. Like certainly it is better, because your disruption also matters, and you can do a lot of damage. The red line Uzuri list definitely can do a lot of damage. So Azalea, I think, is a good deck. It's one of my favorite decks. I think Assassin is such a cool class. So really cool to see it on stream. And Dash IO, sorry.
Look, I want to see more Dash IO on stream, actually, hopefully at some point. Like maybe Evan will pair into one of the card guys and we'll get a chance to, if he won his last round. Because I just think that deck is so cool, and I think that there's a lot there. We even saw in AGE, Tyler Horspool ended up getting 2nd place, right? We've seen the deck actually kind of starting to crop up a little bit more. It just, the matchup that makes it look like it doesn't do anything is kind of Assassin. Assassin is the one that gets really, really scary, so.
Yeah, banishing cards is good when you're also banishing your own cards.
Yeah.
You get through that deck quickly, but Dash IO, I think, is a super strong deck. I think people were scared of it initially because, there's going to be a lot of brute in this format with Kayo, and Reinar's good, and Levia is good. But those brutes aren't playing the item destruction cards, really. Like, you're not playing.
You don't care.
You don't really care. Smashing Performance, Arg Smash, like, no one's playing those cards, really, and even if you are, like you said.
Yeah, you smashed my Boom Grenade that didn't have a counter left. Oh, no.
Like, fine, okay.
All right.
My mini Force Field, I'm going to take off the counters.
Take off the counters. All right, cool.
Yeah.
It's a minor annoyance if it gets something, but it's not going to end your game. It's certainly not, like, you don't even care if that's in the sideboard.
Agreed, yeah. I think people definitely are undervaluing Dash IO as like a really strong aggro deck that also has a plan for mid-range or fatigue, where you can do these high octane turns. Like, Evan has done 30 damage to me, and it's really wild. It happens.
I love doing 30 damage.
Love
it's really fun. It's great.
It's a really strong thing you can do in this game.
Go fast. Like playing cards off the top of my deck as well. But with that, we are going to take a quick break. We do have round 4 coming up, and we want to be able to jump into that as soon as possible. So we see you all in just a second.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it. Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Hey everybody, quick check-in. A bit of a delay on this round. We're over the timer by about 5 minutes or so, but we will have Ed Knight on, who is 2-1 on Victor right now, and I also love Ed, so it'll be great to get him on camera as we continue the cycle throughout all the card guys. So ideally there's 8 rounds of Swiss. You'd think that means we see each card guy twice. Hoping they're live for every round we put them on, but regardless of whether they're live or not, we'll check in, see if they want to be on stream or not. So there you go. Once you see Ed Knight, you'll kind of get the whole breadth of who we're following today. 2 Victors, a Katsu, and an Azalea. But if any of them aren't in the running and want to bow out, there is a lot of variety out there. I was walking around the top tables. There's a lot of Levia my God, I saw like at least 3 Levias out there at the top tables. Mara's also 3-0 on Dromai. There's a couple other Dromais at 3-0. Notably, there was a Rhinar at the 2-0 tables. I think they lost, though. But overall, there can be some pretty spicy matchups. We're just, we'll see what happens once we do a Card Guyz rotation. Also, meta update. There is an issue accessing Gem, so we don't have the meta update for another short while yet. The head judge said hopefully within the hour they can go ahead and get that over to us, and I'll make the graphic and we'll talk about it. But nothing till then. I would expect probably another hour or so before we see the meta breakdown, unfortunately. But anyway, that's it. We're waiting for, I think it's like a Dromai mirror or something. Something's wrapping up over there, and then we'll get Ed Knight back on, or rather on for the first time, and that'll be pretty hype at 2-1. Because remember, at these Battle Hardens, you basically have to go X1 or better to make it in, especially with like how many players show up for these things. So we're really watching a lot of the Card Guyz already on the bubble. Sebastiano's at X1. Will was X1 last we saw him. Ed is now X1. Nathan XO. So they're still live. They're still live. They're doing good. Hopefully you all are also doing well out there on your ProQuest season. But that's the quick update for you. We'll be right back with the Ed Knight round, and then probably some guest casters after we do a full rotation of making sure we see all the Card Guyz. I see Tom Battaglia is actually hanging out over here. He was, but I forget. Tom, did you win? Wait, you got second at Battle Hardened Orlando, or was it top second? Yeah, Tom's the one who got second at Battle Hardened Orlando, but he is O2 drop at this event, so he's hanging around to hopefully get on and cast for us. So we'll be back in a second with that. And hey, see you in a bit.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. You know, sponsored by TheCardGuyz, brought to you by Savage Feats, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy. We got round 4 coming up. We are going to be going back to Nathan Crawford playing that Victor, and he will be going up against an Uzuri this time. So we're getting a new class on the stream. Well, we had the backup match, but you know, getting a full game of Uzuri.
Full game with Azalea against the Victor. It's an interesting matchup. Both of these like very different axes of strategies. Like one of them wanting to block out and play very mid-range, and then Uzuri also kind of wanting to do the same, but just in a very different way with like the swapping effects. Victor's not playing too many D-Reacts to get around the swap and CNC and stuff like that, just because their clashes don't want to reveal D-Reacts. So we also know Nathan's on a bunch of pummels.
Yeah, a lot of pummels. Yeah. At least 5 copies.
At
we
least
saw 5.
2 yellows, 3 reds.
It's likely only the 5 because that game went so long that we probably saw all of them.
I think 6 is a lot. I think 5.
Yeah. 5's great.
Yeah, I could see 4 or 5, but 5 sure.
Yeah, no, 5's great. 5's great.
5's super
no,
good.
but Victor can still kind of do just like put 2 cards in front of the stealth attack and be like, okay, well, you know, do your worst. But the no D reacts means that things like Shred are really scary, and anytime that Azalea also gets to swing with a dagger can be very, very annoying for Victor to actually deal with.
And the isolates. If it has Dominate, you can only put 1 card in front of it. The test will be really good because those stealth cards, the blue ones are like 1s. If they're playing any reds ones, there's 3. So you're probably not winning many clashes.
Yep. Yeah, of course. And even the 6 power cards, like Victor actually just kind of eats those anyway a lot of the time. I mean, most of his cards are 6, but there's enough of the higher power cards that you know, you're not too worried when it's just 6. It's not, you know, a Shade and Death Hydra showing up and scaring you.
Yeah, right. the jump scare.
Yeah.
I do wonder how long this game will go because Azalea is one of those decks that can take the strategy of blocking out and then doing the best to outvalue and maybe go to fatigue. And then Victor kind of can do the same in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big value grind. It's definitely going to be a long game. We don't expect these kind of games to go very quickly, but we are going to jump over to that table and we're going to get a look at this Uzuri versus Victor matchup. It is going to be Ning Liu versus Nathan Crawford.
We have the horse versus our assassin.
Yeah. It's just the horse. Actually, what's great about the image is it does kind of look like Nathan is riding the horse.
It does look like he's riding the horse.
It kind of low-key, right? Like it's kind of, it looks like he's
I also love that it just zooms in on the horse's head. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Don't tell PETA about this round. Azuri is going to be stabbing the heck out of it.
Yeah, just stabbing the horse. Oh no.
Taking the knives at this horse. Yeah, I do wonder what Nathan's sideboard strategy is. Like, does he want to take the block out until Azuri runs out of threats and then Anathos outgrinds them because I have a better weapon than them? Or does he take more of the aggressor strategy and put in all 5 pummels and try to disrupt while doing a lot of damage? I wonder how many pummels we'll see.
Yeah, I can see pummel being a liability sometimes, though, in this matchup, right? Just having the 2 block, and then especially if, like, Ning is able to resolve something like Shakedown, things that are getting rid of cards from your hand, and then you lose cards and you're stuck with pummel with nothing else, and then you can't actually, like, yellow pummel, that can't pitch into hammer unless you've got the tunic counter, and that's not feeling very great. So if you're stuck on an arsenal in that, like, what are you doing with this yellow pummel?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, like, weird situations where I could see that gumming up your hand. So I could certainly see the yellow ones come out.
Yeah, I can see some amount of pummels coming out. Like, even cutting some reds would make sense to me. And a lot of Azuri's are usually on Spider's Bite and Nerve Scalpel, which also debuffs blocking with attack reactions. So
true, yeah.
Even if you block with a pummel, sometimes it's going to be a 1 block. So maybe just not a card you really want to see at all.
Yeah, so
pummeling a CNC is still good.
At least this time, his Clash cards are real cards that go in the deck.
The Clash cards are certainly good. Trounces, we'll definitely see them this game. That's like one of the reasons to play Victor is Trounce is just such an insane card. So we might see some red pummels because CNC pummel also really good. Azuri typically plays at least 6 D-Reacts, so they can, of course, use them against a CNC. So
might as well, I feel like. With the Tunic version, it's so good.
So good, yeah. Like when Oldham used to do it to me, man, you see the Tunic counter up, they have a 3-card, potential 10, get rid of 2 of my cards. Man, there's nothing like it. So we see the players getting ready. Uzuri is one of my favorite decks in the game. I would love to play it if Dromai didn't exist. I just think that matchup is really difficult from Uzuri's perspective. And
goodbye Dromai.
Yeah, goodbye Dromai.
Hashtag for the weekend.
So we see Anathos. I do wonder, like you mentioned, if Nathan has extra spaces in his deck because he is trimming equipment. So maybe he's not even on shield and one-handed weapon at all, and it's just always Anathos.
That would be very interesting.
That would be
because I think it's been the opposite for a lot of Victors, running no Anathos and extra hammers there. But, you know, we mentioned all that go again. And look, if you're trimming for go again, maybe Nothos is just the way to go, right? Because that's actually going to utilize the Go Again way better than the other hammer is, because every time you pitch for Go Again, you are making another 6 power.
Right. Yeah, having a 6 power up is just so strong. So we're just going to see Nathan move to end and heave this Thunderquake. So maybe he doesn't have the tectonic plating to make surges, but he's going to make surges even.
Yeah, we're still making surges. The only scary thing that happens when you do this into a class with so much disruption is if you end up on this next turn not being able to actually cast this Thunderquake, and then you don't have the surges, and now you have a blue Thunderquake there, but he at least has 2 helmets, because this is Crown of Providence instead of Balance of Justice, which of course would not be good in this matchup at all, and Crown of Providence actually quite good in this matchup that has so much Arsenal hate.
Can you crown away a face-up card? I'm actually not sure if you can.
You know, I couldn't tell you. I think you can. I think it just says card from your arsenal. I don't think it says like face-down arsenal or face-up card.
Hand. Okay.
And yeah, I think it's just arsenal or hand. I'm sure someone will tell me I'm very wrong if I am, but I can't imagine that that's...
I can be super wrong too. I haven't played Guardian enough to know if you can get rid of the heaved carves with Providence. I know you couldn't with Crown of Seeds. Seeds had to be face down. Providence probably is fine.
I assume it's fine.
Yeah. So we saw Rabble reveal a blue, not really what you're loving with your Rabbles. Uzuri plays some amount of blues. You definitely have to for your daggers. So just unfortunate seeing the first one there. But then we have a follow-up E-Strike for 7.
Yep.
And we get to Arsenal of Fate, which is really what you want to be doing.
Yeah, it's really solid. Nathan's going to be able to just get this Thunderquake out of Arsenal, and he will be able to Arsenal. I believe that's a Humble.
Oh yeah, it is.
Humble, pretty solid in this matchup, honestly. I mean, it's not like the most insane thing ever, but if you're like, okay, one turn where you don't get to play Uzuri,
you don't get to Swippy swap.
Now you're Arachne.
Yeah, you're just Arachne.
Now you're Arachne, solitary confinement, but without the Go Again.
Yeah.
Good luck.
So you're just a blank assassin. Yeah. I do wish a solitary confinement was a CC deck. I think that deck would be really sick.
I think I'm pretty sure that like Brian Gottlieb said he wishes that was the case
really?
too. I feel like he had an interview where he was talking about Arachne. He was like, "Yeah, I wish it was a CC deck too."
Yeah,
like,
maybe one day.
Yeah.
I think his classic line would be, "Nothing's out of the question."
Yeah, it is the classic. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So we see a 2-card 8, which is, hey,
that's kind of good.
Kind of good. So Thunderquake coming in just for damage, but as Uzuri, you want to preserve your life total. So we might see a card from hand and the Fate for Scene, and then just swing the E-Strike, Arsenal, the Death Touch. It's a pretty good play.
Solid.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
I like it. I agree.
Yeah. The other cards that I'm looking at in this matchup that are actually just really good for Uzuri are these shreds. They actually end up being really relevant because Nathan has to be careful about blocking with equipment throughout, especially to things like yellow shred, blue shred, or whatever, right? They're going to just make it so you lose out on the temper.
Yep.
And so he's kind of has to wait until he sees a certain amount of shreds or he knows that there can't be a shred to actually get full value out of the equipment.
And a lot of people play red shreds and it doesn't always resolve for full effect, but Nathan has even more floor blocks because of the clash.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You can actually often resolve your red shreds for full effect. I think we see a yellow one in his hand right now. I assume he's probably on some amount of rainbow copy.
Yeah. And a lot of times the shreds just end up being block cards, but it is just a matchup where shred actually like doesn't feel like a bad card. Because there's matchups where they just don't even block you, and then you have shred, and because it's not plus damage, it's minus block, it's just a dead card. So this is a matchup where Nathan's going to block you.
Yeah, and I think you want to have shreds for towards the end of the game, so if we do see him E-Strike, he might bottom it, but he's just going to block with it. So I think he's going to opt to keep his Fate for Scene in Arsenal instead of putting the Death Touch in Arsenal. And he's going to bottom the Death Touch with this E-Strike and just swing for 7, which...
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's fine as well.
I like it. Preserve some threat density as well.
Yeah, I do like the other play of like playing the Fate and arsenaling the Death Touch so you can bottom the Shred with the E-Strike because, again, late game
you're right. You want shreds.
But I'm sure he has enough copies of Shred where he's not worried about like...
Yeah, I imagine. Usually, I mean, what is usually the amount that you see run? Because I feel like I see anywhere between like 5 and 9. It's like, there's usually a lot of shreds in the deck, but of course, I think like 3 red shred is probably a lot. Like that's probably like too much.
Yeah, I've seen often like 3 blue, 3 yellow, and then like 1 or 2 reds.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen just the rainbow suite. I've seen some people just on 6. Yeah, I think
blocks 3.
Blocks 3, and it makes things hit.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see just 7 and then go back to. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this just like very simple plan of taking cards from each other's deck and trying to sneak in damage where we can.
Humble, threatening Pumble.
Humble, threatening Pumble right now, yes. Pumble is really good. If Ning wanted to use his hero ability, he can't. And also just discarding a card can be rough. We see a Codex in hand, so we see he is on Hurl, which is interesting. That's typically a card that's basically for the Dromai matchup. So you have a go again attack, essentially. But Also, just good to threaten more damage against Victor. It is a 2-block. We see an Inertia Trap as well. So Ning on a lot of D-Reacts, probably Sinks, Fates, and Inertia Traps.
Yeah, wait, the Codex targets are like really bad, right? There's like nothing actually good.
I think it's E-Strike almost
It's
only.
like only E-Strike.
Yeah.
So this Codex might need to be shipped to the bottom as well. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just E-Strike.
There's a
Unless you want to
Rabble.
count Rabble, but I don't want to count Rabble.
I don't want
I would rather not count
Yeah.
Rabble.
So it's
I think we're good not counting Rabble.
not counting it, yeah.
Okay.
This could have been a reason to put Death Touch in Arsenal too, because then you have that target in grave, or to block with it too.
Yeah, that's definitely reasonable.
So I think he's thinking like, is it my pitch card for the turn? Am I? Oh, he doesn't have a sink blow. He can't sink it. It's a Fate in Arsenal. So we're just
He's
gonna.
just gonna get humbled because who cares?
He either might get humbled or he might use the Inertia Trap.
Oh, you already went to reactions. There's a Fate.
And get
Oh, the Inertia.
The Inertia Trap.
You said Inertia Trap, and I'm like, just my brain was like, that's Codex of Frailty. They're the same thing.
They're the same
They're
card.
the same card.
So I think he's gonna Arsenal that D-React probably. I don't know what you fully do with this hand. Is it like Dagger, Hurl? So you pitch your Shred for Dagger, you Hurl, and then you play your Codex. Maybe you overpitch with the Trap to keep it in deck.
I'm genuinely lost on this turn because I don't play this class enough, and this already looks like a very difficult turn.
So pitching the Codex, so we're not going to play it, just to Dagger. This is a way to sneak in damage. Nathan's not going to want to give up cards to these, so we are going to play the Hurl. Makes sense. Basically, this is a 0 for 3 go again, and you can pay 1 to throw a Dagger. Basically, just do a Flick Knife, which you don't really ever do. Just a 0 for 3 go again. It's also an Assassin attack. And then we're just going to pass. Okay. Very interesting. So we IP'd ourselves. We wanted to hold on to the Shred instead of doing another Dagger, which is interesting.
And I guess if Nathan blocked, he would have played the Shred.
On the Hurl for sure. But it did have go again. So once he knew he didn't, he could have.
Yeah, he could just Dagger for 1. But I guess he's just deciding that like the 1 value is not worth
not having it. Yeah.
Hard, I guess.
So we do see a Remembrance. So he's on at least one copy of
if
it.
He's worried about fatigue. Maybe just keeping the card because it's not like. I guess he could have blocked for 3 more. Yeah.
Yeah. Or he could maybe want to resolve it. Maybe he like values having the card.
Yeah.
Because like right now, if he does play the Leave No Witnesses, Shred's really good.
Yeah.
Takes cards out of Nathan's deck. If he has an Arsenal, takes cards out of his Arsenal. It's a really good card.
Yeah. But now having to deal with this Disable.
Red Disable is so good. One of my favorite Guardian attacks. It's just so big, and you have to cover up 6 of it in order to not lose your Arsenal. Basically, just a really beefy CNC.
Yeah. You still block it with 2 cards to stop it from taking your Arsenal, but then you take 3 damage.
You take 3 damage, yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and
Thanks, I love that.
If you do have a Tuna counter or the... Oh, he's going to pummel it.
Ooh.
So we have the Inertia Trap, which isn't going to matter.
So,
I mean, he gets the Inertia, but he doesn't have cards.
Yep.
And Inertia triggers when the attack has greater than its base power, so it does
So
trigger.
pummel gets the trigger here.
So this is for 13. We're blocking 6.
Yep, take 7, lose the Arsenal.
Take 7 and lose a card. You don't want to discard the Remembrance, so maybe you just discard the Leave No, you play a Remembrance, Arsenal your Shred. Not great, but you don't have that many options
It's a
here.
turn.
Yeah. I find it interesting that he just blocked with the Leave No. I feel like that's a card you would maybe just want to have as a 1-card hand.
Yeah, block with the rest. Just play it for 4. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just stop guessing what Ning's going to do because everything I've guessed he's not done.
Just wrong every time.
So maybe we're just going to play the Surgical Extraction. He has the yellow pitch for it. And just put the Remembrance on the bottom of the deck because right now his targets aren't amazing anyways.
Yeah. Okay, what are like the main targets you would want in this kind of matchup? Because it's like very fatigue oriented.
Yeah.
You just need damage, right? So you just like 6 attacks.
Yeah, I think you'd want your 6, like maybe some swap targets if you know you have like blue isolates left in deck, like super
sure.
good to get those back. You might want to get some E-Strikes just to have like 2 card 7s available to you, and maybe Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, it is just a good card.
Yeah.
Hey, that lines up pretty well.
This is so good. Okay, so he is on the looking for scrap. This is one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, this is like
Uzuri.
more like aggressive version then, right? Because like it likes to actually have those big go wide turns.
Yeah, definitely, especially if he's on like Nimbleism, which we've seen a lot in Uzuri. At least some of the Sam Dando variants of Uzuri have.
Hey, Nimbleism.
There's the Nimbleism. So Tom, who's a big Uzuri stan, who might cast a future round. He's number 3 in the U.S. right now. He got top something at he got top 2 at the Battle Hardened Orlando. He was in the finals. He loves Uzuri, and he's a big fan of doing a mix of Nimble Strike and looking for scrap. because you're playing 3 Nimblism. So it's just another way to have a 1 for 5 go again, which is super strong. And here we're going to see, I think that Remembrance should be on the bottom of the deck, but we're going to see an Oathos for 7, Dominate, on hit, discard 2.
Wow, committing.
So we must have
armor already.
Yep. So we're going to use our Fate Foreseen to fully cover this up. And I think this is just him valuing cards in deck because Terra Sunder does take 2 cards out of your deck, essentially.
Okay, so that's done, and then we'll go ahead and sync this.
I think sync one of the D-Reacts and then play the other. He had double sync, right? Or not double sync, double Fate.
Double Fate, yeah. So. Yeah, so basically Judge saying the Remembrance should be before the card you sync with the Crown because it should have been there.
Easy correction.
And now we're going to get our Fate Foreseen. And one really cool thing that we could do is we can Nimblism looking for scrap. So we can do 8 on 2 cards. Not bad. Those are the cards he kept. It does cost 1 to play looking for scrap, but he does have Tunic up.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, he never drew off the Crown.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're
It was the order stuff with having to put the Remembrance.
Yes.
Like, he just forgot about it. That makes sense. Good catch by Nathan. Make sure those board state stays correct.
And it actually might be better now that he has a CNC in hand to like use Tunic and pitch Nimblism, so then just swing for CNC.
Yeah, gives him an arsenal as well.
Arsenal, yeah.
I should kind of prefer that. I think being on arsenal is probably solid.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's thinking what's better here, but if only Nimblism buffed CNC.
Yeah, that'd be kind of strong.
That'd be
good.
If it just had +3 to your next attack, that would be in like every deck. So him thinking what he wants to do here. I think Tunic, pitch a red for CNC is okay. Gets around any sort of like, Victors aren't super on a lot of D-Reacts, but you're basically giving 1 card to take 2 cards out of their deck, and that is going to be something that matters in this matchup.
This would also be putting a card that goes wide in your arsenal, which I think is the that's the biggest part about it that I think I like, is when you're setting an arsenal, being able to set one that's actually allowing you to potentially use a 5-card hand if Victor stumbles.
Yeah.
Especially because you're sending CNC at him, which is a great way to make somebody stumble.
Yeah, absolutely. It's essentially going to guarantee 2 cards from Victor, which means they're going to have less disruption most likely on their turn, and then you have a bigger turn. So we are going to see. So I guess the thought here is, do I keep my Tunic counter around, or do I keep a red around for Arsenal and pitch just 1? So looks like he's going to choose one of these reds to keep. I think you pitch the Nimblism.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Hey, we got to play right.
Hey, there we go. Okay,
we got one.
We're back on track.
We got one. Look, eventually we were going to get one.
It had to be right. Yeah. So CNC coming in. There's no tricks here. I think Uzuri used to be on some amount of pummels, at least during some of the earlier iterations.
I had never seen it. I was playing Calling in LA. I got pummeled by an Uzuri.
No.
And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean pummel? It's not something that I expected.
Yeah, they used to be on it because you could play something like her specialization that only gets triggered if you played an attack reaction, and then pummel it. And then that triggers, and you have a pummel trigger.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It's kind of cool.
Still won that game. All right, so just going to be able to deal with that CNC.
So
3, actually.
Yeah, he actually. Did he lose his arsenal there?
He has got 4 cards in hand, no arsenal. Grounded away. That's
got
why he's got 4 cards in hand.
That makes sense. So we have the Rouse with effect, and we have another red disable. Really good card. 7 go again. This is one of the, I think, edges that Victor has in this matchup is Uzuri doesn't have much like threatening damage in a wide turn. Like they can do looking for a scrap, nimble strike, stuff like that, maybe E-strikes, but Victor having things like Rouse and Zealous, just 5 into 6, 7 into 6 is just a lot of damage.
Yep. And you're calling out the disable, that's going to go straight to the arsenal. You're going to have a good solid turn if you're able to keep enough resources.
Yeah, no,
On
absolutely.
next hand. And a lot of times, the way the patterns are with this deck is just kind of block with 2 cards and then swing with 2 cards. So being able to set a disable, keeping 2 cards, you get the swing and disable.
Yeah. And we're seeing him think here if he wants to sink below.
Take 4.
So we're going to take the 4.
It's 25.
So 25, 31, and then we're just going to see the hammer for 6. 13 damage is pretty good. We like 3-card 13s. And we get to Arsenal, a really good red attack. Ning's hand, not amazing. We see another Nimblism, which is a good thing that we pitched the other one, or else this would have not been great to have double Nimblism. And we have the Shakedown, and we just blocked with the Shakedown. So I think that's like the third one we've already seen this game.
Okay.
All right, at least you can sink something.
So you might want to sink. Yeah,
Shakedown.
that card's not doing anything for you.
2.
So don't forget to draw your card. Yep. And we got a Codex.
And
oh, we don't have our Tunic counter because we used it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also at least leave no witnesses as an option for 0 cost.
Is there one engraved now? A leave no?
Yeah, he blocked
oh,
with one.
That's right. He blocked with it. Yep. Yeah, so I think you probably have to play looking for scrap, pitching your red, so your Nimblism, banish something from your grave, and then you play your Codex. Hopefully he has a 0 cost stealth card in his grave. He does. Okay. Basically, your targets for looking for scrap are your daggers after you flick them and your blue stealth cards.
Yeah, Tunic would have been sick here.
Yeah, it would have been really good. So this is 5 go again into Codex.
Would have been a 3-card, what, 12? Yeah.
Yeah. With an on-hit effect. Super good. So I think this is a pretty telegraphed Codex, to be honest. Or leave no, but probably Codex.
Oh.
So gonna...
Considering... Okay, I was wondering if he was actually going to save it. I thought he might save it and just try and have a bigger turn.
That'd be interesting.
But just value. Value is good.
This makes sense. So we're going to probably grab leave no, I would think. And then Nathan unaffected by this other than just getting a frailty. Yep, so we're going to get a ponder. And...
armor.
Yep, and here's a quicken for you.
Yep. I like using armor here because you know that there can be shred. It's just guaranteed.
Yep, guaranteed value out of your armor. And this quicken against Uzuri probably isn't doing too much unless they have like a leave no into something else. Oh, we see a race face. Interesting. That is one of those swap targets. I don't know if it does too much against Victor. It is 2 for 6. We arsenal it.
-2 on the next attack.
So red debilitate.
Yep. It's the Victor thing. Tunic counter up. Here's a 4-cost attack for just a blue.
Yeah, so 2 card 8. That also has an on-fit hit that does 2 more value. So 2 card 10 potentially, which is crazy.
Yep.
So that's the one thing about Guardians that a lot of people say is like the math can be pretty bad. Sometimes you do like pitch 2 cards to swing for 8. So you have a 3 card 8, not really what you want. But sometimes, especially with Tunic, I think rounding out the curve, you do like 2 card 8s, 2 card 10s. Really solid.
And at least it's brought back a little bit by the fact that it always has on hits with the crush effects, or at least usually does, and so it does force your opponent to actually have to block you. It's not like they can just be like, oh well, your math is bad, so I'm not going to block you.
Right.
It's like no, it's fine. Like you're taking cards out of your hand. I'm not, and I block well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Ning really thinking here. He has more D-reacts. I think every hand we've had at least like 1 D-react. And thinking what we want to do, I think we have a blue infect, a sink below, a surgical extraction, and something else. And then we know our arsenal is the erase face. So I wonder if he's, oh, it's a red infect actually. So I wonder if he's thinking if he can get value out of the quicken.
Yeah.
Because he could go again erase face into infect, which has an on hit that matters.
So I guess you could just sink here and look for something. It's 2 red stealth cards, so you just sink one of the stealth cards.
Yeah, I feel like you
look for something better.
I feel like you should block with the isolate just so you can do the infect that has an on hit into something else. I wonder if he's just gonna Uzuri swap because you could isolate into surgical.
Yeah. There is like the fact that you're threatening shred, so maybe that Nathan will be scared to block with equips, but he could just block with the civic steps again, because like okay, you get shredded and you get surgical, and that sucks. Yeah. But it's not like you're losing extra armor value.
That is what he's deciding to do. So he's just playing the isolate. He's gonna swap into what we know is a surgical. Nathan, of course, not knowing what this is going to swap into. This could be a CNC. This could be Shakedown, even though I think we've seen all 3 copies already. But this could be a lot of different things. So Nathan kind of thinking what to do here. And this is likely guaranteed damage in some capacity unless he gives armor, which maybe you do.
Yeah, you could also consider just putting 2 cards in front of this. And if he does put 2 cards in front of this, the nice thing that Or sorry, this is isolate.
That's
You can't
isolate,
actually put two
that's
cards on
dominate.
Yeah, because we thought he was going to keep the Blood Rot because it gives him the ability to just swing. If he blocks with 2 cards, you just say, okay, go again, and then you throw the race face.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, Infect, I feel like would have been a more dynamic option of being able to then utilize the go again. But in this case, he's basically locked into either taking a card from Nathan and then swinging the erase face, or swapping in. I wonder if he'll take the swap or just swing the arsenal.
I suppose if you get armor here as well,
yeah,
then you can also just do the pivot and it's still fine.
Yeah, because isolate does typically mean I'm swapping here. So maybe Nathan just thinks, okay, this is a swap, so I need to do something about the swap, and then not thinking that that arsenal race face is going to come in.
Did he say no blocks? I think he might have gone to reactions, which would make this decision kind of difficult. I mean, I guess you just swap it in.
Yeah, I wonder if it's on Uzuri with a priority now to think about.
Oh, maybe not. No. I thought I heard him say something, but no. Looks like he's still got a block.
Yep, so we're going to give a Wallop as a 3 block. So if you're Ning, you can swap and get 1 guaranteed damage and look at Nathan's hand and rip a card. So I think maybe doing 6 damage is better, but I guess we'll see. So either we're in reactions right now, and we could utilize Uzuri, or we pass on this chain link and then we use our go again for the race face, which I don't think there's anything to Victor. I don't know if he cares about his face being
Activated
erased.
Uzuri.
Activated Uzuri. One benefit of this play is it preserves the isolate. So the red isolate is now back in deck.
Yep.
And then we get to rip a card from Nathan's hand. So I wonder if Ning is just valuing cards more than life.
Notably, double stealth card at the bottom again.
Yep.
Isolate Infect. Back to back.
Yep. And we're going to take the only blue that was in Nathan's hand and banish another blue. So we actually got 2 silver off of it.
There you go.
Azalea not known for making a lot of silver like Arachne is, but we actually just got both.
You have a silver?
Yeah. You got a buyback for black tech.
Okay. We did, yeah. So sometimes people will just crack black tech when you can, just so you can buy it back even for no go again. Just fine.
Just for 1 block.
Yeah. And we can do that now. So very nice to hit the blue off the top. And Nathan now stuck with 2 reds in hand. I don't know what. I think his arsenal is still the red disable. So I actually don't know that Nathan can do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have a turn. No tunic, so he can't even pitch into the tunic to just play the Enothos.
Yeah, I think he's stuck on 2
IP2.
reds. Yeah. He could pay into gold to draw a card to then get a blue, and then you can hammer. Or you can just pass, which is what Nathan's gonna
red?
do.
Okay, blue.
Okay, we got to a blue. So even if he had cracked the gold, he would have drawn a red choke slam, and then he could have pitched that for hammer. Because no, he couldn't.
He'd be really sad.
Yeah, he'd just be really sad and then
upset
pass
about
again.
it.
Yeah, right. Because he used the 2 for the gold. So yeah, I think just not wanting to take the risk, and our Rebel now is hitting for 4.
Yeah, and Rebel, this is actually a turn where this feels solid, right? You've got a little bit of a wide go potentially here, but
what is our arsenal right now?
It's the race face still.
Still the erase face, right? Okay. So it's unfortunate when we have the codex. So we might arsenal the codex here, and I think this might be rabble into.
So this is just pitch to a dagger and then pitch the red shred into erase face arsenal codex.
Yep, I think that's
kind of feels solid.
Yeah, you save your tunic counter. You could also shred.
Daggered first then.
Yeah, but I guess you don't have a shred target, right? You're not attacking with an assassin attack, so. Oh, is he gonna pitch the codex and not arsenal it? Maybe he arsenals the shred here. Plays surgical and holds the shred. This is also another line. Yeah,
that's neat. We know this is rough. If it's probably getting through because it's a shred.
Yeah, no, I don't.
So goodbye blue.
Goodbye blue again. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty terrible.
Is Nathan gonna get IP'd again? So he's blocking with 2 of the reds, which totally makes sense.
And that'll save the turn quite a bit then.
Yep.
Block 5.
Shred the 3 blocks, so he's only blocking 2.
Yep.
So Nathan takes 2.
Okay, goodbye blue. Goodbye turn. Goodbye moon.
Goodbye moon. Goodbye everything. Yeah, take the blue. Oh no. We didn't get it again. We got 1 silver.
I mean, this has been a good kind of like crawling back of the life total from Ning here, having multiple turns in a row, just saying, Nathan, you get to IP yourself on these turns because I'm taking away your blue.
It's really rough. Yeah, we've time walked our opponent twice now, which is really strong. We've gotten damage in, and we've taken cards out of their deck. I wonder if I can't tell how big Nathan's deck is. It looked like it's kind of similar to his grave. And then Ning's deck also looks pretty similar to the Grave. So we know Ning is on Remembrance. So I wonder if this will just come down to deck. Whoa, so we're banking on cracking boots and shredding here.
Oh, yeah. I was for a second I was just like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. But no, we talked about the boots. The boots are still available, but
so I think Ning is saying you're certainly not going to play around shred here.
No blocks.
Yeah, no blocks.
No reaction?
Okay. 18.
Okay.
Wow, so Ning saying I don't want to waste cards if I don't have to if I got my damage.
One off the top as well.
so no crack on.
Wow, we are 5 silver. What is happening? We can buy our boots back twice now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, did he forget? No, I think he might have forgotten.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, what is the reason you wouldn't? You have all this silver.
I think he was thinking no reactions because I don't need a shred, but he forgot.
Finally get rid of it.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that turn would have been insane.
Oh, it would have been so good.
Because he'd still hold on to shred. He still has.
Yeah, and then he can get rid of the erase face, get something else in arsenal. Yeah, that was.
He had a stealth card and CNC as well in the hand.
Swapped. Yeah, I mean,
just on stealth.
Not breaking the boost there is unfortunate. But once you pass on reacts, you pass on reacts. So, I mean, he got 4 damage in and also 2 cards out of Nathan's total available.
I was about to ask you if it was like bolters. I was like,
afterwards?
Does he just get it after? Is that how that works?
Yeah, no, you do have to choose. And then if it doesn't hit, that's a very balanced thing about black tech is you choose to break it. Then if they de-react,
yeah, they can stop you, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, he made kind of a disappointed face that he forgot to crack the boots because he can buy them back twice. So I think there's no reason not to buy to break them there. So we'll see. Ning, think about the humble here. Humble gonna turn off Uzuri, which
depends on the hand. It might not matter at all.
We do have the swap. We do have the Swippy Swappy. So I think we might do the. Oh, we have the Pomble.
The Pumble.
Pumble.
Oh, not the Pumble.
So Inertia Trap does matter here. This is cool. Nathan holding onto a card, and this is buffed attack.
6 on 6, and then +4. So currently taking 4.
So currently taking 4. The Pummel trigger will happen unless Ning has another D-React, which I know he does not.
Bottom on Inertia.
Inertia is going to... Nathan just doing it very early. And then Ning has to discard a card here. Which I guess you discard CNC.
Yeah.
And then you can either swing with the Infects, just threatening the on-hit of the Blood Rot, or you can pitch and use your Tunic to clear your arsenal.
Yeah, this erase face has been hanging out there for a while. I mean, it unfortunately, that last turn it could have actually found a spot.
Yeah.
But here, I mean, it doesn't matter. Do you just want to swing this 3? Because still having an arsenal is good. He hasn't been able to utilize this, but having that availability, having that threat is really solid.
Yeah, I can understand though because it makes your codex worse. Your codex is worse when you can't really clear your arsenal and also play your codex on the same turn. So we're just going to see using the Tunic, pitching it, and then just swinging the erase face. This also means that Nathan's CNCs are worse for a little bit too. So we're going to see a Trounce finally. I mean, it's been 9 turns and we haven't seen a Trounce yet. And he, of course, sided them out for our last game that we saw Nathan on. So we are going to see Trounce, and very likely Nathan will win it, especially because he has the gold for the Victor effect too.
Big money, no whammies.
So let's reveal our first one. That's a 5.
That's beatable.
Okay, so I win that one. These go to the bottom.
I win the first one. Clash is such a cool mechanic.
Trounce again.
And chokeslam.
Chokeslam wins.
All right, he got it.
Whoa.
Because I'm a second.
And we win. So we get a second gold. We get a might and a vigor token.
Swimming in resources like Scrooge McDuck.
And we get
sound effect actually.
That is
Scrooge McDuck diving into the
pile of
gold.
Yeah.
That's 100% what it is, and you can't convince me otherwise.
And Trounce, because it made a gold, Victor will draw a card. So we actually didn't even use a card. And now we have a Golden Sun in hand that is certainly very live.
Golden Sunnel.
Golden Sunnel. I don't know if we can.
He can't. I don't think he can afford it. He's got a blue, and then it's the red pommel, red spinal, and then we got the yellow there as well.
So we might just spinal because it's for 10, which is kind of good.
Yeah. I think spinal arsenal pommel sounds quite good.
Yeah, I think so too.
1 resource.
We do have the 1 resource, and it costs 5. So. Hit your blue and the yellow. We can't still pummel, right? No.
No. If he had Tunic up.
If he had Tunic up, he could. Or if it was just not a yellow. Trounce, good card. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons to play Victor, this card's so insane. It replaced itself. It gave us a gold. And it also gave us a might and a vigor. Like,
yeah, it's
so good. It's so good.
Crazy.
So we're going to pitch. Go to 4.
I'm going to activate gold.
Oh, we're going to use 2, have 2 floating to activate gold so we can potentially utilize our pummel.
blue.
Yeah. So now our
The
pummel
golden
is
Sunnel.
the golden Sunnel. Or the Spinal Crush.
Yeah, it's probably Spinal with the pummel. I think that's a little bit more threatening.
Yeah,
It's a little bit
unless you
scarier.
really value the overpower effects.
Just the damage, like, I mean, look, Ning is at 18, so Golden Sun with the pummel on top of it.
It's good.
You're going to push him down to like 7?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty frightening, but I think that Spinal with it is...
No go.
Yeah, that was a really good gold crack because now we have exactly enough to pummel this and arsenal our Golden Sun.
Yep, and that can just finish the game at that point, right? I mean, that's going to be 10 overpower. I guess Ning does have decent blocking cards for overpower, right?
Some D-reacts.
We talk about all the shreds and then also D-reacts.
Yep, so this is a block for 9.
And get pummeled.
And get pummeled here. Oh, did we not have 2 floating?
So taking 5 and then discard.
Oh, okay.
No, he already had 2 floating, had to pitch the blue to play Spinal, and then, yeah.
Oh, right.
That's
okay.
right, that's right. We actually went over this earlier and then just fully forgot.
Ignored it, yep.
As
But I
it
got
goes
to use the
sometimes.
pummel. So that's really what the main thing that happened there.
Yep.
And we basically time walked Ning and did 5 damage, which is great.
Yeah, draw up. Hey, there's Golden Sun.
There's another Golden
So that's,
Sun. Who needs to arsenal it when you just
Two
draw another one?
2.
I don't know how many blues are in his hand right now.
Enough.
Ooh. Yeah, so enough to certainly play the Golden Sun, pitch blue or red for it.
Arsenal Chokeslam.
Arsenal Chokeslam, yeah. Get rid of the Trounce as a pitch card.
And you'll have Chokeslam and Arsenal for your Tunic turn coming up as well, which
Really strong.
helps quite a bit.
Yeah, Chokeslam is the one that
It's
they
5,
can't,
right, though?
they
Yeah.
can't play 3 power or less attacks, right? Is that the one?
No, wait.
Chokeslam stops
Chokeslam-
buffing, right? It stops
Buffs, yeah.
stops buffs. Okay.
Stops buffs.
Yeah, the other one is Crush the Weak. Red is the
Oh,
one.
no,
that-
Chokeslam is cost 4, yeah, okay. So
I
still trying to walk him down a little bit before playing these Golden Suns out.
Yeah.
Still trying to at least have them presenting lethal and making him have the react.
Sure, this makes sense. So, Chokeslam
Yeah.
presenting 8 damage here. Ning's pretty low. I actually don't know that this is going to come down to a deck match.
No.
Deck.
I think someone will go down here. They've both played a little bit more aggressively,
Yeah.
throwing more haymakers. We haven't seen a lot of like laying the full hand down and blocking out. Always trading every single turn.
Yep.
Trigger the crush.
Oh, so Ning taking a lot of damage there,
Leave
taking
right.
5.
And this is where these Golden Suns are starting to get very scary, right? Now, one was shipped to the bottom, but he's got one in Arsenal.
Yep.
Ning at 8.
Oh, if we can rouse into Golden Sun, that's like wild.
This looks like CNC as well.
Oh, I don't think we have the resources. Do we draw another Trounce?
Yeah, it's a Trounce, but you could draw into the resources.
That's right. Trounce is likely to win.
Trounce can draw you 4 resources. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. This is wild. So he has Isolate, Swap, CNC with Shred. So
Bye, Golden Sun.
basically with the Shred,
See ya.
you need a Shred before you swap in. Because Shred doesn't work once it's not an assassin attack. So if he blocks the Isolate with the card, you Shred, then you use Uzuri to then swap in to the CNC.
Yeah, no, that Golden Sun's gone.
Yeah, no, this is... he's going to be CNC'd. So we'll Shred this Trounce. 3, 4, 5, 6 total.
And we
So
clash.
we're going to Clash first. Such a cool mechanic. Oh, he's on Spreading Plague. I love that
nice.
card. Really cool finisher in these games that can go long. And then...
4 resources off
Ooh.
Trounce.
Will
Oh,
Is he going
it's
to crack a
6.
gold? Yeah, is he going
Yeah.
to crack a gold?
But I think you bottom Ning's because you want this blue really bad.
and I will redo you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yours goes to the bottom again, and we try again. I keep my 6.
It's pretty.
And then Ning's probably not
What
going to
is
show
it?
6. Yeah, there
Oh,
we go.
no, okay, yeah, so he gets the blue.
There it is. There's the
4
Trounce,
resources.
baby. Getting that gold, getting that draw card, which we know is a blue, getting Might and Vigor again, just everything we want. So now Ning,
Blocking,
Um,
and you get a
Quicken, yep.
quicken, and we're blocking 6 on 6.
So now during reactions, we're going to Shred the Trounce. I guess you could Shred the arms to not make it so he can't block again with the arms because they would break because of
Yeah.
temper.
But just trying to present the most damage, it seems.
Okay, and then we're going to Uzuri. So now Nathan is blocking 3 to a CNC. So we are going to lose the Golden Sun.
Yeah, Golden Sun goes down. Rest of the hand is this Rouse. There's 2 blues, and then what is the red?
I thought it was a CNC, right?
It's his own CNC.
think he has
So it
his
can
own
be Rouse CNC on this turn.
Yeah.
It's still such a strong turn to follow up.
I know he can't, right? Oh, yeah, because he has
Yeah, it's
another
2
blue
blues.
now.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
has
2
another
blues,
blue.
Rouse. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to get hit. So now you can Rouse CNC, which is real good. Ning doesn't have an arsenal, but you could just Rouse Hammer then and Arsenal the CNC.
Actually, Rouse needs to reveal 13 power, and the other 3 cards are all 6s, so it's only 12 power.
Oh, the card he drew. I thought it was Macho. Did he not draw?
No,
Macho?
no. It's Chokeslam.
Oh, he drew Chokeslam. Okay, yeah. I think that's a 5 on blue.
6 power. 6
Is
power. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 at red.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he only has 12 that he can reveal, so I think this is just...
Oh, gold.
Crack the gold. Is that
Finds
a
a
golden,
golden
sun?
sun.
Again? Wow. We don't
But
have
now he has
gold
no
now,
gold.
though,
He has no
yeah.
gold. But notably, he has enough power for Rouse.
He does.
And Golden Sun is enough pitch.
Vigor. Yeah.
Oh,
So he can actually rouse CNC.
he could, yeah.
It's actually such a big play. He found 13 power.
Gold is so good.
Oh man, that was sick. That was really awesome.
Exactly 13 power
Yeah.
too.
One from the
So this is actually 8 go again because of the might, and then we could pitch the Golden Sun to then hammer and then Arsenal our CNC because Ning's not on an Arsenal, which probably is what you'll do just because it's 6 damage either way. But 8 go again, real good especially when your opponent's at 8.
Yeah.
Those numbers work out
the
great.
number.
Yeah, that's the
That's
number.
the number you need.
Oh man, just lining up so well for Nathan right now. I mean, winning 2 trounces, seeing 2 trounces, and winning both, super good. Cracking the golds at the perfect times, like they have given him exactly what he needed at both times.
8 go again.
8 go again. Ning's hand currently is a Sink Below, a Backstab Blue, a Leave No Witness, and Shakedown. So I assume ideally he wants to keep Backstab, Shakedown, but you're probably not going to be able to keep that many cards.
Yeah, block 7 here, and then it's only 6 more. So you can go to 1. You can keep it, but
Yeah, so you go to 7 here, and then the hammer's certainly going to come in.
oh, it's just. I mean, you could just throw CNC and Arsenal Golden Sun.
6.
Yeah, that's right. You could Arsenal Golden Sun and hope that you have like another Clash of Might or.
Oh yeah,
What's
that's
the
true.
might?
Actually, I said it, and then it's like, yeah, actually, that's not even that good, is it?
Yeah, I think because he's playing Pummels, CNC Pummel might be
It's probably better, yeah.
a way to finish the game. Yeah.
No
Tunic is
reacts.
also turning on his next turn. So Ning can go to 1, which I think is a losing option. I think you just have to block 6 and hope Nathan doesn't have a really strong turn.
Yeah, you need him to stumble.
Yep.
You've gotten through all his armor. So if he has a
Have.
turn that's just like pitch 2 cards into another blue for 6 or something.
Yep. I hope he doesn't have a go again attack and it's just like a 3-card 8 or something like that. So blue, Spinal.
Okay, well,
CNC.
Spinal.
Spinal's good. So we're going to draw back up his Ning. This is our Tunic turn. And this is probably just going to be Spinal. Pitch like CNC 2 blue or something. So you don't IP yourself.
Yeah, just pitch everything. I mean, because you don't want the second CNC.
I guess he's going to keep it.
Spinal.
I mean, it is a popper.
I was going to say Scabs is pretty good on this turn.
Scabs would be so good right now. I think he is trying to metagame the Pummel right now. So I think that's why he's going to IP himself. He's just saying, I'm floating 1 and Tunic, and I have 2 cards available to me. What are the chances I don't have a Pummel right now?
Seeing if he can get him to overblock, but
Sure.
So
looking for pummels.
I think we've played 2 Pummels, so there's still 1 left.
10.5 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
So just checking the time. Yeah, so the timer's a little bit fast, or I don't know what the right word is, but
A little slow.
there's
We
about-
got 10 and a
slow.
half.
Yeah, there's 10 and a half minutes.
Which I think they should still be able to get there, but it does need to be a little bit of quicker play between the two, especially if we're at the point where it is going to be just throwing whole hands down in front of attacks and needing some evasion to make it happen.
Yeah, like Ning's deck is really low. I imagine Nathan's is maybe getting close to that too.
Block 7, take 2.
So I think Ning just saying if you have the 3rd Pummel, you have it, but I can't keep playing around it.
Yep, I fully agree. I
Yeah.
think that makes the most sense.
What is his hand? It's 2 isolates. Man, that's
That's pretty rough.
pretty rough. I think you play an isolate, you just bluff the Uzuri ability with the extra card, and then you just arsenal the other one.
Yeah, but if you're Nathan and you're at 12, like, if your hand is playable, you just say no blocks. Oh, double test of strength.
Ooh,
Wish he had that Golden Sun back.
that's true. He will make a gold off those. Still has a CNC. What is the last card?
It looks like it's a blue.
Just a wallop or something?
Yeah, it's a wallop.
Okay. Yeah, so not the best hand for Nathan. I mean, if he does just, I mean, he's just going to attack with an isolate. You just throw a test of strength in front of it. Make a gold. He could pitch the blue into this gold that he just now makes to
Clash.
Yeah.
another blue.
Terrace
Oh,
under,
and we
and no
can't
gold.
redo it. Yeah, we can't redo. But we are blocking for 4 with 1 card, which is quite good. So we know Ning is bluffing. So
Not very good, actually, this turn.
yeah, that's true because he's not swapping.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yep.
Yeah, just wants the extra block.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to play this isolate though. I think he's just going to crack them in Arsenal. Yeah.
It has to hit right for the go again.
Oh yeah, it was blocked.
Yeah.
You're right. So just crack them so you can re-equip them. Yep. Because I think Ning does need to start reaping the value of these silver that he's gained, or else he'll end the game without having used them. So CNC, 2 card in hand. So Nathan's just going to hold on to the Test of Strength, Arsenal, another CNC.
Yeah, a lot of very wet noodle turns back and forth right now. It's not a lot going on between the two, but
don't love to see it. So we do have swap into already dead potentially on Ning's turn because you have an isolate and Arsenal, or block with it and do Nimblism Rabble. That looks like that might be what's happening here.
So real nimble rabble.
Real nimble, yeah.
Very quick.
Running extra fast. So nimble, rabble, please don't hit a blue, please.
It's a red.
Oh, he's on Cut to the Chase. That's interesting.
7 go.
Yeah, that's a card to keep in mind if you're Nathan.
Yeah.
Because health totals are getting very low.
Yeah.
You know, the attack react's being drawn up.
I think it only affects
7?
contract cards.
Yep.
But we did win. We get our gold and we draw a card. And then Nathan's going to take 3 here.
9.
And then I don't think you care about the Rabble go again. You're going to keep that Arsenal. I think Ning forgot to re-equip his boots at the start of his turn.
Yeah.
Which...
Wait, no, that was... Wait, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was last turn.
Yep. He broke them and then he blocked Nathan and went back. And at the start of the turn is when you can pay for the boots again. So... Did forget. So his hand now is Nimble Strike. He is on at least 1 copy of Nimble Strike. Red Shred and take Cut to the Chase, which doesn't affect anything right now, in Death
Touch. But it is the Isolate and Arsenal, so the Death Touch can get swapped in.
Can get swapped into, yep. So you probably want to keep that as your 1 card hand. Man, you really wish you had your boots here right now, probably. At least to take a little bit less.
7, dominate, on hit.
Terrace Under is such a good card.
And we know this can be stopped.
Yeah.
This is happening.
Oh,
There's
so
no D-React in Arsenal.
I think you have to block with the Cut to the Chase and Flick Knives. And then...
I mean, block with 1 card. If you block with 1 card, you go to 1.
Yeah.
And then you just keep the Death Touch. You get to throw Death Touch back.
Right. Yeah, I think he's thinking about just to not be at 1. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm thinking against, like, Victor, is 1 any different than 2?
Probably not, because you can block with it again at any point. So I think on your turn you should flick a knife and then block it with the next turn, yeah. So, yeah, I think go to 1 on your turn. Definitely flick, like, the Nerve Scalpel. So he does have to discard, and it'll certainly be, it's got to be shredded. Yep. So we're going to see what you said, where we play the Isolate, swap into Death Touch. And then during the attack reactions, probably flick the Nerve Scalpel. Which is... There we go.
Hey, remember this time. He bought him.
Remembers his boots. There it is.
Got him.
So we have more block. We have 3 block and armor now, which is more isolating for our health. And then we're going to actually play a blue isolate for 1 dominate.
Terrifying.
Oh, yeah, scary.
Actually, though.
Yeah,
I
no,
hate
it
that.
actually
It
is. Yeah,
scares-
no,
it
isolates
scares
are
me every
scary.
time.
It's so funny that a blue 0 for 1 is terrifying. So we're blocking 4 here. We're going to swippy swappy into the Death Touch.
Good old swippy swappy.
I think we have to probably flick here. I mean...
7?
Okay.
Oh, I just got a glance of Nathan's hand.
Is it
I think
juice?
Ning's very dead.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we choose... Oh, interesting not to choose Blood Rot Pox. I'm choosing Inertia. And not flicking, which I assume... Oh, he has a no block in hand, too.
Yeah, Terra's under.
No, he's dead.
He is being torn asunder once more.
No, he can block for 3, 4, 5, 6 and take 1.
Take 1 and go down.
Wow.
And it still wouldn't matter. It's the flick knife block.
Right.
It's no different.
Oh, man.
Back-to-back Terrace Unders.
Yeah, he definitely tore us under. That's Ning trying to do the math here, see if there's any way around it.
That's it.
And that's game. Coming over for that one.
There it is. Nathan holding it down. He did lose his last round. He lost to Brodie, so 2-1. But now still at 3-1 after this win. Ning, top 2 at this table.
Yep.
Getting that second place finish.
Yep. 3-1, super good. His first loss was round 3, which
Round
is
3, yep.
not bad. And there's only 4 more rounds left. So as long as Nathan keeps doing well with Victor, we might see him in our top 8.
He's playing really clean. I mean, we look at it and it just feels like every single turn cycle he's getting a lot of value, and he's also getting a lot of value out of each card. He's using the hammer a lot, getting a ton of value out of Anothos. And we saw, one spot here where maybe having the gold shield would have helped out quite a bit, but other than that, it doesn't feel like he's really missing the extra block. It's more just the value he's getting out of hammer is so immense.
Yeah, and I like that his deck seems pretty different from other Victors that we've seen, like 5 pummels, always, it seems like, playing Anothos, at least for the most part.
All the go again.
A lot of go again. Every go again you could possibly play in Guardian, basically.
Yeah.
So really interesting. Did we see Nathan on E-Strikes? No. That's a pretty common Victor card as well. So I wonder if
no,
he's
it's just Rouse, Zealous, and the Out
Muscles.
Muscles.
Yeah, so
I
I
don't
guess
think we saw E-Strikes. I did mention I had seen some Victors cutting E-Strikes, but I didn't actually, I didn't know how much it caught on. But it does, I would say that he is very likely not on E-Strike after seeing these 2 games.
After the 2 games, yeah. So I guess he just has 9 go-agains, choosing not to play E-Strikes. Maybe he doesn't like having nothing in pitch, because I guess it's counterintuitive for the Anothos.
Yeah. It's much worse for Anothos. It doesn't do anything for Anothos. And it's also kind of worse than Zealous for a lot of other just plays that you're making, because you pitch a blue for Zealous, you actually still have 1 floating. You have so many blues that you strike. It's like bottoming of blues. It's not great. It's only good when you draw those like all red hands.
Right, or if you have just a 2-card hand, you can swing for 7. It's like, okay. But yeah, seems like he's not on that card, but 5 pummel, definitely interesting. And I didn't see any D-Reacts, at least so far, so it seems like he's, which I agree with. I think you don't really want to be on D-Reacts.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I mean, we're going to get to talk to Nathan again. So we're going to grab a quick break as things are getting all sorted out. There's still a little bit of the round going on, but it's nearing the end. We'll talk to Nathan real quick, and then we'll be back with round 5. I mean, we're about halfway through the Swiss portion of the tournament, or we are halfway through.
We are? Yeah.
All right. So we'll see you all on the other side.
All right, welcome back. We are here with our round 4 winner, Nathan of TheCardGuyz, our sponsor for today. Great job. You won.
We did it.
You did it.
We did it.
You got there. How did you feel about the stream buff? Do you think that it's a real thing that you have a stream buff, that it's legitimate?
It does seem that way, right? Like the Black Tech Whisper. Like I told him, I'm like, normally I'm so good about that kind of stuff. Like if it's a missed tunic trigger, like take it, please.
Sure.
And like just there was a couple times where he like synced a little late or stuff. I was like, that's cool, man. Like no sweat. But like specifically in that interaction, I might not play my D react if I think it doesn't have go again.
Sure.
So I was like, sorry, we gotta hold that one.
Yeah, I mean that turn was, I mean he IP'd like 3'd himself. Like it's
right. No, it's a very, very different game.
It's so different.
I took a couple gambles on the surgical plays where I got stuck with that pummel for like literally, or not pummel, but humble.
Humble, yes.
Literally like 3 turns. And I was like, okay, if he CNCs, he takes the disable out of Arsenal. I throw a humble and then Arsenal the Zealous.
Yep.
I'm like, I'm cool with that play. And then he picks my only blue, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
He just like time walked you, yeah.
Twice. Twice.
The cracking the gold, both times you did it was so good. Like, I feel like a lot of victors don't often see the line of like, oh, what if I just paid for my gold?
That was the biggest learning curve for me in playing this deck, was simply learning to get a little greedy with the gold. You know, it's kind of on theme, you know?
Yeah. The horse likes to eat the gold. Like,
right,
yeah.
of course.
Makes sense. So I know earlier you mentioned that there's a lot of Kanos in the room, maybe not something you're super excited to see. Is there anything else that you're scared of in the room that you've seen?
I mean, of course, like Tekla Volson, but I think there's only like a half of one somewhere over there.
There's always just the one dude who shows up.
Yeah, and other than that, I mean, there are some like I don't want to run into Kayo, which surprisingly there's very little. I'd be surprised if there was 10 KOs in the room.
Wow.
I don't see them. I think there's more Kanos than there are KOs.
That's wild. Yeah, I think on Victor you have such good math, and you're, especially when you see warriors, you're just winning your clashes.
Yeah. So I've basically been playing a Dishonored hero until this most recent round, because I've only clashed one time in my first 3 games.
Wow.
Because I played a Kano round 1 and got that one, and you obviously can't clash there.
Yeah.
And then against Brodie on Azalea, I never drew one.
No
so
way.
You can't clash if you don't draw them.
Yeah.
And then every one that I've done was on stream, which they've done pretty good.
Yeah. That stream buff is real.
Yeah.
So your only loss so far has been to the Golden Boy. You're on the Golden Sun, and he is our Golden Child.
Yep.
How did that match go?
Fatigue Shot is a card,
real good
to say
card,
the least. And I tried a more aggressive plan, like everybody saw the yellow pommels.
Yeah.
And I tried that instead of the trounces. I think it was probably not correct, maybe a little greedy. I just thought that maybe I could still tempo on a choke slam. I drew the pommels and like not 2 blues to support it on a choke slam and stuff like that. And then he had a couple dominated fatigue shots for like 11 or so. And, those do pretty good.
So much value. That's crazy.
Yep.
I feel like fatigue shot often just like means your attack can't even crush. Like,
I threw a spinal for 5. It was the most exhilarating thing on the planet.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But I mean, if your only loss is going to be to someone who just won the most recent calling, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, like midway through the match, I was like, Brodie, why are you not playing your balance?
Oh,
like,
he's not playing it.
Yeah, cross wrap is so overrated in Azalea. He should be on Balance of Justice.
Yeah, it says
especially
draw
when
card.
it's worth 20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The intimidation factor is there for sure.
He didn't buy it. But
that's awesome. I mean, congratulations going 3-1, and your first loss was in round 1, which is really what you want to get by. You just round 3 is totally fine. So congrats on your record so far, and just keep pummeling people.
I mean, my pummels are rated E for everybody. So I mean, I'm just gonna hand them out. Simple as that.
Yeah. And that's all we have. So good luck.
Absolutely.
In the rest of your event, and we'll probably see you later. And we're gonna cut to a break.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
All right, welcome back. We're going to head into our round 5 here in a minute with our next, the card guy, which is going to be Ed Knights. He is 2-2 against a Riptide that is 2-2. So I don't think either of them are really going to be competing for top 8 contention, but they're going to play. And we get to see one of the card guys who we haven't seen yet in Ed, who is also on Victor. Had a bit of an unfortunate run so far, but it's cool to see some Riptide. And with us, we have a currently top 3 player in the United States. As far as ELO is concerned, went undefeated in CC at Pro Tour LA, which is really impressive. On Azalea, had some unfortunate drafts, which happens.
Yeah, and O2 dropped this event, so flesh and blood give and take, right?
It do give and take. But yeah, you also played some Riptide, so cool to have you on to be able to...
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about Riptide. I think, let's just say I'm excited to see the build that a Riptide player has, because I'm not sure anyone's figured him out yet.
I think that might be true. How do you feel about Riptide after this weekend when Dromai is gone? Do you think it's like a real deck when there's not this ally?
Yeah, I do. I think any deck that doesn't have a lot of action points is really going to benefit from Dromai leaving, and Riptide really doesn't. You kind of have to force Bolton shots into your deck, and like maybe, what's the 1-for-4 arrow? Sikkim shot? Sikkim shot, yeah. So all these kind of derpy cards that you don't really want to play, but you kind of have to.
Oh, there's a 0-for-3, right? Falcon Wing, I guess.
Yeah, Falcon Wing, also a little derpy.
Yeah, a little bit.
And Ethan's laughing about it. But yeah, like you can play a bad Azalea deck with Riptide.
Yeah.
Or, and I'm hoping we get to see something like this. Riptide's a really nasty attrition deck. Like some of the best defensive value in the game when your traps line up, and you could play Death Dealer, which is, gives you 1 card 5s with on hits if you're playing those arrows.
Yeah, Riptide, super cool. Like we said, probably not figured out yet, but we actually get to see some gameplay. We're going to head into our round 5 here.
Yeah, and traditionally I would say if the Riptide player is going for this more, I call it a bad Azalea deck. What I mean is it has some pumps and some arrows.
Yeah.
You don't have access to dominate, so fatigue is definitely something that's going to come into play against a Guardian.
Yeah.
On that version, but we'll see. We have Scott Sharp here against Ed Knight.
Yeah. Do you think after Dromai is gone, that version that you think is probably the better Riptide version, do you think it only has a bad matchup into maybe Kayo?
I think so. Like Dromai demands action points from you.
Yep.
Because of the board state.
Yep.
We have another board state hero in Prism.
I guess that's true.
And we'll probably get another one with Enigma.
That's right.
So I think a slow Riptide is still gonna have some really rough ones out there, but it's an interesting deck building puzzle, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're going for a slow attrition based game plan, you're gonna have to find a way to beat these bad matchups. And if you do, you have one of the stronger decks like in the game. The ninjas won't be able to touch you, etc.
Our Pit Trap is a wild card.
Yep.
So we see Dreadbore. How do you feel about that against Victor?
It's pretty interesting. So Dreadbore is one of the other bows that we don't see too much for Rangers. It loads for 1 pitch and gives +1 to the arrow when it loads. And it says defense reactions can't be played from hand to your arrow attacks. So that's just kind of a passive effect. You don't even have to load with the Dreadbore for that to work. Right away we see a block from Riptide with 2 pumps, so we'll probably see more of this mid-range based Riptide deck.
So Dreadbore, interesting. I don't know that many Victors are actually on D-Reacts for the most part.
It's interesting, right? Like, you get so much defensive value from your Clash cards.
Right.
But there are decks in the metagame that want to go tall, like Azalea. So we might see Ed with a few D-Reacts. If he has sniffed out a Dreadbore, however, I would expect the D-Reacts sided out. We'll see.
Sure. If Ed has seen this Riptide before now, maybe he knows what he's on.
Okay, so already we get to see, like, Scott he's got his deck building cap on because we're seeing 2 traps in the pitch zone. And one of them is this Crucible trap. Yeah, Ed wants to read it. Okay, so Tripwire trap. This card always triggers, right? Because it's Crucible trap's got a routed to always trigger.
Yep.
It's on the screen here. If it defends, hit effects don't happen unless the attacking hero pays 1. And it also blocks for 4. So Scott putting it next to another D-React means he'll be able to load it into his arsenal whenever he wants. Pretty good.
Yep. With the Riptide ability, of course, when you play a trap, you then have the ability to, you play one from hand, you then can load one into arsenal. So you play the boulder trap, and then you load the tripwire trap, and then you can play the tripwire trap. So
exactly. Ed protecting his life total against the battering bolt. So I suspect he's going for an attrition game plan. This also used his hand pretty efficiently, right? Play the Thunderquake for 10.
2-card 10, we love it.
Yep.
So it's interesting seeing some of the differences, especially with two of the card guys being on the same hero. Red Thunderquake, not a card that Nathan is on, but Ed is on. How do you feel about this card?
Yeah, I think the red attacks in Victor are kind of personal preference.
Yep.
They mostly do the same thing, which is big number after you've clashed and won a gold token.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Blocking
6,
it looks like. An arrow and an enlightened strike.
That'd be 34.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That might be like Heat Seeker or something, I'm not sure. And then the E-Strike White Border, which is the best version of that card.
According to some.
Yes. Big White Border fan. So back over to Scott's turn. We see a Codex in hand. I know we have some targets already in Arsenal, or in grave.
Yeah, Codex is a pretty interesting card in Riptide because much like with the other Rangers and of course the Assassins, Riptide doesn't have access to much armor to speak of, and Codex kind of claws you back there on the value. Seeing it pitched to the bottom of the deck, I don't believe there will be any shuffle effects unless Scott is on Remembrance, so we'll see an interesting lineup of Trap, Codex come back here.
Right. It would have been interesting to see if maybe he would have trenched the arrow and then played the Codex. That would also another option.
That is another option. Yeah, good point. Well, Trench is on a face-up, not on face-up. It has to be a face-down card.
Right, so the Heatseeker was face-down from
loaded. Okay, so it wasn't loaded with
Dreadbore?
Dreadbore?
No,
okay.
it was not. Yeah,
okay.
it was
I missed
there
that
from
part.
last turn. So he
Okay,
could have maybe worse value, but you get a Ponder.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Okay, so Ed just blocked out and arsenaled his 4th card.
Yeah.
Passing the Riptide with 4-card hand. This is one of the advantages of the mid-range archetype. If they just pass to you, sometimes you have go-agains and can try to punish. We'll see. There's a follow-up for this Ravenous Rebel for 4.
Yeah. One cool thing about Riptide is he's probably the deck that uses Death Touch the best. Just because you can always put it in Arsenal.
That's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've been messing around with some Codex of Bloodrot and Assassin to try to get extra ways to play Death Touch. It's pretty fun.
One of my favorite cards in the game. I think it's so good.
Yeah, it's really neat.
Okay, so trouncing knowing that the top card is a 6 for Riptide.
And it's a draw.
It
so at best, Ed will come away with a draw, which he does.
So I'm going to take 1.
Yep. So no one wins anything, but he gets to block 3.
Yep.
Take 1. First blood for our horse boy on the left-hand side.
First damage taken. Yep.
Yep. And Scott has go again. We're going to break the chain.
Break the chain, yeah.
And we'll premeditate.
Premeditate, good.
We could
Trigger
load.
Riptide.
Yep.
For the Riptide load.
Really cool ability. When Riptide was first revealed, I think a lot of people were like, oh, what can we all do with that?
What can we do with that? Premeditate Death Touch.
Really strong.
That is strong. Though I would note, because of this trounce, we cycled a card to the bottom. So now Scott's deck has a Codex next to a Death Touch, which is not what you want to see.
No. Yeah, I think his pitch deck is actually pretty weird. It's 2 traps so far, Death Touch, and then a trap now.
Yeah. I'm not normally a player to memorize a pitch stack like this, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm just in the mood on this Riptide.
And I think this game will probably get there. Like, it seems like Ed is taking the very much, I'm going to block out and use my weapon when you don't have a weapon kind of strategy. So 9 is pretty good.
9 is pretty good. On-hit Ponder tends to mean that blocking it out is the best value play you have.
Right. And also on-hit Bloodrot, most likely.
Yeah. You see a Pummel defended with, which is why the gauntlets come out.
Yep. So we do have to give up a lot there, but we are just trying to run Riptide out of our threats.
I think that's Ed's game plan.
Yeah.
It seems pretty clear. He's content to defend where needed and kind of force Scott to go over the top or have a counter fatigue game plan somewhere in the deck. There are really cute things Riptide can do. So if you're not familiar with this, because Riptide has no access to a real weapon, you could be scared of a Guardian that just wants to put their hand down every turn.
Sure.
So you can do things like wait for the victor to be out of clash cards, and then buff Give and Take a couple times with like Premeditate or Nimblism.
Give and Take is a good card.
Yeah. So now every attack action, which is all that's left in the victor's deck that comes on the chain, you just keep cycling these Premeditates and Give and Takes. And you fatigue the victor. Yeah.
I wonder if Scott's on any amount of Give and Takes. I do think that card's pretty good against more fatiguey game plans.
And specifically Guardian because there are so many attack actions.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So One interesting thing too with taking like the just block out strategy from Ed is you can Anathos for 4 every time, and no traps are ever going to trigger from Riptide. You don't have a buffed attack, you don't have a go again attack, like you're not giving him any value essentially.
Yeah.
The
It would only be the
traps,
Crucible. Yeah.
Would really be the only ones, but everything else just not going to happen.
Yeah, and maybe for that reason, it's interesting to see Pummel in Ed's deck. Maybe just trying to line it up with Command and Conquer, because that can be pretty backbreaking if Riptide is. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. I mean, there's Tunic, and I don't know what his arsenal is, so if this is CNC Pummel, this is pretty good. I mean, he doesn't have an arsenal, but you can't play traps to this, and you're going to lose a card.
Yeah, it could be brutal. I'm gonna take a look at Scott's hand here. A Bolt and Shot yellow. I saw an Infecting red. I think there is a trap.
Oh yeah, Tripwire.
Yeah, Tripwire. So
not live right now.
Tripwire is not live, and there's no good way for Scott to get it in his arsenal there.
Oh, and it's CNC.
And CNC, Tunic Pummel.
Oh,
we all know this play. Yeah.
Gave up the boots there, which I think is interesting. I mean,
it's
I guess maybe just to save some life, but it's.
Yeah, I don't really know what. I mean, I do think the Perch Grapplers are pretty much only block value.
Oh yeah,
right. Like you're not going to activate them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he can use it whenever he wants. Maybe he's not too afraid of an on hit if it looks like Ed's just going for fatigue.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter when, just do him whenever.
Yeah.
We're gonna Dreadbore, I think, for one of the first times this game. We're gonna load in that Infecting.
We shot. Yep.
And pre-med.
Non-blood rot ponder.
Yeah, so just to comment on the bow choice, if this had been a Death Dealer, you're drawing a whole card.
Yeah.
That's like pretty cool.
That's really good.
I know there's a Ponder on hit, but yeah, I'm trying to think ahead toward the post-Dromai world where Riptide doesn't need to play Ravenous Rebel and the like.
Right. All these like go again cards that are basically just there for killing allies. So on hit Blood Rot, on hit Ponder, I think this has got to be a full block.
Yeah. So I'm looking at Ed's hand. He's got a blue and a Golden Sun. No gold to.
Is this going to be a
use
clutch
the
card,
Golden
right?
Sun?
That's the only reason.
Yeah, it has to be,
Oh,
right?
okay, yeah.
Test of Strength.
Test of strength.
Test of Strength. Hopefully get a gold here. We are going to get. Oh, Revealing Intoxicating Shot. This is a really cool Riptide card.
It is a cool Riptide card. So there are ways to turn on the traps.
Yeah, there are.
For that. Yeah.
Give your opponent Quicken and Might, right?
Yeah, that sounds
Courage,
right.
Or Courage
Yeah.
and Quicken.
Courage and Quicken. Yeah.
Yeah, Dreadbore. I mean, it is giving +1, so I guess it's doing more damage than Death Dealer would, but drawing a whole card's pretty good.
Yeah. So Ed actually has a little bit of a combo here, right? A Test of Strength with the Golden Sun in hand, right? Though Golden Sun doesn't have that line of text, if you reveal it from a clash, you get to draw it basically.
Yep.
But in this case, he's getting the gold to use for overpower on the one that's already in his hand. So neat little combo.
And we're actually going to not swing with it.
Yeah, just Anathos for 6.
I guess just wanting preserve cards.
I'm not really sure why he's gone for this line, other than it puts a Command and Conquer in his arsenal.
It does, yeah.
But he could still just throw the Golden Sun. Maybe he wants to preserve the gold for a future clash.
Yeah, we also
Maybe.
saw Nathan pretty aggressively like crack the gold, like pitch into the gold, and it like fixed the turns where like you didn't have a rouse.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. I'm not a Victor player, so I'm happy to learn from these horse masters.
The horse masters.
Yeah.
From the horse himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting line. I do wonder if it's just like I want to preserve as many cards, so if I'm going to attack, it's going to be my weapon.
Yeah. He's also comically ahead on life total, so
yeah.
Maybe the 10 overpower isn't imperative right now.
Right. Maybe winning by life is just an accidental thing that might happen.
Accidental.
So Lace with Blood Rot, Seek and Destroy, Heat Seeker for 11? 12.
12 because of the Dreadbore. Yep.
Blood rot signature.
Blood Rot, on hit Sword of Ponder.
Yeah. Ed's body language tells us exactly right. Yeah, he's got 12 block.
Yeah.
There it goes, on the table.
And like, in a lot of decks, that might not be a great trade because if I'm presenting 12 on one card and you're giving me 4 cards, if I only lost 1 card in deck, you lost 4, it's pretty good for me. But Riptide also used 3 cards there, so it's really not that.
Yeah. That's the Ranger problem, right? Like every buff is an extra card out of your deck.
Yep.
Which is why those strategies to loop threats back are pretty important.
Yep.
Codex of Frailty is a pretty natural thing that does that, right?
Sure.
Especially when you have access to cards like Command and Conquer that you could loop back that always demand at least 2 cards from your opponent, right?
Force and Arsenal, yeah.
So there are ways to do it, to go card positive, if you will, versus your opponent. And And I think actually, for a more attrition-based Riptide deck, you're trying to do that in reverse. Right? So every attack you throw has base power high.
Yep.
Right? It's like arrows for 5 with on hits
Like with my
that take 2 cards from your opponent. And then you have enough defensive efficiency with the traps to not need to use too many on defense yourself when the opponent throws their chain links.
Yeah, like you were mentioning before, Riptide can sometimes kind of be played as just like a maybe not as good as Azalea. We've seen Riptide essentially have no hero techs this game, right? Like one time he loaded.
One time he loaded. Yeah. And I was part of my O2 drop story is that I got to watch Brodie play his Azalea deck against other card guy Nathan Crawford, who's on Victor, and he deployed Azalea's hero power to great effect. I mean, fatigue shots with Dominate are a great way to get ahead in life, and then, you can do the Ranger buff trade thing much better when you're ahead on 15 life.
Yeah, Nathan said he swung a Spinal Crush for 5. Like it's just,
that totally happened.
Does not feel good.
He also did a Humble Pummel.
Oh, yeah?
But the Humble was for 3.
That's so funny. Fatigue shot's so good.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Ed pitch 2 Clash cards and a blue to swing with a Thunderquake for 10.
Yeah. So this is one of the, in my opinion, one of the more oppressive things Victor can do, is when you put the Clash cards next to these blue 8 powers, you've like guaranteed the Clash win in the second cycle, where every point of value is harder to come by because decks are running out of gas. Yeah, it's just really, really hard to come back from those type of turn cycles.
So strong. I know you're not like a Victor player, but I'm sure you saw the spoilers. How do you feel about the new Victor card?
Horses don't need mansions, is what I think.
Yeah,
and it looks a little
been a stable.
Yeah, it should have been a stable. But more seriously, I think generating gold on your own turn is a little bit less strong than on the opponent turn. Oh wow!
This is interesting what just happened.
Hey, okay, wait. Good Riptide activation here.
Yeah.
Loading a second Pitfall Trap to get good chip damage.
Yeah, no, that was strong. So Pitfall Trap from Arsenal, play a trap from hand, using the Riptide trigger to then load another Pitfall Trap from hand.
Yep.
And I don't think Ed could pay, so I think he just took like 5 damage from all those traps.
3 from each, right?
1, 2, 3. Oh, 6 damage.
Yeah, 6
yeah.
damage. That's pretty cool.
That was really cool, yeah.
Yeah. Too bad you can't recycle the Pitfall Traps.
Yeah.
That would be neat. I guess it would kind of force a draw in some games. That doesn't feel great, actually. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing you can't recycle them.
Probably. When Riptide first got announced before his hero texted, I was like, I think he's going to recycle traps. I think that's going to be his ability.
Yeah.
Like once per game, like recycle a trap and then banish it after it's used or something. That would have been interesting.
His card art kind of gives that vibe, He's just, scavenging the docks of pits.
Yeah, just putting together some traps with like wood and wires and stuff.
Yeah.
This is a really cool card. I think a 0 for 4 arrow is so sick as a blue.
So sick as a blue, yeah. If it hits a hero, that hero it hits gets a quicken and a courage. So it's kind of like if your opponent decides they're going to have their pivot turn, it'll turn on all your traps.
Yep. It's really cool. I think that's such cool design space to be like, it can be a 0 for 4 blue because you're buffing your opponent.
Yeah.
But I want you to be buffed because my traps turn on.
Yep.
Really cool design space. The third red Thunderquake this game.
We're going to go.
And I mean, one cool thing about Guardian is you can swing for really big numbers without turning on Riptide traps.
Yep.
Go again.
Oh, this does have a courage. It's 11. So traps are turned on.
Yeah, well, it's just a huge number, isn't it? And
yeah.
Look, one of the best cards in Guardian is Rouse the Ancients.
Yep.
This is a Rouse that's attacking for 11 instead of 7.
Quite good.
Yeah.
And then he can hammer too. This is a
that's
17 damage turn.
Pretty strong.
Pretty good. The intoxicating shot, maybe not looking so good now.
Yeah.
Because you assume probably that like Guardians can't use them well. But I think it looks like Ed can probably hammer here. And so we're going to see a Boulder Trap put a -1 counter. It does trigger.
Okay, Gauntlets down to 2.
Gauntlet Might
Okay.
down to 2.
Yep.
Or -2, I should say.
So that's not going to block again.
Right.
And then
I think it's pretty interesting that a lot of the equipments that are released now just have temper instead of Blade Break. Not Blade Break. Battle Worn. Yeah, that's the other B.
Battle Worn, I don't remember it existing since like really early sets.
Yeah, the early sets had it more. But what it means is like, for instance, like let's say Scott's opponent isn't a Victor, it's a Brute, and they have the Apex Bonebreaker. You can put the -1 on the Apex and like it'll go down to 0, but they can still block with it for their value, which is pretty interesting.
Yep.
So maybe it's better to like put the -1 somewhere else. And that way, if they want to cash in the +1 might token, they also have to give the 1 block, and maybe the 1 block doesn't matter.
Yep.
In any case, we get the -2 on the Gauntlets of Iron Will, which have no relevant effect in this game.
And then we're just going to swing a Spinal Crush. Scott's getting pretty low, probably on deck and life.
Yeah, maybe on deck. I guess it's hard to... Oh, yeah, you're looking at the side screen, yeah.
So it's like kind of half and half, it looks like. It maybe has like 35 cards in deck, I would guess.
Yeah. But the life total is going to get him there first, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Because he just took another 3, so he's at 10.
Yeah. And how many clashes has that? 1? I think just one. One test of strength. A trounce bounced, and he pitched 2 other cards. So I don't even think Victor is doing his insane value plan. It's just his cards have been worth more anyway.
Yeah, so I find this interesting. He Bullseye Bracered the Endless Arrow. Could he not have just played the Premeditate and Riptide loaded the Endless Arrow?
I think he could have done that. Maybe Scott's reasoning here, he's low enough life, and he only has so many 0-cost arrows in the deck, right? This could be a good one to use it on.
So it's basically just for the buff on your armor?
Just for the +1, yeah, which
it makes it
as
harder
far
to
as
block,
an
I
equipment
guess.
goes, +1 is not the best. We'll see what Ed decides to do here.
Oh, Ed says I'm going to take
the damage, yeah.
All of it. So he gets the Ponder.
Yep.
Which, this is a good Ponder to give because he's going to have a card anyway, so it's not the best Ponder.
Right. It's not denying too much value if he blocks it, or by letting it hit, he's not granting too much value. That's the way.
Yep. And he did end up getting a trap off the top. I think it was Tar Pit Trap, so that's an arsenal now.
Yep.
And we're going to do Red Disable. One of my favorite Guardian attacks. I think this card is so good.
Welcome to Wraith Staple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Scott definitely has an arsenal, so this is very threatening.
Just nice.
Staple in the blue pitch anyway. Victor showing up with some red copies because he needs to throw a big number.
Right. And sometimes you end up with like extra cards in hand because you're drawing on your opponent's turn, so it's nice to have something to dump them into.
Yep.
You're good.
Tar Pit Trap, first defensive tool.
So this will actually turn off Crush if it triggers. Oh, it doesn't have Go Again. So
doesn't have Go Again, that's right.
Yep.
A Frailty Trap from hand, which triggers Riptide.
Snake Pit Trap.
No need to put it in Arsenal.
Now I'm gonna
Oh, does he have the Pummel? Ooh.
Here comes the pummel. Yeah.
Another one?
Another trap?
Oh,
Collapsing.
Collapsing Trap. And those block for 3, right?
Yeah, these all block 3.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to 13.
12 to 13. So it looks like the Crush is not going to happen, but the pummel will.
Yeah, so he's going to have to discard this Endless Arrow.
Well, if he has done a Riptide trigger...
Oh, he could have had that on the stack from playing a trap.
He could have had Riptide on the stack and loaded his Endless.
And had no cards in hand,
no cards to discard.
And then he could have 0 for forward. Yeah?
0 for forward because the Crush wouldn't have been on.
That's so cool. I think
That
Riptide...
is pretty cool.
Riptide is so cool. I was like,
Yeah.
hero. Being able to hide cards in your arsenal, I think that's really sick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just pass back to Ed. And we just have to get through 9 life.
9 life.
Never Red Disable. These look like pink...
they do look like
pink
pink
foils, which is so sick. I think it is. Oh, yeah, because the bottom doesn't have the color circle. I think these are OG alpha foils. That's sick.
Which, I mean, I love to see that because otherwise all the Guardian cards look exactly the same.
Yeah. They kind of do. So this is another 9. Potential pummel again. I don't know if Ed has it. I think we've already seen him go through 3 or 2.
I think he may have been able to do it on the... oh, he did play one the prior turn cycle with the Tunic, right?
Yep.
So he'd have to not only have the pummel in Arsenal, but the extra pitch card devoted to it.
This one does trigger. So Ed is going to take a damage here. I think a hero that has like unpreventable damage is kind of cool too. I mean, for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, it's why, you know, like
This is 9. You're like,
a slower Riptide is very scary because if you can get those chip damages in, and your opponent is forced to like block or die because you've done enough chip damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now Scott's deck I think has probably like 20-ish cards left in it. Lace into Codex.
Codex.
Good.
First Codex of the game, if my count is right.
Yeah, he pitched one and now he's playing this one, so still 2 in deck. So we get the Endless Arrow. Maybe there's the only 0 cost.
I think there might also be Bolt and Shot, but any 0 for 4 will do here.
Yeah.
I mean, Drill Shot maybe is the ideal one.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen a Drill Shot.
We have not seen a Drill Shot.
So there's another test of strength.
Yeah, well timed.
Definitely going to win. Blue Macho is big.
And I'll draw this card.
We're going to draw the Blue Macho. And now we have another gold.
Yep.
We actually, on all the victors, we've seen, this is like our third victor match. We haven't seen anyone reveal the Golden Sun from a clash, which feels so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a niche thing, right? Like 3 cards out of 60.
To be on top of your deck, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of the Golden Sun, we have a Breaking a Gold's 10 Overpower.
Overpower, not the best keyword into Riptide, but 10 damage for 3 cards is... 10 damage for 1 card out of Ed's deck, though it takes him 3 cards to play, is a good rate in a fatigue setting.
Golden Sun, of course, best after you've trounced because you have the gold, you have the vigor to then pay for the extra 1, so it's just 1 blue. So this will cover up 6, and he'll still take 4. The Inertia Trap does trigger, yes, because it's buffed.
Yep, sure will.
Yep. So then Ed will take 1.
Yep.
We have seen, I think Riptide's ability has done like 4 or 5 damage.
At least, right. And if Ed doesn't have a reaction, the Inertia will bottom the card, as it does, yep.
So, pretty good value from that trap.
It is pretty good value. Inertia Trap is actually really solid in a meta where players want to go tall with their attacks.
Yeah.
It can, I mean, in Riptide, let's say eats a whole card from Inertia, deals 1 from his hero power, blocks 3, 1 card 7 on defense.
0 for 7,
pretty
super
good.
Okay, so he's pitching another Codex, so 2 are closer to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
So this is 2 Blood Rots on hits, 8.
8 power because it was already an Arsenal, is that right?
Yes.
It was an Arsenal from the Ponder. Yeah.
So he did not load it.
Mm-hmm.
So 8 on hit 2 Blood Rots is pretty good. I mean, if Ed were to take this, that would certainly be a lot, but I think you probably just give 3 cards in Anothos, because that's lethal.
Got a Trounce defending. Here comes the Clash.
First one you definitely win.
So that's a win. We'll bottom both.
And then second one, pretty good chance to win.
Okay.
4.
That's my favorite. So there is the Golden Sun winning the gold, going to another gold, getting the Might and the Vigor.
And he's drawing a card. It was a blue Cranial Crush, is that right?
Yes, so getting another blue. I think, is that a Sync Below in his hand? He does. He's playing D-Reacts. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen one.
So what's interesting is the Dreadbore only says D-Reacts can't be played from hand.
Sure.
So Sync Below is such a flexible card. Your hero is doing flexible things with flashing and with using your extra pitch value into these big red attacks that you can find a slot to put your D-React in Arsenal.
So this is Anothos for 5 because of the Might token, which does play into some traps, funny enough. And then we're just going to see an Arsenal Sync Below, which, like you mentioned, Dreadbore doesn't do anything about.
Right, and then Sync Below is going to come in clutch as a nice 4 defense against, or as he's trying to enact a fatigue strategy.
Yep. And those traps were Frailty Trap. They do not trigger. They trigger on Go Again attacks. So Scott did not have the ones that affect buffed attacks. Unfortunately, going to cover it up, and then we're going to do Rabble for 4 Go Again.
Yep. So I want to use this opportunity with the Rabble on the chain.
Riptide triggering?
Against a deck like Victor that can have such defensive efficiency, what you really want in your hero is some capability to go over the top.
Sure.
You want to deal like 30 damage on a turn. Maybe Victor can block 15, maybe a little bit more if they use armor.
Yep.
And you're leaking a lot there. But we can see, like, if Riptide only has a few Ravenous Rabbles, a couple Bolton shots, Riptide's never going to get that huge spike turn.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the ceiling for a Riptide turn is 15, maybe?
Well, on defense, the ceiling can be higher than that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. And maybe the problem is just that the Guardian deck has so many numbers in the bottom left of their cards.
Yep.
And even if your defensive efficiency is good, you're going to fatigue.
Yeah. Yeah, like I played Katsu in Riptide before, and that's a little miserable because like all of your cards have Go Again, and they buff themselves if they're like after something. So it can be hard to just play your deck against the Riptide and not trigger their traps. But Guardian just what it does just doesn't trigger its traps.
Yeah, it just doesn't trigger the traps.
And Scott at a low enough life total to where, I mean, you're going to have to start getting 2-3 cards to all these attacks.
Yeah, so this is the type of game state that I think a slower Riptide could play towards. You know, if you imagine a Riptide against, use your example of Katsu.
Yep.
The Riptide's attacking the Katsu, and the Katsu's low on life. Now Katsu's blocking to stay alive.
Yep.
You fatigue them by damage pretty easily, I would say.
Right.
And of course, covering all of the offensive power with your traps against the Katsu, just as Ed is doing here with Victor and the Clash cards.
Dragon these. We're going to give it overpower.
I don't know what his arsenal. Oh, his arsenal is still the sink below. So he's just gonna basically have an IP, which is fine. This is 10 overpower. Scott can only really get out of this if he has a trap in arsenal. Oh, and he has one in hand. But
it's a trap in hand.
Is that a crucible trap?
I don't. Yeah, it's a crucible trap, which would mean we need a free arsenal in order to load it.
Yep. Sweet.
Trench was blocked with already.
Can't block it.
So this is just the game.
That's the game. The Golden Sun winning. So the horse did beat the swamp monster.
We're not sure what.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Riptide, if you're out there, what is your affiliation? You know, like.
What are you?
Yeah.
So our Riptide player got second place in that stream match, as you can see. So congratulations to Ed, going 3-2 now. I think still out of contention for a top 8. But
there's 8 rounds, so Ed would need some spectacular
bubbles
losses and bubbles in from the players ahead of him currently. Yeah.
Yeah, but really cool to watch. I don't think I've ever seen a Riptide on stream. Maybe like once.
Yeah, maybe once.
Happen often.
I think we might see more of him if, again, like if some of those board state decks, some of those combo decks, right, like Kano, if they come out of the meta a little bit, for some reason, Riptide can go in there and just he can do some cool stuff.
Yeah. So speaking of like walking into a potential new meta in the next week, which is super likely, obviously there's like time between now and the next set, so we don't know what that'll look like. But for the next like month, we have a completely different meta. Goodbye, Dromai.
No more Dromai.
What do you think changes? Like, I think Kano might even become more popular.
Yeah, well, much like the Riptide not having action points to deal with dragons, I think the Assassins are just going to have a field day.
Yeah.
I think both of them, actually. Arachne is really cool, and if you haven't played against Coercive Tendency, you should do it. Because
crazy.
If you get caught off guard, yeah, like 4 contract turns are kind of silly.
Yeah, they can happen for sure.
And they generate a lot of value. Yeah. And so I think Assassin gets a bump. It's probably been talked about, but Prism, like, one of your worst matchups is gone.
Yeah.
I know some players, and, you know, maybe we can open a discussion about this. I think some players of Prism, near the end of this meta, had thinking, I have a favorite matchup in the Dromai. I'm going to do this loop thing, right, with Arclight Sentinel. I'm going to farm all the dragons, get my Figments out of deck, and I have Herald of Erudition to act as like copies 4 through 6 of Tome of Divinity.
Right.
I think you're favored if the Dromai doesn't know what's going on, but as soon as they do, it becomes bad, and they have high rolls, and if they play Time Skippers, you lose, and
Yeah,
it all has
an armor piece that just like completely negates your shot.
Yeah. So I think Prism gains a lot, and we're gonna take a quick break here and have an interview with Ed, and we'll hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for being on, Tom.
Of course.
All right, welcome back from our very brief break. We've got Ed Knight, winner of round 5, so currently 3-2. Congrats.
I am. Unfortunately, I think I'm out, but I'm still going to have a good time.
Yeah, so are you going to keep playing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
Good, yeah. Might as well.
Sure.
Get some Flesh and Blood in.
Yeah. Victor's fun.
Victor is fun. It's
I like drawing cards.
drawing cards on your opponent's turn just because you blocked feels pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Feels pretty good. So first of all, 2 of your teammates, I mean, there's 4 of you here. 2 of you brought Victor. Why did half of you end up deciding on Victor?
Well, Nathan is kind of wishy-washy anyway. He wanted to play like Viscerai.
And then like last minute pivoted
Yeah,
back.
yeah. So he played Victor at Pro Tour and in the Calling, and I guess he wanted to give him one more try, you know.
Yeah.
And he has some different tech than I'm doing. I'm playing a pretty traditional list. He's playing like.
Yeah, his seems a little interesting.
Have you guys seen some of the cards, like the
5
humbles?
humble. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good against a good amount of decks, honestly. It's good against Kayo. It's good against Katsu. It's good against Dromai.
Yeah.
And different. It's mainly for KO because that matchup is like so cursed that you need something.
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're taking more of just like numbers strategy, just like better numbers, and he's taking more of like this disruption strategy.
Yeah, kind of. Like his argument was, if I'm sitting there like playing this mid-range game plan, just like blocking, playing E-strikes and stuff like that, it's just damage. It doesn't really do anything. Whereas like, even though the cards block for 2, like when you play them, they're way more impactful and force interaction out of your opponent, which makes a lot of sense. Like I get it, but
I mean, a lot of heroes don't want to get hit with a humble. Like
exactly,
you need your hero abilities for the most part.
Hit a Levia with a humble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That feels
that's
so
right.
good.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. Hit a OG dash with the humble. No, maybe not. But I feel like I don't know if many people are actually
What do you mean? You win the game.
You just win. Yeah.
Yeah.
It like removes their item.
Yeah.
So that's cool that you guys ended up on Victor. I am sorry about X2 pretty early so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But what were your matchups that you lost to?
So I played against 3 warriors, back to back to back. Round 1 was a Bolton, and they were combo Bolton, which is a really bad matchup for Victor. It just is.
Yep.
But they triple Lumined me. Lumina go Boomina.
Oof.
They did that to me like middle of the game, so it wasn't like too outrageous for that to happen. But I still almost came back. And won
Really?
the game. Yeah, it was wild. I survived at 14.
Oh wow.
They got 14 soul.
Did they just beacon or something at the end of the game, like to?
So I knew that there was one more beacon because everything else was face up. You got your graveyard, you got your banish and stuff. I knew they had 14 soul. I was at 14, so we're in this like weird math, right?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
If I block his Xyz, I'm dead.
Yeah, because beacon just kills you.
Exactly. So I would have to block +1 on everything, and I was doing that correctly and presenting like disruption on the back end because I thought the beacon was Arsenal. It just seemed like it was, so I'd play like a Command and Conquer off of my 2-card hand.
That's right.
And then they have to, block and try to protect that, right?
Yep.
But what ended up killing me was one of Remembrance, which is not very common in Bolton.
Interesting. Yeah, I would not think Bolton would be playing that. So they just recycled like V or
They recycled
Cataclysm?
a V. They recycled a Valiant
Thrust.
Or
The 1
yeah,
for
that's
7?
that's what it's called, right?
Valiant Thrust is the 1 for 7.
Yeah, and then the Banneret. So
Oh.
just another card to give like a quicken token.
Yeah, sure.
So they were completely out of gas, completely, and then got that, and because they had like 5 cards in their deck, obviously they're going to see it like the next
Immediately.
hand.
Yeah, right.
So
Wow. So you lost to a Bolton. I mean, Bolton combo. I think that deck has a lot of favorable matchups if you
Oh,
can
yeah.
set up. So I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that makes sense. I think even the Fangster, Michael Fang, is on some sort of Bolton combo too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I saw he's
definitely-
playing something very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the more popular choices, I guess, for Warriors, and then you lost to another Warrior as well.
I did not lose to another
Oh, no,
warrior.
so
I
you beat the
lost
other-
a Victor Mirror.
Victor Mirror.
Yeah, I played against Kassai round 2 and then Dory round 3, so I just got like all the represented warriors.
Yeah,
just
all
back,
of them.
back. The other warriors are much easier
Yeah,
for
okay.
sure because block cards are broken.
Yeah, they
just
are.
draw cards
And you just
It's-
win every clash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the Victor Mirror, that was interesting. That was one that we could have done on stream, but Victor versus Victor is kind of boring for the most part, like for a lot of people.
Guardian Mirrors, yeah.
But the end of the game was like crazy. I don't play Trounce in the mirror, but he was playing Trounce.
Interesting.
And he was pitch stacking them.
With
right?
like a Macho Grande or something, like something big.
Yeah,
under it.
yeah, just like 8, 9s, or 10s.
Yep.
He was playing more 8, 9s, and 10s, playing a couple more reacts than I play. I only play a couple of like sync belows and whatnot. I don't play any staunch. They were playing staunch. So they were able to like get around and wait for that second cycle.
Yeah.
And there was a situation where they blocked with Trounce, and they revealed a 6, I revealed an 8, and they were like, I have to like bottom your card, and it hit my rouse, and I was like,
Oh,
no way. And then
That's
they
so
got the
sad.
Trounce, and then because they drew that card,
Yep.
they cracked that gold that they got for free, and then they drew the Golden Sun and then slapped me for 11.
No way, that's crazy.
Yeah. So if that was on stream, it would have been an amazing like ending to a game.
That's a really cool ending, yeah. To have two victors against each other, but like the Golden Sun, whoever played it wins. That's cool.
I was giving them the business in the beginning. I was Zealous Belting, hammer, Rousey Ancients, hammer. I was just like getting it.
Yeah, just like 13, 14s. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that's how you win that matchup is just do more damage than the other person. Yeah.
You just have more efficient turn cycles because it's kind of like a true mirror, right? So the way you do that is you just maximize your turns.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Would both of you like to look at our backup game?
Yeah, we can.
All right, the two of you, let's do it.
Let's go. So, Ed, you get to commentate.
I'm a commentator now.
Yeah. So, it looks like we've got a Kassai versus a Dromai. It looks like life is 24-20. Dromai is up on life. No Dargans. It does, or maybe one Ashwing. It looks like he's presenting it at the bottom, right?
Yeah, maybe so. 5 Ash.
How do you feel about this matchup? Do you think Dromai is super favored?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's what I think too.
Absolutely.
It seems like the Kassai is doing okay, though. I mean, if you've somehow gotten Dromai down to 22 and there's no dragons on board, that's pretty impressive.
Right.
That's a problem. I think you just don't have enough action points or attacks to clear things.
Yeah, the 2 burn the malls is kind of scary, but having no dragons, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Right. He's got to make something. He does have 5 Ash, so maybe he does have a 4-card hand. Maybe this will be some sort of pivot turn. We do see that the Kassai has 2 golds. I wonder if we'll see a Raise an Army. I've actually never seen one resolved on stream.
Do they play that into Dromai?
I
would imagine it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, because
right?
then they have to use their allies to kill your allies, but your allies can kill their allies. Yeah, I would assume so. Uvia, though, this is a pretty frustrating one for Kassai to deal with. Doing 6 to 1 target can be pretty hard.
Right. You can notice that he's on Skull Cap. Andrew is on Skull Cap, so that kind of gives the impression that they're probably on Big Dragon at this stage. No, I know we're just now looking at it.
Yeah. No, that totally makes
also,
sense.
Uvia, Uvia is more of a Big Dragon card. It's not really played in the as much in the more red line, like I'm going to play a Scar for Scar style list.
Right. Yeah, like the Blaze Hedgehogs and all that. Yeah.
Yeah,
so we see more of probably a Big Dragon deck. We do see
there's a
Dominia,
Dominion.
so totally makes sense. I do really like the Big Dragon variant of Dromai. I think it's really fun. I am kind of sad she's going to be leaving, but it's cool to get some games in.
I'm sad she's going to be leaving too.
Yeah.
I am.
Really, I feel like a lot of Guardian players, which I feel like you're a pretty big Guardian player.
Yeah.
I feel like they hate Illusionists just in general.
No, this one's easy.
Oh, it's easy. You just beat them.
I'm just kidding. It's the true 90-90 matchup.
Yeah, 90.
Yeah.
So do you actually, as Guardian, enjoy going against Dromais? Like now?
It is a lot harder than it used to be, for sure. Like the Tome of Imperial Flame has definitely made that matchup to where they can high roll a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then they can lead into things like these Rake the Embers here, right? And the Uvias are hard to kind of kill.
Yeah, they make so much Ash now, very quickly.
Right. Like they just never run out of Ash.
Yeah, right.
Their Ash, their equity on that is just super, super crazy. Like where before they had to really balance their Ash and couldn't go crazy on that. And now it's just I can just not even care about Ash.
Right. I'll go to 0 Ash because I have a Tome on my arsenal, and then I'm going to have 3 Ash again or whatever.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, exactly.
Take it on the chin. Okay. Really good card. I love this card. I know Josh Lau is pretty high on Take It on the Chin.
Dude, every warrior is high on that card.
Yeah.
Come on, this card's so good.
I think Josh Lau said he thinks it could be a bannable card in the future.
Really?
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's block 2 that gives going, and it's pretty good.
And it's not only block, but it's prevention. So it works against Wizard.
Yes, which is
also insane.
Amazing. Yeah. So they can think they have it. You don't have any cards to pitch for an Oasis, and you have it Take It on the Chin and just messes up.
Exactly.
Really cool.
They have exact math for the lethal. And then you're like, hey, check this card out.
Or I have 2 Take It on the Chins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, card's super good. Prevention effects, really strong.
Yep.
Also kind of like the pseudo D-react too in situations.
Exactly. Yeah, the flexibility of that is just paramount to the deck, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're on a Hatchet or a Twin Sabers build or something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Go again is so important. Right. So he has the agility now, so we can do a 1-card 5, which is what we're looking for. Reset our boots, so 1-card 6. I mean,
we might see. Did you catch what the card in hand was?
I don't.
Arsenal
card. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, Arsenal's it.
Yep.
So the decks are getting pretty low. I think we're looking at bottom 20 cards.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, we're pretty close there. I would assume that Kassai runs a lean 60 just so they can see if, they do play some poppers, right? Like the Nourishing Emptiness and then some Command and Conquer spinning on the list, something to play down and dirty.
Like I know the Dilks list that won the Calling LA had 12 poppers, which is pretty crazy. But I mean, if there's going to be a lot of Dromai, it's pretty good.
You might as well hedge for your bad matchup, right?
Yeah,
You can just go gab everybody else.
Yeah.
When you're as good as Dilk.
Honestly, yeah. So interesting. I feel like this is because we see like blue dust ups, it looks like, and stuff, and Dominia, but it looks like, and he's not on the Royal Helm, so I would assume this is Big Dragon, but we're still seeing Blaze Headlongs. Interesting.
Yeah, and because they're not on the Royal Helm, they're not going to be playing Tomes here, right?
Yep.
Like, it just doesn't make sense. So
seems like kind of a hybrid strategy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. But going from 0 dragons now to 2 Ashwings and 2 Yendera is kind of scary for our...
Yeah, just out of nowhere, boom, look at all this stuff.
Yeah, I will miss Dromai because I do love making allies, and I think it's like really fun to play her, but I do think it is kind of... I don't think it's oppressive, but I think it does push certain decks out of the meta just because you can't compete with ally value.
Well, that's Illusionist in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've been a Prism hater forever. Old Prism.
Old Prism, yeah.
New Prism is, like, fine because I actually have a chance being a Guardian. Like, it's a very skill-intensive matchup, whereas, like, Dromai against some decks, they literally can't do anything.
Yeah, you can't stop what they're doing. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how the meta changes. Have you always played Guardian? Like, you went from Bravo to Victor, basically?
No, I've played a good amount of other decks. Not at rated events. I've played a good amount of Lexi as well.
Oh, nice.
Like, my best finish with Lexi, well, it's debatable. I have like a Battle Hardened top 8 with that, and then I got 9th at Calling Vegas last year, which is pretty good,
So close.
Yeah, on 3 hours of sleep. That's the true Majin Bay dream, right?
Yeah, it is.
So.
Yeah, so after we move from Dromai to no Dromai, are you going to stay on Guardian? Do you think you might want to pivot to something else in a different meta? Or?
I have a variant of Victor ready to go for when Dromai is gone, but Ethan wants me to play Levia, so I might play Levia.
Levia's good?
We'll see.
I mean, if you want to play Levia, though, you have to get Cold Foil Artivores, Cold Foil, whatever Ethan has in his deck.
I'm not going to play Levia now.
Never mind.
Never mind. If I have to do that, if that is a requirement.
It is a requirement.
No shot. I do have a Cold Foil Husk.
Oh, okay.
Ready
never mind.
to go.
Yeah, you're good then. I do think Levia is quite good. I think she was like higher represented at the start of the meta, and I think it dropped off just because lower conversion. But I just think it's a pretty high ceiling cap or skill ceiling of a deck.
It is.
Like,
very
it's
much
hard
so.
to play that deck well, I think.
Yeah, I was telling Ethan.
Damn right.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Damn right.
Yeah, your IQ has to at least be, 99.9 percentile. Yeah.
Okay, so we're clearing some Ashwings here.
Yep,
looks
that makes
like.
sense.
And it's just not super efficient to clear the
Kyloria.
Enderized. Yeah, Kyloria is
not what you want to see.
Is a problem.
So Axe Kassai is interesting. Like, obviously, you're just never using the text of your hero that says your swords are free if you've drawn a card. You saw the other effect, of course. How do you feel about Axes? Do you like swords better, or do you think it's like a wash?
If I were to play Kassai, I would probably play swords because I want to play swords. It's just the way.
Swords are cool.
But I actually do think this deck is very good because you still get the Blood on Her Hands game plan.
Yep.
Right? But you can also mix that in with a Spill Blood and like actually just destroy somebody with it, right?
Yeah, you can actually do that.
Axially.
Yeah, Spill Blood's a good card. I mean, it's a 1-for-4 dominate. It's pretty good.
Right.
And
yeah, it's very strong when you can attack with your weapons more than twice or 3 times, right? It's like that's roughly the amount.
Like, we almost saw Axe's Dory win off of a Spilled Blood in PT.
Right.
It just lost to Sigil. But, like,
exactly.
It almost got there, yeah. Because Dominate is good.
Super strong. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Dominate keyword, considering I've been a Bravo player for literally, like, 2 or 3 years at this point.
So do you think Bravo is not as good as Victor right now, or do you think they're similar and just numbers are better on Victor?
I think they have different matchup spreads.
Okay.
Well, not think. I know they have different matchup spreads, right? Like, Bravo into something like Kassai or Dory, like Axes related, builds,
Yep.
right? He's going to have a lot harder time.
Sure.
Or, sorry, did I say Bravo?
Bravo, yeah, Bravo will have a
Bravo's
harder
going to
time.
have a lot harder time, whereas Victor, with the block cards, you just like, you could just extract so much value because the disruption isn't as important because they're always blocking your crush effects when you're Bravo. So crush is like a fake keyword. That's the way I deem it,
Honestly,
at least in
yeah.
those matchups. Because it's never hits, right? It's just like, it's,
they have
it's
like
literally
90
bad
reacts,
math, which I love Bravo. So, you know, with me saying that it's not great, you should probably listen.
Yeah, right.
So,
don't love to see it. Rabble hitting a blue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Rabble on a blue. Okay, so again, it looks like hybrid, right? Because
Yeah.
we're playing so many blues.
Yeah, blue Emerald definitely not super common.
Yeah.
So you think Victor just having better numbers is probably just a better choice?
Well, it depends on the meta share, right? Like if it's a bunch of warriors, which it was today, and you heard I played 3, right? Like I want to be on Victor.
Yep.
100% want to be on Victor. If I was on Bravo, I wouldn't even be X2 at this point, right?
Just X5.
But if I got like a ton of Dromais, then I would want to be on Bravo because I think he does that a little bit better. And I think his Brute matchup is, or I wouldn't say Brute, I think his Kayo matchup might just be a little bit better. If you're playing the traditional list and you're not playing humble 5 pummels.
So I think we just saw Andrew win. Was it based on damage or concession? Damage, yeah, okay.
Damage.
So Andrew, I think, killed him with a Yunderai, I think.
Yep.
So
Yep.
Andrew going to 4-1 and our Kassai dropping down to 3-2.
Yep.
So yeah, cool to have multiple matches. Thank you, Ethan, for the street cam, getting us a backup match. Really cool. We've seen so many decks, and I think it's really cool how many are represented in the room right now.
Right.
Like I don't think many decks have more than.
Ooh, yeah.
And we actually have the meta breakdown, so we'll take a look at it after this or before our next round. So it'll be cool to see what's actually broken down. But I don't think anything is more than like 10% of the room.
Really?
I think so. Like I think Kano is probably around like 12 to 15 of them. Victor maybe he's like 20. Maybe it's a little more than 10%. But we're not seeing like a deck just have 50 out of 147 or something. Like we're not seeing a third of the meta be anything, which is really cool to see how much is out there. So we'll actually take a look at it. We're going to get our streamers back, and then we will be right back. So thanks for
having me.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta, and we finally got it. We got the meta breakdown. This is what you've been wanting all day. Us too. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy, and we've got Dorinthia, Victor, and then Azalea. Dromai 4th, which is a little surprising. I think we would have expected a little bit more, but I think this is incredibly. This is the closest I think I've ever seen the top here, right? With this, all of the 15, 15, 14, 13. Kayo, second row.
Has dropped
at 9
significantly, yeah. We saw it as, I think, the most represented deck at like Pro Tour, and now
for the last month.
Yeah, honestly.
Since release of
yeah,
Kayo.
Basically, I mean, maybe the starter deck will bring it back up, but I think with its conversion rates and just maybe some consistency, people just want to play different decks. Really interesting to see Dorinthia and Victor having the same quantity of people, and it's really cool to see no deck having more than basically 10% of the field.
Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, it's a very, very wide field, which, you know, it's going to make it harder to know what you're going to run into. It makes it harder to get those sideboards tight, but at this point, it's too late anyway. So
it's too late, yeah.
you already gotta figure it out if you can't figure it out before then. And, you know, the fact that Kano, out of the KA blank O's, having a little bit more representation is quite interesting. We knew there were a lot of Kanos in the room.
Right.
It had been mentioned. It had been going around that there were quite a few Kanos. And I'm curious if any of them are towards the top tables. Because I was walking around, and I saw a couple Boltons at the top tables. I saw a couple Dromais.
Couple Dromais, yep.
Yep. I saw a Hatchet's Kassai.
Yep.
I notably didn't see any Dorinthias.
Interesting.
But we'll, you know, we'll see. I didn't get to see all the top tables, right?
Sure.
And then there's an Azalea Brodie.
He's doing well.
I saw Victor.
Yep, Victor's doing well.
So that's kind of what. There's also a Katsu near the top table. Taylor Crawford.
Oh, okay. Yep. Makes sense.
So there's a good amount of diversity there, but I think the Bolton is the really exciting one for me. That's kind of hanging out at those top tables.
Yeah.
Because there's two different builds too. I saw a Raiden. I saw a Sabers.
Yeah. And I think there's also like Michael Fang is on this like Saber combo Bolton that's also playing like Blade Runners. So it's like kind of like this interesting hybrid where you can still push damage even before you do like some sort of combo. A
little spicy.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So 6 Boltons. I know one of my friends, Pedro's on a triple Lumina combo variant where you always triple Lumina.
Always triple
Lumina.
Okay.
Which is interesting. I know Ed just mentioned he played against triple Lumina Bolton and lost to it in the end because he got triple Lumina.
It's very likely that was the Bolton.
Yeah, maybe. And then Michael Fang is on it and a few others, maybe some combo and some Raiden. But really cool to see how many different heroes are represented. I think, like you mentioned, some people love where there's a format where there's like half of the field or a third of the field is a certain deck, so you can like target it.
Yeah.
And you kind of know what more to expect.
I like this more.
But I do prefer this more. Like you can prepare for less, but it's such a wide open field that you have such a diversity of like each game is going to be different. You're not going to have like Oldhim mirrors or something like that, which has happened before. And I think with Dromai leaving too, it leaves more space in sideboards for other matchups. Like right now, you have to play some amounts of poppers. Like you just have to.
Yep, and without that, you don't have to worry about as much, right? Prism could be there, but there's only 4 Prisms. I thought there could have been more Prisms, actually, considering just all the hype around it, right? I mean, if she's so OP, why are not more people kind of on this Prism? Yeah, we've even got Vincent, Viserai, we got two Teklos, we got some good representation at the bottom, and Dash.io. I know there's a Dash.io at X1 right now.
Yeah, our own boy Evan Herndon, second place of Nationals. Yeah, we're going to try to get him next round. He is X1 on Dash.io. We did some testing last night, and I am sold on the deck. I am a believer. He has proven that this new variant that he's been playing, apparently this variant got 10th place at Pro Tour, I believe, or one of the callings.
Oh, wow.
Calling LA, yeah.
Okay.
So he's playing essentially this variant where you're off boom grenades. You're playing 3 blue ones because the pitch card you can play off the top, but no other colors. Like before, Dash.io was like on 8 or 9 copies of boom grenade. And just playing like the defensive items, which are crazy, Dissolving Shield and Mini Force Field, super good. And you're a really good aggro deck. Like you are a really strong aggro deck that also has defensive options that you can play from the top of your deck.
The idea is you don't have to block because the defensive options are actually covering for your blocks, and then you can actually go through and they give you an action point and they give you 2 damage, right? So it's quite good. But talking to him about it, because I kind of ran into him a couple times between rounds, it's so interesting to hear, him talking about his games and just the different cards that he'll bring up that it's like, I've seen so many IO lists and like none of them have that card in the list. Or like, it's just very different than a lot of the other ways that people have played IO in the past. And I think that's what's so cool about this deck is I think people are still discovering it. And probably his deck might not even be the best version of IO yet, right? There's probably still a lot of way to go with this hero because she's just so unique.
Yeah, I think it's like pretty undiscovered. And I think we've only seen one real like conversion where someone made top 8 out of calling, I believe, with the deck.
Yeah, there was like Thomas Allen got his like 15-0 run, and then he ended up losing at the very end to Ben Dodd and Uzuri. But like still, it's been very, very good. But with that, we are going to take a quick break before we get to the next round. We're going to try and grab that Dash.io if we can. If not, we'll find something else, and hopefully we can catch him later. But still, this meta extremely open. A lot of different decks you can play. We saw Riptide on stream last round. There's plenty of decks. Go find your favorite. Play it. Dromai's leaving. You don't even have to worry about that if that's a matchup keeping you out of it. Go play your favorite deck, and we'll see you guys after the break.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it. Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta, sponsored by TheCardGuyz and brought to you by Savage Feats, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Tom Battaglia. We're going to be jumping in with round 5 here. Round 6, round 5, round 6. Round 6 here. We've got Levia.
It's going to be great.
We've got Guy Cohen going up against Levia. So this is Levia Dromai.
Yep.
And this is at XO. So we got an XO Levia. I know Ethan's happy. I'm happy. I'm also a Levia player. And you look happy about this as well.
Guy's a good friend of mine.
There we go.
We play all the time. And he's going to put on a show. So let's get into it.
Look, I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup. I do think that a really good Dromai can fully push the extent of Levia. This matchup is still a good Levia matchup, but fact is, Guy is a very, very good player, and he's going to know exactly what he needs to do to get it done.
Yeah. So you've got experience on the Levia side. What is our Levia player looking for in terms of windows in the game? You know, what sort of play patterns do they want to see?
I think a lot for Levia, in my experience, has just been finding the power cards early and putting the aggression on, because you need the graveyard fill so that Guy can't pivot to just try and graveyard starve you, right? So being able to find early Blood Rush and actually getting a very healthy graveyard early on without having to take your foot entirely off the gas to do so is really nice. On top of that, it's just about making sure that none of the really important dragons can stick. This is going to be, you know, Miragai, Chromai, making sure they can't stay on the board for longer than a single turn, so that you can't find yourself on the back foot having to block with multiple cards, because usually you have one popper and then you have one card to turn off Blood Debt and a pitch card, right? Like that's kind of your hand composition when it gets to that mid to late game.
And we're expecting, you think, like Claws Levia, this sort of standard Blood Debt build?
Yeah, always Claws. And we've got the game ready, so we're going to jump on over and see if this guy flips over Hexagore. I mean, I'm going to go nuts, but yeah, I would expect it to be Claws. If he does flip over Hexagore, though, I think Guy is pretty happy about that.
So we've got Joel Thompson on Levia, Guy Cohen on Dromai, and what I'm expecting here is a very narrow victory in Levia's favor. What do you think?
Oh yeah, narrow victory in Levia's favor. You know what? I'm happy with that. I'm good with that. Yeah, that seems solid. Some really cool consume stuff. You know, Guy not able to stop the flip. You know, we'll see him go consume, get a really big turn off there. Do you know if Guy is on more Royal or more Big Dragon?
I know Guy's preference is to play some of the 0-for-4 attack actions. Gives Dromai an edge in the mirror when you do that.
Right.
And they're pretty good value against the Brutes because they don't have Phantasm, right?
Yep.
So I think we'll see Guy do a mix of attacking and defending and playing dragons for this match.
All right. Yeah, I think that tends to be pretty solid. It's a lot harder to deal with when there is a mix. Sometimes it's like the full Royal who's just playing attack actions. Sometimes they can outrace you. On the other side, Big Dragon can attempt to fatigue you. But, you know, of course, Levia is very good at not getting fatigued. It's just something that she can do inherently, either through recursion or, you know, just going consumed and just having too much damage for you actually to fatigue through. But it is possible. I've seen some Big Dragon Dromais do it where they play very aggressive early game, and then as soon as the Levia flips to consume, they set up a way to just try and go to fatigue from there. So it has to be, you know, enough damage early on from Joel to actually make sure he's safe.
Yep, and Dromai able to run those 0-for-4 defense reactions kind of for free because of her hero power. Can make that fatigue scenario kind of scary for Levia. I'm curious to see who wins the die roll here. That does have some implications, right? Both players want to do some kind of setup on the first turn if they go first. And Guy, interestingly, is loading out Balance of Justice in the head slot. So perhaps looking for a more defensive style. And maybe even his choice is depending on who wins the die roll.
Yeah, I mean, this card is just too good against Brute in general. And Levia has all 6 of her power cards they're drawing too, right? You've got your Artivores, you've got your Blood Rush Bellows. So you're always going to find value out of this, usually pretty early on in the game. And on the other side, Spoiled Skull, really nice. This is something you should always play into Dromai as Levia. This is your 1 AB, but it also has the ability to recur potentially Blood Rush, but also ways to turn off Blood Debt later on if you do need to crack it. The interesting one is Gambler's Gloves, because into Illusionist, it's always good, right? You're clearing allies. It makes sense. You want to roll scabs a little bit more. But a lot of Levias have been opting to just keep playing Bonebreaker and just use it for the block. And when you create a Might, actually gives you that 4 break point on your Claw, where you can actually just take out Miragai in that way as well. So there's been a little bit of back and forth on Levias and what they like bringing, whether it's Gamblers or Apex Bonebreaker.
Yeah, and for me, one of the most interesting discussions that came out of the Pro Tour was Scabskin Leathers, when to roll it, how much value you can get from it. And Gambler's Gloves just gives you that kind of safety button to roll it when you see the EV there.
Yeah, it lets you roll it a lot more aggressively, especially in a matchup like this where there's a lot of times where you can get a lot of plus EV by rolling, because it's like, oh, I get an extra claw to take out a dragon alongside my normal play that I would be making here. And while those usually are things you don't want to do, let's get a 6 right out the gates. It's turn 0 though, so I don't know how much value we're gonna get from that 6, but hey, it is something. It does look like that is going to be a Savage Feast,
wow.
though. So maybe actually quite a bit of value on turn 1 with this, because this is your mini Blood Rush, right? This is you get your Savage Feast, you're able to draw an extra card. It was only a yellow, so a blue would be pretty ideal. Actually have some additional ways to play through this, but getting Graveyard Fill on turn 0 and potentially leaking damage is massive.
Yeah, looks
probably
like
no damage, but
but look, there's a Slithering Shadowpede, one of those prime Arsenal targets.
Yep. Would be solid. Shadowpede, it's solid in Arsenal because it does, pair up with your, going with the Dread Screamer or something like that. But you also usually want to Arsenal a way to turn off Blood Debt, or you want to Arsenal like your power cards, right?
Sure.
So Shadowpede you actually want to draw into after you've Arsenaled Art of War. And that's going to be generally how you set up those huge turns overall. It's not a bad Arsenal target, but it's not like the premier, like exactly what you want to see.
Okay, fair enough. And Joel seems to agree with you. Plays out the Shadowpede for 3-card 12.
Yeah, I mean 3-card 12, beautiful.
Yeah.
Guy not able to actually deal with it too much, and now it's going to be Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, this tells us Guy's hand is probably just gas. Ravenous Rabble for 4 go again, and we get to see two of the more recent Blink cards, a Marvel Command and Conquer revealed, and this Standard Art Ravenous Rabble recently from Hartford. And I think some other events in APAC
Queenstown.
as well. Queenstown,
That's
there
why
you
I've got 4 of them.
Yep,
hey,
there it is.
He's got 2 more of them. Maybe he's got 4 of them in the deck. We gotta watch out for it.
Yeah, Guy always a friend of the stream because he plays with every Blink card he can.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
I should just go loan Joel my Levia deck, and then we'd have.
Oh, there you go.
We'd have a whole
bling.
house on the table.
Oh, it'd be so good. A whole house on the table. Love that.
Maybe if you're living out of your car.
Oh yeah.
Whole house, right? Yeah.
True. It is 2024. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a tiny home. Maybe.
Maybe if you're lucky. If you're lucky.
Okay, so 4 go again, second chain link, and Joel takes it as well, down to 32.
All right, this hand from Joel is actually looking pretty decent. We've got this Art of War, has a blue Endless Maw, and then we've also got the Agile Windup.
Okay.
So potential to try and go a little bit more aggressive. Now, he doesn't have enough graveyard to be burning 6 cards from graveyard. So we end up seeing a block here. What feels pretty good is to just throw out the 2 for 6, discard the Agile Windup, create an agility, and then Arsenal Art of War, and try and set up just like a really massive follow-up turn on the next round.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if Joel goes for this line. Meanwhile, Guy is playing a cosplay Fi deck.
Yeah, this is just Fi.
Yeah. Which, interestingly, is a deck I nearly considered bringing to this event. I had 2 days before this event started, a friend of mine sent me a top 16 Fi deck from Calling LA, which I didn't know existed. I didn't know Fi made it that far.
I also didn't know
like
that.
Naturally intrigued. And I tried it out, and it is interesting. I think there are some ways it could be good, but maybe into this field with not as much Dromai as we would have thought. Not a good pick after all, so I'm glad I left it at home.
All right, let's see what Joel decides to go for, because now that he's kept this hand, I feel like the line that I was talking about kind of makes a lot of sense. A lot of times you just don't want to block with the Agile Windup because it's just a 2 block anyway. And so just going to start with Claw. Okay, this also works, right? You get the go again here. And so this means that potentially just pitching the Art of War as well and just going for the second Claw and just kind of playing really slow. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of like the quick line personally. I like just a big explosive play because you'd have enough grave to still kind of work with it.
Sure. I think Joel's, because his pitch card didn't block, he's kind of forced into one of these suboptimal lines. And, like taking this agility setup play, I think would be nice if his arsenal was kind of a premium attack action, but it's the 2 for 6 dominate, right?
Yeah. It's to turn off Blood Debt, and that's why you also like. I do like that if he's taking this line, he's not throwing that attack and just going off Arsenal after just burning through some of his graveyard for just like 6 power. I don't think it's really worth it. So I think holding on to Arsenal makes sense. But I also just feel like pitching away Art of War when Guy is like racing you. He just played he's Fi right now. So like I don't know that trying taking the slow approach is necessarily that great. The good thing about this is the graveyard is becoming very healthy for Joel. He's going to have just an incredibly healthy graveyard, and when he starts to burn through it, he's not going to have to worry about 6 count or anything like that.
Yeah, to me, one of the most fascinating things about this hero Levia, those pivot turns, when they happen, are some of the most like disgusting things you can do in Flesh and Blood. You have Carrion Husk. You have lots of blocking equipment aside from that as well.
All right, let's see. It's again Blue Dread Screamer for potentially going a little bit wider here. The other blue is Doomsday. So the other two can be blocking cards potentially, but
I'm not 100% on the dragons.
Okay.
It's a Mirror Guy, and Joel wants to read the effects. So Mirror Guy is going to turn off Phantasm for the first dragon attack each turn.
I have most of my dragons already flipped like this.
Guy pitching a red Dust Up to accomplish this invocation. And it looks like it's on the combat chain. Guy has presented the damage die, so 2 no Phantasm. Go again. Guy with 2 in hand and 1 in arsenal. Joel may be sizing up what his defense could look like.
And so this is actually great because he does have this blue Dread Screamer. So blue Dread into your Maragai is kind of like the perfect lineup, and it still lets you throw a solid attack afterwards. The question is, do you just like take this 2, hold on? Ideally, you just try and pop something, and then you can play Dread Screamer into maybe this Boneyard Marauder. You've built up enough graveyard that maybe you can go -4 by playing 2 cards that burn 3. You put 2 in, you take 6 out. And it still not feel too terrible, but a lot of times, burning 6 cards out of grave is always like really, really tough.
Yeah, that does seem like it could leave Joel with fewer options in the future if he goes for that line. At what life total would you say is a good time for Levia to try to set up a flip? Like, are there hands that Dromai can present that make things dicey?
So it entirely depends on the matchup you're going against, but Dromai specifically, you saw that last hand, that's the kind of thing that could be dicey and put you in an uncomfortable spot when usually against Dromai, I feel fine looking for a flip anywhere from 16 to 18 because they usually aren't presenting enough damage that you can't prevent to stop you from still flipping afterwards, right?
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of evasive damage, and that's the thing that can really stop you in your tracks is when they have evasive damage. So I think you can look for the flip kind of late, but the problem with Joel is he has no blood debt at all right now, so he needs to prevent some damage now so that he can actually start building enough blood debt for a flip to even exist.
Yeah. Thanks for explaining all of this nuance. It seems to me that as a player who hasn't touched Levia in many months, there is so much to managing that blood debt in that graveyard.
Deck is hard.
Deck's really hard, yeah. Especially when you're under the gun from a CNC.
Yep.
Joel did know about this because of the Ravenous Rabbles on the prior turn. Even still, having a dragon on the board, functional extra life for Guy into this Command and Conquer disruption effect. Like this is exactly what Guy wants to be doing. He's presenting attacks that don't have Phantasm and pressuring the life total really well.
So this kind of turn is exactly where the Apex Bonebreaker is actually so good in this matchup because you're actually able to just block with 1/6 and then the 2 armors pieces, stop this CNC. You now have 4 attack. You have agility tokens that you've generated previously, claw Maragai, and then throw an attack. And that's the play pattern that we've actually seen quite a bit from Levia in this matchup, which is why players have trended towards Apex Bonebreaker. It's not... Gambler's Gloves is still a good pick. This is just exactly the situation where you actually want the Bonebreaker versus the Gambler's Gloves.
Right. And, Gambler's Gloves, it can help you clear out those pesky passing mirages.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Guy plays some number of them. I don't think it's part of his core game plan. If you recall the Pro Tour Arthur Trahey champion, right?
Yep.
He's playing Passing Mirage and Mage Master Boots, at the very least into Kayo. I imagine he'd play it into Levia as well, just to try to steal some of that tempo, but Guy opting for Snapdragon Scalers, a bit more of the attack action burst potential. And so maybe the Gambler's Gloves is getting a little bit less equity on Joel's side.
You could potentially go for a big burn of your graveyard here if you want to try and build some blood debt, as there is the ability to attack first and then play the Dread Screamer, get the Maragai because you've got the agility, and then go again with another attack. Going with Claw means this won't be a full, mega burn, going to hold on to the arsenal most likely here. But yeah, that is going to be just the first swing going face, and then we'll probably see Screamer into Miragai, and then we've got one more resource for this Boneyard Marauder.
Right.
That upstairs as well.
So I'm curious about the use of resources across multiple turns here. So the prior turn, Joel discarded his Agile Windup. So basically it gave 2 Claws Go again.
Yep.
And is a card in grave for this next turn. Is that the type of trade that Levia is happy to see?
It's about average. It's not
about average.
It's not like what you want out of your Agile Windup. Ideally, you'd want that agility to be another 6 attack, right? Just going towards face. But in this spot, I think that holding on to additional graveyard, I actually didn't realize there was only 5 cards in grave there, so it's still relatively unhealthy grave. And just going to go for another Claw. He had one resource, but he could have opted to close the chain, get this Dread Screamer into Grave, and then actually play out the Boneyard Marauder with that last floating resource. But he would be leaving himself with a single card in Grave, so instead he opts for this Claw, still not having a lot of graveyard, even though Guy has attacked quite a bit. And potentially he could have gone for more just heavily blocking turns to fill Grave.
Right. And if Joel had gone for a more Blood Debt positive play, does that give Spoiled Skull some interesting play lines?
Yes and no, because Spoiled Skull, usually you actually do want to keep the AB, especially if Guy's trying to race you, because you actually kind of need it towards the end. But also Spoiled Skull, mostly you want it once you've had a Blood Rush already. So you want to be able to play it out and name Blood Rush as one of your 3 cards. You want to name, ideally, Blood Rush, Dread Screamer, and personally, I say Endless Maw, I think tends to be the one that I want to see. But you want to hit either Blood Rush or Dread Screamer and turn a hand that would have been just 1 attack into a wide attack.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A new Mirror Guy for Guy. Into Blaze Headlong, more Fi action. Joel taking the Mirror Guy, done a 22. Another 4 go again. Looks like no blocks, 18.
I wonder if Joel is going to consider just flipping. I see... I actually missed what we got here. Blood Rush Bellis. So this can be a Blood Rush turn. This is actually kind of a perfect Blood Rush hand, right?
It looks quite good. Resource heavy.
All 6s.
And all 6s, yeah.
So the potential is that you actually just Blood Rush and flip. But you also have 2 costs in your arsenal, so you have the ability to Blood Rush and still turn off debt. But down to 17 is actually not low enough to flip, and he has turned off turn from Guy. So this is not flipping.
It's not flipping. I think popping the dragon is such high value that you kind of have to go for it. And he'll be able to push damage here, and Guy's at 16, which, like, how often does a game go with Levia where they decide, look, I can win this without flipping? Is that in Joel's mind?
Oh, you can definitely win without flipping, like, pretty consistently. A lot of times it is actually the more aggressive matchups where that happens, as we do have second Blood Rush. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm like, hey, maybe you just rip it. I mean, we'll see. If you hit blues off of this, you win the game right now. And if you don't hit blues, then, well, you might lose the game. But at least you can still throw something. Even if you play the second Blood Rush, you can play 10 Dominate, and that can be your turn. Or you might be able to play Claws. But if you find 2 blues off of this, you're going to get to go Claw. And I think that gives you enough for the 2 cost in Arsenal.
And
Ethan said blue-yellow as well. I think blue-yellow gets there.
Is this other card a red or a yellow?
It's a red. So if it was a blue, you'd consider just holding on to it. You would claw, play the attack from Arsenal.
Yeah.
Or sorry, claw and then play the attack from Arsenal and just put the Blood Rush away. But yeah, rip the double. All right, give me blues. Show me blues. Show me blues. That's not a blue. That is also not a blue. That's pretty rough.
That is pretty rough. I'm not a Levia player, but I know that's pretty rough.
So if it was a single yellow, it'd be kind of okay. Because you could just pitch 1 more into Claw, and then you Claw for 7, and then you play the Arsenal card for 10. But 2 reds means you get to do 1 thing.
Yeah, and Guy looking at the pitch zone, probably grinning ear to ear, seeing that this is only 1 attack action on a double Blood Rush turn.
I stand by it, though. I think that was the play. I think you play that second Blood Rush, because you win on the spot. If you get blues. And if it was, blue or blue-yellow, you went on the spot. And then if it's yellow-red, you still throw 17.
Yeah.
That's still pretty good.
That's still pretty good. Look, I just don't have the heart to make these judgments in the heat of a stream match. I couldn't.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
And I think the roughest part about this is that Mirror Guy still on the board. And really, what you would have wanted is the 1 Blood Rush, actually draw some like good blues and stuff, and then just claw Mirror Guy once, claw face, 2 cost attack from Arsenal, set something else or whatever, right? That could be your whole turn. You'd be okay. But he didn't have enough resources to make that happen on the first Blood Rush, and so the second one, kind of got to send it.
So how often, as a Levia, or maybe in general as a Brute player, when you see a Blood Rush, but it's next to 2 other blues in your hand, how often are you considering that your deck might not see a blue in the next 2 cards, right? Like you did draw 2 of them.
Very often. I try and keep track of how many I've pitched, and I keep track of how many I block with and are in my banish zone.
Right.
And then from there, it's thinking, okay, well, like how many reds are left in deck, how many yellows, how many blues, and trying to decide if it feels worth it to send the attack for the draws. This is something I think that a lot of Levias think about when they're going for, especially like a double Blood Rush because you really need the resources or else you have wasted 2 of your power cards.
Right, right. And I'll extend this question to Ethan as well, our resident Levia expert.
No, you don't want me commentating on this match. I'm losing my mind.
Oh, no. No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay, maybe not, but I'll at least ask you, Cass. Are you familiar with some of these memes about Levia, whereby people are doing extensive amounts of math, and it just results in
missing blood
results?
anyway, and it doesn't
exactly.
matter. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you identify with that or no?
Yes, all the time. I think so heavily about my plays, and then it's like draw no way to turn off Blood Debt, or like your only way to turn off Blood Debt is a Deadwood Rumbler, and you throw it and rip like Blood Rush off the top, and you're like, all right, cool. I'm playing Levia.
Yeah, I wonder if there will be like a deck that has even more decision points based around these, possible percentages. No Phantasm. Like a professor a la Teklevossen type of character. That would be interesting to see all the Levia players flock to a new, equally frustrating mechanic.
It's tough too because now this is Maragai's on board, and now Dromai, and now you're missing your flip for sure. You're not going to be able to defend against this like Dromai turn most likely. Here's E-Strike. You can try and full block out, but when you're at 14, all that has to happen is after you block this, Guy plays Azalea, and then you're like, I've already blocked, and now if I pitch, I can't actually like prevent myself from dropping below 14.
Right. And, I just have this this feeling of dread watching one of the most consistent archetypes.
Reaction?
Just grind out one of the more variance-heavy ones.
Yeah, we'll see. Definitely not out of the woods yet, and now there's at least Blood Debt. So if Joel can keep this flip, if he can hold on,
okay,
and get this flip, there's some real gas.
You're telling me there's hope
in that consumed zone. Especially if he can hold on and let at least claw Dromai or something. It'd be nice.
I think I missed it, but Ethan found it on the stream here. Guy flashed to burn them all in his hand, and an extra point of Arcane on top of that would guarantee the flip goes away. Failing Joel's pitch to Spoiled Skull. Rake the Embers. Yeah, this is just exactly what you want to see. Guy has 2 action points, probably, though I don't think he's representing it.
For 1? Yep.
Yeah, you should have 2. Is this 2 poppers? Sure isn't. It's 1.
It's 1 popper.
And no other block value, really. Well, I guess there's 1 more block on Scabs. So if Guy doesn't have an additional way in Arsenal to deal more damage, then popping 1 Ashwing and then blocking with Scabs can actually get you there.
It gets you there, but it's a tell that you don't have another popper, and Guy can just attack with the Mirror Guy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he hasn't attacked the Mirror Guy. Yeah. No, you can't get there.
Nope. So no flipping.
So you actually just probably need to take damage and play a turn.
Is the Arsenal still that... No, he played the
No,
Dominate.
he played it.
So the Arsenal is a...
It's Red. Yeah, Red Screamer.
Okay.
Which he does end up popping with this Boneyard. And so now there isn't Red into Boneyard as the potential off of blue. Arsenal Art of War.
Okay.
Which would insulate you against...
So did I miss a trick? Or did Guy...
He passed.
He passed with an action point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because Dromai should have generated one.
No. Because E-Strike wasn't go again. E-Strike would have been
draw card.
Yeah,
okay.
E-Strike draw card. Yeah. Okay.
All
No,
right.
we're good. Yeah.
Good.
So actually Popper worked, but then he turned off Blood Debt.
Yeah.
Instead of...
What was his other option?
Claw Dromai.
3 more Blood Debt.
Oh, that feels yucky.
No, it's not good.
Yeah. Last card's Art of War.
Dromai.
Pitching Claw into Dromai. So clearing the board. Look, I think, like you said, Joel's not out of the game just yet.
No, not completely. Now, he does... Okay, he clears the board. He's at 14. If he can escape this turn,
we need
still
to
at
see,
14.
We need to see no anti-phantasm here from Guy.
So Snatch immediately... Okay, there's 2 non-blocks and a Reckless. All right, that's...
Not ideal.
3 non-blocks and a Reckless. Sorry.
I
Correction.
think that's a brute hand.
And none of these things turn off Blood Debt.
Reactions.
Which is what you want.
So this is going to be a Spoiled Skull activation on this upcoming turn.
Reckless Swing defending the Snatch.
And this can miss.
Foil Pink Snatch.
1, 2.
And take the blue with it. Let's see. Tearlim? It's Tearlim.
Oh, no.
So took the blue. We got... Pulping can at least be paid for. by this deep-rooted evil.
Guy deploying his next threat looks like the Burn 'em All, which also, you know, tries to interrupt that flip.
Yeah, and that's eight debt. So kind of almost half the pop Spoiled Skull, but then you have to name only 1 and 2 cost things that turn off blood debt. So that'd be Boneyard Marauder, Hungering Slaughter Beast.
Okay, so
Writhing Beast Hulk. This is just to keep you alive, right?
Guy's hand does not contain another way to deal damage. If Joel can make a soul read, he can block Arcane, block the Ashwing, do nothing and flip.
You are right. You are right. And that is actually, if he does this, if he makes this soul read, he can win this game. He can absolutely win. He can 100% win.
It might be his best out anyway.
No blocks.
Depends on Guy's arsenal. Yeah, thank you, Ethan.
That's true. He took the damage.
No, we don't get to find out.
So let's see. I mean, it was a sigil.
It was a sigil.
He could have done it. He could have done it. Oh, no. It's rough. You can never know. That's a very hard read to make. But also, when I think about this moment, you're looking at this game and it's like, how do I win with this hand if I'm not allowed to flip to consumed? And honestly, I would say you don't. Like, you don't win unless you flip to consumed here. So I think the line that you found a way that you can actually stay above 14 if Guy doesn't have any extra damage.
Yeah, you're giving me credit, but I could see Guy's hand there to come up with the line.
I mean, that's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'll take it, though.
Take 8.
All right.
So Joel takes 8 blood debt.
Claw Passing Mirage, take 8 blood debt.
Okay.
Down to 4.
Down to 4.
And I think Guy should be able to. The problem is you take the 8 blood debt, but this problem isn't solved. And so you drop your hand, and you now have to be able to block and then also turn off blood debt every single turn.
Yeah, so Joel needs to popper everything. He needs to draw no attack actions. First strike here. Building Mirage coming in.
Thinking on the trigger.
That's tough.
Thinking on the trigger we hear from Guy, which is to say he has no Ash before playing this Billowing. And deciding how the Ash economy is going to play out for the final 4 points of life that Joel has. I'm not sure what I would do here. He's holding an Azalea, so weighing up the extra arcane value against the Ashwing, which is, less value lost for Guy if it gets popped.
Yeah, but if you make Joel pitch in a Spoiled Skull at this point in the game, I mean, you're winning.
Yeah.
I guess the idea is that you're already presenting arcane damage with Burn Them All, so maybe 1 versus 2 arcane damage is like maybe negligible because if you're pitching into AB, a lot of times maybe it's a blue or a yellow. But what I found from the Levia side is a lot of times when I end up pitching into AB, it's my extra red. It's just to block the 1 AB against Dromai specifically, right? It's just the 1 ping coming through. I've got an extra red that I can't use. It can't go into Arsenal, and you just block it.
Yeah. Barraging beatdown. Is this a staple for Levia?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Very, very good. So the play line, why this is so good, is Dread Screamer late in the game, especially from like Consumed or something, it's sick. And then you play Barraging when they block with 2 cards, and now they have 1 card left, and your next attack, they can't.
0 for 5 blue, more or less. Pretty good.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah. The defensive mode here, blocking 3. We see the Azalea from Guy, so he does value the arcane damage.
Shaden
or
Death Hydra.
perhaps just a 3-point body. Because if this Ashwing gets popped, then that is it. Azalea doesn't get to do their attack. I imagine Guy's last card is just a red to pitch in the Furnace.
Take the arcane, and then I'll defend.
And surely you pop. Shaden Death Hydra going to be the one committed.
Ashwing goes down. Joel at 3 life after taking 1 Burn Them All ping.
There's a Blood Rush in hand, which is just not going to get to see play.
He does pitch his Sigil to the Furnace. The Ash worth more than 3 life gain to insulate Guy from drawing a bricky hand with too many dragons. This way, if he has the Ash, he can still trigger his Burn Them All, attack with whatever dragon he plays or the Azalea.
This just shows how punishing this deck can be. You end up missing on a couple of things, and the game really gets away from you. So Dread Blue going to be what's trying to turn off the blood debt here. Only 4 damage presented. Gee can just take it.
Yeah, and this is with no pitch floating as well, so a 2-card 4 that says I can play the next turn.
Says I don't die right now.
Yep.
So it has go again, turns off blood debt.
Yep. Up to 10 blood debt, so 3 more, and redeemed is on the table.
Quick count. 2.
Okay, yeah, there are 2 sides to that demi hero.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had a game recently where I flipped redeemed against an Azalea, which was crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
Pass.
And it does have this life gain effect.
Yeah.
Given
go up to
Joel's
8.
current state. Go up to 8 life.
I did find that redeemed got a lot better with agility because you can you can still attack first and then flip redeemed. Feels a lot better when you like swing for 7, heal for 7, than when you just heal for 7, do nothing. So there's like spots where it's actually quite good. It's not your main game plan. It's more like, hey, something went wrong either in my hands or my opponent had a turn that was like too crazy, and it's like another axis to play on for your late game. And I think for Joel, it's actually what I would be looking at from this point to try and find a way back in is hopefully set up a turn with an agility where I get to swing in, get to 13 blood debt, and then flip over. And then it allows you to block way more flexibly because you won't die to blood debt.
Yeah, and
doable.
I think this is why Guy is playing so... he's just giving much consideration to all of his plays. He knows Joel still has this redeemed line available, and the deck is still full of poppers, which counter dragons pretty cleanly. So Guy trying to find the best line, or maybe the line that reduces Joel's options as much as possible, leading with a Mirror Guy and 1 Arcane Ping from Burn Them All. No Phantasm in this attack.
Take the arcane.
Yeah, I see in hand there's a Howl from Beyond, so that'll probably just be deployed to block here, and it is. So the full recursion package being brought in by Joel into the Dromai matchup, so that's Howl, the Deep-Rooted Evil as well that we saw earlier. They're a little bit rough on blocking into the Dragon matchup, so a lot of times a lot of players will side this out. But maybe worrying about Big Dragon and fatigue, maybe he's run into some Big Dragon that was trying to fatigue him and felt like having the recursion would help out.
Yeah, maybe he has. I guess I have the privilege to know what sort of matchup, or the way Guy would approach this matchup.
Yeah.
And maybe the recursion doesn't look as good.
Take 1.
3 block on the billowing. Joel has to stay alive.
Goes to 1.
Goes to 1 from the Ashwing.
Yeah, didn't pop it because the last card in his hand has to be used to turn off blood debt.
Off blood debt.
It's a Mark of the Beast, so unfortunately it's actually not going to add multiple cards to blood debt, so it actually, you can't even look for a Scabs roll into trying to play it into redeemed, because it is only going to put a single card. It will put him at 11. While there are potentially 3 blood debt cards in Banish, he could get really lucky if he was playing a Banish 3 and go to 13 and then play into redeemed.
Attack Maragai.
Yeah, one of those brute math moments that won't come to fruition here because it's just a Mark of the Beast.
Yep, so just to 11. If he can hold on, he does have AB. Possible to live. But he'd still have to banish 2 more blood debt cards.
Yeah.
And then have an action point. It's kind of tough.
Enlightened Strike Go Again is probably the mode here.
There will be 5 go again.
5 Go Again announces Guy. This is kind of backbreaking when you need to hold 2 cards.
Almost got there on the blood debt, but this is going to be blocked with 2 cards. You have to pitch 1 to AB and 1 to pop.
Yep.
And he's got it. He has all of that there.
He does.
But then you die to blood debt. So unfortunate. The Gambler's Gloves never deployed with the Scabskins roll as well. The more aggressive versions, not having enough time to actually roll. And so certainly that can come back to bite you.
Yeah. I do wonder if... so for instance, these turns that involved the windup, I wonder if rolling Scabs had any value instead of trying to make the agility.
Yeah, just to keep it more claws.
Well, you can do claws either way with the discard. So it would have been more about deploying the
pitch.
attack actions.
Yeah.
Yeah, using it as pitch.
Yeah, using it as pitch.
Right. And maybe looking back on this game, those are some of the decisions that could have been made differently. I mean, that is kind of the beauty of Fab, is every 4 cards you draw, you have like 20 decisions to make, and there are even more when you have permanents on the board that have activated effects.
It's so many decisions every time with Levia, right? It's a very, very difficult deck to pilot. Your mistakes get punished so heavily.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players are ready for Dromai to go because she punishes mistakes like almost nothing else.
Yep. All right, so Guy gonna take it. advancing to 6-0, but still 5-1 on Levia here at the Battle Hardened. Still pushing towards that top 8, can still make it all the way there. So we've got Guy once again. This part of the country, I feel like every time Guy is just popping off whenever there's an event down here.
Yeah, he does not lose a lot. But it just goes to show you, like, mastery with a hero.
Oh, yeah.
Can go a long way, and it helps when your hero is a little bit busted and about to Living Legend.
Yeah, of course, right? That always makes it better.
Yeah.
But we've also seen success from Guy on, like, Uzuri as well. And so, hey, maybe that ends up being what he picks up next, considering one of our worst matchups being Dromai leaving, and that's the deck he was playing. So, hey, maybe move on over to the Assassin.
Yeah, I know I'll be playing a lot of Assassin when Dromai goes. So we have Guy advancing to 6-0.
6-0.
I believe that locks him for top 8.
Does it? That would be sweet.
I think so. There are 8 rounds. Is that right?
I think there's 8 rounds.
Okay. So
we'll find someone who knows.
He is soft locked, maybe.
Probably locked.
And we're gonna have hopefully a return showing of either of these players we just saw, because I would like to see more of that Levia deck, and I want to see more of Guy's bling.
Guy's bling. Yeah,
bling.
Guy's bling. Bees bling. I want bees on this. But yeah, I want to see more of the Levia. I actually think I want Joel to get a redemption match on there as well, because I think that a couple things just went wrong that, unfortunate. Maybe some was in his control, some of it definitely not. Definitely drawing the reds off the double blood rush, right? If he draws blues there, he just wins the game.
Yeah,
and then things kind of fell apart immediately after. So I think, trying to get Joel once again would be sweet, especially because this is Levia 5-1 on Levia. I know Ethan and I love to see it.
And look, I have a story.
Okay.
If you want to hear it.
Yeah, I want a story.
It's a brute story. So,
give me a brute story.
It's
I'm
really
always
on
looking
theme.
for a brute story.
Okay. So a buddy of mine, also a Florida player, he's playing Reinhardt today.
Sweet.
And in his round 4 match, he's against a Levia. It wasn't Joel. It was a different
Another
Levia. So this game comes down. It's 3 life for the Levia and 5 for the Reinhardt. Reinhardt has 2 res in hand, a CNC, and a swing big. His arsenal is Blood Rush. Tunic is on 3. Goes to Reinhardt's turn.
Oh, yeah.
You rip the Tunic, play the Blood Rush.
Beautiful.
Draws a yellow and an Alpha Rampage.
Awful.
Not beautiful.
Not great.
Plays Command and Conquer. Mind you, there's been an Intimidate, okay? This is crucial. The Levia has 3 block in hand after the Intimidate resolves. Can only block 3, but isn't dead. Sorry, I said Levia was at 3 life. They're actually at 6.
There you go.
Take 3 from CNC and are now at 3. The Arsenal, can you guess what it was?
Beast Within.
Beast Within. How many? Yeah, dead.
Oh, yeah.
Dead Levia.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's awful. I've been there, though. I've been there for sure.
But the way the variance went from, okay, Colin's got the Blood Rush. He could potentially throw like 10 damage plus an Intimidate. Levi's low on life. This looks great. Doesn't draw the blues.
Yep. To CNC.
God, we have to
only
CNC.
one block.
It's awful. Yeah. But it turns out to win the game anyway.
Yeah.
Because of the bad, the banishes for Levia, just died of the Beast Within. It's wild out there.
It's absolutely insane. Brute matchups are crazy. I love brutes. All right, we'll send it over to Ethan.
Oh, my bad. I already hit the button. You muted. Say what you want.
I was just going to say, let Ethan talk about whatever he wants. Send it to Ethan. Yeah. We just had brutes. We had Levia on there. Go.
That's right. That's right. Know your place, Cass. Know your place. All right, people. Just checking in on the production side here. So I've been talking in the chat just to let everyone know. But basically, the Card Guyz are, in theory, out of contention for top 8. So we've now pivoted to try to show off more of the local talent. I don't personally know who's from Atlanta, so we're trying to get some boots on the ground to make sure that we feature players from the South at least. And of course, we know Guy's from Orlando, so had to get him on, show off his bling. This is the last weekend he gets to use his $10,000 Dromai deck, whatever it is. So we had to give that to him, because last time I talked to him at Pro Tour LA, he was very sad that basically his deck was gone. Like at Pro Tour LA, he cheered for Arthur Trujillo and then looked at his deck and realized, what have I done? Why did I spend all this money? See, invest in Levia cards, because she will never LL. So there you go, folks. Anyway, we do have a little bit of time in the round. I'll look around and see if there's anything interesting to jump on as a backup match. Otherwise, I think it's pretty okay to treat this as a longer break. I haven't gotten up all day, so I would like to go do that. Anyway, thanks for tuning in so far. I always hesitate with Levia games on camera, because in theory, I would love to jump in and cast those games, but from decision 1, I'm literally tilting out of my chair. And I think this game came down to 3 pretty tough decisions from Joel. So I'm going to try to go find him on the floor as well and make sure that we have a little discussion, because I think this game started really well for him and he threw it away. So going to try to help him out, because if he can make top 8, that would be fantastic. So that's what I would personally like to do with my time right now. So hopefully you all are okay with a little bit of a break while we try to lock in Joel for top 8. In the meantime, we should be getting a Dash.io on stream next round, because Evan is X1. Evan, who, well, actually, like I said, we're trying to get Atlanta players. So I can't really say if we're getting Evan on next round, but he's at least also from Florida, and he's X1 on Dash.io, and I think it'd be really cool to watch him potentially lock his seat for top 8. He's on a really apparently interesting list. No boom grenades is what I heard. No boom grenades in Dash.io, and I'm not super tuned into the Dash.io world, but apparently this is something that came from the 10th place calling list from Pro Tour LA. It might have been what Tyler Horspool was also playing when he got second at AGE last month. Not entirely sure. But anyway, there's more for me to do on the floor, so we're going to cut to a little bit of a longer break and then be back with round 7 out of 8. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da!
Okay. Update from the ground. There was a game that went very much overtime, so apologies. But it was a combo Bolton versus Reinar, and the Reinar took it very much at the end. Very, very close. But anyway, next round is paired. We're going to get the dash IO as long as the opponent is okay with being on coverage, because we like Evan, and Evan is X1, so he's still live. And he's got this spicy dash IO build that he said has even beat a Guardian today. So as long as that match is real and not just like another Kano or something, that'd be pretty hype. But there's a lot of variety at the top tables. You know, Mara right now is XO, so she's locked on Dromai. Brodie's X1 on Azalea. There's this Reinar at X1. I believe the Bolton is now X2. There's a Kano at X1. Just yeah, a lot of stuff out there. We want to grab the dash IO at X1 as well. So there we go. Sorry, it'll only be like another 2-ish minutes until we get the next game going. That one went a little over. Also, update. There will not be deck checks, mandated deck checks rather for top 8. There's courtesy deck checks. So we should keep rolling, honestly, pretty quickly here. As soon as round 7 and 8 are done, it's basically top 8 announcements and go, unless anyone wants their deck checked. So should be a pretty streamlined rest of the day. We are at about 7 hours of live stream right now, with 5 more rounds left to play. So that's always very tight. Very tight. No Teklos at the top, Riku, unfortunately. No Teklos. But yeah, no, generally, variety of the top tables, it looks very similar to what the meta spread is, you know, just variety across the board. We can do a walk around at the very end, like for round 8, just take an actual look at who's X1 and all that, because unfortunately, I know all my European friends complain, but we cannot get the Purple Fox integration for the Battle Hardens, where you actually get to see like standings and pairings and all that. We just can't do it at the Battle Hardened level. The scorekeeper, it's just not their job at this level. They're running like 15 events in the hall, so there isn't a dedicated scorekeeper for Flesh and Blood that can do all that and export the gem data and stuff. So you'll have to just bear with us, kind of the mystery of who's XO and all that, but there's some on-the-ground updates for you. And Evan is walking over, so we're going to grab his opponent. And yeah, wait, actually, hold up, he's right here. What happened? Yeah, Battle of the Supers, you want to watch that? Oh, that's great. It's you versus Brodie? Is that like a 2-minute game? No, I don't think so. I play a bunch all right. I'm going to try to block if he makes it. Okay, well, I guess we're going to see Evan versus Brodie on camera. Sounds pretty exciting. All right, so quick break. We'll be right back with that.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta, sponsored by TheCardGuyz and brought to you by Savage Feats, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy, and we have got pretty awesome matchup coming up. We get to see some Dash IO. We've been promising it for a while, and now we actually get it. And it's going up against Azalea. That Azalea piloted by none other than Kid Wonder, Brodie Spurlock. So this is going to be quite the matchup between these two.
Not any Azalea. The one that won the last calling like a week ago.
And now he's here.
Now he's here, yeah. The deck is really good. Brodie knows how to pilot it super well. He's brought it to multiple top 8 finishes, and he beat a Prism.
Yeah, coming to a PQ near you. Yeah. You're not safe anywhere.
Yeah, you can play your local armory and probably see Brodie there.
Yeah, you'll see Brodie there. The woods in Ontario, you know, wherever, it doesn't matter.
You could be in Nebraska and think you're safe. Yeah, he's
right now. Look behind you.
He's eating a ham sandwich and he's behind you right now. But yeah, this will be fun. They're both pretty good friends. They're both like similar age bracket too, like younger players who are just really good at the game. And this will be fun. This Dash IO list is more defensive, so it'll be interesting to see if Azalea can get over while Evan is doing this like mid-range block heavy while also doing damage strategy.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's actually very different than what Tyler Horspool was playing at the AGE Open, where he grabbed second with Dash IO. So we've actually seen kind of a couple different versions of Dash IO finding some success, and it's showing that this hero actually does have just a ton of power baked in, and people just haven't quite figured out exactly what that list is. Is it this one from Evan? Maybe. It might be the list. This might be the one.
This might be it. Yeah, this will be really exciting. I don't know that Dash IO has gotten really any representation since the one time it finished pretty well. I think people just haven't tried it. I like you said, I don't think it's very super explored on what the deck can do. And it used to be on 9 boom grenades, and now Evan's list 3 boom grenades, and they're all just blues, basically.
Just the blue ones. Well, we'll see kind of what items Evan has cooking over there. We'll jump over to the table, and let's see this Dash IO in action. Evan Herndon going to be really just showing us exactly how this works with these defensive items. I heard him talking about the mini force fields.
Yep.
He's also got, I can never remember the name of it, but the one where you get the 3 pings.
Dispersion shield or something?
Yep, Dispersion shield, I think.
Yeah.
Wait, is that right? Yeah, I think it is.
Something
I think
like
it's
that.
right.
Yeah.
I think it's right. Card names, we'll get there. But I know what they do.
Yeah, right. So Evan actually told me he played a Kano last round, and his deck actually has a really good matchup into Kano.
That makes sense.
Because you have these things that are wards, basically, like constant wards. He said the Kano opponent tried to do an Aether Dart into his ward 4, and he, off the top of his deck, played the Dispersion Shield, ticked it down 1, and it completely ate up the spell. So
that's awful.
Yeah,
that's awful.
For the Kano, for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely nasty. And it does make sense, right? All the defensive items are actually able to interact with their arcane damage. So, and especially with the shields, being able to choose what you're going to actually stop the damage of is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, another card that's like super key, especially in this matchup that we're going to see, is I know Evan is on 2 adaptive plating. And this card basically says you have a 3 block twice on your armor. Because if you're playing 2 of it, if you crack just any item that's left over or just sitting there like a boom grenade, you get 3 block out of it.
So is he playing arms and legs then?
He is playing arms and legs as adaptive plating, then Foundry Heart and balance, I believe.
Interesting, because I've seen a lot of Mage Master boots kind of making the rounds on the boots. We talked about it earlier for those, Toma Fiendals, but having the extra block, because I know how strong adaptive plating is. I love playing it in the arm slot. I don't think there's something better. I've seen Goliath Gauntlet. I think it's kind of silly in comparison, because I think adaptive plating is just so good in letting you keep cards in your hand so you can actually make bigger plays. But Azalea, this matchup, I feel like this could be very scary. Red in the Ledger, once again, a really terrifying card. And we see, the 2 adaptives going to try and help out. And those defensive items are really the key here in order to stop the on-hits from Brodie and still send some offense back, because Brodie is not going to be able to do the full blockout stuff that can be very scary for Dash IO.
Right, yeah, and Mechanologist, a class that's not known a lot for its armor, unless you're playing, like, I guess, the transform your armor into bigger armor things. He has 11 block right now in his equipment, as long as he gets full value out of these adaptive platings, and that's really good against a deck that's trying to go tall.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll have to keep our eyes out if we can see what Evan looks at off the top.
So boosting away a max V immediately and doing a 0 for 4. What's really cool about Dash IO is, if anyone hasn't seen or played her, her ability says you can always take a peeky at the top of your deck whenever you'd like to. And if it's an item, you can play it, and it just costs 1 more as long as it costs 1 or less.
Yeah, so
here it is.
Seek and Destroy is thrown in front of this, and, he's looking for an item, because we see this BIOS update as well. That's going to be able to try and set up for another boost, but there's actually no other boost in hand, so this will just be playing.
And honestly, this is totally fine. You you basically get a 3 block. Oh, he's going to crank it. So you get a 2 block
Classic Dash IO.
on your on the fields, and then we get to spark for another item, and this might even be like a defensive item. So he might have like 6 block floating here before the game even starts.
Yeah, this is cool. So you can go for another one of these dispersion shields, but also maybe just Techlocore, because then it just gives your pitch for the entire turn, and you already have one of these blocking shields as well.
Dissolving Shield. That's
Dissolving
the name
Shield,
of that
that's the
card.
one.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotcha.
So Dissolving Shield is one where Evan can choose to take it down, and that prevents the next damage. So you can take all of it off and prevent all the next, in this case 2 damage, or just tick 1 down and prevent the next one. It does tick down at the start of your turn if it has any counters on it. And one cool thing about it that Evan's mentioned is that it doesn't break itself if it's at 0. So it's a really good one for adaptive plating to kind of get rid of once it's gotten.
Yeah, it's great. You can pop 2 and then block with the adaptive, right? You pop 2 in reactions.
Yep.
In reaction to the attack going on the stack, and then you can still block.
Yep. So we do play the Techlocore off the Spark, which lets him draw a card as well. So we get to choose an Arsenal, and we see the BIOS update going into Arsenal, which Evan says is like probably one of the best cards in this deck. Like, this card is absolutely insane. It's a 3-block Nimblism that if you hit any item essentially while you're boosting, which Dash.io can see what's coming next, you just get it. You can get a Pounder for free.
So if you know there's an item on the top, especially one of the big ones, right? Pounder. I know you'd mentioned something like Plasma Mainline for some of the matchups as well.
Yep.
A little bit of spice.
Yeah. For some of those slower matchups where they're trying to block you out, Plasma Mainline just means your items are getting more and more value. So we're going to Death Dealer here, pitching a red, not super what we want to see. Brodie had to block with 2 Seek and Destroy, also not really what you want to see. And we're going to see 2 buffs. Works out. So this is 10 block. Evan has 2 block available to him right now on an item. And the on hit maybe doesn't matter to Evan if he can just play everything.
Yeah, I was going to say this is actually not bad. This might be kind of a send me the bill moment if Evan can actually just play with this entire hand, because you're not going to get that many opportunities to just use everything and not care about the on hit when you're playing against Azalea. A lot of times these on hits are going to matter.
Right.
And because this isn't specifically a high octane turn, the frailty doesn't actually matter too much either, because you don't need to worry about the pistol shots. You might generate some pistol shots this turn, and that's great.
Yeah, just don't use them.
But you don't have to use them, right? You can save them for later. So
yeah, you kind of want to. You kind of want to save them for later too, for the high octane turns where you can just shoot your gun like a bunch of times. So we're seeing Evan queuing up maybe an adaptive plating block. Maybe he is going to block 10.
Yeah, we see adaptive plating plus the dissolving shield. So that's already 5.
Yeah, so we can do, I think, 3 plus 1 from the dissolving shields plus 2 cards from hand, which would block it out. So I think we might not fully block it. We're just going to block 5. All right, so go to 31, and Evan still has a 4-card hand, 1-card arsenal, 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. As long as he doesn't have to keep an arsenal for this next turn, which I imagine that was what the block was for, is, hey, I can't use everything. But now, should be able to use it all. 2 floating from that Techlocore already.
What an insane card. I feel like Dash.io can just play some of the craziest cards in the game. Like,
oh, yeah.
You get to play Techlocore, which is an E-pot twice. You get to play Tomofaindo with your extra action points. We're going to see double banish here. We do not hit off the BIOS update. This is 8 go again.
So the interesting thing about BIOS update, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this just lasts for the rest of the turn, though. So if he does find another item off the top anyway, he can still just boost it through, and it will come out.
Yep, absolutely. So I think Evan has 1 more boost card available to him. I think it's a zipper hit. So I believe he has 1 more chance to potentially get an item for free.
Yeah, and if he wants, I mean, he can dig for an item. This is not a fatigue matchup, so he could use Techlo Foundry Heart just to burn the top 2 cards of the deck, looking for an item to try and still be able to play.
Yeah, and Evan is not scared to do that. We might see him pitch the red to then use Foundry Heart to then go to 2 resources, use 1 of them for the zipper hit. But this gives you more looks with Dash.io to potentially get an item, and also, so we actually see him pitch the blue. So we're going to banish 2 for Foundry Heart, 2 blue boost cards. Totally fine to get rid of those. Now we get to peek again. We're at 4 resources. And he does have a red backup protocol. So what Evan can do is play it, crank it, then, of course, take up the gun, then pay 2 to destroy it, and get a red card, which is going to be the 0 to 60.
All right. I was wondering if you would just get the Twin Drive, because it's 2 resources, and you just try and burn 2 more cards off the top looking for an item.
Yep.
But burning 1 more look for the item, if it was an item off the top, then Evan could play it with the extra resources.
Right. And Evan has told me that he always wants to keep a number of resources available that would allow him to play any item that Dash can see. So this would allow him with the 2 floating to play a mini force field if he wants to see
Yeah, that
one.
makes sense. Yeah.
So I don't know that Evan was lucky enough to actually see. And hopefully they remember the frailty. I think
Yeah,
they
I think they did. There it is. Yep.
So just 1 from the gunshot. You have the action point. Might as well just use it. Evan not super happy to not see any items, and none in this hand either. So he was pretty far away from an item.
Yeah, that's another 4 cards. He burned what, like 6 items or 6 cards that turn, didn't find an item.
Yeah, and then drew 4 more cards, also no item yet. So Brodie just quickly playing a red in the ledger for 10 dominate because 11 dominate. This came in with Azalea's ability, so 6 + 5 is 11. Evan's not really going to be able to do much about this, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is where you hope you have like a throttle and you can just block,
Just do
throw
something.
throttle for 6.
Yeah, I see he does have a spark, so at worst case scenario, we can block 3, then play the spark, pitch into it maybe, and get a good item.
If he has something like, you wouldn't run Pounder though in this matchup. It would come out of the deck.
Probably, unless you need the blues. That's
Yeah.
it. But he could play like a mini force field, so you could pitch like a yellow into it, X = 1, grab the mini force field, arsenal card. So it's potentially what Evan might do just to stabilize, because 4 ward is good.
No arsenal because of the inertia. Makes it tough.
Oh, this is laced with inertia. Yeah. Oh, so maybe we do X = 2 and just find. If you are playing a Pounder, I'm not sure, but that would be the best option, honestly. Because you can only block 3 here. I mean, you could give up your core with an adaptive plating. Evan could potentially block this with armor and a card, but I don't know if he wants to do it here.
Yeah, 1 adaptive would probably be fine just because of the fact that you're not going to get to use this core anyway.
Right, it's not doing much for you. Take 8 here. We are blood rotted and inertia.
Trigger everything. You have some tokens.
The big thing you want to avoid in this matchup, right, is exactly this, red in the ledger.
Yep. Azalea, when it's running, it just seems so insane. Like, he just gave him, you have no arsenal, you take 2 damage, and you have 1 action point. Just so much just happens. X = 1, so I think we're going to see the mini force fields. And then if Evan kept a blue, he can actually pitch for the blood rot. So at least before inertia triggers. And we do see the mini force field. He's not going to crank it because you want to get the most value. You only have 1 action point anyways, so.
Yeah, but setting up some defense, maybe actually able to find a solid turn coming up next. And, you know, considering how many non-items we're just running in a row, I imagine there's some item clumping, so maybe a good shuffle.
Yeah, that's a real nice riffle shuffle there. And so Evan actually ends up with 2 cards in hand because he actually used the core, of course, to pay for that. So just over pitching for the blood rot, so hopefully just get a better hand. And here we go. We're blue throttle, sprocket rocket, something else in backup protocol. Oh, the hyper scrapper. Yeah. So not the best hand. Evan's certainly looking for like blue twin drive, 0 costs, and max V. Like,
yeah, that would be great. He also kind of has enough shots now that a high octane turn would be great. He boosted 1 away, 1 high octane, 1 max V gone. So 2 of each still left.
High octane and Tome of Findels. We haven't seen any Tome of Findels, but
that's true.
Also such an insane power card in this deck where you're just generating so many action points. So Evan does have 4 ward floating. So if Brodie just swings in for like 7, Evan can just give a card and then completely block it out.
Yeah, I think Evan would really like to be able to have, you know, a decent turn, present some damage, and still get an arsenal, so that if he does find one of these power cards, he can start to actually like threaten to just end Brodie on the spot.
Yep, no, absolutely. And Evan waiting to see what Brodie does here. Brodie does have snaps and a Bolton shot here. I think double premeditate in Brodie's hand, so he definitely has buffs.
Yeah, it looks like quite a few pumps were there.
Yeah, is that a lace with Blood Rot as well?
Take
game. Is his hand all buffs?
It looks like it's all buffs.
I think it's laced with Blood Rot.
He's ripping through those so quickly, but I do think it's all buffs.
He's breaking the sound barrier with how fast he's shuffling them.
Wow, it's all going to be dominated as well. And he has Tunic up, so there it is. Put all 4 buffs down.
Was this a blind Azalea? Oh, no, he's
cross-wrap.
Wow.
17 die, so it is now 125 dominate instead.
17 or 125.
125 dominate, yeah.
Wow. Hopefully Evan can block 125.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to block 125 damage, I will say.
17 dominate is absolutely crazy. Like, this is worst case scenario for Evan. This might be a quick game. Evan is playing a more defensive lineup of items, and I mean, he has 4 floating right now, so this is technically only 13 damage that Evan has to worry about, but still a lot.
Yeah, and then
on hit,
it's just Blood Rot and Remorseless.
And
only Blood Rot and Remorseless. It's not bad.
And then Brodie gets an arsenal, and from the choice of 2 cards, double Ponder. So Evan, I don't think his hand does very much, to be honest. So we're definitely going to see some amount of blocking. Unfortunately, Evan does need to draw into at least like a slightly better hand, and he just hasn't had enough time to. So Evan queuing up at least 1 block, so he can block 7 of this, which I think is going to be the case. So taking 10 and going to 13 life.
That life thing over there.
Yeah, 13 and still having to deal with a blood rot on this upcoming turn.
Yeah.
And he's taking damage.
And the Remorseless. This is rough. So we have a blue 0-cost boost card and then our backup protocol red. So I wonder how Evan's going to sequence this. Take a peeky with Dash.io. I feel like maybe you Arsenal the Sprocket just not to take damage from... All right, I'm just wrong. So...
Got 12? Yep.
Boost the Boom Grenade. Okay.
Okay.
Brodie,
4 damage.
remembering his Remorseless trigger, saying go to 12. So Evan does take a damage from playing this, and this did boost an item. So this is a 0 for 4. Sprocket Rocket is a 0 for 3, and if it boosts an item, it gets +1. So this is 4 go again, and Evan has a blue and the backup protocol. So we could see Evan backup protocol, not crank it, and then pitch the remaining blue for the Blood Rot Pox.
Yeah, we could see that. Try and mitigate some of this damage, but then you're just at 12, Brodie with a full hand, which I guess is happening regardless.
Right. Yeah, this is a rough spot. I don't think Evan wants to Arsenal either of these cards, and I don't see a world in which he wants to crank the backup and grab something right now. So I think we might see it stick around. It's also a pretty good target for an adaptive plating. It's not doing too much for you.
No blocks.
No blocks, so Brodie is just going to take it all.
Yeah.
I couldn't see what was in Brodie's hand, but he's fine with the 5-card hand. So we are going to see... Oh, we're going to see him play the Dissolving Shields. And because it's an action card, Remorseless does trigger, even though it's played at instant speed. So
oh, that's right.
So Evan takes another life. And then we're going to Foundry Heart. So we're going to keep going here. Maybe this is just to go back to 3 to then be able to Blood Rot and Arsenal this backup protocol.
Then I will pay for Blood Rot pass.
Okay. Yep. So he's going to Arsenal the backup protocol. It is a way to, you can play it, crank it, and then pay 2 if you have a blue heavy hand to grab a red you want. Here's a High Octane and a Tome. This is the hand that you want.
Yeah, but will you ever be able to keep this?
Yeah, it depends. If Brodie is just shooting an Endless Arrow, as long as the bill isn't too costly, Evan might be able to keep this hand in. Dash.io can do a lot of damage.
All right, he's going fast. Oh, he just hit it from us. All right, I want to see. It looks like a couple arrows over there.
Oh yeah, we have a
Bolton
shot.
Looks like a what's the one called with the gets the extra buffs?
Oh, amplifying.
Amplifying arrow. Yep.
He's perfectly holding his hand.
He's too quick. He's hiding it from us.
Come on, Brodie. Okay, Bolton shot, amplifying arrow. Is that release the tension?
Looks like it.
Interesting. So I guess just another buff. Yeah, it is.
Share with us your secrets, Brodie.
So he does have a buff here, but he doesn't have any hit effects in his hand, at least as far as I can see. So this might just be a damage turn, and Evan can certainly mitigate it with his Dissolving Shield and his armor. Because I think he wants to keep his hand. His hand is pretty juicy.
I mean, it has the potential to fully pop off and run over Brodie if he doesn't have any disruption on it. If he can just survive, it doesn't matter how much HP. This is 21. I've seen Dash.io do much more than 21.
Oh. Yeah, he has 6 damage on his gun right now. Oh, this is going to be a Snap's turn. So I think Brodie's just going to do as much as he can and just threaten lethal maybe twice. So this is 7. Evan can block 3 with his Dissolving Shield or 2 plus Adaptive Plating and the helmet to not give Brodie this arrow back. Or Evan's just going to take and go to 4.
Gonna block the second one. No on hit on this one. I mean, I guess it gives the arrow back to hand, but that's not something that I think he's worried about.
I don't think so, yeah. So we might see Death Dealer or Bullseye. Brodie certainly wants to not allow Evan to play a 5-card hand. I think that's the goal with this turn.
Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Ooh, he can actually go 3 wide.
Oh, yes, and then he can load with Death Dealer. This is crazy. 5 go again, and this either has on-hit reload if he wants to, or just load with the Death Dealer, which is probably what you want to do.
He's got yellows. He has pitch cards in hand as well.
Yeah, I think you pitch the Amplifying Arrow to load one of the other arrows in your hand, hopefully draw a buff. I can't tell. Is it Spire Sniping? Yeah, I think it's a Spire Sniping in hand as well. So we are going to tick down 2 and then break it.
Blocking 5.
So block 5 total. Closes the chain. So Evan still has 4 on armor right now.
Death Dealer, load, then look at 2.
So we are.
And then Azalea. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if this is any sort of... Oh, is that a Red Ledger? Did he just reveal a Red Ledger?
I missed it, but...
Kanoing into his hand.
I think he did.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's Red Ledger.
Be a little careful with that. tell you a story after this game, something like that.
Red in the Ledger would dominate. Just that itself. He got a
And
buff.
a pump.
What is going on?
Oh.
This is 8 dominate, and Evan just... He only has 4 block on armor, and a 3 block from hand is just not enough.
Yeah, he's going to get hit by red unless it was an item off the top, which it is not.
This is so rough.
I guess Crown, if you draw, theoretically you change the top of your deck, and it can be an item, and it could stop this.
During reactions, he definitely could play a mini force field or another dissolving shield. So block with BIOS update, sure. Evan doesn't need that card to do what he wants to do on this next turn. So we're going to Crown and draw, and then like you said, if he does hit the next card being some defensive item, it's really good.
Yep, take one.
Oh,
there's the on
still
hit.
takes 1. If Brodie hadn't drawn the buff, like
And Frailty.
Evan could certainly have covered up the 5 dominate, but
And Arsenal.
oh, the buff is just rough here.
And now there's not really anything he can do. I mean, he's stuck with this hand. He's not going to be able to actually do much with it because he can only play a single action.
It's so rough. He has 4 cards in hand, but he's under Frailty and just only 1 action.
4 great cards.
4
phenomenal cards.
If he had seen this hand his last turn, this game is so different, but it just seems like it's 1 turn too late. So I think you boost this just to hope that you can pitch for Dash IO, or maybe not. I think he's just not boosting. It's just a 1 for 5.
Yeah, just trying to keep the 2 power cards and hope that Brodie drew 0 playable cards in hand.
Oh no, Brodie drew a Rain Razors. So
yeah, he's pretty dead.
Yeah.
Block 3.
He has Spire Sniping too, so I mean there's a chance to like potentially load it and then Azalea. I don't know what his arsenal is. It might be the Endless Arrow from last turn, but
Yeah, I don't believe it was pitched away, so.
There it is. So if this is anything, Azalea, yep.
Rep.
Immediate Azalea.
Oh,
It's a
just
buff.
pump.
Yep.
Just a pump, I say, as you know.
And this is exactly what you wanted to. You wanted to be able to do a really big arrow. So this is just... Brodie has had some unreal turns. The last 3 turns have been crazy.
There it is.
That's
yeah,
game.
that's just going to do it. I mean, absolute slaughter at that point, right? It's just too much power, and there's really nothing Evan can do to come back. And this is what Azalea can do to you, right? When you find those red in the ledgers against a class that needs to be going multiple times per turn, taking a ton of different actions.
It's crazy to see how some cards are just so crazy in some matchups. And then if Brodie was playing against Bravo, like who cares
Like,
about
okay,
the
I
red?
don't care,
I'm only doing 1 thing, but Dash IO and Max certainly need more than 1 action to do absolutely anything. So just really unfortunate that Brodie, I think, swung with 3 red in the ledgers within 4 turns.
Yeah, and on the other side, Evan didn't find the power cards until it was way too late, right? Actually got a really insane hand, but just didn't have any chance of actually playing it out, right? You know, having the high octane line up with the Toma Fandal, which he does need because he doesn't actually have the boots to actually activate that ability, but you can find other ways to get action points either through items or high octane. And he had it. He had it together.
He had it. He drew it exactly the hand he needed, just 1 turn too late.
Yep, just a bit too late. But we're going to start looking for a backup here since this game went pretty quick. We should be able to find something else going on here in round 8. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of round 7.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da!
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy, and we've got our backup match. Two Titans, synonymous with the hero Dromai, Guy Cohen versus Mara Ferris, battling it out to be the remaining undefeated here at the end of round 7. Very close match between the two. Parity on the life totals. There is just a bit more of a board for Mara. Actually, no, that's just a combat chain. That's just a long combat chain. That's not a board.
That's just attacks, yeah. I mean, really good to be swinging all that when you're both at 13. So Guy actually looking to block with 2 cards on the snatch because doesn't want Mara to draw an arsenal. And we are going to block with 2 cards. Block 5 on the snatch. I think that's just an Ashwing. Pretty sure, yeah, that's just Alter Ashwing. I also love that both of them seem to just love bling. Like, they both have playmats that are hard to get. They both have the crown, the cold foil chest piece. I mean, this is just great.
All right, and this is... It looks like E-Strike draw card.
Draw is interesting, yeah.
I wonder if it's just a Sigil and Arsenal.
Okay, play Sigil, Arsenal, the new card. Yeah, that makes total sense. Neither of them having, or I guess Mara has 1 Ashwing, but neither of them having really a board state. This matchup often is like just ally battles.
Yeah.
Like, I make my allies kill yours, you make new allies and kill mine. So I think that seems to be what happened in the rest of this match.
Yeah, but both of them still very attack action heavy, right? This is both of them kind of on the Royal Dromai, the Crown of Dominion. All the equipment's gone except for these Flameskull Furnaces. Guy is blocked 1 time, Mara 0 times.
Interesting. So I wonder if E-Strike draw card is just like, I want to make an Ash at least. Because that's what ended up happening. So we're going to banish 4 cards and tick up our Burn Them All. And I hope the players are enjoying this. These are the last times we'll be able to play these cards for a while. So enjoy your Burn Them All triggers and make an Ash.
Yeah, you know what this means, by the way, is a Dromai is locked for top 8.
Yeah.
That's the other exciting part of this. So we may witness the LL of Dromai right before our eyes. And if it's Mara or Guy, what a full story.
I mean,
that's so
they're
cool.
the two that like want to send her into the sunset, right? These are 2 of the, as I said, names that are just synonymous with the hero.
Yeah, I don't know that I've
find so much success with it.
I don't know that I've ever seen them play anything else in the last 2 years. So they are truly stands of this deck. I mean, they both converted very well at events. And for one of them to be the one that sends her into the Hall of Living Legend, that's really cool.
Yeah, and so, as Ethan was saying, definitely getting at least one of them in the top 8. Possible that we'll end up with both of them.
Yep, possible both of them. And at least one of them locked for top 8. We know we have a Dromai in the top 8, and if they go all the way, I mean, this could be quite a story. So we're over on Mara's turn. We're going to see a Yendurai into a Blaze Hedgehog.
Blaze Hedgehog.
And even the full art, like, just...
Yeah, it's
committed.
all bling.
Yeah,
it's
committed to the bling. And then we're going to swing for 1. These decks not really packing many poppers. I think CNC may be the only popper in the deck. I know.
We see in the pitch zone.
Yep.
For Mara.
There it is. And then another snatch. Oh.
Such a huge turn.
Yeah, that's really rough. This red line Dromai deck, when it just like it has a lot of 2 blocks, which can be rough in some matchups, but when you just have the gas like this, it feels so good. So Guy at 5, this is threatening almost lethal. And you don't want to give Mara an arsenal. You don't want to give her a 0 for 7. So I think Guy might line up a block here. We still have 1 block on our chess piece, which maybe we still need to keep around.
Yeah, but it could be to the point where 1 card in Furnace and saving the rest of the hand is actually the move.
Yep. Because Mara is at 8, so if you do have a good turn, depending on what's in his arsenal, he does have at least an Ash. Maybe Guy can clear Mara's board and also threaten lethal.
Yeah, clearing board and establishing a board state also can be just enough to get it there.
Absolutely, because once you have a board state, if Mara's not able to clear, you can just block out and just keep swinging with these dragons. I think that's what's made Dromai so strong over the last couple of years that she's been around, is just like, once you have a board state, if it's not being dealt with, and decks that don't generate action points frequently can have a problem with it, Dromai can just play this like block-heavy strategy and just get so much infinite value from these allies. So Guy in the tank about what to do with this snatch, looking like he might be doing a 2-card block again. So at least a mirror guy, which makes sense in this matchup. Pretty low priority. You're not really getting popped. So 1 card at least going, and then maybe a 2nd card. It's so great. Snatch has just been around for so long, and it's just such a crazy card. It's so good.
Yeah, it's always been especially crazy when you can have it with Go Again or, Snappies, etc. Right?
Yeah, or just here, like ending a combat chain, like I'm going to draw my arsenal, please. Like on hit ponder, basically, is so good. Yeah, Guy, not 100% sure what to do here. I mean, being locked for top 8, Guy also told me before this round that he has never won a Battle Hardened. He's won a Calling, but just can never convert a Battle Hardened with all the ones he's played in, like 6 Battle Hardens or something. So I know he's looking forward
He's got plenty of top 8s, but yeah, I guess maybe not finding that win.
Yeah, he said he's gotten knocked out by Evan before, by Tom before that we saw, who commentated a couple of rounds as well. So I know he's just had bad luck in Battle Hardened top 8, so maybe this will be his redemption.
Yeah, well, it starts here. Locking that in, getting the win against Mara would do it.
Yeah.
And definitely on the back foot, because only having the 1 block on the Furnace means that this has to be a big decision. Do you give up your Furnace for this additional block, or do you give 2 cards? You play a 3-card hand into this 8 life of Mara.
Who has 2 dragons
and you have,
yeah,
she's
you
got
have
a board.
0. She also has 2 block on her Furnace, so I mean, having 2 dragons and an untouched Furnace, it's looking pretty good for Mara.
Yeah, the only thing that Guy's got is this Burn Them All, so he actually has some access to arcane damage that is... It's currently preventable because there's an Ashwing, but generally kind of unpreventable damage in this matchup. So
we do see him...
since the boards are clear quite frequently.
We just see him break the Furnace.
Yep.
So he wants to keep 4 cards here, which makes sense. You do have an Ash, so hopefully that's good enough.
That's a Tome. That is a Tome.
Tome is so good. Okay, let's see what he draws. This is huge. Draw 2 cards, pitch 2, get 2 Ash. We don't have Furnace, so this makes sense why he was thinking about that block for so long, because Furnace makes this turn even better, because you can just go from 2 resources immediately to 3 resources. So we'll see what Guy is going to decide to choose. We'll have 2 floating, and he'll go to 3 Ash, and then he'll still have 3 cards to work with. So I think high priority is clearing. Yendurai is a hard one to clear, but clearing the Ashwing, hopefully clearing the Yendurai, is definitely what you want to be doing on this turn.
Yeah, still having to tank on these pitches.
Yeah, this is a hard spot. So 4 cards in hand, and then Tome, of course, forcing you to pitch 2 reds in order to not have to like discard your hand, I believe it is.
Yeah, and then you're still left with 3 cards to play the turn out. Try and develop the board state. Try and threaten the life total.
He is almost committed to a pitch of 2 reds here. You are right, though. Like, having a Burn Them All is some value on the board. Like, being as low as we are, it could matter if he's able to keep it around for a couple more turns. But I think Guy needs to be able to create at least 2 allies this turn. So hopefully he has something like Dromai, Azalea, Kyloria, and then maybe 1 other dragon, and that would be ideal here. Go to 3 Ash. We have 2 resources floating. We're going to use 1 for Rake. That's a really good start.
It works.
So
clear the endurance counter.
Yeah, you can clear the endurance counter and then kill the other Ashwing. So he does resolve it for full effect. So as long as we have something that does 3 damage, or even a dragon that does 2 damage, because you can send the 3rd Ashwing to send Yendurai down to 2 life, this could be a good turn. And man, these Ashwings look so good. The Marvel Ashwings are just so pretty.
That's also a notable difference. Guy has gone all out on the Marvel Ashwings, whereas Mara has used her token. So there we go.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we like seeing
the altars, though. They're priceless.
The deterministic factor between which Dromai deck is better. We're about to find out.
Are altars better or the Marvels?
Well, see, I mean, it would be these Marvel Ashwings finishing the day, right?
So 1 cleared the other Ashwing. Guy thinking what to do. I think you have to, So definitely clear the endurance counter. And does, 1 at Mara. If Mara has a popper here, this is a little rough.
And it's nourishing. The pop is there. Guy doesn't actually get to play out the rest of these cards.
Does he have a sigil at least? Doesn't look like it. We're going to that trigger of Burn Them All.
I mean, what's in the hand? If it was a dragon, you would just make it before you swung.
Yeah, I do. I wonder, maybe if it was the Snatch or something that he was hoping to swing into to clear the Yendurai, but wanted to get the value out of his other dragon first. Man, I mean, Mara having a popper there is just might be a nail in the coffin for this game. Because, I mean, CNC is one of the poppers you play, but on a red line deck, you can certainly play something like Nourishing, because your Burn Them Alls will banish your attack actions from your grave. And some of the Imperial Flame helps with, because before, without Tome, you would just have to pitch 2 reds and play a 2 cost like CNC, but now, some of the Imperial Flame just makes it so you have 2 to 3 resources pretty readily. So
Mara effectively still at 9 life.
Yep.
He's 5.
Or 10 life.
10, yeah. You can get a couple blocks in.
Mm-hmm. And then the Yenderai still sticking around is really good. I mean, Yenderai attacking Gi right now is over half of his life. This is a rough spot. If Gi has a popper, though, I mean, it could be the same thing where he can
immediately,
steal, he can steal some tempo back from Mara. So if Gi does have like a CNC or something like that, oof. So we're going to see, like I mentioned, this matchup can very much be my allies kill your allies, then my allies kill your allies. So we're going to resolve it for full effect. And Mara's certainly going to kill the 2 Ashwings with 2 of them, and then still has Yenderai and another Ashwing to do something with. So Ashwing to face. So if Gi has a popper here, this would be huge. Gi would get a 4-card hand. Do we have a popper? I think the only reason you would block here is if you have one.
Right, or else you just hold it for the Yenderai.
Yep. Yes.
Pops back,
nourishing.
nourishing on both sides.
Cold foil nourishing too. That's crazy. Ugh. So Gi.
This game is so tense.
Survives. It has Azalea. That's huge. The arcane damage from Azalea can target multiple allies, so he gets to clear the Yenderai with the physical and 1 arcane and ping another Ashwing with 1 arcane.
There you go.
So strong. 1 dragon. Changed the matchup.
And another popper, but this one's going to face. This is CNC.
Yeah. This is interesting that he, because with his burn them all triggers, if he had banished all of his attack actions, I guess he blocked with the nourishing, right? So if he had blocked with CNC as the popper and kept the nourishing, he wouldn't be able to play it for effect. But CNC here only great if Mara does have some sort of D-react. But if her Arsenal's like Sigil, this is not great. But she is going to give up 2 cards.
Oh, I guess, was this CNC in Arsenal or was the Azalea in Arsenal?
I think Azalea was
okay.
in Arsenal. Oh, she has her own tome.
Got her own tome.
Oh, this is so crazy. So Mara able to keep around 1 Ashwing, and we're resolving tome now. Not amazing because she only had a 3-card hand. She's going to go down to 2 cards, I believe. So she'll have 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal, and then create 2 Ash and have 2 floating. So she might not be able to do that much with her turn. I would assume maybe 1 dragon. So the tempo here is, we're playing a close game with tempo. Pitching another tome, I believe, and Mirror Guy.
Looks like it. And it's another Mirror Guy.
Mirror Guy into Kyloria. No. No.
Kyloria is huge.
That's crazy. And this has no Phantasm. Oh. That is like the last thing you want to see. I mean, we saw Gi giving 2 cards to Statch. What do you give to Snatch on a stick?
Kyloria is going to do it every single turn.
This is really rough. And then Mara can very easily clear the Azalea with her remaining 2 dragons and not allow Gi to pop them. And then Gi has no board state. Mara has 3 dragons. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, and then Gi immediately has to deal with Kyloria, so he needs to have some answer there.
Oh, man. The tome into Mirror Guy Kyloria is crazy. So you have to block with something here, and it looks like it's going to be 2 cards. I mean, yeah, she's going to have go again after doing everything she's doing, and if she draws a Dust Up, a Blaze Headlong even, like it's just so much value she's getting from drawing a card potentially.
I think that might be what Gi is looking for. Is are there actually any attacks left in this deck, right?
What could you draw here that would matter? I mean, another 0-cost dragon, also pretty crazy. Interesting. Gi mentioning Phoenix Flame. I wonder if Mara is still on the, what's the package where Flame Call Awakening package?
Yeah, Flame Call Awakening. Yeah. And we saw it earlier. We saw it on the combat chain when we first joined.
We joined. Okay.
That was what was on the chain. So 2 cards. Dragons take out the Azalea.
And now it's over to Gi with 2-card hand. Rake's good.
Rake is something.
So we can clear Ashwing and Kyloria.
Yeah, and Mirror Guy not the most powerful, so
yep.
It does, however, leave Mara with a full grip of cards.
So Mara is continuously taking this Burn Them All damage. She's gone from 8 to 5 in the last couple of turns, so this Burn Them All is doing some work. And Gi can still keep it around for 1 more turn.
Yeah, it's got to be 1 more. That's getting pretty slim.
Yep. So 3 Ashwings, and we're going back to Mara's turn. This is a close game.
Does he find a popper?
Yeah, I think
that's
popper.
That's going to be the big difference maker.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
even then, it's Mirror Guy.
You'd have to do on the second one, so Gi still has some life to use as a resource. I mean, you can go to like 2.
Oh, Dromai as well.
Mirror
Popper doesn't
Dromai
matter.
is crazy. Like, gonna get 2 action points guaranteed. This is, I don't want to say insurmountable, but this is a lot to deal with from Gi's side.
Just never able to take the tempo back. Yep. Never able to find a spot where you can actually keep Mara off of cards, and she still has armor block.
Yeah, I wonder if this is pitch stack. I wonder like how long this game went before, because the decks are, I mean, at least Mara's deck looks pretty thin. I mean, so does Gi's. He just banished a lot of cards. And I mean, to have Mirai Dromai this close together, maybe she like planned for this?
It's possible, yeah. Absolutely.
But so strong. You just have to block 3 with an Uvia. Dromai is sticking around. I mean, if Mara doesn't clear his Ashwings, though, his Ashwings can clean up the Dromai pretty easily.
2 of them into Dromai.
Yep.
1 can still send towards the face, trying to at least just poke through a little bit more.
Right. Oh, she's playing Billowing. So she's going to get another Ashwing. Ooh, so this is 3 at Gi. You really can't afford to go to 2 while she still has Go again. So I think we'll likely see Miragai Ashwing. Oh.
And a dust up.
Okay. So 4 at Gi. Interesting to not clear the Ashwings before doing this. Does this? Oh, she has action points. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, she should still have 1 more, right? Because there was Go again on one of these attacks. Dust up doesn't have it, but there's still 1 action point left.
Yep. So Dromai, of course, giving 2 action points. Gi could do nothing about that. Couldn't pop it because of Miragai, and so Billowing has Go again. Goes back to 2 action points. Dust up, eats 1 up, and now after this, Mara still has an action point. So very likely just going to clear 2 of Gi's Ashwings. And if Gi doesn't fully cover this up, which this is a really smart play, she can clear all of Gi's Ashwings, because Dust Up will on hit create a Dust or an Ash, and then you can turn it into an Ashwing.
Yeah, but Gi
giving 1 card, taking 1.
Feels he has to hold on to it.
And
all
then
the Ashwing's gone. They're short-cutting it down.
Yep. Miragai, double Ashwing clears Gi's Ashwings. And now we have a 1-card hand Gi versus double Ashwing Miragai Dromai Mara. I don't know that there's a way to get out of this.
Yeah, needs to actually deal with Dromai.
So, yeah, Rabble will work, and it makes sense to kill that one because you're hoping you draw a popper.
All right, actually paying into the burn them all as well.
Had enough
the last
cards.
one.
Yep, okay. And mine as well. So Gi back to 4 cards. Mara seems to have a lot of Ash. I can't tell what's on her dice, but she's played a lot of dragons, but still kept her on Ash.
Yeah, she's been on the pitch on these last few turns, right? She's being able to have turn cycles of 3-4 cards. Gi's just having to defend.
Yeah.
Trying to do his best to get back on board, but Dromai's still around, only able to deal with the Miragai.
Yeah, I mean, you could just start the turn with any red Go Again card. Is that another tome in her hand?
Kind of looked like it. Is that or the Alt-Art Fate Foreseen? But I think it was a tome.
Yeah, I mean, tome here is so good. All your dragons have Go Again. You get Ash again. That would mean she saw 3 within the last couple of turns. So I wonder if this is like pitch stacked cards. So Mara thinking about what to start this turn off with. Gi definitely just has to hope that he drew a popper. It looks like there's a burn them all. We knew that because he revealed it off Rabble, and then 3 unknown cards in Gi's hand. So Mara really thinking. I mean, I think she's definitely in the driver's seat, but you don't want to play too fast to where you're, not playing optimally. So she could have played the burn them all. Oh, there it is. So pitching into Flame Call, which is 3 Go Again.
And I wonder if she's played out all the Phoenix Flames or pitched them. Because 1 was on the combat chain, so I don't know if she just has 2 copies.
Yeah, I think so, because she just chose to shuffle her deck, which is cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it didn't search, but knew she didn't have any, so just shuffles the deck. Dromai now has on attack action point, and then the Go Again just won't resolve if we have a popper. We're not popping it. And then now we're going to Ashwing. Gi takes it. Ashwing. Gi takes it. Gi down to 2, but still has 2 cards in hand. Oh,
CNC is the chain ender.
No, that's insane. Gi has no hand, and Mara gets to keep 3 dragons. Burn them all is gone. Yeah. One thing about, like, there are some decks where you can be like, please just have a, brick hand or something, but Dromai with Ash, I don't think there's any.
No, there's not really a brick hand.
No. Oh my.
How many action points do you want?
There's no way this can't
How
be
many do you
pitch
want?
deck. Yeah, this has got to be pitch deck, right? Like, the fact that she hasn't played any
pop.
Dromais and Mirror Guys, that is a pop.
All right, 2 more.
Yep. So we're down to 1 action point again. Here's another one.
How many poppers you got, Guy?
Is this
Well,
popper?
she pitch stacked dragons. Did you pitch stack poppers?
So yeah, just a 3 block, and then 1 Ashwing. If G takes it, he is okay.
Sigil, okay.
So go to 5, take 1, go to 4.
It's way better than the 3 block right now.
Yep, 100%. So Gi is at 4 now. So this last Ashwing is not lethal anymore. Okay.
Okay, so
they were trying to shortcut, but Mara's saying before I swing with my last Ashwing, I'm going to play this Burn Them All. And then E-Strike, is that for 7? That's 7. Oh, that is game exactly. Wow.
Mara Ferris going to be moving on to the top 8. Has one more round to go, but first player to completely lock that in.
7-0.
7-0 on Dromai on the farewell tour. You couldn't have drawn it up better. Mara, the mother of dragons here, actually getting to play her favorite deck all the way to a Battle Hardened top 8 in the final hour here. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch.
Truly the mother of dragons, and just being able to see someone who has been so committed to the deck. I mean, both of them are, but it must feel really good to, on the Goodbai Dromai tour, be able to be locked for top 8 with the deck.
Absolutely. Yeah. Goodbai Dromai, right up there.
Goodbai Dromai.
Goodbai
all the way.
Dromai.
There it is.
and they're both very likely to make top 8, right?
Yeah,
With this
100%.
loss coming so late for Guy, he's probably needs to still lock it down. I know a lot of times Battle Hardens can be X1. It can be tough for the X2s to make it, but if anyone can, Guy losing in the last 2 rounds would be, someone who can sneak in. So we'll keep eyes, see if Guy is able to make it. But at the very least, we've got 1 Dromai making it all the way in, and could be able to take it down. I mean, we expect Dromai to be gone after this weekend anyway because of PQ, but I think Mara would be happy to be the one to send her on her way, send her to the farm upstate.
No, 100%. Dromai only ever going to see play potentially in Living Legend format, and even then, I don't know that.
Yeah, it's always tough.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
A little
It's a tough
Living
format.
Legend is tough to crack. But we've seen Lexi do it, right?
She has done it, yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, super fun game, really cool. I think there will be at least 2 X2s in top 8 based on the number of rounds. So it's possible with Guy's last, even if he loses the last round, being one of those X2s to make it. But obviously you want to win the last round, and we might see a quarter of our top 8 being Dromai.
Yeah. All right, well, what are your predictions for this top 8, right? Because we've got 1 round left to go. We saw some of the top tables earlier. I know we don't know, kind of everybody who's at the top tables.
Yep.
But if you had to go, give me, a couple classes that you think are making it in.
Okay.
We know there's a Dromai. You don't have to give me all 8, but give me, a few others that you think you think we'll see. What is this breakdown looking like?
So I'm going to say, 2 Dromais. I'll just do all 8. So we'll do 2 Dromais.
Okay, yeah, great.
And then I'll say 1 Kano, 1 Victor, what other decks are there?
There were a couple Boltons at the top tables.
Yes, I think at least 1 Bolton, 1 or 2 Azaleas, because I believe in the Brodie.
Yeah.
And then maybe 1 extra Kano. I don't know if there's any Kayos that are converting well. Or
Yeah, some of the Kayos were struggling for sure. And then the brute at the top table we saw was the Levia.
Levia, yep, and did lose that round, so maybe. But I'm not sure about the last deck. I think we might have one of the dark horses. We haven't seen everything that's on the top tables, so we saw that the breakdown was pretty crazy. I mean, it could be a Dorinthia, which is a highly represented deck, or it could be something like a Uzuri. I don't know if there's one doing well.
We saw an Axis Kassai floating around the top tables as well earlier on. Dash.io. I don't know. I think that was probably a losing out in that last game. So
potentially. I mean, if Evan wins out, maybe. Could be like Guy and him as the ones that make it in, but we'll see. What about you? Do you think?
Well, I think you're doing pretty good there. I think 2 Dromais. I definitely think a Victor. I think it's 1 or 2 Boltons. The Boltons were coming out strong really early on. We just saw them at the top tables. I think Brodie will probably get it done.
Yeah.
And then Kano's a good call. I don't know if any Kanos made it.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Really?
I'm not sure if any Kanos actually converted. I look at the field, and that's actually honestly not bad for them though, because there's so many of the warriors and the brutes.
Yeah, especially if you see Victor too, you just
yeah
kill them too. So yeah, I
hope to see a Kano. That'd be sweet.
That'd be cool. I like watching Kano gameplay. So I think it'll be a pretty diverse top 8. I think 2 of any hero is probably the most likely thing. There's not going to be 4 of the same hero or something. We're not going to see the 8 Icelander Battle Hardened that happened that one time or whatever it was. So yeah, it'll be cool to watch the. Of course, our round 8. Maybe it might be a win-in or something like that, and then we'll be able to watch all 3 rounds top 8.
Yeah, I imagine we'll be looking for a win and in. Hopefully we can get that going. But, you know, top 8 coming up very soon. We got round 8. Before we get there, we'll get one more win and in, so don't go anywhere. Battle Hardened Atlanta returns right after this.
Oh, oops. The after this is me checking in from the floor. Yep, so looking around there, I think what we're going to do for the top 8, just because, you know, like I said, we don't have standings and all that from Purple Fox or Gem that we can look at. We're going to get our win and in match scheduled for the top 8, and then I'll go with the mobile cam and have these guys kind of cast over what we see at the top tables, just so we get a sense of like what the top 8 will look like. From what I know now, I'm pretty sure on lock are 2 Dromais, a Katsu, I think a Kassai, and that's, I think, all that's like locked from what I was looking at the top tables. And I may be wrong on the Kassai. I thought they won their last one, but can't 100% confirm. But the Katsu should be in, and of course we know the 2 Dromais are in. Oh, and sorry, Brodie on Azalea as well. So there we go. We know 4 for sure, maybe a 5th, but there should be a lot of other toss-up spots along the way. So we're going to take a look at that. Next match should be coming up very, very quickly, but yeah, we're going to plan around doing a little bit of a walk around, so not everyone's in the dark for this, because apologies about the standings thing. Anyway, see you guys in a second.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy. We got a win and in coming up here for round 8. However, with the tables, the tiebreaker's a little bit crazy, so even if one of these players loses this match, there's still a small chance that they can make it into this top 8. Yep. However, the winner, guaranteed in, so we know that. Yep. We can just focus on them.
Yeah, because the winner will remain X1, of course, so X1's definitely going to make top 8, but we'll have probably like 2 to 3 X2s in the top 8, so with your last loss being round 8, it's a really strong chance that you might get into the top 8, but we do have a lot of other people who are fighting for that bubble spot, so who knows?
All right, we got an exciting matchup coming up, but you know, we got to make the biggest shout out. We have a Kassai coming all the way from Venezuela. Shout out Venezuela. Kassai has made it all the way to a win in here at Battle Hardened Atlanta and going up against, I believe it was Levia that we saw earlier.
Oh, interesting. So the Levia is also X1, so his only loss was Gi.
It was just a Gi. It was you know, maybe a fluke. You know, I know Mansant went over there and was talking to him. Maybe got him a good pep talk.
Maybe that's why he's winning.
He found the extra wins. All right, well, let's go ahead and head straight into this matchup, and let's see if, you know, the on-stream curse for Levia makes it 2 losses, and if Jose here on Kassai can carry the flag of Venezuela all the way to a top 8.
So it looks like we've had a turn at least, and I think what happened was Joel swung with a swing big, and Kassai blocked it out, so that's why we see a quick in on that side. Still going to play spoils, though, interestingly enough, to have double go again here.
Yeah, just going for the copper.
Yeah. Yeah, blood on her hands, really, really important. And also, this Kassai ult is sick. I've actually not seen one like that.
And also, this is Hatchet's Kassai.
Yeah.
I had mentioned earlier there was another Hatchet's Kassai at the top tables. This is actually 2 Hatchet's Kassais that were near the top tables. Jose has continued to maintain it all the way to a potential win in it.
Yeah, one interesting conversation like in the community is surrounding, like, you know, if you want to play Hatchets, why not just play Hatchet Story?
Yep.
I mean, I think one thing is you can make allies in Kassai, like Raise an Army is quite good. And you can still play Blood on Her Hands. Your hero techs that your swords get are free if you draw a card, doesn't really matter. But I feel like in most games that doesn't matter that much anyways. But Spill Blood is a good card.
Yep, Spill Blood is quite good, and that's pretty much the reason to play Hatchets is Spill Blood is one of the big things, but also it is kind of just +1 for Kassai because you're always getting 2 into 3 instead of 2 into 2. You know, it doesn't matter how your opponent blocks, what cards they're blocking with, anything like that. It's just always going to be that consistent 5 damage, usually more than that because of Blade Runner, etc.
Right, and if you play like Take It on the Chin, you can do like a 1-card 5, which is just, and then reset your boots, so 1-card 6, which is so good. I really like this card. So this is Shift the Tide of Battle. Like it says here, if the attack is greater than its base, it gets go again, and then the next time the opponent takes damage, you get an agility. So it's basically double go again.
Yeah, so not able to actually convert this into an attack action, which is when this can get really disgusting. Go again on the first attack, you know, swing with the second, get go again, and then attack action to close the chain. But still, this is creating agility, so it sets up your next turn.
Or if you're playing Dory, you could swing with a third
axe. Yeah, of course. Which, you know, +1 Dory, +1 to Dory, +1 to Dory.
1 point for Dory on the
1 point for Dory.
Yeah.
Which I actually think a lot of people do consider, even when they're like going to play Hatchets.
Whoa!
Oh, wow. Okay, so
Guardian
no
of the
agility
Shadow
for you.
Realm. That's not a card you see that often.
So a lot more Levi's have been playing it. Thanks, Ethan, for talking this card up and a couple of his recent wins. It's just good value. The main reason for it is like this card sucks, but then it goes into your banish pile, and when you go consumed, and it's actually nuts because then it's just a 1-card block 6. And it's from consumed, so it's like not from hand. It's not from your arsenal. It's just a D-react that you get to play when you draw up all those non-blocks late game because you pitched all these non-block blues.
That's really cool. I don't know that I've ever seen that card resolved, so that's super cool to see. And then, of course, when it gets banished, we'll get the effect. So.
Whoa, Nick, you called yourself out. You don't watch my games?
Yeah.
No, I watched.
When I took down AJ on stream, you didn't see the legendary Art Ward defensive Guardian. Well, come on.
So what happened is I started crying because of how beautiful like the gameplay was, and I just like
couldn't see it.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I couldn't see it. It was too blurry.
It wasn't that he wasn't watching; it's that he didn't see it.
Yeah, I could not physically see it. So we see the Take It on the Chin promo, really cool. I think that's the newest one, isn't it? So
yeah, it's Armories right now. Wow. Go to your local Armories. You too can play with a Take It on the Chin extended art and see his entire chest and abs.
See his abs, yeah.
See his, he's ripped.
He is ripped. You too can see the ripped abs. So we're just going to swing with the axe. We did get an agility from the Take It on the Chin, so even though we were denied it from the Guardian of the Shadow Realm, we got it anyways. Yeah. And then we can still do the 1-card swing for 5 reset boots. We do have a card in hand and a card in arsenal, so we'll see if we're either IPing ourselves or have some sort of other maybe attack reaction in the swing. Also, pretty good card.
In the swing's quite good.
2 go again. Joel thinking on this. Has not actually taken any damage yet. We did use the Apex Bone Breaker. I agree with Joel's equipment suite definitely in this matchup.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think this makes total sense.
I will say the nicest thing about playing Levia into Kassai instead of Dory is when this first attack comes in for 2, man, am I so happy to just say no blocks.
Yeah, just fine. I'll take the 2.
I'm like, that's fine. Like, that 2, that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, you're not making gold? You're not making copper? Okay, 2?
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't care.
No blocks.
Hit me for 2 all day. But when it's Dory, you're like,
yeah.
Am I going to get 3-axe this turn? Do I have to block this?
It's going to be 2-3-3. That's like really rough.
Like, that's annoying.
Yep.
But with Kassai, it's like, it's okay.
Called in the swing. There it is. So take 6. This is a really cool thing. Like, this is the reason I love Kassai. Like, original Kassai is my favorite blitz deck.
Oh,
During
sweet.
skirmish season 1, I won a couple skirmishes on Kassai, just because I think the dual wielding plan is so cool. But I think cards like in the swing are just like great, and you get most of your damage just from your weapons. Like, you're not really wasting that many cards from your deck either. And we're gonna see Smashback Alehorn.
Love this card.
Really cool card. Create an agility and a might.
Another armory promo. These guys hit up their local.
Look at them.
These guys play armories.
Yeah, they do.
These guys are beasts. I love that.
And interesting. So Mark of the Beast, not a card that's played in as many Levia lists anymore. I don't, at least from my experience.
A lot of times it's a one-of nowadays. It's just it's really good at what it does, which is turn off Blood Debt without you needing Graveyard. But also when you get it early game, it feels really bad because it just starts your Blood Debt super early, and you don't actually, want that, right? Like, now it's the only card in Blood Debt. It's not like he's starting, setting something that was at 32 health. You didn't really necessarily want his Banish Train. He'd probably rather this be just something else.
Yeah, I think you would rather that be like any 2 for 6. Like, it's just literally
it's graveyard neutral, which is like fine.
Yeah. So we did start our Blood Debt, so we do want to start with Levia, start banishing cards, hopefully.
Ooh, is this Savage Feast draw with? Yep, that is.
Does he have go? Oh, he does have the agility. Yeah,
this is exactly when you want to see that.
Really strong. So yellow Blade Runner and Blade Flurry.
Yeah, that hurts.
That's really good.
It's a lot of damage coming in. You kind of like want to keep this hand because having this agility with the Savage Feast, it's really powerful. So the fact that this is going to be just a lot of damage coming through, and now a gold that's going to be threatened on second hit,
and this
you're going to want to consider blocks.
This is 7, so Husk will not take care of this. This is 3+2+2. So on hit gold, and you'd have to, I don't know if you want to give up Husk this early anyways, but 7's hard to block.
Yeah, it's actually really unfortunate that the Bone Breaker is already blocked, because I think 1 card plus Scabs plus Bone Breaker would be completely reasonable. You would feel fine, and you'd still feel like your turn is going to be really powerful with the Savage Feast. 3 cards off of blue.
Yep.
But that's not going to be an option. You either have to concede the gold,
yep.
Or you have to put Husk plus Bone Breaker probably in front. It sucks to not get the Might, but gives
it
you away.
Does. Yeah. Scowling Fleshbag in this matchup, I don't know that it's amazing, just because a lot of their turns are like Blade Runner on the first one. So unless you are scowling on the first one and they only had a 2-card hand, you might not be able to snipe it out, but it does happen before reactions, which can be quite good.
Yeah. So that's actually when it ends up being good. It's actually best into the 3-card hands of Kassai, right? Because it's just like you pitch into this sword, and then you just get rid of their attack reaction that gives go again, and then they're just like, okay, well, I just get to swing the 1, and that's it.
That's it, yeah.
Especially good when they're off Arsenal.
Yep.
A lot of times they're Arsenal that go again source, so you kind of are just like, well, I would like to not deal with that. I would like to just have you get rid of that go again source that you have in your hand.
Yeah. We see that he actually did his final block with Apex Bone Breaker. So we have double might and an agility, and we know that we have the Savage Feast. So this is for 8 go again, and we're going to draw a card and discard this Endless Maul.
Yep, 8 go again, turn on claws.
6 power.
I actually don't know what's in the arsenal for this one. I must have missed it. So
we need. We ideally have a banish card, right? Oh, I guess that he just drew one.
I'm assuming it's a 2-cost banisher.
Yeah.
It's like your prime arsenal target a lot of the time, unless it's a power card.
Yep.
And so we see 8 go again. 2 floating for the claw. The draw was just a 1-cost. So I think you ideally would have wanted resources if it's a 2-cost banisher, so you can claw into 2-cost banisher.
Yep.
But just following up with a Boneyard Marauder is a pretty reasonable turn, right? I mean, this is still 14.
Still great, yeah. Really good top deck, Boneyard Marauder. And we saw Jose actually had a Raisin Army and sunk it to the bottom of the deck. He does have 1 gold. He could have made 1 Sellsword, but deciding he'd rather just see a different card. And we do see he's on Warmongers as well. Kassai currently has a Warmongers in hand. I don't know that it's amazing into Levia. I feel like a lot of Levia's turns are mostly attack actions except for Blood.
Blood Rush.
Blood Rush, yes, thank you.
So pretty much, if we specifically like Arsenal Blood Rush and then you play Warmongers, it's like, oh man. But then you just kind of like throw an attack and then you do it next turn.
Wait, yeah, you just wait a turn. Yeah.
So it's like it's usually not that bad.
Yeah, I assume it'll just be the pitch card.
The only time it's scary, it's really scary when it's played in like Ninja, in like Fi and Katsu, because they'll give you like a big chain and you have like a Blood Rush to respond to their big damage, and you're like, okay, well I'll take all of this.
Because I have a big
And then
turn.
they end the chain with Warmongers, and you've kept a full hand for the Blood Rush.
Yeah.
Then it starts to feel bad. But
Yeah, I think if Levia's off like an agility and they kept a 4-card hand, I think ending a turn on a Warmonger is certainly good.
Yep.
So we did 8 into 6, 14 damage, pretty good.
Yeah, it's solid.
And we're now at 3 blood debt. We're not going to take any. Levia is turned on. And we see the full art Levia from the starter deck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's where that was from.
Yeah.
That's cool.
From the Blitz deck.
Yeah, I've never heard of Bliss. So it's my first time like.
Blitz? What is that? So we're going to keep
That's a great format. That's a great format. Great format.
Yes, it is fun. We're going to keep a 1-card hand. I assume our Arsenal is a Blade Runner. I don't know. Oh, Nourishing. Real cool. So we must have banished our attacks last turn or didn't have any, so 6 Dominate. This might be a time to use the Husk.
Yeah, I mean, this is the main target in the deck, outside of just trying to prevent gold. I mean, I think pretty clearly you don't want to let Kassai have a 5-card hand. The problem is, does Joel's hand actually do anything if he blocks with Husk? Because you don't really want to just like throw Husk and then IP.
We'll block 6.
It seems like.
But if it does, if you can use a 5-card hand, then this is great. This is exactly kind of when you'd want to do it.
If we have Blood Rush or Artivore, then great.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
his
you
Husk,
just send it.
his Husk essentially blocked 9 because it denied a 3. A card, which is basically 3 value. So.
All right, so what we got? Dread Screamer works.
That's a good start.
I can get there.
And we still have 1 floating after this and 3 cards in hand. So Dread Screamer from Arsenal, quite good.
So I guess the hope is that he's got an Endless Maw.
Yep.
Because he's got all these extra cards. You've got the pitch.
Yep. Hopefully we can do Claw on the small. That'd be quite good. We haven't discarded, right? We haven't discarded.
So.
Just roll
We're not
Scabs.
KO.
Just roll Scabs.
We're not
Easy.
KO. We don't draw this card and then
do other
Claw.
stuff. So we see this is a card that's quite contentious for Kassai players as he puts his hand down, but he has a Cash-in in hand.
Cash-in.
Yeah, so a lot of people are on 0 copies, a lot of people are on 3 copies.
Yeah, I've seen some of these more aggro variants. If you let them resolve a blood on your hands with a cash-in on the turn, you can get blown up.
Yeah.
This Kassai can do a lot of damage.
And Kassai does have a gold, so he can play the cash-in and draw 2 cards. So gonna block 5 to 6 here. Balance of Justice, just such a good card. Like, just one of my favorite cards in the game now. I think it's so crazy.
All right, does he have to roll? Let's see. So pitching the blue, he's got 2 costs.
Is he going to play Shadow? He is. Shadow, a Blasmafet, draw, discard.
Draw.
And then they're both hits.
They're both hits, and I wonder... I know he was playing Howl earlier. If he has Howl, this is so good because he's turned off Blood Debt already. So he can actually just tutor Howl out of his deck from this and not worry about having to turn off Blood Debt.
Yep.
And it goes straight to Banish. So now you've got Howl set up for your next turn.
Super good. Let's see what is...
Okay, it's 6 power.
It's not what you wanted to hit. That was your Arsenal target for the turn, but it's you can make an agility instead.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think you just discard this Agile Windup. I don't think you want that.
No, you please do not put that in Arsenal.
Yeah, a 3 for 6, not where you want to be. I do wonder what we're going to search here. I wonder if it'll be the Deep-Rooted Evil to have just the 6 and banish, or he does have the Howl. He does have
it. Okay, so it's in the deck. You might as well search it here because of the fact that you've already turned off Blood Debt. Usually it would just be Deep-Rooted at this point because you have Blood Debt already, so you have to turn it off in that way. I was also thinking, I wonder if there's a spot where you actually take the Deep-Rooted Evil because you're creating an agility this turn. So if you end up with a 1-cost banisher, you're actually going to banish and then be able to play that Deep-Rooted as another 6 afterwards. But on average, Howl is just going to be the better pickup. So I think that I completely like grabbing Howl, especially because now you don't have to draw Howl from Beyond later on.
The 2 block, 2 cost, 3 buff, Howl from Beyond. Not the best draw, but when it's not in your hand, it's in your banish.
Yep.
Quite good.
Reactions.
So, before end of turn, we're going to Agile Windup just to get a go again for our next turn.
Yep, it might not get used here. A lot of times you love to be able to discard it when you are also putting a card into Arsenal.
Yeah.
It kind of sets up those turns a lot better, but we'll see what this 4 cards off the top is.
Yep. And so Blood Debt was turned off because of Dread Screamer.
Yep. Jose just teching on the banishes, but Dread Screamer did banish for Levia.
Blood debt, it just has to be 6 power or greater. And so there was no blood debt, but
And Levia, not the most common here. You're going to see like an armory probably, or even big events. So just explaining how the hero's ability basically says, I try to not kill myself as much as possible.
I was the only Levia at my local until Icelander L, and then one of the Icelander players swapped to Levia.
Yeah.
So.
So now there's 2.
Now there's 2. Exactly 2.
You doubled. That's crazy.
And I live in a big city, and you can go play an armory every day, and it's like full. So like there's a lot of players, and it's not a lot of Levias.
So we're going to see cash in. We're going to crack our gold, and we're going to draw 2. We did draw Raise an Army. That's probably just going to be a pitch card. And we do have Nourishing, so we might do something like Axe into Nourishing, or we don't have Go Against. We'd have to do a Blade Runner.
Activating Kassai, cash in being the second yellow.
Makes sense. So we do have 2 Blade Runners. So I wonder if it's just going to be Axe, Blade Runner, Axe, and then Arsenal Nourishing. If only we had like a hit and run, that'd be quite good here. We could have done Axe, Blade Runner, hit and run, then Nourishing.
So it also looks like
Intimidate.
Joel might not be able to turn off debt. I might have missed something here. It doesn't look like there's a way to turn off debt. We'll have to see. I know 3 of the cards can't. One of the cards I couldn't quite figure out exactly what it was.
What was the Intimidate? Oh. So
yeah, his hand does not turn off debt unless he plays Soul Harvest, which is reasonable if you have 2 blues.
Yeah.
And enough in your graveyard. But this is likely, with the agility, fine. Just take this damage.
Yep.
And then throw back a big turn, right? Send packing plus Beast Within maybe. Off the agility, throw back 12, and you can look to go into Consumed, unless you want to try and play this slower.
And just pitch everything for the Soul Harvest?
Yeah, but that doesn't feel very good either. So
Yeah.
I think more looking to go Consumed is a lot more reasonable.
Block 3.
Okay, so we're going to block 3 here. And, I mean, Joel not getting very lucky with his Intimidate. He actually intimidated the exact card that Jose wanted to keep for Arsenal in the Nourishing, I assume. So Jose just able to get his Intimidate back, put that Nourishing in Arsenal, and then go back to Joel's turn.
It's interesting. I mean, he can't turn off debt, and he's not going to be able to go to Consumed. Doesn't have enough debt.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a Howl from Beyond for sure.
Yep. Howl first into Send Packing.
Play Howl from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just down to 4.
And then we have 1 floating. We'll pitch another blue.
Into Send Packing. Yeah, you take less damage by taking something out of Grave, but you're not going to get to utilize the agility. I'm curious about the blocking block 3, but I guess you still wouldn't have been able to make it all the way to
If it doesn't
debt.
hit, then that goes.
Or all the way to Consumed.
To Consumed, right. So this might be fine. You go down to 19 at the end of your turn, but then you can maybe take some damage, and then on your turn, just go into Consumed.
Yeah, 19, certainly a little bit riskier into attack reactions of a warrior, but still possible that you can defend enough, make it to your flip turn off of that.
Yeah, especially if he only has a 2-card hand. So this is, I think, Jose's turn is going to be simply swing Nourishing. And so Joel is going to go down. I don't know that his banish is like very strong for a Consume flip though.
I don't think it was. We see Shadowpete on top. I don't know if he actually got any red dreads in there.
Do you have? Did you already banish it? Yes.
Yeah.
So we know there's at least 1 Endless Maw, and then we know Husk is one of the cards.
Yeah. So there's only 3 attacks that are.
Endless Maw is good. That's a good one.
I think you really want to have like a dread in there.
You really want dread. I mean, dread is just the best card to be in there. You want as many dreads as possible. I think Endless Maw, in my opinion, ends up just being like the second best one, just because being able to block 9, throw 9 is very powerful.
Yeah, 1-card 9 we love. This is a Nourishing for 6 Dominate.
Oh, there it is. Mark of the Beast. That's right. Yeah, we remember from earlier.
Yep, that was the first one you started with. So not the strongest Consumed options. 6 Dominate. Right now, Joel cannot actually cover that up. 2 block left on Scabs and no other armor left. And we see in his hand he has Blue Dread, Blue Wrecker Romp, Mark of the Beast, and Graveling Yellow.
Yeah, so this isn't even like a hand that can really flip without just a massive IP penalty here.
Block 3.
We might see just Mark of the Beast, Arsenal, Graveling Growl.
Yeah, he blocked with the Dread Screamer. I was wondering if you just block with Mark of the Beast and then you just play out Blue Dread Graveling and you just go for 10 damage, go for the biggest turn. None of it feels great. Okay, but getting rid of the Mark of the Beast, this allows him to flip on playing for a 6. So I can understand this play. I
just don't know that your consume flip is very like you're gonna deck out maybe.
Oh, you won't deck out. I mean, it's only 4 cards.
Oh, I guess
so. Like you're only burning 1 card this turn, and then you'll play these out pretty quickly, and then you're just stuck with Husk burning 1 card a turn. I don't think fatigue is like too relevant this game. The only problem would be is if he gets unlucky and is like burning like Blood Rush and like Art of War all the time, because he might not have enough damage in that case. But I think he should. He should have enough damage in the deck to still get there. It's just a matter of how quickly can he find these power cards? Can he get onto Arsenal?
So we're going to take 3, go to 13, flip, and then just banish a card.
So he gets the flip turn.
Yep.
And actually, this was the only way he could properly resolve that, I guess.
With his hand, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he could have tried to save an Arsenal. No, he couldn't. No, he had to block 3.
Yep.
So
tried to wait a turn by.
Yeah, he had to pitch Mark of the Beast as well because if it discards off of Wrecker Romp, it would turn off Blood Debt.
Oh.
And this is what I was saying was like the one thing that would make it tough is if you just start hitting the power cards off the top on your banishes.
Yep, so we see
Rush.
CNC, Shadowpede, Tear Limb from Limb, and Deadwood Rumbler.
Yep.
Not the strongest turn because we don't have the Dread Screamers in our banish, so go again is a little bit difficult for us. I wonder if we'll start seeing Scabs rolls.
Okay. Yeah, it's a Kassai activation, so I'm going to see how much he can defend here. We know it's a single block.
Yep.
So just going to actually have to keep this hand. Not really a choice. And you have to give gold because you're not actually going to be able to stop this. But we do see at least putting the Scabs in front of it and just making Jose actually have something.
We see Jose has an Oasis in hand.
Interestingly, he can stop gold by blocking because Jose actually doesn't have a way to push over.
Oh, not the greatest hand from Jose.
So very fortunate for Joel, and now an opportunity, right? You can actually try and play out Tear Limb and create a big, powerful turn here, but again, quite risky because we know there's a bunch of Art of Wars and Blood Rushes still left in the deck. But I think it's still kind of where you have to go, and you at least make it a 50-50 with the Shadowpede.
Sure, that's true.
Draw and discard a random card.
So draw and discard here.
It's an Art of War.
Oh, no.
It buys you an Arsenal. If he hits Pede, it's actually really good because he can play Pede for 12, Arsenal, Art of War, and he's actually in like a decent spot.
Super good.
But he needs this to hit the Shadowpede. There's the roll. There's the card. Woo! Shadowpede. And there we go. He gets to throw 12 Shadowpede from the banish and Arsenal Art of War.
That's insane. Shadowpede for 12. Only banish 3 cards from your deck.
Yep, it'll only be banished 3.
And then we get to Arsenal and Art of War. I mean,
Arsenal Art of War is huge. Unfortunately, Shadowpede's gone, but also consumed. You can't do the Art of War Pede thing anymore because it banishes it face down, and so you actually can't play it out. But still a power card, and you have a couple cards in consume to utilize that go again.
12 is pretty good. Is there a 12 on the dice?
No, but this is 111 now.
Yeah, just like Brodie did 125. Just trying to see who can have the biggest damage. So 12 is quite good. Also reducing the amount of cards we're going to be banishing. I mean, Kassai is still pretty healthy, though. I mean, she's only taken 14 damage this turn.
Yeah, I still don't think... I don't think we'll end up decking. I think there's just too much damage in this deck. I mean, it is maybe 1 Blood Rush, but he's still got 2 more. And 3 Art of Wars.
There are still 3 Art of Wars, yeah.
The scary thing is, like, you can't play Recursion anymore.
Yep.
So...
If it does get to that point,
you
you
lose
don't
some
have
amount of your, like, fatigue busting, but, like, Levia just does so much damage.
Yeah. So...
No.
Oh, Joel forgot to banish. Okay.
Yep. He's got to banish first.
So banish... Put the cards back on top.
He has it in the right order.
Yep. So banish
He's
the
good.
first 3 cards. So he was going to draw Doomsday.
And that's great. Get rid of that.
Yep.
Endless Maw, you would have... Oh, okay. Well, here's Blood Rush number 2.
All Blood Rush
so
is
now
gone.
I'm starting to take back a little bit on the, like, can you be fatigued? I mean, probably it gets to the point where you actually can be fatigued.
Yeah, Blood Rush Claw's
with these
turn is
Blood
not
Rushes
even an
going
option.
away.
Yeah. I feel like the claws actually might never matter very much.
Unless you roll Scabs, because there's still cards that, like, discard.
Yeah. There's still agile windups, I guess, as well. Allen Skirmish double, so this is 8. So we're just swinging with 1 Axis turn.
Yeah, generate some copper.
Yeah, 3 card 8, generate some copper, not the worst. Get a Blade Flurry back in our deck.
I mean, got Art of War go again. There's a 1 cost. Just going to block it out, not giving any copper, and then just play the 2 card 9 is maybe the consideration. You do have the Sunless Maw still sitting in banish. Try and hold the Art of War for another turn.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But this is losing a lot of power again in your deck, right? This is another Endless Maw gone. One's not going to be able to be played again. And then, talk about busting Fatigue. This is Convulsions, which is gone as well. Not always required, but it is a dominate.
Yeah.
Endless Maw from Banish.
And I think we have,
We're down to 2.
what's the other, Writhing Beasthulk? We
Choose
don't have any in
Writhing.
Banish, unfortunately, but
It goes to
that's a great turn game ender as
Yeah,
well.
you really like it in Banish because Terra Limb into Writhing for 12 Dominate is a pretty common way that you'll actually see Levia end the game, especially when it comes to Consumed, because you've got the Writhing and Consumed. You just set up for this, you drop your cards. It's like a bunch of blues, and one of them is Terra Limb, and you get the discard.
I've died to that play many times.
Oh, yeah. They'll get you.
So we're going to block for 3, 4, 5, and then the D-React 6, 7, 8. So we're still going to take 1 here. Go to half health. Go to 20.
Yeah.
And still have a 2-card hand. So, I mean,
And then end of turn.
it just might be that Joel might get to the point where he has to block more aggressively than he.
Another power card gone.
That's crazy. He's not banishing many cards, and we've banished 2 Blood Rush and an Art of War.
Yeah, because reasonably, he's not banishing enough that Fatigue should have been a problem, but he's banishing exactly the cards
That he
that
needed to keep.
can make Fatigue a problem.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So we're going to Axe, and we have another Blade Runner in hand, I believe. So this is just going to be 2 into 6. Pretty good. 2-card 8. Joel's at 13. And Balance of Justice still up. So if Joel does resolve the Art of War, Jose gets to draw a card. So yeah, with the Art of Wars and Blood Rushes, I think Blood Rush is completely gone now. We played 1, banished 2. Art of War, there's 1 in Arsenal, 1 left in deck. He hasn't played 1?
Red Blade Runner.
Oh, so there's 1 Blood Rush left in deck?
There should be.
Okay. I might be confusing it with
you're thinking of the last
Keys
game.
match.
Yeah, the last game that he played.
Because I saw him play the double Blood Rush that game, so
Yeah.
confusing all the Blood Rushes.
No, I think he's got his Blood Rushes. I think he's good.
He has 1 Blood Rush, yes.
Or got a Blood
Blood
Rush.
Rush, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And a Art of War.
A Art of War.
Well, 2. 1 left in deck, right? And
1 Arsenal. So let's see what Joel is considering. We have another CFTBOH.
You don't want to say Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell every time? Okay.
We have a Swing Big, a Graveling Growl, and Hungering. So we don't really have Go Again in this hand.
No.
So
but we have Go Again in our arsenal.
Yes.
With the
Art of War. So
Art of War.
we definitely want to be maybe pitching our blue for our Art of War, banishing this Hungering Slaughter Beast.
Yeah, you keep Swing Big, right? You don't need the extra banishes from Crave.
Right.
The question just becomes, like, can you take 6 here, go to 5?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Even blocking 3 here and going to 8 is pretty rough.
Need the big turn, though. There's always a wonder is, like, do you know where your pitch stack is?
Yeah.
So where's this last Blood Rush? And then do you think, okay, do I just take this and then I Art of War, knowing that, like, it's going to be Blood Rush?
Blood Rush,
and
and
then I play the Blood Rush afterwards? Because you need a big turn.
Yeah,
you need
you
a really big
definitely
turn here.
8's pretty low. We only have 1 block on armor left.
Yeah. And when you don't have many power cards left, stacking those power cards, that's the way you get over the top.
Yep. So 2 floating, we're going to banish
And we'll choose Banish, Draw 2, and Go Again.
likely this
Banish Draw 2,
Graveling or Hungering Slaughter Beast, which goes face down. Then we're going to draw 2 cards. Another
Double Swing Big. Can it be a blue?
Please be a blue.
It's a yellow, that's enough.
Double Swing Big is
Yep.
crazy.
Yep, just
This
don't
is-
play the Mark of the Beast from Banish necessarily. Like,
Yep.
I think Double Swing Big, you need to go over the blocks.
Yep.
And 16 is a way to go over the blocks.
Yep, 16 is quite good. We'll see. Jose's hand actually doesn't block very well either, so that's a good time.
Yeah, but he does have 5 cards because
Yes.
he was able to break balance.
He was able to break balance, so he has 2/2 blocks, and then he does have the
He
sink
does have 4
below.
block.
Yeah, he does have the sink below to be a 4 block, so
So 1/2 block.
Yeah.
kind of.
kind of, yeah, it
In a
balances
way.
out to
In
1/2
a way.
block, yeah.
One hit, quicken.
So 8 go again into another 8.
Alright,
So
so he's going to cover the first 8.
4, and then the sink below, yep. The Quicken, really strong in Kassai.
Okay.
You can 1 card 5 or
And
6.
he actually bottoms the Take It On a Chin to try and get another 3 block potentially. And is
Yep.
that a Shunt that he ends up finding? So
Oh, playing Shunt is...
playing Shunt. And Tunic Shunt, quite strong.
Tunic Shunt is good. I assume he's maybe only on blue Shunts. Wait, is that a red Shunt?
And 8 again.
It is a
It's
red Shunt.
red Shunt, wow. I guess that's a way to stymie damage, but he's almost on a Tunic counter. Maybe that's going to be his Arsenal card during his turn, but...
There's also Pitch Cash in block 6, and then... Oh, I guess that just leaves you with a red, right? It doesn't leave you with a card to actually pitch into axe swings.
Yeah, I think you need to keep the cash in as a pitch. So,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you keep the cash in, you just pitch it. You get to swing both axes because you have the quicken from the first swing bag.
And you reset your boots, yep.
So you still get to swing 5 and blocked, what was this, 14?
And so I have 2.
That's
pretty
good.
good.
Yeah, we're happy with that. So we banished a Writhing Beast Hulk, which...
It's your evasive damage, it's not your highest damage.
So
give him a Blood Rush, it still doesn't.
Oh, so he's actually playing Cashin, which makes sense. I forgot he had gold.
Oh, yeah.
Double spoils.
You can also do that.
Double spoils is so funny. Just for those cards to be right next to each other is pretty bad. Unfortunate, but we still get to swing for 5.
Yeah, you either swing for 2, Arsenal spoils, or you swing for 5. I feel like considering Joel's at 8, you swing for 5.
Yeah, you swing for 5, and then you reset your boots as well. So let's see. His hand is an Agile Windup, Dread Screamer blue, double Barraging Beatdown blue.
So barraging is another way that you can kind of get around blocks, but usually that's when someone is low enough that they have to block the Dread Screamer with 2 cards, and it opens up for you to play barraging and get that last card through. But because Jose is at 18, if you say Dread Screamer, he can say block with 1 card, or he can say no blocks.
Yeah, take that.
And then barraging is not actually even really a card.
Yeah, and Joel only has 1 card left in Banish he can play, so it's not looking like this hand does very much damage. We're actually going to block with this Dread Screamer.
Yeah, I wonder if considering just getting agility here and playing Claw into Mark of the Beast.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to do here. We are going to discard the Agile Windup, and then we'll do Claw Mark is 12 damage. On
Still
3
solid,
cards.
but it's not quite getting you there, right?
Agility.
So, like you mentioned, he actually did take the line of Arsenal of Spoils, so he didn't want to do the 3 and reset boots, which is interesting. Which maybe is good because he actually didn't have another go again generator in this next hand. So
yeah, and he ended up with the Spellblood, so he's actually going to be able to try and threaten the lethal after this.
He would have to keep both. He has to keep his whole hand though, in order to do that.
He's got 18 life. You've got Joel down to 6, only 1 block on armor, and you have a Spellblood.
Yeah, so
I think you can try and close it out. The question is do you want to play for the fatigue plan here? Because you could.
Yeah, you could. So if he does keep his whole hand, he has to pitch the red and the blue. He can do Spellblood, Spoils. First axe is for 1, 2, 3, 6, Dominate. And then the other one is for 5, Dominate.
Block 2.
And so 5 at least gets through the armor potentially.
This goes here.
So it does put Joel pretty low.
Interesting to block with Tunic there.
Yeah.
Feels like it's just vanilla damage.
Yeah.
Feels like you could wait a little bit longer.
I feel like this game might go long enough if you can't seal it here. So we are going to Kassai because we are going to have Dominate, so it makes sense.
But still, Jose has piloted this really well, just like very, very consistent numbers turn after turn. I mean, it's a hatchet deck, so it is kind of just like a math deck, right? You're just trying to make sure you're getting the best numbers, and Jose's been doing a good job of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is going to be 6 Dominate with Go again, on hit 2 copper and a gold. And Joel can block 4 and would have to take 2. We haven't seen him grab back the... Oh, he couldn't grab back the reactor.
So it didn't get banished before flipping to Consumed.
So now it's just...
Because the great thing about Levia Consumed is it says once per turn you may play a card from your deck.
You could just
so on Jose's turn, you can play Guardian of the Shadow Realm. And then on your turn, you can play another card from Banish. It's great.
That's so
Why
good.
it's good. Even though that card sucks.
Even though it sucks,
it's very
it's
good.
Yeah.
It's really, really good. It's so good when you get to Consumed.
It sucks in Levia. It's great in Levia.
In Levia, because Plasma Fet is really good with that card. Yeah.
So 6 Dominate, Go again. This is a really good way to just whittle Joel's life down. Let's see if his hand... So he does have a Reckless, so he can actually block more than I thought.
Ooh, Reckless Art of War, though.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if it's worth
really.
the risk.
It's kind of just 2 non-blocks.
Yeah, I think you have to, just...
You have to pitch Reckless.
Pitch Reckless, play the Art of War, and keep another card. So you have to block 3 this turn, I think.
Yeah, it'd be great if you didn't have to block at all, and then you Art of War and draw Blood Rush, and then Blood Rush Beast Within, and then you draw 30 cards.
Yeah. Does he die if he doesn't block 2 cards?
He does have to block with 2 cards this turn, so he's going to be stuck with Reckless, Art of War, no cards in Banish, so.
So he just...
Or wait, is that true? He takes 3 here. Yeah, next swing from Spellblood, yeah, is 4, so he has to block.
It's 5, right? It's that hatchet.
Second axe,
yeah.
You're right, 5.
Yeah, 5 Dominate, so if he doesn't give a card with the boots, he still dies. So 5 Dominate. You do have one block on boots, but you still have to give a card here.
Yeah, I mean, you block with Hungering, you swing Claw, you Arsenal, Art of War, and you pray.
You pray that he can't get 3 over on you.
Yep.
Or even if he gives the card and boots, he still takes 1, so 2 over on him. It's looking pretty good for Kassai. Still a healthy life total, and Joel is essentially not going to have a turn. I mean, it's just going to be Claw Arsenal. I mean, you could take the high-risk play of playing the Reckless here, but I don't know that that's worth it.
Arsenal the other card.
Right. So definitely block Scabs, and then you just give Hungering, I assume. So still would be taking Lethal here. 4 coming over the top. So block with Hungering, we still take 1 here. And then get 2 more copper. Blood on our hands looking real good. We draw it next turn. Pretty great.
The Levia X2 curse looming over Joel.
Yeah.
This deck she's the queen of X2.
Is that blood on our hands? That's blood on our hands. That's blood on our hands.
That's a lot of copper.
Unless you're me, Casanova, unless you're me.
Yeah, I get. Yeah,
I've lost
built
1
different.
game in the last like 4 events.
I know. Look, I feel the X2 curse a lot. I bubbled every single one of my RTNs at 9th.
So I wonder if... Oh, it looks like this is going to be a double Claw turn because of the agility.
Okay, sure.
Pitch the Reckless as well.
Just throw more damage, but it's not going to get there, and Jose has blood on her hands.
Yeah, I mean, this hand is insane from Jose. You have in the
Arsenal
swing.
the Reckless to just have theoretically more block.
Yep, that makes sense, but Jose's hand is pretty crazy. So you can do... Yep.
But there's no way. There's no way. How can one man be so unlucky with these banishes? It was not many banishes and consumed that is managed.
Dude, every banish was like Art of War.
Every single Blood Rush.
Art of War Blood Rush. Art of War Blood Rush.
No way.
So this is for 4.
All right, well, I mean, now he's dead.
Yeah, this is...
He's on 2 life.
Yeah, this is like +1 go again
there's
on both.
in the swing as well.
Swing twice.
Yep, so swing twice and go again. And he has still 3 cards in hand. He has
How
an
many
in the
copper did
swing.
he have? Was it 4?
Yeah, he had 4.
Okay, so he can pick 4 options, right?
Yeah, so he can do go again on both, swing twice on one of them, and +1 on one of them, or swing twice on both. It just depends on his resources here. He could also, if he needs more resources, pay for the gold.
Yeah, theoretically, it could be a blue on top.
Yeah, but we're
he
just
doesn't
gonna
get
see.
he doesn't get the free swords from the draw, right? And his axes.
So I think he chose everything on, or 3 modes on the first axe at least. So this is +1, go again. He can swing twice with it. So we got a block 3 on it. This is also for 3, and I think he chose the 4th mode to be go again on this axe.
Right, so I guess he no +1 on this one.
Yep.
It's just +1, yeah.
So this is for 3. You have to give another card, and then in the swing, just you have to play the Reckless.
But you play the Reckless.
And then if you hit here, you do get him down to 6.
One of these cards is a non-block, so if he hits the non-block, that's positive.
That is positive.
Even odd.
But we can swing with another axe.
Is it the non-block? It's the
non-block.
non-block.
That's huge. So take 2. And then he can swing with Mind for 4. And this is going to put Joel to 1 through the 3 block.
It has a counter, yeah?
Yes, it's 3, but +1 for this is coming for 4.
Yep, so coming in for 4. If he has a 3 block, he just has to give it.
One for the turn.
It's for the turn, exactly. But the first attack was for 2, +1, 3. And he get +1 because I swing with this.
This one I thought was...
Looks like they're just figuring out the +1 from actually seeing Hatchet of Mind, and then also add the +1 from the blood on her hands.
Yep.
Block with Writhing, take 1.
And now...
He lived.
Yep. He did survive, but Joel just has to pass back, and Jose has a 5-card hand, and reactions will get you.
Yeah, they sure will.
Yeah.
And my turn will just be banished for Carrion Hunt.
Banish a card.
And it's a
Dread
Blood
Rush. And the 4th Blood
the
Rush.
4th Blood Rush off the top.
Oh, this hand is gross. You have cash in, and you can just pay the gold you have.
But yeah, it was Red Dread. It was like another
Yeah, a
power
really
card.
good
I mean,
card.
like,
Did he draw any sort of reaction here? If he drew Raisin Army, that's actually quite good.
looks like no pumps, but he has like no over the top pumps, but he's got front pumps.
Yeah, is that push through? Push forward, yeah. So push forward, doesn't it give Dominate? Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
I think he actually has game with a blue push forward, even though it only gives +1.
Oh, and he gets to draw off Glint because it's forced.
Yeah, that's true.
You just get a glint, you draw.
Is that that's blood on her hands?
Okay, so you
Doesn't have
can
any-
arsenal that if you don't get the kill here.
Yep.
Or I guess you don't have any
Okay.
copper, so.
Yeah. So this is +1. Push forward gives +1 and dominates. So this next ask is for 5 dominate.
Yeah, it's gonna get there for sure.
Ah, okay.
So I swing this for 5.
And Jose, all the way from Venezuela.
Yeah.
Going to punch his ticket to the top 8 here at Battle Hardened Atlanta.
There it
He got
is.
it over Joel.
Wow.
Look, Joel had some bad beats in this one, but Jose still just playing very solid on this Axis Kassai all day, playing to the math, having a really solid showing, and making top 8 with an Axis deck that is not Dorinthia. And I wonder if we'll see a Dorinthia in top 8. As much as that deck has been hyped up as the best Axis deck, I did not see really any at the top tables, so looks like
Interesting.
Kassai might be the one to get it done.
Kassai Axis seeming pretty good. Jose going 7-1 in this Battle Hardened. Really impressive.
Yeah, I want to say shout out to Joel. He's gotten second place twice.
Second place twice.
Second place twice on feature. Even with my coaching, I'm going to go talk to him again.
Coach him up some more.
Just in case he makes top 8 here.
Yeah.
Maybe the stream buff only affects some people because he's only lost 2 rounds and both were on stream.
Yeah, both are on stream. His X2 on Levia on stream both times.
Yeah. So maybe there's a stream buff and a stream debuff. I don't know what.
Yeah,
turns it
maybe
on.
if you're Levia, you get debuffed
You
on
get
stream,
debuffed.
unless you're Ethan. But that's because Ethan's the one streaming, I guess.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's the buff of your own stream versus it being someone else's stream.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So we are going to see a Kassai in top 8.
Yeah, that's
Guaranteed.
very cool.
Yeah. So I think we have 2 Dromai, 1 Kassai, and then we have some a Katsu, and some others. So
Yeah, it seems possible that the 2 best Kassai performances today were on hatchets because I'd mentioned Chris earlier, Chris Martin. He's top 8'd another Battle Hardened in the past. I don't remember which one it was. He was on Dawn by Dorinthia back then. But he was also on Axis Kassai, and I know when we were going to round 5, he was still 4-0. I think he had a pretty good day overall. I don't know if he made top 8. I think he fell off a little bit after that, but still pretty solid performance out of the Axe Kassai's. Hatchet's really just showing how strong it is.
Yeah, that's so interesting that like her hero text literally says like you get to
Swords.
play free swords if you draw a card and
Nah.
nah.
I don't want
Axis.
those.
I don't need it.
I'm here to spill blood and make gold.
Spill blood. I mean,
Blood on her hands. Spill blood on her hands. That's what you need.
All about the blood, baby. Levia kind of also about the blood too.
Yeah, a little bit. Blood
2
debt.
heroes
We're just in debt.
Yeah.
We're in a lot of debt after that one.
Yeah, I mean, or not. He didn't have a lot of blood debt to play from.
He was paying with Blood Rush Bellows, and those are not cheap. So you know.
Yeah, he was paying hefty debts. Those are crazy banishes. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that.
Yeah, that's rough. I know. Look, I've heard some bad beats from Levias that can outweigh that one. So it happens, right?
It does, yeah.
Our deck sometimes just bullies us. We try our best to mitigate it with good tight play and strong arsenals, and it just doesn't always get you there.
I was playing Levia once, and I played Blood Rush, and I discarded a Beast Within.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, let's go.
Great.
First card, Blood Rush.
Okay, sick.
Second card, Reckless.
Yeah.
Third card, Blood Rush.
Sweet.
And then a 6.
Yeah, why are you playing Reckless? Yeah, you should shuffle better.
Shuffle better.
Yeah, I don't know what you want from me. You just need to be a better player.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's all it was. It was just a skill issue, for sure, yeah.
It's a skill issue. It's a skill issue every time.
So that is our Swiss rounds. We made it through.
8 rounds of Swiss. Now we got top 8 coming up.
Yep, top 8's coming up. So I promised a walk around. I don't see too many games going on, but we can pass it off to the mobile cam while you guys talk over what you see on the floor for whatever's still left.
Let's do it. We get to commentate Ethan running around.
Yeah.
With a camera.
Hashtag Ethan on the streets.
Ethan on the streets. I need Ethan to be asking people like Billy on the streets type questions.
Yes.
But I don't know if I see a microphone attached, but I don't know if that mic is live. So
maybe.
I don't know if he can actually do it, but you know, that's what I really want out of Ethan right now. And he's not running fast enough, you know.
I was promised sprinting.
Yeah, I know he's carrying expensive camera equipment, but I want this guy sprinting right now.
Absolutely, yeah. I actually don't know that there's games going on, but
yeah, there's Mara and Michael hanging out, and we're just putting a camera on them. Say hi, wave. Did you get there? Mara won.
Mara won with the thumbs up. So Mara.
We already knew Mara was in, but Mara's
only undefeated.
Further in top 8.
Yeah.
Seed 1.
Seed 1 for sure. Guy. Let's see if Guy won. Guy, give us a thumbs up.
Brody's still playing.
Oh, Brodie's still playing against
what's he up against?
Against another Azalea?
Yeah, Azalea Mirror. So multiple Azaleas at the top tables.
Interesting. I wonder if this is a win in. I mean, I think maybe both. Or Brodie might still make it because his second loss would be so late.
Yeah, I can't really see the live totals, but We can see that it is still happening, and Brodie, I think, was on the play there.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's on the other side.
Oh, you're right. So, yeah, looks like the other...
oh, we're getting live totals.
Oh, let's
Maybe.
go.
Possibly.
Dio, Azalea, 7-2? 2-7.
Oh, 2-7. 2-7. Okay.
Interesting. I wonder if Brodie's the 2. That's kind of scary.
Brodie was the 2.
Yeah,
and
okay.
it is currently not Brodie's turn, so this is a very, very tense moment there.
Oh.
We're going to see if we can get anything else. There's Ed.
Hey.
Hi, Ed. More card guys.
More card guys. A lot of people still here. I assume people who, even if you didn't do well in the Battle Hardened today, there's a Super Pro Quest tomorrow, Pro Quest Plus tomorrow.
Looks like there was...
Levia versus Teklovossin. Yo! One of the 2 Teklovossins that showed up.
Made it pretty far.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Looks like Levia got that one done. I wonder if that was possibly for top 8. Do we have multiple Levias in top 8 or just that one?
Teklovossin was at top tables. That's interesting.
I believe those were top tables still.
Yeah.
Feels like it. We've gone a little bit further down now.
This is
We see
another...
Max. We see 2 Maxes. Max Mirror.
Is this a Max Mirror? That's crazy. Yeah. What are the chances?
Wait, what is this card? Look at this. That is a sick altar.
Hype Nitro. Wow, that's a cool altar, yeah. I thought that was the Marvel Teklovossin
No, that's
Marvel.
the hype right there.
That's the hype.
That's the hype.
That is the hype. That's such a funny name, Max the Hype Nitro. Oh, hey, look.
Hey, that's us.
Whoa.
Hey.
So we got to see some stuff that's at the top tables. We don't know exactly what the top 8 will be, but we have a pretty good idea of some of the heroes.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how that Azalea mirror turns out. If Brodie was able to get it done, or it looked like he was not on the play. He was at 2, so
Yeah.
very, very scary spot to be in. Most likely he dropped that game, but it's it's really hard to say.
Yeah.
And we'll get an update, I'm sure, at some point here. But
So our top 8 might have 2 Azaleas. I guess we'll see. That'd be kind of interesting. 2 Azalea, 2 Dromai, and some mix of other decks. I didn't see any Kano, so maybe they just didn't convert.
no, I don't think the Kanos got there. I know some were having a good time earlier on, but it seemed like towards the end of the day, a lot of the Kanos fell off, not able to get there.
Interesting.
So from the little conversations I had, there are now, I believe, 3 Levias on the bubble.
3 on the bubble.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
The player who lost here, the X2 there, and there was another X2, which I believe that person won as well from
wow.
The matchup I saw initially. Mara is the undefeated.
Wow.
And then Azalea, a mirror going on as well to determine another slot in the top 8.
Okay.
And can't really tell the rest because there's no other games to play. Although there was that Max mirror
That was
on
crazy.
the bottom tables.
Yeah,
That was insane.
So
Was that
Teklovossin was on the top tables then, right? It was that lost to the Levia?
Yeah.
Or was that not a Teklovossin?
That looked like
Are
a
we just
Teklo-
crazy?
The 2 there. Oh, the Levia who won. I
Levia-
didn't see who the opponent was
I
actually.
think it was a Teklovossin.
Yeah, it was Teklovossin.
Sick.
So that was the top table. All right,
That's pretty
that's
insane.
it. That's awesome.
I mean, fatigue is a strategy. I mean, that's basically what the Teklovossin deck is at the moment. Like,
Yeah. Well, also there weren't actually that many Dromais.
yeah, no, there wasn't.
Yeah, there weren't that many Dromais. The Kano seem to not have done that well, and then the rest of the matchups for Teklo are like
Hey,
what you want to see.
just
That's what you want to
block.
play against.
Yeah. If you
So-
resolve your legendary, you just win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet. We saw one top 8 in AGE before, right?
That's
so
sick,
like,
yeah.
you know,
Oh, that's right. I think you only lost to Dromai. That was interesting.
yeah, he lost to Dromai. It didn't look good.
No, it did not look good.
Looked real bad.
So maybe Teklo will come back with or not come back, but do anything after Dromai leaves.
yeah, come back with a vengeance.
With a vengeance.
Oh yes, I remember the days when Teklovossin was dominating the CC meta. Can't wait for those good old days.
Every time they block 3, I just
know.
scream.
But yeah, so update. There's really only that one other game to determine the top 8, so we'll find that out and then be back with the graphic pretty soon and try to get the card guys in on casting rotation.
Awesome.
Sweet.
That's about it.
All right. So with that, we got our top 8 coming up. Let's ship it off to a break. We'll see you all in just a moment for more Battle Hardened Atlanta. Don't go anywhere.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Oops. Sorry, I was just talking to the scorekeeper. We do have the top 8. You might hear it in the background. So going from, I'm going to build the graphic, but just so no one's waiting in chat too long for top 8. We've got Mara Ferris in first seed on Dromai. Okay, Mara Ferris, first seed, Dromai. Someone type this in chat for me so I don't have to do it. Guy Cohen, second seed, Dromai. Okay, so first, second, Dromai. Nini Veshi, third seed. This is an Azalea, so third seed Azalea. Jose Rodriguez, fourth seed. This is Hatchet's Kassai. Jeremy Chen, fifth seed. This is another Dromai, so that's 3 Dromai now. Joel Thompson to Levia, sixth seed. Brodie Spurlock, Azalea, seventh seed. Andrew Cook, Prism, 8th seed. That's the top 8 people. Hopefully, type that in chat so I can build the graphic real quick. All right, we'll be right back, and I'll put polls up for who we want to see. All right.
Let's do it. All right. What's up, everybody? It's Nathan Crawford and teammate Ed Knight. We're going to do a little bit of coverage for you, and our job here is going to be to drastically lower your expectations for this broadcast.
That's right.
And the main way that we're going to do that is we're actually going to kind of go into the bracket, kind of discuss it a little bit, see what we're expecting, and what do you think, Ed?
Well, it's a lot of Dromai. Who knew?
I mean, it's the last weekend.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? So first we got Dromai v Prism, right? Which is the consensus used to be that it was a very free matchup for Dromai.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that kind of idea has shifted a lot. And I think that I wouldn't say it's like a 50-50, but it's probably, if I had to guess, 60-40 in favor of Prism. What do you think?
Really? I don't know.
Or in favor of Dromai, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess like if they're not playing as much of an aura-centric game plan, that it would make more sense that Prism has a lot better chance now, right? Just because of the mono lag builds going on, and they're being able to capitalize off of being able to play Herald into Herald. They can clear dragons with it, get the abilities, get the pigments, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I think it also comes down to that ALS loop, right?
Right.
The Dromai player not only has to know what's happening, because putting dragons on the board is a very easy way to force those on hits with those heralds.
Exactly.
Right? Getting those free draws off the air additions, spectral shields off of the heralded protections, and just getting those figments out for free. So Prism has complete agency in the entire game to just go reach and get any figment that she wants, and obviously have the hero power turned on.
Right.
So I'm really interested in that matchup specifically. Out of these, the next one we have.
Wait, make your call then. Who do you think takes it in the bracket?
Let's see. Who? Okay. I think Mara or Andrew. That's the question. I'm gonna go with Mara.
I want to see something spicy come from the Prism, so I'm gonna go Prism. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know if Mara is familiar with that matchup. I know she does have the more aggressive leaning Dromai list. I would assume that is better into Prism,
right,
rather than like a big dragon version. So I think that Mara is favored. I'm just hoping that we see something really cool.
Is listening to me now.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, that was a terrible argument, Nathan.
I just wanted to see something exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we can root for the underdog, right? But
I think it is actually confirmed that she has LL'd. I think there has been two games that have came in or two ProQuest.
Right.
So the next match we have a Kassai and
Hatchet
Jeremy.
Kassai.
Hatchet Kassai. Okay. So that's I forget where it was, but there was a Battle Hardened that it won.
Right.
It won the event.
Yeah. It was in Europe.
And they were kind of preying on that spill blood into blood on her hands kind of package, which did work. But if I recall that game correctly, the Dromai did draw a little rough, and all of his spoils of war came before his blood on her hands. So if you flip that, then you extend the game and give Dromai. But we know Jeremy, and we're going to root for Jeremy. So Jeremy's going to take that one down easily. No evidence needed.
Right. Okay. Then we got Dromai into Azalea. Historically, Dromai has usually been better into the Rangers, but with this new spicy build, you only play 3 blues and you got 15 yellows or something like that. Hey, maybe you're just redline enough that you can take them down.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it is slightly Azalea favored, personally. I know a lot of people would disagree. I think, especially when the lists really focus on dominating. However, Guy is approximately 5 feet to my left, so I have to say he takes it down.
Fair. Calling champions. The battle of calling champions.
The battle of calling champions.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, then Azalea and Levia.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think about this one? This one's interesting because Levia has just a stupid amount of armor and can just high roll the piss out of anybody, right?
Yeah, but I don't know.
No, please elaborate, Nathan. Let's hear you pick it apart.
look, Ethan. I put Levia in S tier in my latest tier list video, and that was actually 4 days before you took down the event at what was it, AGE?
AGE, sure.
Yep. So I was 100% right, clearly, and but I don't think she's going to take this game down. I think that the Azalea player is really just going to be able to put on that pressure, have the certain on-hit effects. I know every Azalea is packing those fatigue shots that are so good against decks like Levia.
This is also a copy-paste of Brodie's list.
Right, I did see the amplifying air. I think they actually played the last round.
They did.
I think it was a mirror match between him and Brodie. Yeah, I'm very interested to see that one. What do you think happens after, assuming that we do have a Dromai mirror match in the top bracket and then an Azalea mirror, or a Dromai and
do we have information on what Jeremy is doing? What build of Dromai he's doing?
Historically, I think he plays a more redline version. I don't think he's on Big Dragon.
Are you sure?
I don't know how much.
Because I want to say I remember him playing something more along the lines of like maybe the hybrid style build.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But generally, the red line is favored into the mirror, right? Or I guess they're all red line, right? Let's be real. But the more like attack.
I think that's one of those 90-90 situations where you take a player that plays that play style and they're like, oh, it's the better version, you know? I've heard both sides where the more aggressive, the better in the mirror. And then I've heard at the highest level that the Big Dragon version is actually better because you kind of like burn them out of threats.
Sure.
I haven't played enough Dromai. I've only registered Dromai in one calling. That's my experience. And so I don't have quite the experience to make that call.
You're the ProQuest champion around our parts, and you know all about the Dromai ProQuest.
Yeah.
But so, you can't beat Alexi on
your
team.
No,
that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm talking about me.
I had to drive a whole nother 3 hours. Anyway, so we're speculating and saying a Dromai mirror up top and so we're saying that all the Dromais are going to advance?
I mean, it's LL for a reason.
No, put that Prism back in there, Ethan. Put the Prism back in. We can't have that.
If you do that, then you got to put Prism in the finals. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Or you think
I agree.
Think Prism beats Mara, but then Jeremy just gets the Prism. Just mix it up a little bit. So Dromai. We gotta root for the Dromais, right? I mean, the Dromai deck is just insane.
I mean, it's good. I mean, there's a reason that she's gone.
That's
right?
what I said.
Yeah, I mean,
LL for a reason.
That's a great point.
Exactly.
That's a great point. So, me personally, let the record show. I think Prism's gonna get there. But with the Dromai mirror, I think it really comes down. It's kind of like how the Guardian mirror has evolved. Before it was like, second cycle, that long-winded game. But now that Victor's came into the picture,
the good old days,
you end a Guardian mirror sometimes before you hit second cycle. And I think the Dromai mirror, ever since Tome of the Imperial Flame was introduced, the same type of, you're not really like trying to resolve 2 remembrances most of the time, unless you're on Big Dragon, of course.
Right.
And it's very like tempo-oriented. Who can establish that board state and have the opponent not be able to full clear?
Right.
And that's kind of like.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what happened between Mara and Guy's game.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching that one after, round 5 or something along those lines, and Mara was able to just develop the board state and get to an in-game position that pushed Guy into having to expend too many cards on defense instead of offense, and then at that point it kind of snowballs, right?
Right. And I've heard it be compared to playing like Hearthstone, basically, where you're not attacking each other for most of the game, and you're kind of like attacking your boards, and it's not really.
Yeah.
It's like the Illusionist mirror is the least flesh and blood thing that you could ever do, really. But some people love it, some people hate it.
That's true.
But a lot less of it will be happening now. I'll tell you that much. So who do we have winning the top bracket between Jeremy?
I'm gonna root for Dromai.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
All right. I don't know. Again, I'm going to stick with my thoughts on the more aggressive version with like playing Call Awakening and whatnot is going to have a slight edge, which would push Mara to the finals.
Okay.
But we know Jeremy, and well, we know both of them, but Jeremy's local to us,
right,
more or less.
Right.
But, you know, just being completely unbiased.
Well, I mean, I think that Prism takes that match down as well.
Get out of here.
All
about that Prism.
I think that Prism has to work really hard for these 2 Dromai matches.
Yep.
But then she'll be rewarded with an Azalea at the end.
That's it. So I like that story. That's a good story. Yeah.
That's a good story.
All right. Ethan, redo all of your work. And then, yeah, you know what? Go for Azalea. Azalea gets the other one. And then boom, it's.
I mean, sometimes Azalea you can just high roll, right?
That's right.
Like Brodie did it to me in this tournament.
Well, Brodie used his one time to high roll.
Right.
So he missed. Right. So that's the story.
Of course.
And then this Azalea gets a high roll. Bam.
Yeah.
There it is. Then we got Dromai and Azalea.
Or Prism and Azalea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, if it's Prism and Azalea, it's
Prism wins.
Prism time.
Right. I have Prism taking down the whole thing.
You want to put money on it?
No.
I can't say that on stream.
It's your stream. You can say whatever you want. Put money on it. Let's see.
We can ruin everyone's reputation.
You're going to buy me dinner when Prism doesn't win.
Oh, man. Oh, man. You went the safe route. You went with Mara.
I did.
Yeah, like.
See, my odds are like X to 2, you know, and yours are like X15. You know what I'm saying?
I'm hoping that Guy actually has like a Warmonger pack. I know it's most Dromais do not run it nowadays because they're like super red line, right? They barely have any blues. I think like the only blues are like passing,
right?
In most lists, especially the ones that like Mar and Guy kind of like.
Some of them are playing like Ember Maw and stuff like that. Like I do see that.
I think that's even like old tech now. I think really most of them are on like 3, maybe a time snap if they're on Mage Masters or something like that.
Yeah, time snap's like relatively common.
Yeah, I think most lists are running like literally 4 or 5 blues.
Sure.
Which means there's not much room for Warmongers. And that could be the edge that... But it could be a little different because Brodie took the calling down last weekend, which was why I was going to play Viscerai. Before last weekend, I was 100% locked on Vis. I was like, you know what? I'm going to take one down for Zach, was kind of my mentality.
Yep.
And John. And he went and won the calling, and I was like, oh, there might be a bunch of Warmongers there, you know. But after thinking about it and actually talking with Mara a little bit, there's not a lot of decks that can play it.
The only ones that I see that are still playing it nowadays, like Bravo used to play it, but did you see any Bravo? I didn't see any Bravo. I'm sure there was a couple, but then Katsu.
Yep.
Katsu plays it. And Dromai can play it, but like you said, they've been cutting it, so if the calling was enough to push them back on 1, 2, 3, maybe.
Right.
I think you should have played this, right?
What about Tekla Voss?
You can play that.
No, I mean, he runs Warmongers.
Does he?
I don't know what Tekla Voss means. I ain't got a clue, bro. I know he's got Evos. That's about as far as it goes.
Yeah, he's got plenty of blues. Don't worry.
Yeah. All right, so I think the plan is we're going to get, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to do the Prism and Dromai match. Ethan could pivot that. That's up to him. But
right. I think that's what chat voted for.
I think that's
though,
what
right?
We're going to give chat what they want, right? We're not going to.
Yep. Yeah, chat has voted substantially in the favor of the Dromai versus Prism game, and in fact, they are basically ready to go at the table. So we can just go right into that.
Let's go into it.
We're going to show them our prowess on illusion.
How many pummels get played?
At least one.
No.
In my heart.
Would you mind pummeling an Erudition?
I've done it.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Have you really?
Yeah, a yellow pummel.
What a degenerate.
No, it's like Blitz Prism and doing stupid stuff.
Okay. A battle of who's the better illusionist until Monday. We got Mara, tried and true, right? And obviously tons and tons of experience on that hero. And I actually talked to her a little bit a couple rounds ago and just kind of asked her, you know, like, what's on the horizon, right? Because her hero that she spent, probably cumulatively like 2 years on is going away on Monday. And she said that she's really been looking at kind of like Uzuri and Dash IO.
She's played Uzuri before. I've seen her play Uzuri in like different events. I think she played Calling with one, like with Uzuri, if I'm not mistaken, right? Maybe a Battle Hardened. It might have been Battle.
I'm not sure. And then Andrew, we don't know too much about him, but he is piloting Prism and made it to top 8. And if there is anybody in chat that knows anything about Prism, it's a very, very difficult deck to play.
Oh, yeah.
You have to know there's so many interactions. I might catch some flack for this, but I think it's more difficult to play than Kano, me personally. Because there's so many, you have to know exactly what your opponent's trying to do, not just I have this game plan, I need to execute it. You need to know every single window, what your opponent's trying to accomplish, and really execute on the gameplay. Because it's all about the figments and the timing.
Mistimed Halo, you're toast.
Right,
You're
right.
toast.
Or you get greedy with the Halo, right? Like
exactly.
I was watching Rhea's stream, and she was playing a match, and she got a little greedy on I think it was like turn 0 or turn 1 Halo, and ended up getting punished for it. So, like, and she's been playing it for a while, right? Like, she's very experienced with it, and so
She's got a little growing up to do.
really interested to see how well he can pilot that deck, because I know it's not easy.
Yeah, Prism is a very interesting hero. Like this new build of Prism. Old Prism, glad she's gone.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah. The new Prism, very interesting with these Figment game plans. Lots of different things. Like she has so many like really niche interactions, especially in like different matchups. Katsu, for example, right?
Right.
Like it's so cool when you see the Katsu. It's like, oh yeah, Katsu. I just like beat the crap out of these Illusionists. And then all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, boom, combo, go get this thing. And it's just like, okay, crack Halo, go get Figment of Judgment.
And then flip it upside down.
Yeah, turns over.
Done. Donezo.
Yeah, she's got a lot of good stuff. Obviously, she's playing all the old stuff that Prism loved. ALS. I do not love that one, but you know.
What do you think about ALS?
I think
there's a lot of drama on Twitter about it. Be careful.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, people saying, oh, ban LOS.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Whatever. Yeah. No, it's not bannable, I don't think.
No?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah.
I think that the repercussions of, like, the hero and, like, how it's so pivotal in about, like, 7 to 8 matches where you literally, like, take the win rate to 0. Because, like, against Guardian, right? You can't aggro him down with Heralds. It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So without ALS, you have to give up all your aggression via that weapon, and you have to like be able to pivot into an Iris plan. And obviously, there's not enough sideboarding space to do that.
Exactly, because you need the yellow base for Luminaris.
Yeah,
like that's very important. And the ALS loop is like one of its main win cons in a lot of matches. Like what we're talking about here. Like this is. We hope to see an ALS assembled with Avalon.
Right.
Avalon, the Archangel.
That's the plan.
We got a Dargon. All right, she started with an Ashwing in play. Unbelievable.
What's that? Is that Frank?
I think it is Frank.
I
yeah.
think, it's
that's
Frank. Frank the Ashwing. I remember that.
Oh, that's awesome. She always
I'm
says.
sorry to say that about half my deck is auras, so.
Looks kind of cool in the side camera. It looks kinda cool.
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready to pounce.
It can't stay there long though, because there's a lot of board state in this matchup.
See, I can respect.
Well, I had to against Geek.
The commitment to Prism, even with the sleeves.
Oh no, I mean like straight just running.
Even with the sleeves, already there.
Even. All right, I'm eager to see this equipment.
I am too.
I don't think there's going to be anything exciting, but I'm still eager.
Yes.
Make sure we're already like.
Snaps. Never would have saw it coming.
Way more.
Mara's, obviously we knew what was happening there.
Of course.
Good luck to you. Have fun. That's proper.
What gloves? What gloves?
Yep, just normal stuff.
Thorn gloves.
So
All right.
I think the only debate
sure someone-
really on the Prism side is the arm slot, right? Because you need the vestige for
Yeah.
the loop, and you really have three options. You have the null rune, then you have the Dreamweavers and the Goliath Gauntlet as your arm options. And I could see the argument for Goliath. You know, you could like add it onto an Erudition, but I guess if I had to guess, the null rune is probably to like preserve ward, right, and not let that arcane trigger the ward if you have like an angel.
Yeah, Burn Them All will just, if you don't have Arcane Barrier, it'll destroy your...
Eat away at
your angels are gone.
Right.
Just gone.
That's my guess. I don't know historically how long this matchup goes, but I'm very interested to see that. So we do have the Cracking of the Gold, of course. Pretty standard open for Dromai. Nothing too exciting to start with that Ash generation, and more importantly, pitching those attacks that you don't really want to throw out too early.
We're off to the races already.
That's it.
Ravenous Rabble.
Rabble,
New
rabble,
promo art.
rabble.
Who is this in this art? You know who that is?
That's
lore?
like one of my favorite cards, but like the alt art just doesn't have a connection with the original one, or I don't see it anyway.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, it looks cool. Don't get me wrong. But
So we're getting a soul shield for that. Going ahead and fueling the soul. Hence the name. Right.
Ooh, and dust up. I think Mara really is banking on a no block here, but is about to be extremely disappointed.
This is really good. Seeing the value off the Phantasmal Footsteps, paying into that, be able to do a full block.
Now, what was the card that the Prism player had the option to keep? I'm really curious what the priority was on that blocking sequence. Obviously, you want to give the Soul Shield because you want to start with Soul.
Exactly.
Right? That's easy.
Exactly.
But the question is like
The no block check.
that last card versus the War Tune. Very interested to see.
Right.
But I guess we'll never know.
Okay.
Angelic Wrath.
Oh, you
Okay.
can't block with that one.
doesn't Sometimes the deck makes the decision for you. Who knew?
Flesh and Blood is a game that plays itself.
No. Hardly.
All right, so we got a Herald of Protection. So it makes a Spectral Shield when it
pretty
hits.
good.
It's a soul.
2 cards, 6 on hit. It's basically a CNC.
But it's yellow.
Fair point.
It's so good.
But it doesn't trigger Phantasm.
That's also true.
so let's break down the match for the view. I'm not like the most experienced with the matchup, but with that being said, I do know that ALS is a very, very important aspect of this matchup because without it, Dromai has the potential to fatigue the Prism player. Right? And ALS has the reverse effect. If you get the ALS loop and you can maintain it with your Genesis and, basically reducing your deck size enough to where you can hit it with your tomes and keep the loop going, you actually have the potential to fatigue the Dromai player.
Right.
So
you would spend one card with that combo, whereas they're having to spend 2, 3, maybe even their whole hand, depending on the situation.
Right. And that's not even including any other angels that they have, right?
Exactly.
If you have, it can get really out of hand if you have, say, Erudition or what's the one that adds attack? Balana, right?
Balana.
Yep.
Like Warband of Balana.
That's it. I never knew that was a thing.
That they were the same?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's like the game has like interconnections between itself. Like,
who knew?
Wild. Who knew?
Yeah. Lore's a thing. Okay, so we had the hit, right? We're making special.
Yeah, Mara said no blocks immediately. And then 2 Heralds of Protection.
Ooh.
2 of them.
Double Spectral. And then so interesting here, the actual tokens actually trigger Merciful.
Yes.
Which is actually insane. The first time that ever happened, I was like, Courage pops. Deal 1 Arcane. I was like, excuse me?
I was so upset.
I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, I was testing on Talishar and that happened to me. I'm like, why am I taking damage? I don't get
Yeah, it was, I don't think Ponder does Ponder?
They all do it.
But Ponder happens in the end step. Can you, I don't know. I guess it does. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Here, play a Merciful for us, Andrew.
Yeah, answer it for us.
Arsenal is.
Oh man. Yep. So we got. I think he ripped the Arclight Sentinel off at the top there.
Yep.
That's like MVP Ponder.
Yep.
Right there. Now the question is did he get a little early? And I think he has another one in his hand.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like too much of a good thing, depending on what's
yeah,
thrown.
that's true. That's true.
It's not the end of the world because it does pitch as yellow, right? And if you can get a card in solo, also it can pitch for 3. But with that being said, if Mara can really step on the gas for this turn, having those no blocks, like Kyloria right there, right? Like that's really what Prism is worried about when trying to make those plays.
It's like Mara's about to pitch this dust up. Maybe play the... No, okay, it's dust up with snaps. That's what's about to happen.
Yeah. You don't think that raise a reflex one time? No, definitely not.
I just gave
no
Nathan
shot.
a look.
I will take
pure idiocy.
Look at Spectral Shield's doing their job, absorbing 2 damage, but not the on-hit. Ashwing coming out.
Should have blocked with Vestige.
Should have.
Should have, could have, would have.
Definitely not.
Pass this. Ooh, Flame Call. There it is.
Okay.
Go get that Phoenix Flame. Who's the Vidac now? It's not Dromai.
What's the what do you think she's going to use it for? Do you think she's got a like a CNC or?
She has a Kyloria in him, for sure. And there's also a Requiem, so what will likely happen?
So you can play both.
Is
Easy.
going to be a Flame
Okay.
Scale into the
Yeah,
Requiem.
plenty of Ash to support it. You can go up to 5, go back down to 2,
right,
and then have 3 Ash Wings and a Kyloria out. And the important thing is you can hide the Kyloria, right? You can play. You can go ahead and Furnace now, float your 2,
exactly,
which looks normal, and then you have the ability to play out the Rake the Embers, and then start just pinging with your Ash Wings. And if they don't get popped, you just throw the Kyloria at the end and really get that surprise factor and punish things like Arclight Sentinel.
Right. Another thing to note in this matchup, everybody knows that you got to pop the Illusionist attack.
Oh,
you do.
She showed
right?
it.
Okay.
Illusionist attacks don't pop other Illusionist attacks. So that's why you're seeing a bunch of just like no blocks here and there and whatnot. They're just kind of having to do this like trade back and forth and develop their board states.
I will take 1. I will take all 4, so I'll go to 23.
Prism down to 23 already. We're here for a good time and not a long one.
And I will declare no blocks.
Did you expect this to be this quick? It's already like turn 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's like just haymakers.
No, it's turn 1. It's Is that not crazy?
Actually, it is turn. Technically turn 2. It's Mara's like first actual turn. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a time snap. Hey, you called that.
Hey.
That's your Dromai expertise coming out.
This is the good stuff.
Herald of Protection.
This is where the skill's at, right? I think we're going to see Herald of Ravages come out and ping the Kyloria. Oh, wait. No, it's already out. So there's the Rebirth. We have the Arclight. Are we looping now? No, it's too early. You need a Genesis, right?
No, it's time.
No.
Fingers crossed.
No.
Make it happen. Genesis in hand, maybe? Insanity.
I mean, that would be good. And then you have it in, you have the Arclight in Arsenal ready to go.
Yeah.
So then
because now that something has entered Soul, Vestige makes everything pitch for 1 more, right?
Yeah, but the problem is you have to immediately rip the Arclight at the beginning of Mara's next turn, or else the Genesis will die.
Activate.
Right? And then
you'd have to play them all now. Yeah, for sure.
Right. And you can't do all that and drawing 2 cards helps. I mean, yeah. If you have a big to-do list, anytime you can just draw 2 cards, it makes things a lot easier.
Oh yeah.
Plenty of soul to burn.
Got a couple of blues, it looks like.
At least heralds, I know that. Oh,
there's
look. It's the
I will play.
Rip it.
Oh,
that's beautiful.
2. Drawing 3 cards.
2 floating, yep.
3
Makes
cards.
sense. Hold on.
I see Tenacity, Protection, and Merciful.
That's just Tenacity.
You did not do that. That's nasty. Okay. Moving on. I can't see what the fuck. Oh, we're still got the double Arclight. The one in hand and one in arsenal, which is
for
okay.
8.
Triumph.
8. Triumph. No pop
At
option.
Mara. Target is Mara.
Take 8.
Oh.
15.
Another one.
Oh, and then you can just hard punish here by just slapping down the ALS and saying, I don't care if you have a Kyloria.
Exactly.
Grab.
What do you think he gets? What's this one?
Yeah, it has to be protection.
Yeah,
the other ones just don't apply to anything right now, right?
Protection.
Yeah.
Make a spectral shield.
And that just gets you a little bit of protection.
What?
A little bit of protection for the following turn, which you should be able to shut down. I don't know if he has the intentions to play the Arclight, but I mean, now seems like a great time to do so because he has the one in arsenal, he has the one in hand, and yeah, I mean, that's like, see, Mara's made this play thinking that she can, go do this and this and this, and then he just, after taking all that damage, boom,
and move to end.
Turns over.
Yep.
Nothing you can do.
Arsenal the other Arclight.
Now, the loop is not feasible here. However, because we're still lacking Genesis.
Right.
Now, technically, the there is a world where you could like.
I'm sorry. I should have one fewer card in soil because I was supposed to banish. Yes.
So you could have like the erudition draw you cards, but I don't think you can really like have the actual loop without that Genesis, and to be able to like maintain it, they would have to basically draw the tome, and be able to afford it that way.
You can like technically do it, but you need a billion blues, right? You can do it for like a turn,
right?
But
It's not
after that,
maintainable.
right, exactly.
Now we do see a Dromai, which I don't think that Dromai
The attack doesn't resolve.
Right, it's not considered to have attacked when it attacks Spectra.
Right.
So you do not gain the action point, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. The attack doesn't resolve, so there's no like attack that. You get what I'm saying? Like you
I
don't
think
get
it's the
action.
same ruling for Spellbound Creepers, right?
Right,
Like
right.
you attack into it, and I know you as a Runeblade player, I can't activate Spellbound Creepers. So
Yeah.
I would assume that
Same situation.
Dromai would be the same situation.
Right. So this is a huge amount of breathing room. So if we see an attack with Soraya, that is her name. No. Archangel of Erudition. We see an attack with that. We see a couple of card draws. Could just rip the Genesis off, and just you're kind of there.
I mean, let's just throw out the loop, right? Let's just throw that idea out the window. Look at the life total.
That's true. That's
You have, with Arclight on the field, you have 100% tempo, right?
Yep.
Because assuming that Mark doesn't run like red lead the charge or something, there's no, she can build more board, but the board's not doing anything, right?
Right.
And you just like knocked down the life so much. Took what? The Herald for 8 plus the Angel for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Took 12 damage to just not use 2 cards, basically.
Mara's cards are beautiful.
Oh,
I just appreciate that so much, like the
yeah.
signatures and whatnot. Not to get off topic, but then the Siddles. You want to talk about a bling deck? I thought my deck was bling. This deck is great.
Guyz is like that too.
I know. He has cold foil, everything.
Oh, the foil pink snatches, like it works.
That's what happens when you win a calling.
Yeah, of course.
You get all this free money.
Yep.
All right, so we are developing more board state. Last card is Timestamp Potion in hand. I think we just see it played.
But you can't play it, right?
No, you
Because
just
then you
play it.
leave the
No, you
signal just out there.
You're done.
Chilling.
Chill.
I mean,
I'm
she's
just
gonna
kidding,
have to end up paying him rent. Like, just, you just can't. You can't leave the Arclight out there like that. I mean, I got.
She did it.
I mean, hey.
I think the idea, and I'm
Kill
very
2
much
in 1
probably,
Go.
yeah, kill 2 in 1 turn.
Why not?
Oh, I'm the authority on Illusionist, as everybody knows.
Of course.
So what's going to happen?
Into
Oh, never mind. Hold on.
You were saying? Oh, that's so good.
So you just draw 2 cards.
Oh, it's got dominant. I mean,
goes to soul.
okay.
He can attack. with Archangel of your addition,
Okay,
draw
okay.
more cards.
With Furnace not blocked at all this game, it's not as exciting as. Oh, it went into it. Oh,
Went into a Kyloria.
Yeah.
There was no way to block it.
oh my, that's so good. Draw the cards. About to draw 2 more off of the Angel.
Right? That's what I just said.
Oh my,
I wish you would listen to me.
bro! And then you get 2 Sentinels. Can the Genesis come down though? That's the question. That's the question. I'm over here commentating and getting an education. Is that a tome? No.
No.
Surely not.
No.
It's just a bunch of heralds, right?
Yes.
Oh, those are trash.
He's about to draw 2 more cards.
He'll find something.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but also because something is
Even-
with the soul, he can go ahead and awaken. Is that the correct terminology? Awaken a figment?
That's what I say.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's right.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I usually play the Evanescence song, Wake Me Up, or whatever it's called, whenever
Yeah.
I play Prism.
Okay. Okay.
Wake me up.
You've never played.
Attack,
me up.
vanish, draw 2. 4 go again.
Okay. Starting. Okay. Imagine dealing 4 damage, clearing your dragon, and having more cards in your hand than you started with.
And more resource.
And more
Because
resource. Yeah, and an
your chess
E-pot.
piece is just
Yeah.
gone.
And people complain about Kano.
So it looks like it's just more heralds, right? Well, I say just more heralds,
Just
but
more
I mean, obviously they're insane.
Well, I mean, it is interesting here because this is it, right? Unless you pop this, right? There's no action point.
Right.
Already used up the first quote unquote go again. What is hidden information is that second Sentinel that's going to come out more than likely, and which I think Mara's plan was to pop the time snap, swing with an Ashwing into the Sentinel,
Correct.
play the Chromai from Arsenal to regain the action points, but having a second Sentinel completely shuts down that play.
Exactly.
Because we're still in the same situation. They just delayed it a turn, basically.
Right. I think this is...
I will play Arclight Sentinel.
Here.
Oh, it's gross.
I will also...
It is actually gross.
Prism, targeting
Now,
of Rebirth.
If I remember correctly, Ed, there was a very intelligent and
awakening.
good-looking commentator that before this match happened said we were going to see some exciting stuff from Prism and that she was going to win the game.
Who?
Do you remember that?
No.
No? Okay, it must have just been me.
I get it. Well, we flipped Avalon.
Yeah, because, I mean, why not?
Exactly.
Oh, there's a tome. Oh, there's a tome.
Yeah, but no Genesis.
Who cares? Just draw 14 cards and find one.
Oh, yeah, Mara is in the tank. All the plans foiled.
I mean, with what's in hand, I mean, what is that? A Blaze Headlong? That doesn't do anything.
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
It's Sync Blow.
Oh, Sync. That's very.
No. It's Azalea. It was Azalea.
Oh, that's not. Oh, and you have the spectral here to like not even like trigger the ward off of the angels, so you're like safe from there.
Right.
I mean, you just have like. Have you ever played chess?
I can say that I have.
This is like what happens when you have somebody that's like very experienced and then somebody that's not. How you just like set up a very good defense and there's like absolutely nothing that your opponent can do. That's really what this reminds. I mean, double Sentinel. You have the card draw off of the Erudition Angel, and you have the rebirth to continue the cycle once one of those.
Andrew's playing chess. Mara's playing checkers. That's it.
Playing what?
Checkers.
Checkers. Checkers. Checkers.
My microphone. That's much better. I can hear it. Okay.
Playing checkers.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, here's that Azalea. That's going to do all but kill a Spectral Shield. Chromai that still does nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just got to do it.
Yeah. Pop. Lock and drop it. Boom. Double Sentinel.
Yep.
Now, importantly here,
Making
I
some
think
ass
he
setup.
drew the tome. So there's a world where he can send an angel into a dragon, put a card in soul, attack with rebirth,
This
or attack with rebirth.
definitely has
Put
dark.
maybe there's a way that he can put the Arclight sitting on the top of the deck and then draw it.
Nathan, you're reaching.
Right. It would be cool. That's all I'm saying. It would be cool. I don't play Prism enough to know that if that's feasible or not, but I just like the sound of it.
At Kyloria.
See,
So,
it's
so
happening.
there it is.
It's happening.
Okay.
So
You might need to play Prism.
I might know something.
What's even left to get?
All right.
Then you swing Avalon. You put the Arclight
What
on
other-
top, and then you Tome of Divinity.
We're getting Bologna.
I love it.
Bologna. He's out of pigments.
Sometimes he's got to use his imagination. See what I did there?
A figment of imagination. Yeah.
The,
yeah.
the little purple thing, Disney thing.
Go figure. Failed to find.
Figment, the
You lo-
dragon.
You lost me. You lost me.
Dragon. Oh my god.
Yep.
Sorry, I got
I don't know
kids.
what I was thinking there. It's fine. Probably shouldn't have searched them because now I shuffle. Well, I checked the top. It wasn't going to get me what I needed anyway, so it's fine.
There were no pigments.
I wish I could search my deck for something and not find it, and it'd be fun. That sounds
would be
great.
good.
That sounds
That
great.
would be good. Hell to find.
So that's kind of what I'm expecting. Is kind of like the rebirth. Swing that, put that Arclight on top. Boom. Play the tome. Draw what you want to throw down, and then now we're in the loop.
He doesn't have enough resource to do that.
Tome of Divinity.
Well, not with that attitude.
3.
Vestige is on.
I guess yeah.
Oh, that's a Genesis.
Definitely. Blue Angelic Wrath. See that? So, Genesis in hand. There's no way you commit that here, though. Like, it just gets blown up.
I mean, the thing here is like, I really don't. You had the 2 floating, right? You could have attacked with the angel, put it on top. I guess the question is, you would have to draw enough to pay for it, which is just 2 yellows. That's not asking a lot. But now the Prism player is stuck with a the Celestial, the pump, whatever it is.
Right.
And no Herald in sight.
It's very true.
It's a Genesis that is. I mean, he has not attacked with an angel, so we still could see the Air Edition go forward, draw 2 more.
So, I think what might be happening here, because you need to put ALS on top.
Oh, right.
If you can EOT a Genesis
Okay.
or something, right?
Wait. Arclight is an instant, so you can attack with rebirth, put it on top,
Target you.
and
Right.
then swing Air Edition,
Banish.
draw it, play it.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
Oh, that's kind of hot.
Well, we already attacked with the Herald. This is our other attack.
Yeah, but this has go again. This is the first time.
Oh,
you've
it's the first
attacked with
angel.
an
It's the first angel.
Yeah.
You're right.
So he can swing with the Air Edition, draw the Arclight, and rip it down because he has the blue specifically in his hand already.
Right.
Ready to go. Let's see the Air Edition go forward. One time.
Soraya.
You know what you're talking about.
Once or twice.
Banish. Draw 2.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh,
Another
and
Herald?
you can even arsenal the Genesis.
No go again.
Oh my god.
That is gross.
That's insane.
What cards are left? Let's see. We got a popper. We got 2 poppers.
What does
Too
that
little,
do?
too late.
What does that do against an angel?
Too little, too late.
Man.
Take 2.
Just so you're aware, this ruins your entire bracket.
I thought you said it was block 2.
You're right.
This ruins your
Hey,
entire bracket.
you can 15x your money right here. If you
Right.
took that bet,
I
you'd
did.
be one rich man. No, you didn't.
I did.
We did not shake
Well,
on it.
good thing we can rewind. All right, so we should have the Arclight come down, and then he gets to choose what he wants to arsenal. He could kind of play it safe with the Herald because Mara's kind of at low life, or could really try to engage in the loop by arsenalling the Genesis and then playing it on Mara's turn, or just rip it down now, because why not?
Playing Genesis now.
There's no way you can play the Arclight, right?
Move to Arsenal.
What? I'm just going to hit the I believe button. He's in top 8 for me.
Is there a priority window? I guess Mara has to play a red
Mara
attack.
has to make an action to get the opportunity
Then play
to
the ALS. That's what
Mara
he's banking on.
knows that he has access to an ALS. So Mara
correct.
gets to play the Chromine, but it still doesn't help because the only
Just play it
problem
in response. Right?
Yeah, you play it in response
right.
to the Chromite, but the problem is that you're banking that you draw the resources because Vestige isn't on, right?
Correct. Not right now.
And ALS is not a cheap card. It costs what, 6?
It does cost 6.
I mean, Victor could pay for it, but
Victor could pay for a lot of things.
yeah,
He's gold rich.
maybe he could buy some better cards.
I hope so. One of these days.
Hedgehog.
All right. So this makes sense to lead off into the Genesis so you don't just get comboed off. But
Well, I think Mara is just understanding the board state and saying, look, if I make any action that's not destroying something, the ALS is coming down in a heartbeat and it's going to cut my turn off.
Exactly.
So you cannot produce a dragon.
Okay.
clearing the Avalon.
I will show me no blocks, of course. Reactions? No reactions.
But I think that's okay because Dromai's already at 13.
Right.
And you have an Erudition, a Genesis, all your figments of imagination, and
Genesis?
a full hand in full tempo.
I will put a Herald into Soul.
That draws a card and makes a little shield.
And
It
draw.
also turns on your vestige.
That. And he ripped the blue.
What is he playing with all that?
I don't know. I don't know.
You still have Soraya, so you're going to draw some more
Oh,
cards.
yeah, we're ripping cards all day.
Yeah.
But the loop is
Ooh,
officially-
Erudition. There's an Erudition.
Oh, that's so
We'll send
drawing
another
all.
Erudition
Oh.
into Azalea.
Oh, goodness.
Trigger.
Hitching the other Erudition? My gosh.
What a flex.
Sure.
I don't
Now
need
we
this
can go and grab Ravages. Ravages will deal 1 arcane to you.
He said, I choose you, Pikachu. No.
Wrong card game.
Okay. Sorry.
You're thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
I thought you knew that.
Ravages comes out, deals 1 arcane damage. Even if it's not awakened.
Mm-hmm.
Dealing 1 damage while asleep. Not bad. Still plenty of cards to work with. In fact, what they started with. And still 2 more to draw off of the Angel of Erudition.
Okay. I will activate Prism, targeting Figment of War.
War. That's Balana, right?
Balana's War.
And so that gives all angels +1. And if I'm not mistaken, that is like permanent. It gives it like
the
a counter.
Counters are permanent.
Right.
Yes.
So it becomes a problem extremely quickly, especially in this situation where you obviously have your rotation where he's probably going to play a Herald after this, and it'll have go again, and he'll swing with the Erudition, and then just continue to really applying that pressure. And remember, this all stemmed from the best ponder on the planet. Ripping the ALS off that ponder and just slapping that thing in the
is
arsenal.
the way to
I
do
did
it.
not. You are correct. I did the one.
Gotta be a little lucky every once in a while, you know?
Second time this game. That's awful on my part. I apologize.
Sorry, I missed it too.
Yeah.
We had a judge around for something like this.
Right.
This deck's complicated. I don't know.
I assume chat
Nah,
got this, so thank
mask.
you, chat.
They got it. They got it.
I'm glad they do.
Okay. We're gonna go. So okay.
All right, so many more options. A lot of cards to be drawn.
Just deciding whether or not
So,
to
okay.
banish for her effect.
Chose not to send the Angel.
He is sending the Angel.
Or the Herald, right? Because, oh, he's already played Erudition. I'm sorry. I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 100% right. Yeah. And if you rip any aura, you just slap it out.
Well, he might not use the soul here. He might just attack. Okay, so he's using soul.
I mean, he does have the ALS in the arsenal. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Doesn't he still have it?
4 cards in hand.
Yes, that's true. But he could play it without it because of the Vesta.
Right.
Because Genesis being out.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, do you save your soul for another turn because you want to set up more Balana, right? Or counters onto your
I
angels?
mean, you've already gotten one card out of Mara's hand, and you're probably getting one more. So.
I will play Arclight.
Jeez.
Shocking.
Gas.
Oh,
Mara.
And then get an arsenal of your choice with Genesis still on the field, so you get to just. Oh, it is.
All right, so should we
right now?
Should we petition to have ALS banned?
Now
looking at this, seeing this experience.
No, because ALS is directly contributing to me being right.
Okay,
Which is all the reason you need. I mean, it's as simple as that. If ALS wasn't here, I wouldn't be right, and you wouldn't be wrong. So we have to keep it.
Draw.
I see a common theme.
Yep.
Oh man.
Attack with.
No, again, ALS is fine. It's just we're seeing the power of ALS and being able to recycle that.
Not just ALS. I mean, just yes, ALS has done so many things, but like Andrew has played this amazing.
Of course.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I've been calling the plays like at least at 80%. I mean, let's not take it away from me. But you know, he is doing amazing. He's doing amazing. Andrew is playing this incredibly well. And like I said, it's so intricate. There's so many windows, so many options on when to draw your cards, what to send first, what do you want to risk, can you afford your boots. That's actually the only thing that Phantasmal Footsteps has done this whole game.
It's blocked.
It blocked one on the first turn.
Yep.
That's it. Has done absolutely nothing. Who needs that legendary?
Time to get stilettos.
Stilettos?
Stilettos.
I mean, it does the same thing in this match.
That's true.
Pitching.
So does Iron Rot.
So I had one.
That's right.
5/3 floating. 7 go again.
All right. Herald, go again. But we do have a popper here.
2 cards in hand.
We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it work.
Oh,
He's gonna.
Is it gonna happen?
Phantasmal.
Is it gonna happen?
It's gonna happen. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's not going to do it because.
Do we see the
Triumph.
red Raging Onslaught?
No, it's a
Nah.
triumph. It's a triumph. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but red Raging Onslaught's 7.
Oh, that's true.
Oh.
That's true.
Yeah, nobody's playing that. Nobody's playing that card. So what I'm really interested in finding out is after Dromai leaves on Monday, what happens to the sideboarding popper situation? Are people gonna be scared after seeing Andrew go on a clinic here in Vespa the weekend before,
Yeah.
right?
I will give +2.
Do people just? Angelic Wrath is pretty good here.
9.
So I've heard.
It's
it's
pretty
good
strong.
Here. It's kind of good.
Oh
here.
my gosh.
Yeah, it's like every single thing that happens, Andrew is just one step ahead.
Chess and checkers.
Correct.
Chess and checkers.
Chess and checkers.
Let's get a chess and checkers.
Not to take
Chat.
away anything from Mara. She's a wonderful player.
Well,
But
she's playing as good as you can in
right,
the spectrum.
right,
I mean, there's
exactly.
it's not
You
hard
get
to
double
misplay
ALS.
when you have no choice. that is factually correct.
you get double ALS, which is why you should ban it.
Hang on. Hang on.
I'm just kidding.
It is a powerful card. Look at that.
Yeah, I do believe people will start cutting some of their poppers, like some of the warriors that have like all these extra poppers, because they're like, oh, my bad matchup is Dromai. It's not here anymore. Just time to play more gas. And they're going to play against Prism and just get destroyed.
Yeah. Now, I do like this play. It's actually one of the things where, well, without the Chroma, I didn't know she had a card in hand. But it's one of the reasons why Prism's really bad into Bolton is if they're running the Raiden, they can like block their whole hand out and still trigger Spectra off the 0 attack on the Raiden.
Right.
So it really allows you, you can do the same thing with Ashwings, right? You just block your whole hand out and you can just ping the Genesis. But here, why not just do it with an extra action point? Here you can take out an Angel and Genesis.
That is a fact. So it's likely going into which angel is more important at this point?
I think in this situation, because you are establishing a little bit, you have to take the erudition. I think the Balana Angel is like really good when there's a lot of angels on the field, and taking one out, you know, it's no shimmers. We'll put it that way.
It's kind of a shimmers here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Take the erudition. You just keep snowballing with erudition based on card advantage.
Well, I mean, with Mara at 3 and the poppers, I mean, I think Mara's used like 3 or 4 poppers just blocking angel attacks and not even actually getting the Phantasm trigger.
And blocking Herald of Triumph and not popping.
So I think Prism just has the ability to just aggro this match out the rest of the way.
In this state of the game, absolutely.
100%.
I mean, there's no other option at this point.
Right.
Because Avalon's gone.
Well, also, if somehow the Prism player can knock down the Ashwings, don't forget, there's always the closing power of the 2 arcane damage from the Figment of Ravages.
Correct.
Right, you get the 2 arcane ping, and it's 1 instance of 2. So, sure, Mara can AB, but ABing with reds is not.
She can't, or she can AB with the Ashwings.
Yeah, but that takes 2 cards out of their hand, so that's not what you want to be doing.
Right. But she's out of Ash. She needs to develop some Ash. Maybe that's what she needs.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And some life.
And some life.
And some life.
I will.
The board state is
attack
getting cleared.
You with Bologna, pitching Light of Soul.
Oh.
Trigger light.
Herald.
Yellow.
1 time. Oh.
Oh.
And I will.
Oh.
Insane.
So this will be
Oh, that's good.
7 go again.
That's so. 7 go again? Get a free soul? Turn on Prism's hero ability? To turn on Figment of Ravages? To throw an Angel? Or another Herald? Like.
This deck is.
It's good.
This deck is pretty good.
It's good. Yeah. People laughed at me when I put it in A tier, but I hope everybody has seen the light.
For 6 go again?
What is up with you with all these puns?
I'm a dad.
Everybody is tired
And
of you.
there is the fist bump. So.
There it is. There it is. Wonderful game.
I mean, what a match, right? We wanted to see something exciting. We wanted to see something that wasn't just the everyday flesh and blood match.
Right.
That's exactly what we saw.
We watched a Hearthstone match to its completion.
That was not.
Just kidding.
That was not hard. that was a mixture. I mean, that was like some aggressive Herald play, right? Just throwing those big damage attacks, and more importantly, I was right.
Just rub it in my face.
How does that make you feel?
I'm gonna go home and cry.
Yeah,
I might.
We should do it on stream.
I will try to shed
Next
a tear
stream,
for
you have to say how right I was.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
So
do
now
it.
that you're now that your bracket is completely destroyed.
Yeah. All right, Prism all the way. I'm with it.
Okay. Maybe we can talk Ethan into throwing back up the bracket, so we can tell everybody how wrong you were. Okay. So you had Mara going to the next round, which obviously that's not happening. We have Prism continuing.
All the way.
I said Prism was going all the way, beating an Azalea in the finals. Now we'll see if that happens, right? But the interesting part about this situation is Dromai's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
If they can get to the other end of the bracket where there's 2 Azaleas and you're obviously mathematically probable to run into it in the finals.
Exactly.
Not saying it will happen, and you also have Brodie kind of like sporting it. And also the last weekend we saw I think it was Brodie versus Vespa. And I think Vespa just didn't understand that one arrow had dominated on one turn. And if that didn't happen, it could have been completely different.
It's true. It's true. But, I mean, just look at the path that Prism has to take. I mean, Jeremy's probably going to get there. Dromai versus Kassai, right?
I think so.
So, based on what we just watched, I mean, like, that Prism deck was insane.
I mean, when you rip a Ponder token and it's ALS.
Okay.
I mean, you know.
Okay. But you can continuously get value off of the Heralds hitting anyway because you're just sending them into the Dragons, like we said.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So if something like that happens again, the only other deck that we really realistically expect to go is Azalea or Dromai on the other bracket.
Right.
Which you want to see both of those, right?
Right.
So there it is.
I don't think you want to see Dromai, but we will see. Levia?
No.
Ethan will have to speak to that. I don't know if that's like favored for Prism or.
Oh, heck no.
Oh,
That's,
yeah,
like,
okay.
free as.
Oh, that's free. Okay.
Beyond free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Triumphs don't do much. You've got poppers with Hungering, Swing Big, Shade, and Death Hydra. You can also just use your armor.
Scabbies for the
Scabbies for the
Spectre
loops.
situation.
They
Yep.
can't loop. They have to throw heralds, and you just kind of beat that.
Math checks
That's
out.
true. That's true.
So Joel all the way.
But-
That's my vote.
Joel all the way.
Well, how is the Levia versus Azalea matchup, though?
You make 0 decisions for the most part. The Azalea just drops their pumps, and sometimes they just win the game because of that.
Okay.
I think you just play the hand.
So it's a coin flip.
Yeah,
Okay. So
how much breathing room do they give you is kind of the name of the game there.
So depending on who wins between Guy and Brodie,
if Joel wins, then, you know, he has to run it back again against another Azalea and just hope that he wins that coin flip, like Ethan was saying. Or you play against a Dromai and, like, is that matchup as good as he used
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Guy and Joel played in the Swiss rounds. And I think Guy won that one pretty convincingly.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that that's what went down.
Sure.
And so I don't know if he can run it back again, but we'll see.
All right, we have an update on some of the top 8 games, by the way.
Yep.
So Joel already lost, so never mind.
No.
So everything Ethan is also wrong.
It's okay. Only one of us can be right.
Right.
Jose did lose here as well.
We got that right.
Okay. Yeah. That.
And then we're
was
still
to be
waiting on
expected.
this game.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, I said Guy was winning, so Guy will win.
I don't know. We got a while to think about it.
You would assume after somebody's 3 for 3 that they would be able to go 4 for 4.
Probably. He's got more cold foils in his deck.
I mean, that does extra damage, right?
That's what I always tell people. I tell people that my pink pummels make you discard 2 cards. And then they call a judge.
Does that mean
And I
if
get
a
a
pink
warning.
pummel makes you discard 2 cards, if you play a pink pummel in the UK, does it make you discard 1? Because it's 1 less?
What are you talking about?
UK
Oh,
pummel.
because you don't discard in the UK. No.
Oh,
gotta
no,
bring
not
it up.
Not the UK pummel.
true. That's true.
That's too good. That's too good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, thank you, Ethan, for letting us be on here, having a blast. I hope that everybody enjoyed the commentary style. We were really, really relaxed, having a good time, kind of try to predict the plays and then their complexity. If you want to see more of myself and Ed, we do stream on the Card Guyz channel. I'm always on Wednesday. Your day is Saturday?
Saturday, which hit or miss. When you have Battle Hardened on Saturday, you don't stream. So
Turns out you can't do both at the same time.
that's true.
Unless you're on the feature match.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
So, all right.
I
So,
get your joke. I'm just tired of laughing at him.
me too. I'm really hungry. I'm like, this has been a long. We played 8 rounds of Swiss.
8 rounds.
8 rounds. And we got Willy B.
Will streams on Fridays.
Look at that. Will on Fridays. And then Josh does like Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, whatever he's feeling. Most of the time on Monday, though. He wanted Wednesdays because he wanted to do Warrior Wednesdays, but I told him no.
Right.
So.
Then Seb also on Sunday.
Yep.
Yep. Seb does a variety of content. If you guys want to see Living Legend related content, Seb has been doing a good amount of that. He's basically the only one that's been doing that, but I might dive into it. We'll see. I heard Concuss is pretty good in Starvo.
Yeah, of course he loves Chain, right?
He does love Chain.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Chat,
Thanks,
we
guys.
enjoyed being with you guys, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. This is Nathan and Ed signing out. Take care, everybody.
Appreciate it.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Atlanta, sponsored by TheCardGuyz and brought to you by Savage Feats, Fabric, and Magnolia Gaming. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy, and we're moving on to our semifinals. We are going to get a bit of a repeat of the matchup that was just on stream. We got Prism versus Dromai, but this time around, it is the last two remaining players from Georgia, the last bastions, Jeremy Chan and Andrew Cook.
The Georgians got to knock each other out.
Yeah, I guess so. The Georgians have, but at least one Georgian making it to the final of Battle Hardened Atlanta, trying to defend the home turf.
Yeah. If anyone watched that last game, probably some of the best Flesh and Blood I've personally ever watched. It was really impressive. I would say Prism into Dromai is often seen as Dromai favored, just because as Prism, sometimes you need space to be able to establish stuff. It's hard to kill dragons with, you have to commit like a whole herald to them for the most part. So to see Andrew essentially take the Aura Flood strategy and just like do it so perfectly was really cool to watch.
Yeah, it really worked out being able to get the double arc light online to counteract the time snap potion. And I think that helps out a lot because while you don't want to use heralds to kill dragons too much just because of the fact that it's like, wow, I have to use this whole herald, at least it goes to soul. So being able to feed the soul that much and use it to power up those angels for so long, even though he couldn't, just keep a loop because he didn't have Genesis early enough, he was still able to loop the arc light a little bit and get enough time to create such a strong board state.
Yeah, using the Rebirth at least once to put it on top and then to draw from the other Archangel to then be able to play it on the same turn was just so perfect. The double Arclight is insane. That card is crazy. It's really expensive for a reason, but it doesn't matter when you have 5 cards in hand after you've already attacked 3 times.
Yeah, but on the other side, Jeremy is actually playing Big Dragon Dromai. It's going to look very different than Mara's list, and I'm curious how that actually affects the matchup. To be fair, Illusionist is a little bit outside of my zone as far as like knowing all of the intricacies of how they should play certain matchups. Know how both of them work, but not really how these two are going to interact with each other. And I know for a fact Jeremy does not have Time Snap Potion in his list. He was talking after his Kassai matchup on how he really didn't want to see either Andrew or Mara, and this side of the bracket was very tough for him because he did not have good ways to kind of break through really wide boards.
Yeah, I would say if Dromai into Prism is seen as favored for Dromai, it's slightly more Prism favored if it is Big Dragon, because Redline Dromai can put on more pressure more quickly. You're playing Tome of the Imperial Flame for the most part, so you're able to ramp up dragons a little bit quicker. And you can pressure the life total before Prism has more space to be able to build stuff up. So I would say maybe a little bit more favored towards Prism, maybe just closer to 50-50, but it'll be really cool to see what happens, and it'd be cool if Jeremy was in the finals, because it is the last Dromai remaining.
Yeah, Big Dragon does have slightly higher odds of destroying your like Light of Soul, or not Light of Soul, Vestige of Soul with Tumultai on turn 1.
That'd be crazy.
It's a little bit higher odds.
Yeah, that might just win the game. Yeah, that just might win the game on its own.
So apparently, I think it was Andrew. Some Prism lost to Guy with that happening earlier on today.
Wow. I mean, yeah,
so
that'll do it.
There's a way.
Yeah.
there's one way for that matchup to go for Dromai's favor, but we'll see if that ends up being the case.
Yeah.
Other than that, on the other side, we do have Brodie versus Tonin. This is the same Azalea matchup of the final round, and it looks like Tonin got it that time, which is why he's 3rd seed and Brodie was 7th. So this is a matchup Tonin was able to win earlier on. We did see Brodie just take out Guy. That was honestly, it was a very close game, but Brodie had control towards the end for a good solid bit, and it was just about finding that last dominated arrow. Yeah,
it was really impressive. In a lot of matchups against Dromai, you have to like recognize when should I be pivoting to clearing dragons to just killing the person. And at the end of the game, Guy had multiple dragons on the board, but the game ended 9-0. So like Brodie just recognizing like this rabble in my hand, I'm going to send it at face because you're at 4 life. And so starts to take cards and then dominate arrow, just cleared the game.
Yeah, and Brodie, winning calling Phuket and then coming here trying to win a Battle Hardened the very next week.
Yeah.
Here in Atlanta. We talked about the Georgians on one side trying to defend the home turf, but Brodie is the invader. He is everywhere.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, you can't avoid the Brodie.
You can't avoid Brodie, and he is inevitable as he makes his way here. He's going to try and single-handedly send Azalea off into LL as well.
Honestly, all 1,000 points, Brodie.
Yeah, although to mention, this what we're seeing in top 4, Brodie versus Tonin, was the last round played of Swiss.
Yeah, we called that. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit.
Brodie lost.
Tonin was able to get it, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Brodie lost.
There's a little precedent, but as with Azalea Mirrors, a lot of it can come down to who finds that first red in the ledger that's very pumped and runs away with the tempo.
Can be a little coin flippy, so we'll see if Brodie has the the run back that he wants.
Yeah, there's a reason Levi Rauch played Azalea forever and then now is experimenting with other decks.
Something else, yeah.
Now that Azalea is kind of popular. So we'll see.
Yeah, it makes sense. And we're not going to watch that match just because it's a mirror and we know there's an Azalea in the final. So we're actually going to see our Illusionist mirror and see our last Dromai, and we can actually jump into that match now.
Yeah, let's see if Andrew is able to duplicate the success from the previous round or if Jeremy will be able to throw a wrench into that plan. And Jeremy, finally, you've made it, bud. You get the propeller beanie on stream. I know he is, for so long, been trying to get that.
Yeah, so please, chat, give it the respect it deserves. It deserves much respect.
Respect the propeller beanie.
Yeah, we'll see if he can throw a propeller into the works of what Andrew's trying to do.
Yeah.
I know Andrew is probably going to take the same strategy. The Aura Flood strategy is probably the way to win this matchup. The Herald strategy, there is a good amount of poppers, probably around 6 in most Dromai decks, at least 3, and I don't know that it is fast enough to actually get around the Dragon Pressure, but ALS, Genesis, the Aura Flood strategy, not even allowing them to touch your life total like we saw last game at a certain point, that's really strong. So probably going to take the same strategy.
Yeah, but imagine your opponent turn 0, tumultize your Vestige of Soul, and then spins the propeller on his head. That's pretty rough.
Yeah,
that's pretty tough to come back from.
That is tough. Like sometimes Dromai against Katsu will just have the turn 0 Tumultai break the mask, and it's just a different game.
Yeah, sure is. So Jeremy, of course, you know, we mentioned he was talking about earlier how this is not a matchup he wanted to see.
Yep.
We'll see if he's able to find a way to overcome this. As you know, we've talked about Dromai being potentially a good matchup, but this is Big Dragon. It's a little bit different, and Jeremy himself being a bit concerned. We'll see if those Angels are able to get online early enough. We'll see if the ALS loop can come back in the small form that it did.
Yep. Yeah, just some amount of time walking your opponent just gives you the ability, like, stacking up the Angels with Bologna was crazy. Swinging these Angels for 7 and 6 go again was so strong. And just really being able to also flood the board with extra life. At one point, he had like 13 ward on board, which is just insane. He was at 19 life, but effective like 32, which is just back to his normal health total.
Yeah, that's very tough.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's able to do the same thing. If he can block out Heralds and stop him from getting Soul, Prism very, of course, Soul hungry, this might be a different game for sure.
Yeah, so Jeremy is more on the Big Dragon, but it does look like he still has Crown, so he could still be playing around Tome, or in fact, should be playing around Tome if he's playing Crown. So that does give him a little bit more flexibility as far as the early flood, if he's able to find that. Just there is a chance that he finds blues, because there's probably more blues in this deck than, you know, Mara's deck for sure.
Right, but I do agree with it. I think if you have the package, you should be playing it into Prism because you want to play faster. To not give Prism enough time to build up the board state. So we're going to see potentially pitch 2 reds into our gold to draw a card, create 2 Ash. And he did open Tumultai.
Hey, we mentioned that this could be the big way to do it. He's got a blue.
Wait, so if he draws another blue, or yeah, if he draws another blue. Yeah, so if it's not part of his deck.
Talked about it. We were joking. Well, I wasn't really joking. It is a way to win this, but it is.
Okay, and then if he draws a blue here, which maybe, I mean, I'm sure there's more reds than blues. This is kind of insane.
Yes.
That's a red. Okay, so Tumultai does require 5 resources to play. So we might just see Azalea passing and then Arsenal the Tumultai, which if he can resolve Tumultai early enough, even not just this
It doesn't
turn,
have to be turn 0. It's just getting rid of the Vestige of Soul.
Yeah, and Azalea's good. I wonder if he'll swing with it. Prism doesn't often play many poppers. There's like Cataclysm maybe.
So I'll go ahead and pass priority here.
Just going to pass. Not going to play the passing. Which makes sense. Like, you don't want him to be able to play a Genesis and not be able to kill it. So
you're also holding a blue with Tumultai in Arsenal.
In Arsenal, yeah. So it makes sense. You just have to draw another blue would be great, or you just pitch 2 reds and a blue.
Yeah, you can cast this.
Yeah.
It is going to be castable no matter what.
And so Tumultai, in order to blow up Vestige, would at least need to reveal 1 red off the top, which is not hard.
No, definitely not.
It reveals 2 cards, and then as long as one of them's red, you blow it up. So that's definitely a win condition. The problem with Big Dragon is it can be slower, and sometimes getting to something like Tumultai might take a while, but turn 0, draw it. That's one way to win. Just draw better.
7. Go again.
Triumph really good in this matchup because no Dromai is playing 7 attack cards. Like, you're only playing at most like Nourishing and CNC, so this is basically a free Herald.
Yeah, and it's for 7, so you would have to give 2 cards and armor. It's really a pain. Well, I guess there's this Wave of Reality, so that can help out, but
yeah, at least 2 cards is pretty rough.
Yeah.
Because in order to resolve the Tumultai, he's gonna have to eat this.
Yep. But it's worth it, right? This is such a big swing. If you can actually get this through, it really slows down a lot of the ability to, especially to play the loop. Like you need the resources to play Arclight Sentinel, and not having Vestige of Soul to help out with that is just makes it incredibly difficult.
Your tomes and ALS are way worse without Vestige, so this is pretty huge. Interesting, he's getting Erudition right now, so that basically tells Jeremy that Andrew's playing out his whole hand. Whatever these last 2 cards are, he's going to play them. You don't really grab the Ponder one unless, of course, you want the Ponder. I mean, maybe he just wants Erudition super early, but I don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you do just want to get it on the board, but if you can't defend it, you're not going to flip into Erudition anyway, so...
And I think we know Jeremy's really not going to block. Like, I think we're going to see established Tumulti and attack with it. And then maybe Arsenal something. So, Andrew thinking what to do. So when you are on the Vestige plan and not on the...
Yep, that's...
Oh, yeah, they're just rewinding for Wave of Reality.
There we go.
Absolutely.
So now we remember, and now we have a Spectral Shield. Yep, so that's fixed now.
We're catching things. We're catching things.
So he does have a Genesis in hand. I wonder if he's just going to swing the Protection.
Going to...
Getting another Soul is pretty strong, and then the Ponder would, of course, refill your arsenal. There's not too many misses in a Prism deck of stuff you wouldn't want Arsenal, unless it's specifically like a Figment or...
yeah, I really can't do that with Figment.
Or Light of Soul.
That's the priority.
Wow, interesting. He wants to keep the Genesis, so...
And then
I think really valuing the setup, right? Like he has a Genesis now, and he has the Erudition already out. So now it's just a couple. Now there's a couple other pieces you just need, and you already have the ALS. But Andrew's saying, "Oh,
here comes Tumulti."
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, he does have this ALS, which I believe if you do respond to this Tumulti, you can stall it out. But
Tumulti would attack into the ALS. The attack trigger would not resolve. The attack essentially didn't happen. That's how Spectra works. And Andrew would have to need an attack, though, to clear the Tumulti, which I don't know that he'd be able to do.
Yeah, I don't know that he can do both.
Yeah, so ALS just, like, delays the inevitable, essentially.
Buy yourself a turn.
Of, passing. So, yeah, I'm not sure. And like I was mentioning, when you are playing Vestige of Soul, it does cost 2 to flip your Angels to, which is pretty expensive. So I don't know that we would even be able to do anything with our Angel. Angel's only attack for 4. Tumulti has 5 health, so don't know that there's anything we can do here.
Yeah, well, he passes, so this is going to be an attack.
Yep, and in Andrew's mind, you're just, please reveal 2 blues, please. Even if so, he can pop, even if nothing is revealed, you can pop No Room Gloves and Halo.
Okay, so applying to the...
Because those are zeros.
Like, I don't think you can respond to that Ash trigger because it just gets made.
Sure.
But this is targeting an Ash.
Okay, yeah, that, sure.
Okay, so Andrew's basically asking when can I respond? So it would be when Tumulti, Invoke Tumulti is cast. So I think they're fine. They're still kind of within that window Andrew didn't fully understand.
So he's going to pop Halo. I am curious if Halo allows him, since it puts something in Soul, to actually pay for this ALS, get it down, and still save enough resources to play a Herald into Tumulti on the next turn.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless you're scared of your Halo being popped by Tumulti, which you could respond to him targeting it.
Right.
I don't know what you're trying to get right now. Like, Ravages is often, like, the thing you'll do to pop, like, an attacking Ashwing.
Right.
It gets rid of Go Again, right? Like, the card is dead that's attacking. It doesn't have Go Again. But Tumulti has 5 health, so I'm not sure what Figment you grab here that's going to do.
I've also heard from a few Prisms that playing Halo defensively ends up feeling like a losing play a lot of the time.
Yep.
I'm sure there are spots for it. Maybe this is one, right? Maybe you can establish this Arclight. Maybe you can still fire off a Herald, but the problem is the Arsenal is not a Herald, so keeping one card is not going to do enough. The Arsenal is Genesis.
Right.
So you need resources and a Herald in hand.
I'm going to get Figment of Protection.
Protection gives you a shield, which
doesn't do anything for the Tumulti.
Nope.
But it's just you're tutoring one anyways.
Yeah. I don't think you can protect your Vestige. Like, I don't know that. As long as Tumulti reveals a red, I think it's just gone. I mean, you just had to hope Jeremy didn't see it this early, and he just did. So you're gonna have to play this game without your Vestige, it seems like, and that's gonna be pretty difficult.
Well, this really scary thing is that if this play that Andrew is cooking up right now does not actually stop the Tumulti, he's now popped Halo for not an aggressive turn.
Yep.
And then is losing Vestige.
Yes, I will Arclight.
Okay, so it is Arclight.
So he's gonna Arclight, but I don't know that he can kill Tumultide. So I don't know what.
Yeah, it saves Vestige for 1 turn.
For 1 turn, yeah.
Okay, now he's entered.
Okay, so Tumultide resolves, and then you can attack with literally your Azalea. It doesn't matter.
Any attacking player has to be
At Arclight, yes.
And do you know if this trigger goes off?
So Spectra trigger, we can call it judge over, but Spectra triggers in the layer step before the card becomes attacking.
Correct.
So no.
So this never happens.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
So
Would you like to get
any
that?
sort of like on attack triggers just don't happen.
Sure.
The card targets a Spectra, and as soon as Spectra is targeted, it is just Spectra dies, the attack doesn't resolve, and then so no go again would resolve, no on hit effects or anything, or on attack effects would ever happen. Including go again, which is why go again doesn't resolve.
Yeah.
So just going to attack into ALS.
Arsenal, the last card.
The problem here is
Sure.
like you needed to have a Herald.
Yeah.
So the 2 floating, I mean, you can what, Awaken a Figment.
Awaken a Figment, and then on your turn you just don't have any, so he doesn't do it. Yeah, I don't know that. That play was interesting because I don't think it stops your Vestige from stopping.
Okay.
You bought 1 turn, but
Yeah.
it's not a turn that you get to do anything with, right? You draw up.
Right, and now your Halo's gone, so yeah, this is interesting. So we're gonna
No response.
Okay, good.
play a Dromai.
Yeah, and if Jeremy cared about it, he could just open up with a Tumultide attack, and there wouldn't be any way to stop it. But also, he would lose go again, and right, he's got 4 cards. He might as well just play it. Like, if you play another ALS, okay,
Yeah,
like, all right, like, cool.
I'll just keep it.
No blocks.
Dromai, no blocks. The shield will take 1, and then Andrew will take 2, go to 30. And then Tumultide does have go again, and Jeremy has 2 action points now.
Correct.
Yeah, he's got 2 action points and Toma Fiendal in hand, but I imagine that he still just wants to arsenal it and get more value out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly interesting at how wide this turn actually can go with the fact that he has that Tome and the extra action point.
Double red. He can
Double
pop
red.
any card he wants to, and Vestige is
Vestige is
gone.
gone.
Nothing we can do about that. So the
Declare no blocks.
and he doesn't even have a popper. Like Tumultide is just gonna stick around until he can kill it. Like it's gonna have to eat a Herald this next turn for sure.
Yeah.
And Jeremy's gonna establish more of a board here. It looks
Yeah,
like.
this turn is still going. I mean, this
Still
is still
going.
4 cards in hand.
And 2 action points. Like this is pretty wild.
It was really not. I just miscounted some stuff.
1 arcane, 2 physical.
Okay, so based on what Andrew just said, I think he said he like miscounted what was going to happen when he played the ALS. So I think he realizes that basically the Halo and kind of what he did to delay the Tumultide basically just delayed it.
Yeah, and I think he must have felt like he had a way to actually still swing into the Tumultide or something of that nature.
Yep.
Maybe he needed to get Bologna, and maybe he could have kept 2 because he had 2 floating at the end. So maybe getting Bologna and then paying for Bologna, she bumps up to 5 takes out Tumultide. Maybe there was like a line that I don't know. It didn't seem like there was actually a line, but
yeah, I am interested that he got protection. Like I don't know why. But he does have plenty of Heralds in his hand. So what's cool is he has Erudition. Erudition attacks for 5, so you can kill this Tumultide and draw 2 cards.
Yeah. This matchup is getting very, very difficult, though.
Yeah, so this is why Prisms typically think that Dromai is a bad matchup. Not just because of Tumultide, that card exists, of course, but just because what he's already done. Like, if Tumultide's on the other dragon, it's
what are you
already
going to do?
Yeah. And Jeremy's like still at 34 life, and he has 4 dragons.
They're scary ones too. They're not just like they're not little Ashwings. You know, this is Dromai, this is Tumultide, Kyloria.
Yeah, we hit. Let's go. Light of Soul is so good. The fact that when you hit a Herald off pitching a card, you get Prism's ability to search a Figment is crazy.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's so much
does
value.
So much.
You pitched a yellow and got Figment into play that has some sort of on-play effect, which is a Courage token in this case. And now we get to resolve the Erudition, which
Draw
is going to
2
kill.
after the shuffle.
Yep. Going to kill Tumultide and then on hit, which these Heralds do not say if they hit a hero. Just have to hit.
Hit, go to soul.
Yep.
Draw some cards.
Super good. So Tumultide is going to die. There's no defense step for allies, so if the allies attack, they're defending for themselves. And in this case, the angel blasted the dragon.
Yeah, poor little Tumultide.
Oh, poor little guy. He looks big on the card, but he's actually really tiny.
So small.
He's
yeah.
like pocket size, actually.
Action card or action.
I think people don't fully understand the size.
They
of
say
Tumultide.
big dragon, and I don't think people really understand.
Yeah, maybe they mean big cost, but he's really tiny.
How would they fit on the card?
Right. Like, he's literally that size.
Silly.
All cards are
it's the exact size.
Prism's like a really tiny person.
Yeah.
All right, so because Erudition went to Soul, and the fact that Prism is not once per turn, he can search for another Figment. It is once per turn to do the flipping effect, but it's not once per turn to search for the Figment itself. So this is the second Figment we've gotten this turn. Triumph basically means during this turn, opponent's attacks are -1. So no poppers.
Poppers don't work.
Happen. Yep. And I don't think Jeremy has any anyways. Yep, doesn't look like it. Looks like we have maybe double Rake, Fate, and Dust Up. Which Dust Ups or Rake's real good.
Yeah, just more of these dragons for Andrew to have to deal with, and
certainly
not making it easy. Because there's so many must-kill dragons on board. There's still Dromai, there's still Kyloria.
If my Vestige were around.
Andrew severely missing his Vestige.
Yep.
It just makes the deck, so much worse when you are just your tomes. You have to always pitch 2 cards for your ALSs. You need exactly 2 blues for the most part. It's just not very good.
And the deck is built around yellows that you're pitching for 3 is the idea. That's why you put these cards in the deck the way you do.
And your blue light cards that now pitch for 4, which is crazy. So just can't do that anymore.
And I will banish.
So we are going to kill Kyloria with our Angel, and then we're going to banish from Soul to draw 2 cards off of Erudition. This has go again because we've attacked with Heralds, and now we've attacked with an Angel. So we have one more thing we could do this turn, which is likely going to be another Heralds, because we've already flipped, so we can't do it again. So the War Tune in his hand, I think, is likely going to be attacked with.
7 at you.
Yeah, it's rough because Soraya's going to be gone, right? You get 1 turn of Soraya, when usually you're trying to get like 3, 4 attacks out of Soraya, continue to get the, pressure that you've had. And we saw Andrew have it in the previous game against Mara. He was able to keep Soraya on board for so incredibly long with the Arclight Sentinels. And it's just not, this game is so incredibly different than how that last one played out.
And the problem with Ward, not that there's a problem with it, but something that you have to consider with Ward is if Azalea attacks face at Andrew, the ping for Arcane can eat up the whole Ward 4 if Andrew does not pitch for
he has to pitch for AB.
He has to,
No, take 6.
6, yes.
6 because of the Spectral Shield that goes to Soul. Andrew can search for another Figment if he would like to,
28, yes.
which it looks like he is going to.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So I think he's wondering if he even, because there are some on-enter effects you want.
I will decline.
Decline to search with Prism, it's fine. He has lost the Ravages play. Like I mentioned, you can shoot like an Ashwing with the Ravages if you Halo on their turn, but he did kind of use the Halo for close to no effect.
Yeah, unfortunate. We heard him too. I know he's beating himself up about it. He said he miscounted something. It makes it really, really tough.
So here's one of the Rakes in his hand. I doubt he's going to resolve both, but maybe one will head to Arsenal.
So make an Ash, make an Ash.
Yep.
Make an Ash, go down to 1 Ash and get 3 Ashwings likely.
Yep, next 3.
Make 3 babies.
3 babies.
Thank you.
And these are also really strong because they can also eat up your entire ward. So you have to either give 1 card to all of them or just be totally fine with your
but
dying.
he's just going to target Soraya anyway. Dromai into it. 1 Ashwing will do it.
Yeah, don't even give Andrew the ability to think about it. Just kill it.
3 damage marked on her, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine you're not going to baby.
There will be.
To
I'll use one of the action points.
Yep.
To play Thomas Yendel.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is.
Toma Findel getting an Ash. Because we had 2 action points, we get to draw 2 and still continue with our turn and heal 3 life and go to 31. Toma Findel, great card.
Yeah, still has Mage Master's Boots for a future one as well.
Really strong. So we're probably going to see a baby to kill the Soraya, but we still have 3 cards. I wonder if he's going to resolve that last rate, because now he does have 2 Ash. If he pitches a red for it.
You know what card is good? When you will play an entire equipment piece, primarily to play it. Passing Mirage is also something you play with it, but like Mage Masters, it's in here. Basically this matchup pretty much for Tome.
For Tome, yeah. Tome is such a good card. I think it's so cool. Like, I think a lot of games, there's like, as we have more sets in the game, like older cards become like not relevant because you just want to play the new stuff. New stuff's better. It's so cool to see cards from Welcome to Wraith just like still.
Plenty of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. So we're gonna play another Dromai. This is like seeming insurmountable. This board state's crazy.
The corner blocks.
So we're probably not going to resolve another Rake here. I think that's what he was thinking. Do I resolve Rake?
Yep.
Or do I resolve this Dromai? And I think Dromai definitely makes sense.
Yeah, take 1 and 1. 17.
2 to face.
Yep.
I would have liked
to deal with it.
I would have liked to see Jeremy try to do the. I'm just going to attack you and see if you can protect your ward for Angel. But I can also understand, like, I just don't want to deal with Soraya. Like, just get it out of here.
Yeah.
Still gets to throw a Dust Up.
And he has an action point. So if this does make a baby, he can attack with it.
This only uses 1 action point. So
Yes.
I still have 1 action point.
Correct.
Yep. Hard for Arsenal, or I don't know what it is. It's maybe even just playable.
I think it's Rake. So.
Oh, you're right. You said there were 2 Rakes, yeah.
So I think he's going to Arsenal the Rake, and then if this makes a baby, you just use the action point to attack with the baby, and then Arsenal this last Rake.
Figment of Triumph to make Ward 4.
Okay, just Ward 4 with Figment of Triumph. Just shortcut it, throw it away.
So
Put it in the bin.
Basically eats up the dust up.
Sure.
Gets that Figment back in deck. You don't want to be drawing those, so makes sense. And we're going to Arsenal Rake, and our board state is 2 Dromai, Azalea, 3 Ashwings with a Rake and Arsenal. This is
Herald of Erudition.
Exactly what you want.
All right, Erudition into Dromai.
1 Dromai down, draw 2 cards.
The draw happens and then Prism, because the draw trigger is part of it going to Soul.
Gotcha, that makes sense. Yeah.
And so now Prism triggers, and Andrew can choose to decline it if you would like to. He is going to get 1. Ravages, it looks like the one that he pitched.
1 arcane damage.
Is it 1 arcane to hero or any target? Because
I think it's any target.
Yeah, so he could kill the Ashwing here, or one of the Ashwings.
Because I think, isn't that that's the play with trying to stop the attack?
1 arcane to any target, right. Yep, so...
Stop an Ashwing from attacking, steal the action point.
Yep, so this is the play that you would do defensively, is to play the Figment, because you haloed on their turn while an Ashwing is attacking and it kills it. But he is just choosing to do it to Jeremy. Interesting. I feel like you'd want to get rid of something on their board, but declining too. So Jeremy down to 30.
Okay.
And our hand is Cataclysm, Yellow Protection, and a Blue Herald.
I will...
Cataclysm is playable right now. I will say 7 go against quite good.
Yeah, but
activate Prism.
Do you want to get rid of all your soul? Not really.
No, probably
not. Really want to dump soul.
So we're just going to pitch a yellow to utilize the Awakening of the Awakener. Oh, love this one. Love this art. So good. So we're going to attack with it. This does 2 arcane.
Yeah, to any target. So it can be just Dromai.
Yeah.
And you can send it at Azalea and clear.
Yep, so you could kill...
We will banish to deal 2 arcane to Dromai.
There you go.
Yep. I wonder if he did the physical at Azalea?
4, go again at you.
Okay. Oh, at face? Okay.
Go in face.
Love that we have the mics. Very easy to know what's happening.
Helps with the targeting.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to block 3 and take 1. Go to 29.
And I will pass the turn.
And that's the end of turn. So Andrew keeping a card in hand. Not ideal. And I think his Arsenal's still Genesis, right? I wonder if that'll ever get out of there.
Oh, wow. All the way from turn 1?
Because, like, what's great about Vestige is you can pitch a blue and just play a Genesis, like, off 1 card, but now it's going to take multiple cards. Yendrai is quite good. Create an Ash, use an Ash, so it's Ash neutral. This has an Endurance counter. I mean, a Herald will still eat this, but...
3 at the Angel.
Yep.
3 at the Angel, and then we can just Ash 1
more.
And kill it.
Let's go and swing.
Yeah, I do wonder why Jeremy's not taking the ability of just like, Azalea at you, this Arcane, do you want to pitch for Arcane, or does it eat up your whole ward? This Ashwing, do you want to take 1 physical or block 1 physical, or it eats up your ward? Like, I feel like that might be a better way of clearing the Angels, but also he's just killing him. So
playing very like slow and steady, being really wary of a popper, and there is a popper here. I guess realizing that there's just Cataclysms in the deck, and he never has to play to the point where that can give Andrew a way back into the game.
Yep.
So I suppose, and it's working out, right? Jeremy is in no rush.
Sure.
He's already dealt with Soraya. He's dealt with Vestige of Soul.
Yep.
So it's really just a matter of continuing to build board state and just chip away at Andrew.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jeremy's just like, I don't know how many poppers are in Andrew's deck, or I don't remember, so maybe I'll just clear the Angels myself, because I think Prism's basically on Cataclysm, and that's it. I've seen some people be on like 1 or 2 copies of United We Stand, but not super common. So we do see I'll burn them all in hand, which is another way of just easily clearing these wards if Andrew does make another one. So in Andrew's hand, we see another Tome, which again, these are pretty not good when you don't have Vestige. Like this turn would be great if he had Vestige, but unfortunately.
Like a way to get something to soul.
Yeah.
2 blues.
2 blues and Tome would be real good. So I think he might still cast the Tome. I don't know, because you only draw 2 cards. I guess you'll have 2 floating and then 2 new cards. Hopefully you get like a red Herald. Yeah, so.
Pitching 6, so floating 2.
Float 2, draw 2 cards. Tome of Divinity only draws 3 if you have a card put into your soul this turn.
And it's a Figment.
Figment, is that Figment Tome?
It's a Figment of Rebirth and...
Comedy.
He did just say comedy, which I do think
Yeah.
I think it's
it's
Toma
likely
Divinity
a tome.
Figment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
There's a bit of glare, and he's blocking it, but
That's possible, right?
Yeah. I don't know that there could have been a worse draw.
it's not super playable.
Yeah, and he can't flip. I don't think because nothing's gone into soul or. I don't know that he can. He can play Genesis.
Yeah, he has the resources to play Genesis.
So that I think that's the only like actual action he could have taken.
Then go to.
And then just Arsenal the Tome.
Sounds good.
Man, that's a rough turn.
Tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's really tough.
So Genesis just becoming a target for an Ashwing at the end of Jeremy's turn, essentially. Unless Andrew draws a Popper, which stops Jeremy from doing the turn he wants, but I don't believe he has.
Yep.
And yeah,
Now we got
I think they're
Tome.
all Heralds. Oh, super
Tome
good.
of the Imperial Flame for Jeremy.
Play it while you can, Jeremy. This card is so good.
Refill the hand. Continue to just build a board state. I mean, Jeremy is definitely not trying to speedrun this by any means. He's just playing slow and measured, dealing with every single threat that Andrew presents because the threats come out so slowly when you don't have vestige for the extra resources.
Yep.
This makes it so incredibly easy for Jeremy to become the last Georgian standing.
Yeah. And, I mean, not going to call him out yet, but it's looking like we might have a Dromai in the finals, which could be the one to take it out.
Yeah, and when we looked at this top 8, I think so many people would have said Guy or Mara Ferris as, you know, one of these Dromai players that has been having so much success with the hero for so incredibly long.
Yep.
Could be the one to, you know, get the win today, and even though very likely she was out with PQs anyway, kind of send her off with a win. It might be Jeremy Chen.
Might be. It's looking pretty good. We have like 8 damage on board right now, just in allies. We're going to resolve that rake that we had in Arsenal before. We're going to go to 5, go down to 2, make 3 more babies. We have 5 Ashwings.
Sure.
Which is so strong. Without a Popper in hand, yeah. Jeremy's like,
I don't have 5 Ashwings. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not really common that you get to like stack up Ashwings except against like Guardians. So, I mean, it makes sense that he wouldn't have too many of those. So make another Yendurai. This board is just something. I think you have 14 value just in allies. I think he might play the Burn Them All, just Arsenal the Sink.
Makes sense. I mean, and if there's no Popper on the other side here, right, this is just how do you deal with this? This is so much.
This is a lot. You can start off with Azalea, then Yendurai, a bunch of Ashwings, use the last Ashwing to kill the Genesis. Like,
We are going to go face this turn,
okay, so
which is start with Ash.
start with Ashwings, okay. Worst case scenario, we can pitch the Burn Them All for Furnace, make an Ash, and then Arsenal our...
4 more is good, so I'll go to 9.
Okay, he's
our
swung all 5 of them.
Interesting. Oh, I wonder why I didn't keep one for Genesis. Okay.
I'll swing 3 at you.
Andrew is already at 9. This is scary.
Yeah.
I will.
And in case anyone's not aware, I know Heralds do have 6 power or more, but Phantasm specifically says non-illusionist attack with 6 or more power.
Yep.
So even though these say 6 on them, which is usually good, they're not going to act as poppers in this situation.
Man, would that make Prism Mirrors
insane.
Yeah.
Just constantly popping.
Make them something.
Ghostly Touch would just be the best card. So Yendurai coming at face. I think Andrew realizing that these are going to have to take some cards, and they're probably going to have to start eating Heralds, but 5 Ashwings is so much to try to surmount.
No blocks.
I can take you 3 to 6.
Going to 6, and then I guess Azalea is going to be the one to eat up Genesis? Yeah, okay.
Sure. Genesis is destroyed.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So,
Go up to 3 Ash.
oh, he wants to...
Arsenal's card and pass.
Okay, Arsenal's the Burn Them All.
Want some more Ash.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's also a 1-card starter, so you can play it worst case scenario if Andrew takes your hand somehow and then still be able to swing with your board.
Compounding misplays.
Andrew.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's hard on himself here.
He is.
I'm gonna go.
I mean, this is a hard matchup. I mean, if you get Tumultide turn 1, essentially, it's
Tenacity into Azalea.
not great.
Makes
so
it
yeah,
really hard.
it does.
Trigger.
I get what he means, right? You know, you've got the big scary threat come in with Tumultai.
Yep.
Make maybe a misjudgment on your response to it.
Yep.
And it leads to just kind of this snowball effect because there was already a bad thing happening.
Yes.
And then another bad thing happens because, you know, there was, I think he said he miscounted.
Yep, he did.
And from there, it's just about trying to find your way back, but it's really hard to claw back into a game after that much goes wrong in a matchup that is very hard when Tumultai is resolved that early. It is very difficult.
Yeah, so
it's hard in general, and then that just makes it a lot worse.
So Andrew flipping his protection didn't have enough resources to actually swing with it. So we're just going to start off with a Billowing Mirage. So going to use the effect to make an Ashwing. And this is 3, go again.
I will.
So I think Andrew's going to allow his ward to eat this.
Player no blocks?
Yeah, just ward eats this one, but then you have...
Oh, ward, yes, of course.
So Jeremy reminding him, your ward will take that. If Andrew doesn't have a popper here, I don't know that he can survive this turn.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he does.
He has no blocks.
Is that ALS and Let Us Soul?
Yeah. Oh, double burn them all is crazy. Okay. Yeah, so 6 Ashwings at you unless there's a popper.
2 arcane, 1.
So it's done. I mean, Jeremy's got it. Jeremy.
Yeah.
To all of this. Yeah.
2 arcane, 1 physical.
I will play Tome of Divinity.
Okay.
Pierce Reality, Light of Soul.
One
Light of Soul.
Floating. Light of Soul will trigger, sure.
So I will draw 2.
Draw 2. Go from 5 cards total to 4, but maybe wanting to draw more. Trying to draw into a popper, essentially. Does not. Draws into another no block and another Herald. And
technically, you can play ALS and live.
You could play ALS and have another turn. I think he has to pitch his whole hand.
Yeah.
And even if not, if he keeps 1 card, it's not doing anything.
And he still takes 3 damage because this is an attack being declared.
Yes,
that you're responding to.
So you still have to take the physical and the 2 arcane here.
I am not, no.
Okay. So I have you at 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 1 physical.
Yep.
Yes.
So 1 physical
I
here.
Will Arc Light.
Now Arc Lights.
The 1 and then 5.
Okay, so he does have yellow, blue, and 1 floating, so gets to keep 1 card, but unfortunately Prism doesn't have any 1 card plays.
All right, so physical goes through. Jeremy says, okay, goodbye ALS.
Yep. Arsenal and Arsenal.
I'll banish 1.
So
finding his attack actions.
Yeah, being very careful
There you
to, even though this
playing
is,
clean.
Yeah, even though this is a good
Playing
position,
clean.
just making sure my nourishing in case.
Yeah. In case you need it.
Yeah. So Andrew Arsenal passing again. Prism doesn't really have 1 card plays, so let's see if we drew the popper. I don't believe we drew the popper. There's another Azalea. This is 3 arcane on attack, which is lethal.
We'll start like this.
So he's just gonna start with Ashwings. Okay.
1 physical.
1 physical, 2 arcane. This is also lethal.
Again, respond to the attack with Tome of Divinity.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting.
ALS again.
So anything, so I will just draw 2.
Draw 2 cards. Hope for a popper. Does not draw
popper.
the popper, and I think that's
The Arcane, I will AB 1 and then AB again.
Okay, sounds good.
2 floating.
The 1 physical. I will take, go to 2.
All right.
And then 5 more.
5 more.
Ashwings.
I'll swing more Ashwings.
So, unfortunately, I can go 1, 2, 3, but this is a...
And that's all he's got.
And that's it.
That's it. Jeremy Chen going to move on to the finals.
Finals with
Battle
Dromai.
Hardened Atlanta with Dromai here on the Dromai Bye Tour. Jeremy is the last Georgian standing. He's got to give us a spin on the propeller. Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Jeremy. Spin the propeller beanie.
Yeah, if you're not spinning the propeller every time you win a game, then I don't know what the propeller's for.
Yeah, what's there? Let's go.
To win.
Let's
yeah.
go. Let's go, Jeremy.
Victory spin,
We got the
baby.
victory spin.
Really cool game. Like I mentioned, I think Prisms often are scared of that matchup, and I think Andrew definitely was able to do the game plan he wanted to do to win that matchup in the quarterfinals, and then Tumultide just completely ruining that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, really well done. A great run from Andrew as well here, right? I mean, just that last game was so incredibly well played, well navigated, and then just coming into this one, some of the fatigue probably getting to him at the end of the day. It's been a very long one, and, a rough show there against Jeremy, but everything kind of falling apart with the Tumultide just starting the chain of dominoes to make that game just kind of a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, and I do wonder if Andrew was not used to Tumultide because it's not common. Like, Big Dragon Dromai is certainly less common than Redline Dromai, which at most is playing Dominia, and even then probably not. Yeah. So maybe just not used to having to deal with that card and having his chest piece blown up on turn 1 because no other card really does that in the game. So I think just something that he wasn't expecting and did his best to try to think of a plan to get through it, and then nothing was able to stop it.
Yeah, but still top 4 of the Battle Hardened. Really well
impressive.
done. That is super impressive.
Especially a big one. 150 players.
Yeah, 147. Yeah, 150 players.
It's good.
We've already played 10 rounds of CC, and we got one more.
We got one
more. Jeremy has made it to the final. It's going to be up against Azalea.
And Azalea, yeah, for sure.
We'll see which Azalea it is. We'll see if Brodie actually gets there this time.
Yep. So Azalea versus Dromai. Brodie just did beat Guy on Dromai. So I think before some of the last few sets have come out, I think it was seen as a pretty terrible matchup for Azalea. But I think, especially since Outsiders, Ranger just has so many options available to them. So I think especially with stuff like Sleep Dart, which is pretty good into Dromai, and just like how aggressive you can be with a number of buffs available, and Codex is just super strong, that it's probably like 50-50.
Yeah, and we're at the point. Georgia versus not Georgia.
Yes.
To close things out. One more game to go. I mean, I feel like we gotta leave it. We're gonna get a short break here.
Yeah.
We got the final coming up soon. We'll probably come back in a little bit, talk a little bit more as we try and find the results of what happened in the Azalea game. I know that's still going on. I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to grab it. We don't know exactly how far it is. So we're going to go to break. We're going to try and figure out what's happening. We'll come back. We'll try and give an update. So don't go anywhere. Battle Hardened Atlanta continues right after this.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da!
All right. Hello, everybody. So quick update from the Azalea mirror going on the other side of the bracket. It is very much about to end. So no point in like going and getting the whole like backup feature ended there. I try not to. I mean, we don't have like the capability to go record and watch it back on like the lighter Battle Hardened rig. But generally, when it's like very tight in the end, especially they're playing for stakes at this point, like who makes the finals, to jump in and when one player is ahead and just be like, hey, can we put this on camera? It can take you out of the match a little bit. So we're just going to let them finish this game naturally. As of now, Brodie was on, I couldn't tell from the notes, it was either 12 or 17. I hedged that he was at 12. Meanwhile, sorry, I'm looking up his name. Tonin was on like 4. So granted, the turn cycle still has to play out, whereas now when I walked away, Tonin was presenting an attack for 8. So that's kind of where the life difference is, but it's in Brodie's court now to kind of decide whether to take that damage or block a little bit and keep a bit of a lead, since Tonin would be off Arsenal. Brodie already had an Arsenal. But anyway, yes, from what I saw, it seems to be Brodie favored, but I'll keep you all posted on how that game is actually going, and then we'll jump right into the finals, which we've known at this point was going to be an Azalea on one side of the bracket, and then, yeah, just determining who that Azalea player will be, with now Jeremy Chen locked in on Big Dragon Dromai on the other side. So that's why we're not going to cut to the backup match. I don't want to take them out of their, I don't want to break their concentration on this last bit. It's probably only going to last like one more turn cycle. So there we go, chat. That's the update. We'll be back in just a little bit. All right, everybody. Well, I know I put 5 minutes on the timer. I don't know how long that actually took, but what I witnessed was about a turn and a half. So go back, scroll back in the VOD, and check how long ago I just hopped on to give you the update about where life totals were. And now I'm back about a turn and a half later, and the game's finally over. So that's the other reason to not put it on. I'm not sure how many people want to just watch like one turn last 20 minutes. But there we go. Brodie did win. So the tanking matters. The tanking has resulted in him winning that game. So even though he lost that game in Swiss, he has now won. So Brodie is locked for another PTI, his 20th at this point, I think. Legitimately, I think he's like close to 20. Last time I checked in with him, he had just hit like 15. So he's got plenty more at this point. And then he's, of course, versus Jeremy. So hopefully we'll get that match underway very, very quickly. Apologies for the break so far, but there we go. That's the finals. I'll get that queued up in a second.
Here we are. It's finals time for Battle Hardened Atlanta. I'm Casanova, joined by Nick Murphy, and we got Boy Wonder. Brodie Spurlock has made it to the finals of another event where he'll take on Jeremy Chen, who, you know, the last Georgian standing, popping off, continuing to try and hold it down here in the home state.
Trying to take it home for the state. Brodie seemingly cannot be stopped and has won another PTI no matter what happens here, apparently at 23.
23. That is absurd.
More than wins I've gotten in Flesh and Blood. So that's, I mean, very impressive to have that many PTIs. You can go to events for the next 10 years and play whatever you want to. So that's cool.
Because any time that Brodie needs to go to an event and for some reason isn't already actively playing every single event, he can still go.
He can still go, yeah. If he doesn't qualify from ELO from being like one of the best players.
Yeah, he'll still make it.
Yeah, and just insane to have gone from Phuket and winning it and then flying back here and getting in the finals of Battle Hardened Atlanta.
I don't know. And people talk about, you know, Azalea. Oh, you know, she's not consistent enough sometimes. You know, you just draw those Runeblade hands, right? You draw the Azalea hand where you get all pumps, no arrows, all arrows, no pumps. And yet, Brodie still makes it work. He's able to find consistent top 8s with this. And now consistent finals, I guess, at least for this month. We'll see how he continues on with Azalea going forward, if he sticks to it once Dromai's gone, if he finds another deck with Part the Misfail, or if it's Azalea, because it's definitely the deck that he seems to prefer.
Yeah, that's really the only thing I've seen him play other than like Dromai, but we're going to see him play against the Dromai as we move into our finals match right now.
Yeah, let's head over to the table. The finals of Battle Hardened Atlanta. Brodie Spurlock on Azalea. Jeremy Chen with the beanie hat, the propeller beanie.
The propeller is here.
On Dromai.
So Brodie has the intimidation factor in his thinking and tanking capacity, but Jeremy has an equal intimidation factor in the propeller, so I do wonder which one will overpower the other.
If Brodie's ever tanking on a decision, you just sit there and spin the propeller.
Spin it.
You spin the propeller.
Yeah, and to note, Brodie wore this same propeller hat when he won the Realm 20K.
Did he really?
When I played against him with my brain cap on, he was wearing this propeller hat.
Yeah, the propeller beanie? Well, there's power within the hat. Jeremy has this power this time around.
We'll see if the hat buff and the stream buff are on Jeremy's side or if the stream buff's on Brodie's side.
Yeah, well, he found Tomultai turn 0
that was
last time on stream. That, again, hey, another matchup where Tomultai on turn 0 is very powerful.
Yeah, breaking something like Snapdragon Scalers severely hampers some of those turns.
Cross-rat.
Yeah, I mean, that's
hey, have fun. You can never opt again, Brodie.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Azaleas can sometimes run into those Runeblade hands, those non-attacks, no arrows or all arrows, no buffs. It doesn't seem to happen to Brodie. We saw him against Evan earlier just have the most insane draws I've probably seen any deck have.
Oh, yeah, Evan did get blown out on Kayo against Brodie. That's the fastest I've seen Brodie play.
No, yeah, he didn't think at all. Like, his hands were that insane that he just was like, oh, I just win with this hand and this hand and this hand. So I do think Brodie's probably going to think about a lot of his decisions in this finals because it's a finals and you want to win. Like, you're here, you made it to the finals, and you want to win. So I totally understand. But Jeremy also wants to win and be the one to kind of play the final big event with Dromai.
Yeah, right. So Dromai has won enough PQs. We got enough confirmations, I believe, from PQs that Dromai is gone. She's going to LL, but wouldn't it be so great for her last event to be a victory in this Battle Hardened? Jeremy wants to do it. Home field advantage in his home state of Georgia.
Yep.
I mean, that's how you want to get it done with these Battle Hardens, right? They're very regional. A couple players travel around, but a lot of times it's just kind of a few states all surrounding where all their local scenes kind of converge. And I feel like we get the locals coming out huge every single time that we've got a Battle Hardened, and Jeremy is here to try and lock it down, say, no, the invading forces of Brodie Spurlock cannot take this.
The man who is always there.
The Earl of Ham Sandwich himself. You can't, you have to stop him.
Yeah, and I think it's so cool just to talk about, again, the player count. To see that for a Battle Hardened during the start of a new ProQuest season, having 147 players, that's huge. Like, the game is definitely a smaller game, and, you know, it's still growing. It's not that old. But it's really impressive to see how many people are coming out to these events.
Start off with a sweep.
So, Sweeping Blow.
Sweeping Blow.
I mean, that's 2 Ash. Real good.
You can ash, make it ash. Gotcha. Ash like this.
It's one of those cards that's kind of phased out of a lot of Dromai decks over time. So interesting to see that Jeremy's still on it, but for the big dragon strategy, I mean, it makes sense. You want Ash to be developing in dragons on. So.
I don't think most people should be on this because of the new tome, but
And here, he's going to be able to have
That's fair. I am scared to speak because Mara will be mad at me.
Sigil that he can still play, and Arsenal a defense react. He's also on Balance of Justice into Azalea.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and like what the Balance of Justice is for. You draw once off Death Dealer, and then I guess if, well, Ponder triggers at end of turn and you can't respond to that. So I don't know that Balance will ever get the effect, unless he's just not playing a different crown.
Yeah, it may just be Crown for gold, and then Balance of Justice is the other one that has block value on it, and just wanting the block value against Azalea, which is understandable.
Yeah, no, makes sense. But yeah, I was trying to think like if there's any reason you would play in this matchup, but I don't think.
No, just the block value. It makes sense.
Yeah. So we see a Nourishing, which is not currently live because the Sweeping Blow that's currently in our graveyard. And I do think this might be a harder matchup for Jeremy, just because Azalea can be, it's an aggro deck. Like, it's truly like, Azalea now is just an aggro deck. It used to be kind of more of like a control on-hit effect deck, but it's now that, and also it's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the hand, Rabble, 2 arrows, so not a lot of pumps, but it's kind of offset by the fact that you can just Rabble.
Rabble, pitch your Infecting Shot to load the other arrow, draw a card, you have an Arsenal, and you swung for 12. It's pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, I like it.
Seems pretty aggro.
Yeah, no, pretty aggro. These are some Briar numbers. So we know we're drawing into a buff too, so that's going to be a good Arsenal target. When we draw off the Death Dealer, we could even play it if we wanted to. And Jeremy thinking on a block here, you definitely want to be kind of conservative with your life total if you can. And I do think Big Dragon has a harder matchup because you need longer to do what you're trying to do. And Azalea doesn't really give you that time.
Yeah, Jeremy, and we talked about having Nourishing in hand. It's likely just a block 3 or it's a pitch card. Since need to burn them all to actually get these attack actions out of graveyard for it to be good again, but potentially can. Just pitch it away, hope it comes back. Kind of hard to make second cycle against an Azalea, but it is certainly possible if you're playing a lot more defensive and finding all this defense reacts very early on.
Yep. So going to play the Lace, and I think he's going to Arsenal the Rabble, which makes sense. You expect Jeremy probably on this next turn to establish a dragon, and Rabble clears most all dragons. So this is 7 Go Again. I don't think we're going to play the Rabble with the Go Again. It's probably not likely.
Yep. With the inertia effect, it's very much just going to be Jeremy having a defense react and block 3. Just cover the 7. Don't take any damage. You're at 43. You still get a turn. You get to develop dragons.
Yeah, it looks like he has double Mirror Guy, though. So his whole turn, it looks like will be pitch Mirror Guy, play Mirror Guy. It's pass or swing for 2. Yep. Not exactly what you want to be doing.
And that lines up perfectly for the Rabble.
It does.
To be able to send 4 into that.
Yep. So really smart on Brodie's part to not just take the damage line, but to actually hold on to a Rabble for Arsenal to be able to clear a dragon, and Mirror Guy's a good one.
Yeah. Of course, just going to take that too. Gets the opt.
Yeah, go ahead. That's better.
Yeah.
So 2 Nick to 2. We're going to opt here.
Oh, true.
Take a little peeky. Our hand is pretty good. We can do a buffed any arrow we want to if we want. Sleep Dart being pretty good. Also just Run the Ledger is pretty good.
Yeah. Have the pumps, have the knock.
Yep.
Rain Razors.
It's pretty good hand.
Just deciding on the opt.
Yep. He does have a Sleep Dart.
Still can just Azalea even the Rebel away, but of course we're talking about the Rebel wanting to be used on the Mirror Guy here.
Yep. I do think once Dromai is gone, I think Azalea probably just doesn't play Rebel anymore. It's probably just only being sided into this matchup, to be honest. You just need a way to clear dragons. You don't want to clear all dragons, but you want to have a card that at least can clear stuff like the Kylorias and
Mirror Guy, Kyloria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones that are really impactful. Stuff like going with the endurance counter, Yendurai, that's staying there.
Yeah, I think you can ignore it.
Yeah, that's
not
on
worried
board
about
for
it.
good, yeah.
Not worried about it.
It's too much ask to clear the endurance counter or hit it for 6.
Mirror Guy.
So, yep. Here we go.
Sure
Seek and Destroy on top.
Yeah.
What was the reveal card again?
Seek and Destroy.
Gotcha.
Tempting.
Okay, so I think we're just going to do maybe a big Sleep Dart here.
Yeah, looks like it. 3 pumps can go down.
I'll come in for it.
Yeah, so we have the instant speed if Jeremy tries to exact seize block, but 11's big enough, so maybe this is just an Arsenal card. I don't think Jeremy can stop this.
Let's see, 3-6.
And so I think Jeremy is just going to respond with the CNC.
Yeah, it looks like it. Easy enough. You just keep the pitch for it.
Yep.
Brodie can keep the Arsenal and still leak damage here.
Yep. Take 5.
1 less because of wave.
Right, so take 4, get a Spectral Shield.
To 39.
39. Trigger all these effects.
All these effects being, your hero is asleep, and you have super inertia. You have Seek and Destroy and also inertia. So Jeremy's not going to have an arsenal. Totally fine.
Yeah, and luckily for Jeremy, this does actually nothing because he's pitching a blue, so he won't even make Ash.
Do we have an advertisement on, on the stream right now?
TheCardGuyz.shop, I guess.
That's a sick token. So CNC for 6. This arsenal might get blown up. I think we might see the Rain Razors just die. We see a Down and Dirty in Brodie's hand, so he is opting to play some amount of poppers. We saw him in calling Phuket also playing these poppers, which were really impactful against Prism. So same thing in this matchup. They can certainly be really impactful.
Okay, there. That's my spectral shield.
I like it.
We replaced one confusing token with another confusing
there we go. But it is a spectral shield. Yeah.
Oh, that's
a
spectral shield. Okay.
Yeah. It's a spectral shield.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. It looks like one. Yeah.
Can't pop CNC.
No. Yeah, Down and Dirty, not great against CNC.
It's gonna pop the arsenal.
I think this might just be take 6. You can have my arsenal.
Maybe tanking on the block though.
Yeah.
Considering. Couple 2 blocks in hand. Does have the 2 arrows, but it does mean that the turn would just not really exist.
Yep. Wow, we actually might see a 6 block here, and then.
All right, that's all the arrows gone. So opt off of cross wrap. See if you can find an arrow. Potentially swap it in. There's no pumps to go with it, so it's Down and Dirty.
Yeah. Really interesting. So he has another Rabble. There's nothing to clear, so that just might go to Jeremy's life.
Is up.
So hoping this is an arrow. Because Rain right now not doing anything really. I think ideally you want to see a 0 or 1 cost arrow because we have 2 Nickups, you Rabble, Azalea in that card, and then Arsenal the Down and Dirty.
Rabble reveal.
So it is a red.
That's an arrow.
Yep, that's an arrow.
You have 1 card left in hand?
Yes.
So I think we Azalea just do 4 dominates, and then Arsenal are Down and Dirty, which is quite good.
Yeah. It's not a phenomenal turn, but off of blocking with 2 cards, pretty reasonable.
Yeah, Brodie only taking 2 damage so far is quite good. So the Rabble's going to take out the shield, and then Jeremy will take 3. And Jeremy does have a hand that could establish some amounts of allies. We see a Rake. We see an Uvia, which in this matchup I don't know is something you want to be resolving. The game's probably not going to go long enough. Yeah, so I see he's queuing up the block with the Uvia almost instantly. Looking at what's in our graveyard right now.
Is that blind? Or did you top it with the cross wrap? Okay.
Now, there's the burn them all in hand, but that's probably not wanting to be used until later.
Yep. I think we might see that pitched for the Rake. I'm not sure what the last card is in hand.
No worries, you're good.
I'm sure it's fine. I mean, I don't think it changes my decision.
No, yeah. More of like a principle. He is correct.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if something happened that we missed, but
I think Jeremy just missed the arrow on top on the Rabble flip. Didn't realize that there was an arrow, so I think his no blocks was like, oh, you can't swap in an arrow and shoot me more.
Interesting. Okay. So he actually doesn't block, choosing to keep the Uvia. I wonder if he just wants the pitch or.
Yeah, he did say it probably doesn't change his decision at all, so it seems like he wants to keep this entire hand.
So it's
Considering just
Oasis.
playing out Burn Them All.
It is Oasis Respite. That could be a good Arsenal card. Yep. So we're gonna pitch the Uvia for the Rake. So.
Yep.
I do think over the course of the game, the Burn Them All could get some good value.
I'll start with 1 baby, 1 arcane, 1 physical.
1 arcane, 1 physical. I think the Down and Dirty is just gonna come out here.
Yeah, just go for the pop and the turn. Still going to take 1 arcane, but
yeah,
there you go.
Totally fine. You save 2 life, you clear an ally, not bad. Or Brodie could say, I want to opt with my cross wrap and maybe use Azalea, so I can take 2 more.
Yeah, the chip damage can slowly get there if Jeremy can defend really well, but he has, lost 11 life total. He's played out his sigil.
Yeah. Yeah, so Brodie's definitely doing more damage than Jeremy is. So Jeremy's win condition in this game is certainly to get as much value from allies as he can. Specifically, ones like Yendra are really good in this matchup, like we said. And if he can attack with something like Vincerakai, like somehow establish a Vincerakai, that would be crazy.
Yeah, we didn't see one in the Prism matchup, but it could still be there. We know this is a little bit more hybrid-ish, I guess, because it's also running Tome.
Right. So it is interesting. He's running some of the bigger dragons like Uvia, but hopefully maybe we are on Vidzerica or maybe not. I do think Dromai is a really cool hero in that there's just so many different ways to try to play the deck. It's a lot of preference. Like a lot of people don't like Necria, but a lot of people do like Necria. So Brodie is deciding to pop it. Down and dirty, quite a good card.
Okay, the 1. I'll banish the CNC. Yep. Arsenal my last card and pass.
Sounds good to me.
So the Burn Them All, another benefit of having kept it is his Nourishings, if he can resolve one, are better.
I will
Yep.
dealer.
Sounds good.
So we're
He
gonna
had to block with 1, so we'll see how many more are actually left in the deck.
right. Oh, this is so good. Double Lace with Blood Rot, Tunic, Fire, Red in the Ledger for 11, on hit 4 more. This is real
it's
strong.
tough. It's tough, and you don't really have the blues to pitch into it anyway, so it's kind of about, can you cover it up?
Yeah.
See if that's where the extra block can come in from this Balance of Justice.
Yeah, so we do have the Oasis in Arsenal. We could block 3 plus 4 more plus some armor, but that's a lot.
Yep, there's just 9, 10, 11.
11.
Keep the Oasis. And I believe that was a Sigil left, so you just play the Sigil and you can still swing with the Ashwings.
Yeah. One strategy against Azalea, which can work, it just depends on how well the Azalea draws, is just to block them as much as possible. Because they are going to run out of pumps at some point, and if you're not low enough, they maybe don't have enough damage in deck to kill you. And Dromai is one of the decks that can do that, especially if you're on D-Reacts, you're on Oasis, you're on Sand Covers.
And we've seen them so far, right? We've seen the Oasis, we've seen a lot of D-React Sand Cover. This is the only one we haven't seen.
Right.
Okay.
So Sigil, this also gives it go again, and he goes to 35, and then he can swing with his second baby as well.
Yeah. No poppers, so just chipping in. 35. He's got the life lead.
Yep. We got there. So
I will take the 134.
Brodie will take this one and burn them all. Banish 2 more attacks. I think it's just, yep, Dust Up, Nourishing. Okay.
There should be 1 more.
I think the Sweeping Blow, right, from the first turn, yep.
All right, when I just peek here.
Yes, go ahead.
So we did draw double Tome, which isn't that bad. I guess it is kind of
Getting
bad.
1 into Arsenal is
Yeah.
certainly not bad, though. And you have the Mage Masters.
Yep. So I think one of those is probably going to want to end up in Arsenal. We could see a turn as simple as, you could sink 1. He has a sink in hand, so.
Sink 1. I think the really rough thing with those tomes is the fact that you did just have to block with 2 Chromais.
Yeah.
And that's the other way that you get them to work, right? You have Mage Master's Boots for one of them, and then Chromai is kind of the way that you get around the other ones.
Yeah. Do you think he's on 2 or 3, Tome of Findo?
I want to guess 2. I
yeah.
feel like the card's a little bit clunky in Dromai if you're running, too many copies of it.
Yeah.
You don't want to double draw it, so ideally you run 2 cards.
Yeah.
Or
2 copies, yeah. I feel like Dash IO might be the only one who plays 3 copies of the card just because.
Yeah, you can just abuse it so hard.
Yeah, right. So yeah, that makes sense. To draw both of them together, kind of unfortunate, but he can just put
Kano.
the. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Kano also abuses
yeah.
that, yeah.
But he can sink one of them, so he's not going to have to see it for a while, which might not be able to resolve another one this game, which is fine. If he can get 1 for effect from Arsenal, I think that's real strong.
Yeah, I mean, the extra healing is just so important here, especially because it's really hard for Brodie to actually deal with dragons, right? Like, he doesn't run that many poppers, and you can't actually shoot them, especially Ashwings. You're not going to be able to deal with these.
Yep.
So if Jeremy could just keep establishing board state, another Rake the Embers would be great, and be able to block and heal very effectively.
Yep.
That's where Jeremy's going to be able to find edge and be able to find the victory.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Jeremy's going to decide to do, but he could do something like sink and keep the Dust Up and the Tome, and maybe block with the other card that he gets off the sink, and then just have a turn where he plays Dust Up, and then Arsenal's the Tome, but he would have to pitch the card he gets off of the sink to play the Oasis from Arsenal. So we're going to Azalea for a Rain. Brodie's hand is a lot of arrows, so this makes sense. Probably going to pitch our yellow Spire Sniping. Yep. Oh, interesting. So we're going to load in, I thought it was going to be the red in the ledger, but this might be a Snap's turn.
Endless Arrow and ends up finding Knock the Death Whistle off the top, so definitely a big whiff.
Yeah.
You've already used Azalea, so this is not even a card.
Yeah, basically not. Might end up being the Arsenal target, but I think this might be the Snap's turn and a Bullseye turn as well. So you get the max value out of Rain Razors.
Yeah, it'd still be 1 more pump and the red in the ledger.
Yeah, so red in the ledger.
Arsenal knock, I guess.
So it'd be red for 10. So he swung for 16, Arsenal knock. It's pretty good.
Yeah, solid turn.
I like it.
It is using a lot of resources as far as the equipment is concerned, and Jeremy is still at 35.
Yep. And this also allows Jeremy to do the play where he just swings with Dust Up, because it's only 1 action. And then As long as Brodie doesn't have like a Lace with Inertia, which would be frustrating, he can get the tome into Arsenal.
I will give go again.
So we are going to give go again here with the snaps. Jeremy maybe not wanting to give back the...
Yeah, he's probably sinking here almost every time, right?
Yeah.
If he was only going to block with 3.
I am good on reactions.
He did sink.
Oh, he sunk the dust up. Okay, so...
No, he sunk a tome. He's got one
right,
tome left.
He blocked,
he blocked the
yes.
dust up.
So that did not go back to hand. Brodie is fine with that. Oh, is he going to play the knock?
Oh, it does have a reload effect, so he can actually save Bullseye.
He does have reload, you're right.
Yeah.
So he can pick what he wants to draw for the next turn and then reload instead of using the Bullseye.
I think saving Bullseye makes a lot of sense.
better.
Conserve that for a situation where you need to use it.
Oh, 100%, yep. Especially with how good it is with Bolt and Shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because here you actually have the tools to still get the reload.
Reloading this and searching for an arrow.
And putting it on top?
Correct.
This is really cool. This is like how Kano uses Lesson in Lava sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to actually cast it, you
wanna
just
draw
want to
it.
draw this. Yeah. So I put a Gaze the Ages on top because I just want to draw the card. Yeah. Really cool use of Knock the Death Whistle here. Essentially just says pick what you want to draw, what arrow you want to draw, and then reload. So we want to draw Bolt and Shot. Makes sense. He still will have Bullseye Bracers up, so good option, especially if Brodie draws something like a Codex. Real good arrow to play into a Codex. So Brodie going to stack that. I assume we reloaded the Red in the Ledger. We have a pump in hand, so we're just going to pump and shoot. Unless he wants to Arsenal the pump. I guess he doesn't have to use the pump in hand.
It was reloaded.
And then...
I imagine you just play the pump.
Oh,
Get as much damage as possible. Premeditate.
So makes sense. So this arrow on top of his deck is actually going to end up in Arsenal if this hits. This is pretty big. 10 is a lot.
What is the 5, 6, 7, 8, 10? 10? Okay, gotcha.
I don't think this can be covered up. This
No.
is 3 block. You could pitch into the Oasis. But it's not going to get there. I mean, I suppose if you throw Furnace, you cover 9. You still get hit.
Yep.
Even though you heal, yes, Oasis can... Well, you wouldn't even heal here because you're actually...
You're high. Yeah, you're high
higher on
right
life.
now. Unfortunate. So not getting full value out of that Oasis. Using 2 cards to block 4, essentially. But this does mean Jeremy can attack with Ashwing, do an Arcane, which is 1 action, and then Arsenal the Tome.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Not taking an insane amount of damage, but still taking a lot.
Yep.
Definitely a good turn cycle for Brodie. And we do see Codex picked up. We know it was already Bolt and Shot.
Yes, this is exactly what you
Huge
want.
setup.
Yep.
It is a down and dirty and another arrow, though, that is kind of clunking up the hand.
So at least we have 1 buff. So we can buff, play our Arsenal. Maybe Brodie will just want to block with a down and dirty here. I'm really not sure.
It's possible. Could just pop, continue to clear up the board.
Right.
But it already has no go again, so you know it's just going to be 1.
Yep. Because I don't know that Brodie can effectively use his hand. I mean, the opt on the cross wrap might change things if he does Azalea into something different, but buff on Bolt and Shot's quite good to then play into Codex.
I have these 3 in my banish.
So looking through the grave, Jeremy's going to be able to clear, I think, all the attacks now with this next Burn them All trigger. So Nourishings get better, which is nice. Tome of Findo and Arsenal will be real good if he does draw blue. He'll heal 5 if he doesn't have to block at all.
Which we know he will. He will have to block.
He's going to have to block.
There's no way you can actually get to no block against the Azalea.
Yeah. Oh, see, he's going to pop. Makes sense. The card's not doing anything on your turn. You want to play that Codex. So attack. I think there's a sweeping blow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
there
the
we
last
go.
card. There he goes.
There we go.
Finish.
So banish those. Arsenal are Tome of Findo, and then Brodie's going to be on 2 first Tunic, and then we're going to see what's on top. Take a little peeky.
Yeah, another Oasis was just found.
Oh, interesting.
Jeremy. This time it'll actually heal, get 5 value, but you have
Does
to
have a
pitch for it.
blue. So he has Domini in hand too. Domini is actually crazy against Azalea. I mean, it's crazy against any deck, I guess.
Domini is just crazy.
It's just crazy, yeah. That's the right sentence. Yeah, I think as Jeremy, if there's no on-hit effect, you probably just take the bill
Take
maybe.
the damage and try and actually bring some tempo back with Dominia.
Dominia, yeah.
Essentially
So-
getting to potentially time walk a turn.
Real strong. So we are going to reload maybe blind Azalea.
Yeah, you also get to heal quite a bit here.
Or I guess this isn't blind, right? He knew. Yeah, okay.
Seek and Destroy.
Seek and Destroy Codex, real good. So we're going to give a Frailty and a Ponder. And we don't have Tunic, or else Red in the Ledger would be absolutely insane here. We're just going to get Endless.
Yeah, I wonder if Jeremy may need a tank here to see if he can actually play out the whole hand.
Sure.
Because
Seek and Destroy.
Seek and Destroy isn't effective on hit. However, it's not something that would prevent him from making this Dominion play.
Right.
And playing out Toma Fiendal off of this blue.
Yep. Looks like Jeremy might want to prevent some damage here, preserve some life.
Yeah, the hard part is using 2 cards, he loses 2 healing.
Yeah.
So it's just deciding, are those cards more worth it for the healing or not? And can you still present this Dominia if you block? And I think that's the big thing to think about, right? Because Dominia might find a way for Jeremy to kind of pull this game back, where it did feel like he was slowly just losing. He didn't have a good way to actually claw back in, and this might be the way.
Yeah, no, Dominia for sure. I think Jeremy has the resources, hopefully, to do Tome into Dominia, because he's going to be drawing 2 new cards. He'll still have 1 floating. Dominia does cost 4, but if Jeremy draws another blue, totally fine. Dominia definitely one of those cards that can get you back into the game. I wonder why. I
feel like it almost has to be no blocks. And we see Passing Mirage in his hand, considering to go to the pitch to play out Oasis Respite. But the rest of the turn is just not very good if that ends up being the play.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if you say send me the bill, but maybe you block with the Billowing that's in hand and then hold the rest.
So if he takes it, goes to 15.
Yep, okay. Goes to 15, and he'll be able to heal 5, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, trigger both of these.
So he'll go back to 20. So he effectively took like 2 off of this, which isn't that bad.
Go back to 20 and play a real turn.
Yeah.
Play a very real turn.
Yep, so we have Endless and some Unknown in hand, and Brodie gets to choose between them what he wants to Arsenal.
And you know, those 2 down and dirties are gone?
Yeah.
How many more poppers does this Azalea deck play, right? Is it playing Battering Bolt?
Battering Bolt's an option.
Or
maybe CNC.
Anything else?
Doubt it.
They got thoroughly randomized. I have no idea.
Sweet.
Brodie likes to, when he draws a card before arsenaling, just shuffle them off table to make sure his opponent doesn't have any extra knowledge.
We'll start this one.
So here we go. We're going to break the Mage Master Boots, have 1 floating after playing the Tome. Draw 2 cards and heal 5 life. Is one of them a blue?
Okay,
Come on.
got you up to 20.
No.
So playing this Dominia is going to be a little bit expensive if he does want to resolve it. You'd have to literally pitch 3 reds in your hand.
Still has Dromai as an option, but
he could pitch 3 reds and do Dromai.
Dromai plus Dominia is quite good.
That's
got to be the play.
He's probably going to do that.
Because he's been seeked and also destroyed.
Yes, so you don't want to keep cards
And
anyways.
so you can't keep anything.
Yep. And that gives you a lot of Ash, too. So our Bootsies are gone. Dominia here is just so good. You can take whatever you want, essentially, from Brodie's hand. Dominia, I think, is just attack actions, right? You can't take just any single card.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But it would, either way, it's the power of taking cards from Brodie's hand. It will force a response from Brodie.
Yep.
I don't think he can ignore Dominia and leave her on board. I think he's going to have to deal with it.
Are all 3 Rebels gone now? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be all 3.
Yeah,
because he had 2 right off the gates.
Right, and then he played a 3rd one just to face. So, yeah, I don't know that Brodie actually has a way that's not an arrow to clear Dominia, which is unfortunate because we actually don't see a Bolton shot in Brodie's hand either.
Yeah, his hand is no go again.
It does not.
Though knock he can find. He can go
Sure.
find a Bolton shot.
9 total.
Oh yes, one more from the.
So starting off with Dromai, so we have 2 action points here. Brodie just
I'll go to 20.
taking it. Jeremy reading, there's no popper here. You would have popped my Dromai very likely. So now I think we're going to see the pitch 3 reds into Dominia, go to 4 Ash, go down to 3, and then swing, reveal the top card of the deck. As long as that's red, we get to rip a card. I can't imagine another play. I mean, you could decide Kyloria is better than Disruption and then play the Billowing, but I think Dominia is just too valuable, and it gives this threat that Brodie has to deal with.
Also a big body, a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And it threatens itself. Brodie has to respect that.
Right. Yeah. Taking a card from your opponent, real good. And I mean, come on, you got to want to resolve Dominion, right? Like, when are you going to be able to resolve this dragon again? Come on.
And we talk about, hey, finding, 4 pumps, 1 arrow. If that's the hand and you take the arrow, it gets a lot harder, right? It gets a lot more difficult to deal with these situations.
Does Brodie have... Oh, yeah, it's double knock, buff, and then arrow.
Yeah, but knock does mean that you can always get an arrow.
Yep. Always has Azalea available to him. But it would essentially take Brodie's entire turn to clear the Dominia.
Okay.
That's so...
Azalea instead.
That's very interesting to me. I mean, I know he's reading no popper, so he might actually say, I'm going to draw a card and then play Dominia. Because if he draws a blue or a yellow, if he's on like more tomes, he can play it. So I wonder if he's just taking a riskier line here. Or just saying, if I draw another dragon, I can play this Billowing and then maybe play another, not Kyloria, but like a 0-cost dragon. So maybe he's just trying to do the flood strategy instead of just all in on one dragon, but I don't know.
It does make it more difficult for Azalea, right? If it's a bunch of dragons that you have to deal with, if Jeremy can just hold 1 red card, swing with everything.
He drew a blue. Oh,
wow.
my gosh.
That blue is massive because now he gets to do both. He gets to develop the wide board, but he also gets to play the Dominia.
That's so insane. Yeah, he basically got a Kyloria for free. Wow. Okay, so essentially just getting a resource to make an Ash, which makes sense because you cannot play a dragon unless you already have an Ash. So we're going to... This is so crazy. The fact that he drew the blue, like there's certainly way more reds in his deck than blues, and he took the riskier line and it paid off.
Oh, and you can see Brodie's face. He's like, oh, that's bad.
That's real bad for me.
I don't want to deal with that.
Hopefully this isn't a blue, though. So attack for 4. It reveals a red. So let me see your hand, Jeremy says. And I think you take... I mean, Dominia, if it's a red card, look at their hand and banish card from it. So you maybe just take the Premeditate or
It's probably
Endless.
just a pump, right? Because he can always have an arrow because of knock. And so you just take away some damage, but instead he's going to take the Endless arrow.
Because, I mean, it does mean that Brodie has to go through a lot of steps to get an arrow to kill Dominia.
Yep.
Like, you have to knock, you have to then Azalea, especially if there's not one currently in Arsenal. So I totally understand that. I think the Seek and Destroy is going to take away this Oasis, which is fine. We already did Furnace. Or not Oasis. He has some other last card in hand. But he is under Seek and Destroy right now, I believe. So Brodie thinking on a block here. This is 4 damage, and it would put them at parity while Jeremy has like a significant board. So Jeremy really clawing his way back in, and that blue draw was crazy.
It was massive that Brodie's turn just didn't have any very scary on-hits.
No.
It was just 14 damage. Essentially 14 vanilla damage. The Seek and Destroy actually might get some value here, depending on what the last card is for Jeremy.
But, I mean, to have the space against a deck like Azalea that has so many on-hits to play a Tome of Fyendel for full effect, a Dromai, a Kyloria, and a Dominia is pretty crazy. So Brodie thinking on the block here. Maybe you block with one of the knocks.
Yeah, I mean, the other one, just look for Bolt and Shot on the top, Azalea it in.
Yep.
Deal with Dominia.
I guess it depends on what your arsenal is, but I don't think you want to waste a buff to clear your arsenal and then Dominia. And then hit Dominia, so
You're
yeah.
quite far behind.
Yeah. This is a crazy board now. Getting the free Kyloria was insane. Because if he had drawn a red there, like it would have been Billowing into Ashwing or something, but drawing a blue, he's just built different.
Yeah, I mean, it's the play for the win, 100%.
Oh, these are pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's true. So if he'd gone for Dominia, like we thought, pitch 3 reds and play it, and then reveals top card of the deck, it would have been the blue passing.
Would have been a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been bad. Dominia would have had no effects. It's just 4 damage.
Such a huge play from Jeremy Chen here to try and find the victory, try and bring it home for Georgia.
Yep.
Up against Brodie Spurlock, and
it's looking pretty good right now.
Jeremy, a really solid position, a commanding position, right?
Yep.
He's got an amazing board. Dromai, Kyloria, Dominia, all threats that Brodie needs to deal with, and Azalea does not deal with these threats well. Azalea just tries to kill you.
Yep.
Azalea does damage that you can't block, puts on hits that you can't deal with.
Nope.
But these are dragons.
These are dragons. And these are like literally the best dragons, I think, in the deck. If I had to